Number 9, 09 awakens after a century of slumber. At the end of August, a torrential downpour descended, and large raindrops pelted the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Inside a sleek black sedan, Mo Qing lounged with one leg crossed over the other, her chin resting on one hand, her half-lidded gaze absorbing the unfolding scenes outside. Occasionally, her attention was momentarily captured by the unique architecture and streetscapes. "Are you even listening?" The voice beside her was devoid of warmth. It belonged to a man, seemingly in his 30s, handsome yet rigid, his expression cold and unyielding, exuding an air of meticulousness not a crease could be found in his shirt. He was a man devoid of empathy. Mo Qing tilted her head slightly, a strand of hair cascading down the side of her face, the ends curling gently. "Your observation period is 1 year," the man stated. "Remember what you should and should not do. Should you be deemed a threat, we will intervene. By using the bomb you've implanted in my body?" "Yes." His demeanor was as frigid as ice, his words precise and unwavering. "Ugh, how terrifying," Mo Qing remarked, though her tone and expression betrayed no hint of fear. Her attitude was utterly dismissive. The man's gaze was devoid of warmth, as if he were regarding an inanimate object. In truth, she was indeed considered an object. Born amidst the chaos of a century-old war, she had been clandestinely altered by a deranged scientist. Records indicated that her body was unlike that of an ordinary human, but the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. After the war's conclusion, she was sealed away in a warehouse of the 8th Base, with all related documentation obliterated. A month prior, she had suddenly awakened, nearly bringing the entire base to ruin. The technology for sealing her had long been lost, making a second confinement impossible. In light of humane considerations, after a month of deliberation among the base's higher-ups, it was decided to assign her the identity of an ordinary high school student, while an observer would be dispatched to assess her potential threat level. Should she adapt to the fabric of this new society and refrain from harmful behaviors, she would be granted an opportunity for a new lease on life. Otherwise, a grim fate awaited her. The black sedan halted before a standalone villa. Mo Qing glanced over and inquired, "Is this family wealthy?" "A typical affluent household," the man replied in a monotone, devoid of inflection. "You may encounter many things that you find perplexing, but please do not overreact like a child." The rain fell incessantly, wildflowers sprouting between the cracks of the tiled walkway, swaying gracefully in the downpour, standing defiantly. The man held an umbrella, waiting with Mo Qing before the villa. Before long, a maid approached to open the door to Mr. "Hua, Miss Mo," the maid, Yang Ma, greeted them. "Madam has been waiting for quite some time." She led the pair into the villa. Upon entering the grand hall, the elegant and opulent Mrs. Mo approached them, her face alight with a welcoming smile. "Mr. Hua, thank you for your hard work. It is such a labor to handle the case and also bring her here. She is." Mrs. Mo's gaze halted on Mo Qing. With a stoic expression, Hua continued, "Mo Qing, your daughter." Qing'er, Mrs. Mo's eyes brimmed with tears instantly. She affectionately reached out to grasp Mo Qing's hand, but before her fingers could make contact, Mo Qing deftly evaded. Her movement froze, Mrs. Mo mid-motion. "I am shy around strangers," Mo Qing replied nonchalantly. Yet, under Hua's piercing gaze, she slowly added, "After all, it is our first meeting." "Mrs. Mo." Hua politely stated, "I cannot stay. I have other matters to attend to." Mrs. Mo readily acquiesced. "Then we shall not keep you." Hua sensed something peculiar, but could not pinpoint what was amiss. With the host having spoken, Hua could not linger, having delivered Mo Qing sufficed as the completion of his task, and he took his leave. Mrs. Mo smiled as she saw him off. "I need to clarify 3 things with you first." In an instant, Mrs. Mo discarded her maternal facade, addressing Mo Qing with a cold demeanor. "First, your abduction was a consequence of your disobedience. Do not expect any compensation from us, and kindly restrain your notions of the world owes you. Second, you have a younger brother named Mo. Son, our family prioritizes him above all else. Third, conduct yourself with humility. Do not stir trouble or bring shame to the Mo family. Understood?" Mo Qing surveyed her surroundings, casually asking, "Are you speaking to me? Who else could I be speaking to?" Before she could finish her sentence, Mrs. Mo abruptly fell silent. In an instant, Mo Qing closed the distance, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the air, akin to an invisible hand gripping Mrs. Mo's heart, an inexplicable wave of fear washing over her. "Then this will be simple." Mo Qing rested her elbow on Mrs. Mo's shoulder, deftly wielding a fruit knife in her other hand, its blade glinting ominously as her fingers toyed with it, the edge grazing Mrs. Mo's neck. Mrs. Mo's legs turned to jelly from fright. Yang Ma stood frozen in the living room, utterly dumbfounded. "I seek neither inheritance nor fame. When the time comes, we shall part ways amicably," Mo Qing said with narrowed eyes. "I admire your acting skills henceforth. Maintain the illusion of a loving mother and obedient daughter in public. Agreed?" Mrs. Mo opened her mouth but could not produce a sound. "Find out." Mrs. Mo's voice trembled as she forced the word out. in a daze, as if her soul had momentarily left her body. Mrs. Mo shook hands with Mo Qing, sealing their unspoken agreement. Mo Qing turned and ascended the stairs, with Yang Ma's assistance. Mrs. Mo sank into a sofa, her mind still reeling. Just as she settled, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, and upon raising her eyes, she found Mo Qing once more. Both Mrs. Mo and Yang Ma's fragile hearts quivered in the next instant. Mo Qing's hand shot upwards, her wrist twisting as the fruit knife flew in a diagonal arc, striking an apple placed on the coffee table. The apple was pierced clean through Mrs. Mo. Yang Ma, is this something that ordinary humans can accomplish? Chapter 2, May I borrow a cigarette and a light? Mo Qing strolled around her bedroom before pushing open the floor-to-ceiling window, stepping barefoot onto the balcony. The ground was dampened by the rain, and a heavy, humid scent enveloped her, clinging to her skin with a sticky warmth. She rested her hand on the railing and gazed into the sky, observing the gathering dark clouds and the villa district washed clean by the downpour, with its uniform architecture and artificial landscapes. Is there a guest? She inquired, her voice neither too soft nor too loud. Yet it resonated with clarity amidst the oppressive sound of rain. Two pairs of eyes turned towards her. Before her stood a man, tall and slender, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, simple yet exquisite. A cigarette dangled from his lips, the white smoke curling upwards, softening the sharpness and coldness of his gaze. He appeared quite youthful, not resembling a father or brother from a family. She met his scrutiny and appraisal with poise. After a moment, a hint of amusement crept into his austere expression as he leaned against the railing, his deep-set eyes studying her. With his fingers grasping the cigarette, he lazily parted his thin lips, asking, Mo Qing? Oh. Her gaze fell to his hand. Could you spare a cigarette? Mo Qing raised an eyebrow, her eyelids fluttering slightly. The man's gaze shifted away, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. Help yourself. His words drifted through the rain, lingering in the air. In that instant, a flash of white caught his peripheral vision, before astonishment could settle in his heart. He witnessed the girl who had just been on the neighboring balcony leap gracefully across the 2 or 3 meters that separated them. A refreshing breeze swept through the air, carrying with it her faint fragrance. Mo Qing crouched on the railing, now less than half a meter away from him. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she said, You're here. The man's gaze lingered on her for a brief moment before he pulled a cigarette from his pocket and tossed it to her. Mo Qing caught it deftly in her hand, leaping down from the railing, her bare feet gliding across the smooth surface, her movements as graceful as the flutter of butterfly wings. The man took a drag from his cigarette, observing her with a knowing glance. Your agility must come from herding sheep on horseback, am I right? Time was of the essence. The base had only allotted her a week to acclimate to this new society, and her knowledge was undoubtedly limited. To ensure she did not raise suspicion, they had deliberately crafted for her a modest identity as a shepherdess from a remote village. In that place, communication was underdeveloped, facilities were lacking, and it was recognized as a key poverty alleviation area, a world apart from modern society, where unique customs and landscapes existed in stark contrast. Emerging from such a background, even if she appeared unconventional, it would be entirely understandable. The man scrutinized her attire, a delicate tank top paired with shorts, complemented by a long shirt that hung open at her sides. Her figure was unmistakably revealed, a slender waist, fair and delicate skin, long legs that were perfectly proportioned and straight. A tattoo resembling a leaf adorned her left ankle. A damned shepherdess, he thought to himself. As his thoughts receded, he noticed the young woman approaching him. A cigarette was clenched between her lips, and as she lifted her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttered, casting shadows upon her face. Do you have a light? She asked casually, still holding the cigarette but in her mouth, leaning in closer. Their cigarettes touched, and wisps of white smoke spiraled upwards, the faint glow flickering as the paper and tobacco ignited. The man remained still, his gaze shifting downward to her neck. Her hair, slightly damp from the rain, clung to her fair skin, cascading in loose strands. Her long neck was delicate, the clear lines appearing hazy in the dim light. Her pulse throbbed at the side of her neck, steady and vigorous, yet it also conveyed a sense of fragility, as if it could be easily crushed or broken. The blood, which flowed quietly, suddenly surged with restlessness. The smoke ignited. Mo Qing inhaled deeply, and the exhaled smoke spiraled with the wind, weaving around his neck and cheek. As the smoke dissipated, the darkness in his gaze seemed to deepen. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Through the sound of rain and distance, Yang Ma's voice resonated. "Mr. Jiang, dinner is ready. Madam requests your presence." As the smoke neared its end, the man removed it from his lips, cast a glance at Mo Qing, and responded to Yang Ma. She then departed to the adjacent room. At that moment, Mo Qing leapt onto the railing. And just before setting off, she suddenly turned her head and asked the man, "Which Jiang?" "The Jiang of the mountains remains unchanged," he replied, his voice calm and steady, devoid of any ripples of emotion. "Oh." Her long hair flowed in the air, dampened by the rain, adding a touch of allure. She resembled a wild fox in the dark night, stretching its sharp fangs and claws, unrestrained and unrepentant. Mo Qing curved her lips slightly, her expression laden with significance. Coincidence? Rebirth? The resemblance is striking. The new world a century later is indeed fascinating. As expected, Mo Qing encountered the man at the dining table. He occupied the seat of honor, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. Mrs. Mo still felt a lingering fear of Mo Qing's threats, and upon seeing her, her legs trembled. However, after glancing at the two individuals at the table, she regained some composure. "This is your distant uncle, Jiang Ku, Mrs. Mo introduced the man, then pointed to a boy of about 16 or 17 beside him. "And this is your brother, Mo Swan." "Oh, I am Mo Qing." Mo Qing sauntered in leisurely, pulled out a chair, and sat down, exuding an air of authority with every gesture. "What of your upbringing?" Mo Swan inquired, his brow furrowed, his gaze sharp as a sword, piercing toward Mo Qing. Despite his youth, he possessed a commanding presence, his features reflecting both arrogance and indifference, his aura even eclipsing that of Madame Mo, the matriarch. Mo Qing responded nonchalantly, "None. I herded sheep at 3, supported my family at 7, was sold at 13, and entered a pyramid scheme at 15. Mo Qing stated, "I know not of the upbringing you speak of." Madame Mo retorted, "Lies." Mo Swan added, "Utter nonsense." At last, Jiang Ku lazily lifted his eyelids and glanced at Mo Qing, saying, "If you do not understand, then learn. My capacity for learning is the only thing lacking." Mo Qing replied with ease. Jiang Ku, unfazed, remarked, "Since it is an inherent deficiency, let us first have a meal." After this, he leisurely regarded Mo Qing, seemingly inquiring with good intentions, "Can you eat?" The remark was not particularly damaging, yet it was laden with humiliation. Mo Qing thought to herself, "Were it not for his face, I would have already taken action." Jiang Ku meticulously unfastened his exquisite cufflinks. Both Madame Mo and Mo Swan clearly held him in high esteem. After his interjection, they ceased to provoke Mo Qing. It was only when Jiang Ku rolled up his sleeves to take up his chopsticks that they followed suit. Mo Qing placed food into her bowl and cast a sidelong glance at the trio, sensing an odd atmosphere. Jiang Ku resembled a guest, and indeed a distinguished one at that. As the meal drew to a close, Madame Mo suddenly recalled something and addressed Mo Qing. "In a few days, school will commence. Within the confines of home, 2 arrangements were made for you. The first being to commence your studies from the first year of high school, with aspirations to secure a place in a second-tier university. The second, to directly enter the 3rd year of high school, thereby facilitating your admission into a vocational college following the national examination next year. Huasi has orchestrated it, directly placing you in the 3rd year," said Mo Qing. Lady Mo paused momentarily, pondering the fact that the nation extends such leniency even to those ensnared in child trafficking, her surprise palpable. After a brief silence, she inquired, "Which school?" "The first affiliated high school." Lady Mo responded, "I find that hard to believe." Chapter 3, Number 909, The First Affiliated High School. A bastion of national poverty alleviation. "Which school?" "The First Affiliated High School." "That is inconceivable." Mo Swan furrowed his brow, his voice low and firm. "The First Affiliated High School is the finest in the city, with stringent requirements for transfer students. It is not a place you can simply enter." Mo Qing had been abducted to the remote northwest, a desolate area with a backward educational environment. Even if she were to excel there, ranking first in her school, it would be deemed insignificant in this context. Moreover, Mo Qing was evidently a wayward girl, her demeanor crude and unrefined. Lacking any discernible education, one could hardly ascertain if she had ever attended school. How could she possibly be regarded as a scholarly candidate? The thought that such a deceitful, impudent, and utterly lacking individual was, in fact, her blood-related elder sister left Mo Swan's grip on his chopsticks tightening, his expression growing colder. Why did she not perish outside? "Lady Mo." a frog at the bottom of a well, believing itself to be a great onion. Individuals like Mo Qing, who had been heralded as a prodigy from a young age, consistently excelling, skipping grades, and amassing numerous accolades, would never dare to hope for the nation's attention. What audacity did she possess? Did she consider the state a charitable institution where the most unfortunate would receive preferential treatment? What expectations does the nation have of you? Jiang Ku, who has never meddled in the affairs of the Mo family, surprisingly interjected. Mo Qing replied earnestly, not to harm the national interest. A peculiar silence enveloped the dining table. Jiang Ku scoffed, you truly have aspirations. Ignorance is bliss. Regarding Mo Qing's assertion that the nation had arranged for her to attend the first affiliated school, no one took it seriously. They dismissed it as mere bravado, a bid for attention, and swiftly forgot it. Unfortunately, reality struck back too swiftly. Madam, Mr. Song Yuan from the first affiliated school is calling, wishing to discuss Mo. Yang Ma, upon mentioning Mo Qing, instinctively glanced upstairs, swallowed hard, and continued, Miss Mo's admission matters. The first affiliated school? Madam Mo thought she must have misheard. The first affiliated school. Are you certain? I am certain, came the reply after she asked 3 times. Madam Mo mused, is the nation out of its mind? Why favor Mo Qing of all people? Is this a peculiar form of poverty alleviation? What is it? Huasi remained as rigid and indifferent as ever. Find me a few books that can quickly enlighten me about this society and deliver them tomorrow. Mo Qing was straightforward. She shuffled in her slippers to the desk, pulled out a chair, sat down with her legs crossed, exuding an air of arrogance akin to that of a queen. Huasi found her commanding demeanor bewildering. If you want to know something, search online yourself. Mo Qing leaned back against the chair, her brow slightly furrowed. Online information is often superficial and fragmented. It wastes time. I seek to comprehend the progression of history, political policies, contemporary education, and the current state of healthcare. Do you understand? Or expressed his skepticism. Are you incapable of even reading? Containing his emotions, or replied solemnly, very well. I shall assist you. In conclusion, or stated, I am your observer, tasked with monitoring and evaluating your actions. I am not your servant. Henceforth, you must resolve your own matters. With that, the call was abruptly terminated by Mo Qing. The following day, the remarkably efficient were called at 10 o'clock, instructing Mo Qing to step outside to retrieve a book. The members of the Mo family had already ventured out early in the morning, leaving only Aunt Yang behind. Upon seeing Mo Qing, Aunt Yang instinctively froze in the corner, resembling a statue. Mo Qing cast a glance in her direction, but paid her no mind. Proceeding to open the door, or stood outside, steadfast as a pine, exuding an air of dignity, holding a stack of books. Here are the books you requested, he stated with an impassive expression. With a nonchalant glance at the stack, Mo Qing casually remarked, since you're here, why not show me around? Or contemplated declining her request. However, in order to prevent Mo Qing from causing trouble on her own, he reluctantly became her companion, driving her around for leisure. Their first stop was the commercial center. Mo Qing strolled along the street, treating it as her own domain, and pointed with her chin towards a tea shop with a long queue. Purchase that for me. No, I won't buy it. I shall simply take it by force. After all, it would be unwise to allow Mo Qing to seize a cup of milk tea without consequence. After struggling for half a minute, Haas joined a queue of young girls, ultimately approaching Mo Qing, who was leisurely resting in the shade of a tree, with a handsome, dark complexion and a cup of milk tea in hand. Does the Mo family provide you with living expenses? Haas inquired as he handed the tea to Mo Qing. No, she replied. Haas furrowed his brow, pondering that the Mo family might not have considered this matter thoroughly. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I will allocate a portion of the funds from the base to cover your expenses. Oh, reflecting on the prevalent methods of payment, Haas continued, I will teach you how to make online payments. He took Mo Qing's phone, activated the online payment feature, and transferred her some money. After thoroughly explaining the steps, he returned the phone to her, adding a reminder. If you ever find yourself short on funds, do not resort to dubious means. Come to me instead. Mo Qing punctured the straw into the milk tea, took a sip, and winced at the unexpected sweetness. With a languid response, she said, all right. This observer was indeed intriguing. Though he appeared cold and rigid, devoid of warmth, he was quite manageable in interaction. Mo Qing did not refuse. While she was trying on clothes, Haas received a phone call. This is Song Yuan. The voice on the other end was clear and melodious. What sort of individuals are the students that the base has taken in? Are you nurturing promising talents? Number 909, Haas replied. What is that? Song Yun sounded somewhat perplexed. An item in the base's collection, numbered 909. Haas maintained a calm and composed tone, but each word landed like a bombshell. She was alert now. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Aren't all the base's collections inanimate objects? Song Yun shivered violently. We are a prestigious institution with a century of history. We must be responsible for our students' safety. Accepting non-human entities falls under the jurisdiction of the base's supernatural department. We must maintain the educational standards and atmosphere befitting a century-old institution. Huasi calmly interjected. Furthermore, her period of dormancy coincides with the establishment of the base. Her academic performance may not be stellar, so do not discriminate against underachievers. The base has but one requirement of her, to be a good person. Song Yun retorted. How absurd. If you have such ridiculous expectations, why not send her to a labor camp instead? Frustrated, he continued, I warn you. If her grades are poor and drag down our class average, jeopardizing my chances for a promotion to a distinguished teacher next year, I will have her expelled immediately. After a brief pause, Huasi replied leisurely, let her complete a year. I will advocate for you to receive a double promotion. Without principles. Song Yun wavered in an instant. It's just a year. Consider it done. At 4 in the afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely upon the earth, raising surface temperatures to their zenith. The streets were nearly deserted, with most pedestrians hastily sheltering under umbrellas, resembling fleeing refugees. Mo Qing bit into an ice pop, her narrow eyes squinting as she surveyed the bustling yet serene city, a stark contrast to her memories. Upon awakening, it felt as though she had traversed 2 worlds. Huasi approached, burdened with packages. The school I arranged for you has a teacher named Song Yun, who will be your homeroom instructor. Mo Qing glanced sideways at him. Is he one of yours? Indeed, Huasi nodded. If you need anything, seek him out. Understood. School begins the day after tomorrow. After a brief moment of contemplation, Haas remarked, you are to report to school tomorrow. Song Yun will arrange for your examination to assess your academic performance. Do not feel pressured. It is perfectly acceptable to submit a blank paper. Pay no heed to whatever Song Yun may say. Oh, he continued, we have no expectations regarding your studies. Your grades are of little consequence. Should you desire to attend university, we can facilitate connections for you. He concluded, just remember, as long as you conduct yourself well, that is all that matters. Mo Qing felt too weary to respond. The atmosphere in your base is truly toxic. A black sedan came to a halt at the roadside. In the back seat sat a young man, strikingly handsome yet aloof, his long legs crossed. His gaze pierced through the flow of traffic and buildings. Resting momentarily on a street where a girl in a short shirt and shorts, holding a popsicle, caught his eye. The driver, Peng Zhong, glanced at the rearview mirror, noting the young man's attention, and respectfully remarked, Young Master Jiang. That is the second young master of the Hua family, Haas. Jiang Ku. Upon noticing the man beside the girl, spoke in a slightly cold tone, the Hua family of the imperial city? Haas. I recall Mo Qing mentioning his name at the dinner table yesterday, stating he had arranged for her to enter the first affiliated high school. Jiang Ku narrowed his eyes. Not a little girlfriend? Does young Master Jiang know? Peng Zhong inquired. The Jiang family forbids early romantic relationships. Jiang Ku's tone was nonchalant, yet it carried an undercurrent of danger. Peng Zhong had surmised her identity. The green light illuminated. Chapter 4. Number 909 in a time of peace and prosperity. As you wish. Upon returning to the living room, Mo Qing immediately spotted Jiang Ku, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a book. Neither Mrs. Mo nor Mo Swain was present. Where have they gone? With a gentle lift of his fingers, Jiang Ku closed the book, his voice resonating with a subtle depth as he raised his gaze toward her, exuding an aura of authority without anger. It was a day of exploration in the city. Mo Qing, clutching the book and carrying a bag, gracefully approached. Beneath her deep blue denim shorts, her long, slender legs were strikingly fair and captivating. She exuded an air of composure and leisure, devoid of any hint of fear or caution. Who was she with? Quite sincere indeed. Yet, which benevolent officer would arrange a prestigious school for you and procure such items? Placing the book on the coffee table, Jiang Ku's gaze intentionally wandered over the shopping bag as he inquired, what did you purchase? Clothes. Who funded this? Huasi. Jiang Ku searched her face for signs of guilt, anxiety, or embarrassment, but found none. Instead, he was met with her fearless candor. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a black card from his wallet. Holding it delicately, he extended it toward her, saying, "From now on, use this card for your expenses." Why? Today, Huasi had educated Mo Qing on payment methods, and she was aware of the existence of bank cards. She accepted the black card, turning it over with keen interest, yet devoid of any avarice. "As your elder, it is my duty to provide for you." Jiang Ke's dark eyes held a profound meaning. Uttering words even he found hard to believe. He was neither related to her, nor could she spend her money. "Elder?" Mo Qing paused momentarily, her gaze fixed on his features, familiar yet foreign. After a brief silence, she gently waved her fingers holding the black card and replied, "All right." After consuming some fruit, Mo Qing gathered her book and shopping bag and ascended the stairs. Jiang Ke gazed at her slender silhouette, a flicker of realization igniting within him. Something was amiss. He had intended to impart a lesson, yet instead of uttering a single harsh word, he had handed her a card. The books that Huasi had procured for Mo Qing were foundational, yet immensely beneficial, far surpassing the fragmented knowledge found online. Hours slipped away as she read, and fatigue began to set in. Mo Qing gently squinted her eyes and rose to the balcony, where the night breeze was cool, brushing against her cheeks and stirring her hair, bringing a sense of comfortable languor. Beneath the shroud of night, the scattered lights created a serene tableau. A century had passed in this era, transforming the scarred city into a vibrant renewal. On this day, she observed people living in contentment and prosperity, witnessing the advancement of technology that served the populace, and the past fading into obscurity. History sealed away. Born of war, she found solace in peace. When the era no longer required her, why should she awaken? Mo Qing, I wish for you to be born in an age of tranquility, where no one bestows upon you any mission. You need not wield a gun, nor draw a blade. Society is diverse, inclusive, and free, where different races, cultures, and thoughts coexist harmoniously, devoid of prejudice, discrimination, or alienation. You shall be a living being, one of us. The moonlight cascaded like gossamer, and Mo Qing lifted her gaze to the heavens. The mountains and rivers remained unchanged, even as the times evolved. She had witnessed the desolation of war, the relentless flames, and the plight of the people, all of which had become mere phantoms of a dream. Now, she would bear witness to the new era he envisioned, hoping it would align with their aspirations. Having slept late, Mo Qing awoke to the sun already high in the sky. Mrs. Mo, wary of her, did not summon anyone to rouse her. As Mo Qing descended the stairs, she encountered Madame Mo, who was just about to leave the house. Madame Mo glanced at her, pausing momentarily. The driver had already taken Sway into school. With an air of aloofness and detachment, Madame Mo remarked, "I have matters to attend to and cannot spare the time. You may take a car on your own." She deliberately refrained from mentioning the matter of living expenses for Mo Qing. Mo Qing replied casually, a subtle air of arrogance lingering in her expression, as if she were bestowing her approval upon the situation, reminiscent of Madame Mo reporting matters to her. Madame Mo was nearly choked with indignation. She had intentionally lingered by the door, anticipating that Mo Qing would fret over tuition fees, travel arrangements, and enrollment, ultimately seeking her assistance. Yet, after a prolonged wait, she found Mo Qing leisurely enjoying her breakfast, nearly inciting a heart attack with her frustration. Indeed, a child raised in freedom possesses a mind devoid of concern. After Madame Mo departed, Mo Qing took her time finishing her breakfast. Under the vigilant gaze of Yang Ma, she strolled out, summoned a car with her phone, and headed to the first affiliated high school. Meanwhile, in the office of the head teacher of Class 7, Senior 3 at the first affiliated high school, Song Yun sat idly, tapping on the desk. Despite possessing a handsome and charming visage that attracted attention, he was currently fixated on a middle-aged teacher with a face full of wrinkles and a noticeable paunch, his eyes brimming with envy and resentment. "Huh." The middle-aged teacher took a sip of tea, glancing at the exam papers in his hands, unable to suppress a chuckle. Song Yun banged the table and exclaimed, "Teacherly. While it is one thing to be happy, it's another to laugh out loud." The middle-aged teacher, having been exposed, finally let go of his restraint. Laughing heartily before feigning concern, "Young teacher Song, do not engage in internal strife. The arrival of an exceptionally talented student at our school is indeed a positive development. Regardless of which class they are assigned to, it matters little." Song Yun exclaimed, "Bah? You all stand as obstacles on my path to becoming a distinguished teacher. Besides, Hasn't the school placed another transfer student in your class? The middle-aged teacher beamed like a blossoming flower. Perhaps she might even prove to be more outstanding. Song Yuen ground her teeth in frustration. This year, 2 students have transferred to the 3rd year. One is named Winning Xue, who previously attended the prestigious Imperial City First High School, ranking first in her grade, a veritable academic prodigy. She recently completed an entrance examination, achieving near-perfect scores across all subjects, leaving the entire staff room in awe. Such an enviable talent has been assigned to Teacher Li's Class 3. Half an hour has passed, and Teacher Li still cannot contain his smile. The other transfer student is the enigmatic number 909, also known as Mo Qing. She has been placed in Song Yuen's Class 7. Song Yuen feels as though she is being dragged down. What can one possibly expect from an antiquated relic from a century ago attempting to tackle contemporary high school examinations? Even if she submits a blank paper, one would have to commend her for her earnest effort, giving her a thumbs up and saying, "Well done." Chapter 5. The Entrance Examination of No. 909. A dismal sight at the first affiliated high school. Mo Qing completed her enrollment procedures and emerged from the academic affairs office holding 2 forms. Mo Qing? A voice, laced with curiosity, floated from the side. Mo Qing lifted her gaze to see a young man leaning against the wall, clad in a casual shirt and trousers, exuding an air of composure and confidence. He removed one earphone, holding a phone in his hand, turned slightly to look over, his eyes resembling peach blossoms, with the corners curving upward in a casual charm. "It is I," he spoke softly. "My name is Song Yuen, your homeroom teacher." Song Yuen tucked the earphone and phone into his pocket, approached Mo Qing, and took the list from her hands. After confirming its accuracy, he folded it a couple of times. "I shall assist you in retrieving your books and uniform shortly. For now, you must accompany me to take the exam." "Oh," Mo Qing replied, trailing behind him. "Have you ever attended school?" Song Yuen inquired casually. "Yes." "For how long?" After a moment's contemplation, Mo Qing lazily responded, "A few days." "Perhaps." A jolt of concern shot through Song Yuen, instantly plunging his expectations into the abyss. "Can you read?" "I can," Mo Qing replied nonchalantly. "Oh," he exhaled in relief. "I want to ask about foreign languages, then. What about arithmetic? Have you studied addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division? Have you memorized the multiplication table? Honestly, you should consider hiring a tutor for a year or 2 before diving into life experiences." Song Yuen lamented his decision to admit her into his class, rambling on in a futile attempt to persuade her. Mo Qing endured his chatter until impatience overtook her. She furrowed her brow and shot him a cold glance. As her gaze swept over him, Song Yuen felt a shiver run down his spine, reminded of her otherworldly nature, and sighed deeply. Subsequently, he pinched his fingers together and gestured for silence. Song Yuen assigned Mo Qing to an empty classroom, devoid of any occupants. He allowed Mo Qing to choose any seat at her leisure before approaching the podium, from which he extracted several examination papers, answer sheets, 2 pens, and a few sheets of draft paper. The questions were selected from the previous semester's final examinations. Song Yuen placed the assortment of materials on Mo Qing's desk, informing her that the number of questions was limited and she had 2 hours to complete them. Mo Qing casually picked up a mathematics test and cast a glance at the questions. It was as if the word cheating were emblazoned upon her forehead. "Too troublesome," she mused, twirling a pen between her fingers. "How about you just hand me a standard answer sheet?" Song Yuen nearly choked at her audacity. He pointed a finger at her in disbelief, gritting his teeth. "I possess professional ethics." Meanwhile, Mo Qing remained absorbed in her work, her demeanor nonchalant, propping her chin on one hand and occasionally jotting down a few notes. She resembled a candidate who had entirely given up on the examination, merely waiting to fill in the answers upon submission. One leg was casually draped over the edge of the desk, her shorts revealing her long, slender legs, while the sole of her shoe rested at an angle on the crossbar, adorned with a tattoo on the side of her ankle. Song Yuen stole a glance at her. "How is your work progressing?" he inquired, placing his belongings on the front desk as he approached. Mo Qing glanced at the examination paper situated in the upper left corner of her desk. She had completed 3 subjects: mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The answers were written solely on the examination papers, with the answer sheets yet to be filled out. Song Yuen picked up her finished test papers. She had provided answers for each question, her attitude seemingly satisfactory. However, as he scrutinized her work, An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Did Huasi instruct you to memorize the answers? He asked, pressing the examination paper against the desk, his face turning pale. No, she replied. Paused, feeling inexplicably perplexed. Stop fooling me, he said. Song Yiyuan inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth, and murmured, You have written all the correct answers, yet for your major questions, you have merely provided the answers without a single step detailed. How can you not understand that memorizing answers is not the point? Furthermore, the answers you've memorized lack any technical depth. It's all too transparent. Is it too much trouble for you to memorize a couple of problem-solving steps? Was it a loss for words? Must it really be this arduous to solve a problem? Forget it. I do not expect you to score high. Just erase all the answers you've memorized. Song Yiyuan pulled out the answer sheet and placed it atop the exam paper. Just fill in the answer sheet casually. I need something to submit. After a brief pause, picked up the answer sheet and glanced at it. TSK. There are so many trivial matters. Half an hour later, completed all the multiple choice questions and fill in the blanks on the answer sheet. He tapped the table to catch Song Yiyuan's attention. Song Yiyuan approached so fast. Let me see. 5 minutes later, Song Yiyuan leaned against the desk, staring blankly at the answer sheet, his tongue lightly pressing against his molars. He rubbed his jaw and silently recited a mantra. Very well. Song Yiyuan gradually exhaled, the corners of his lips curling into a rigid smile as he sincerely told. You are the most promising student I have ever encountered. Had only filled in the choices and blanks. Song Yiyuan believed that did not understand a single question, that the answers were filled in randomly, and that the accuracy rate was exceedingly low. Leaning back against the desk, concurred, I share your sentiments. Song Yiyuan felt as though his internal wounds were about to burst forth. I am mocking you. What are you so proud of? Tap, tap, tap. As someone passed in the corridor, Song Yiyuan glanced up and caught sight of a girl's graceful profile, her long hair cascading elegantly. She cradled a book in her arms, her silhouette gradually fading into the distance. It was Wenxue. Did you see that girl who just walked by? She, like you, is a transfer student, and she has nearly perfect scores in all 6 subjects. They call her the genius girl, destined to be the top scholar in the city next year. Song Yiyuan pointed towards the entrance, yet his gaze remained fixed on Mo Qing, questioning, why aren't you her? Why can't you be her? Although I excel in healing, I have yet to make any breakthroughs in the field of mental health. Mo Qing replied leisurely. Song Yiyuan was taken aback for 2 seconds before realizing, are you implying that I am mentally ill? Oh, Mo Qing candidly admitted. Song Yiyuan was so furious he felt like flipping over. No time for that. What do you intend to do? Song Yiyuan was on the verge of a breakdown. Wishing he could grab his hair in a fit of rage, yet he maintained a semblance of restraint, saying, You are a student, aside from studying. What else do you wish to pursue? Reading. What kind of books? Song Yiyuan was taken aback. Mo Qing produced her phone, displaying a reading list for him. It was filled with books on political science, sociology, medicine, and history, none of which had any bearing on the college entrance examination. Song Yiyuan. Students like you, who neglect their studies, would have been punished severely in ancient times. Oh no, she is already in antiquity herself. Ultimately, Song Yiyuan's attempts to retain Mo Qing under the pretense of tutoring were in vain. Mo Qing left the book on the classroom desk, taking only her school uniform as she departed from the school in the company of Song Yiyuan. Throughout their journey, Song Yiyuan, embodying the principles of a dedicated homeroom teacher, incessantly introduced the school, its regulations, and the academic plans. Suddenly, Song Yiyuan appeared as if a switch had been flipped. He stood frozen in place, his mouth sealed shut. His hands, hanging limply, trembled gently, fingers curling inward as a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. See you tomorrow. Mo Qing raised her hand in a casual wave, turning away, leaving behind a clean and decisive silhouette. As she walked away, Song Yiyuan stifled the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, lowering his gaze, his palm open, fingertips trembling softly. After a moment, he slowly clenched his fist. For a long time, he squinted, muttering a curse under his breath. Damn it! Has Huasi even mentioned the state of his injured hand to her? Chapter 6, Number 909. The day of enrollment on the day of enrollment. Mo Qing caused a stir. Upon seeing Mo Qing, Madame Mo rose from the sofa, scrutinizing her daughter with keen eyes. Did you go to school to register? Yes. How did you get there? By taxi. Madame Mo was taken aback. Where did you get the money? Mo Qing arched her eyebrows nonchalantly. I have no money. But I have a knife. Madame Mo's knees buckled, her frail form wobbling precariously. Images of Mo Qing threatening the driver with a knife flashed through her mind, leaving her breathless. After watching Mo Qing ascend the stairs, Madame Mo clutched her chest and called out for Yang Ma. Yang Ma rushed over, nearly stumbling, and supported Madame Mo call master and see if he can bring Mo Qing back. Madame Mo grasped Yang Ma's arm, her fingers turning pale as she trembled, articulating clearly, "Our Mo family is innocent and must not be tarnished by her." Yang Ma nodded in agreement, affirming her words. On the day of school reopening, the weather was splendid, with a clear sky and a gentle breeze. The Mo family had but one chauffeur, who regularly shuttled the Mo San to and from school. However, on this particular journey, he was accompanied by Mo Qing. If given the choice, Mo Suan would prefer to avoid any association with Mo Qing. Yet, he had no justification to abandon her. Thus he begrudgingly endured the discomfort of sharing the ride. Seated on opposite sides, they maintained a mutual silence. During the ride, Mo Suan glanced at his phone and noticed a flurry of discussions in their class group chat concerning Mo Qing, which immediately agitated him, causing him to frown. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Barely into the new term, the school was already aware of his newfound sister, who not only lacked any notable standing, but also had gained admission through dubious means. "Hey," Mo San suddenly spoke, stealing a glance at Mo Qing, only to be taken aback. Mo Qing was engrossed in a book, her legs crossed, with a tome resting on her lap. It was a hefty volume on politics, presenting a considerable reading challenge. Yet, she appeared to be reading with fervor, her head slightly bowed, occasionally turning the pages. What a show, he thought. Did she really believe that perusing a political treatise could masquerade her as a scion of a prestigious family? It was merely a case of imitation. Upon hearing Mo San's voice, Mo Qing, still absorbed in her reading, turned her head slightly, lifting her gaze to meet his. "I have no desire to attend school with you," Mo San declared, his disdain and aversion towards her evident. "You can alight at the intersection ahead, take a left, and walk for 5 minutes to get there on your own. What nonsense are you spouting?" Mo Qing scoffed. "Rude. Since childhood, Mo Suan has been shrouded in the halo of other children, basking in the praises of mentors and the admiration of peers. Never before has he been treated with such disrespect." At this moment, his gaze darkened, and a layer of anger veiled his brows. He faced a choice, either leave or endure in silence. Mo Qing, with a finger pinching a page of her book, flicked it dismissively, showing no inclination to indulge him. "You are not my father. I owe you no obligation." Mo Suan choked back his words, retorting mockingly, "You'd better stay this defiant." In that moment, Mo Suan found himself at a loss for words, his expression stern as he completely disregarded her presence. He assumed that Mo Qing insisted on remaining in the car to flaunt her identity as Mo Suan's sister. Thus, when the car halted at the school gate, he cast not a single glance at Mo Qing, grabbing his backpack and exiting the vehicle. Subsequently, amidst numerous curious glances, he strode into the school with long strides, leaving Mo Qing trailing behind. However, Mo Qing was in no rush. She leisurely organized her backpack before stepping out and walking toward the school gate. Facing the scrutinizing gazes around her, she responded with calm composure. "Is she really Mo Suan's sister? She looks quite attractive. What good is beauty if she is merely a vase? I heard her grades are terrible. She probably got in through connections. She must not be impressive, or else why would the genius Mo ignore her?" Indeed, Mo, the genius, walks so quickly as if he wishes to distance himself from her. Who knows how much he despises her? Ha ha. As she entered the campus, Mo Qing had already familiarized herself with the school environment after being shown around by Song Yun the day before. She walked confidently toward the teaching building. However, as she passed the artificial lake, her keen hearing detected something unusual. She hesitated briefly before choosing a narrow path that led towards the source of the sound. The path was obscured by trees, limiting her visibility. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting mottled spots of light upon the ground, while a gentle coolness permeated the air. After approximately 2 minutes of walking, the path opened up unexpectedly. Mo Qing raised her gaze and beheld a group of boys in uniforms encircling a girl. "Being with Jianggu 1T make you feel wronged," one of them said. "Indeed, what is so special about Minchong? He is poor miserly, and his academic performance is mediocre. He is merely a pretty face. What do you see in him? I doubt he could withstand even one punch from Jianggu." The boys clamored noisily, and amidst them stood a particularly arrogant boy, his uniform jacket draped over his shoulders, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. He confidently raised his chin among his admirers, exuding an air of greasy self-importance. Jiangqi, class is about to start. Let me pass, the girl said timidly, clutching her backpack straps and summoning her courage to speak to the besieged boy. Jiangqi stepped closer to her, pinching her chin with his fingers. Just nod once, and I would give you my life. You're insane. The girl felt both embarrassed and awkward, swiftly swatting his hand away. In her haste to leave, she pushed through, determined to break free. Yet, the other boys thwarted her attempts. One extended his foot while another raised his hand, trapping her in place. Observing this scene, Mo Qing frowned slightly and tossed her backpack to the ground. Little did he know, he had miscalculated. As class commenced, Mo Qing was notably absent. 10 minutes elapsed, yet she still did not arrive. Half an hour passed. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated at the classroom door, akin to a heavy object plummeting to the ground. Song Yiyuan's impassioned speech was abruptly interrupted. Dozens of eyes in the classroom turned in unison towards the entrance, where a student clad in school uniform was unceremoniously thrown to the floor, landing in a most undignified manner. The onlookers were left speechless. In the next moment, a slender figure approached with measured steps, casting a shadow that obscured the light as she reached the doorway, her silhouette adorned with a halo of frayed edges. Elongating on the floor, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Breathless anticipation filled the air as she emerged, as if grasping the throats of her audience. With a soft rap of her fingers against the door, Mo Qing spoke with unhurried poise, reporting. Following this, she lifted her left foot and placed it upon the back of the fallen student, who let out a pained cry. Her eyes sparkled with audacious brilliance as she proclaimed with unabashed confidence, Teacher Song, I have apprehended a bully tormenting a fellow classmate. Shall you take action? Song Yiyuan, who are you referring to as a bully? The classmates collectively gasped in astonishment. Chapter 7. Parental Involvement of Number 909. Jiang Ke's bias. On the first day of school at the first affiliated high school, 2 transfer students arrived, igniting a whirlwind of events that captivated the entire institution. Rumor had it that when Yingxue hailed from a renowned lineage of physicians, inheriting exceptional medical skills. Another notable occurrence involved the Jiang family. A sleek black sedan halted at the entrance, and the driver, Peng Zhong, alighted first, proceeding to open the door with a slight bow. Jiang Ke emerged from the vehicle. The sun shone warmly, yet it could not conceal the icy sharpness of his gaze. A woman hurriedly emerged from the entrance. Upon encountering Jiang Ke, she was initially taken aback, then composed herself, offering a gentle smile as she addressed him, Master Jiang. She was the second lady of the Jiang family, and conventionally, she would be of the same generation as Jiang Ke. However, in the Jiang household, apart from the patriarch, anyone who met Jiang Ke would respectfully call him Master Jiang, highlighting his exceptional status within the family. Where could the second lady be in such haste? Peng Zhong inquired. Did Mo Qing strike Jiangqi? Peng Zhong's expression stiffened, struck by disbelief. Typically indifferent to family affairs, Jiang Ke lifted his gaze, directing it toward the second lady of the Jiang family. I will go. The second lady was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation, yet felt both honored and startled. Is that appropriate? Would it trouble you too much? Not at all, he replied. Peng Zhong interjected. Master Jiang's position is unique. Since arriving in Dongsha City, he has refrained from interfering in Jiang family matters or the Mo family's affairs, including the upbringing of the younger generation. To be summoned to school due to a scuffle among the youth seems rather peculiar, does it not? In the car, Jiang Ke adjusted his sleeves and calmly instructed, call the Mo family and inform them that I am going to the school to handle the situation. Understood, Peng Zhong promptly affirmed. Meanwhile, Mrs. Mo was seething with anger over Mo Qing's altercation with Jiangqi, eager to eliminate what she perceived as a ticking time bomb. However, upon receiving Peng Zhong's call, she found herself momentarily bewildered. Jiang Ke was going to the school to address this matter? A flicker of anticipation stirred within Mrs. Mo. In the office, Mo Qing sat leisurely in a chair, legs crossed, a book spread open on her lap, a cup of hot tea in hand. Savoring both the tea and her reading, he appeared less like a student who had erred and more akin to a school leader awaiting parental intervention. Jiangqi, seated across from him, occasionally inhaled deeply, looking quite aggrieved. Damn it, Jiangqi cursed inwardly. In that moment, surrounded by so many others, Mo Qing had singled him out for a beating. A beating was one thing, but she had relentlessly gripped his face while doing so. Fortunately, he bore no physical injuries. Yet his once handsome visage was now marred beyond recognition. How could he possibly face his peers at school henceforth? Teacher Song, Mo Qing suddenly called out. He's dead. Don't mourn. After a brief pause, he lifted his head. The hot water has just been boiled. It's behind you. Please help yourself. Upon entering the office, Mo Qing acted like a demanding elder, requesting tea and fruit, while he, a dignified homeroom teacher, found himself at her beck and call, serving her refreshments. Now, whenever Mo Qing summoned him, he instinctively knew her intentions. This time, however, she rose on her own. She acted heroically and deserves commendation. Song Yiyuan, but she turned him into a pig's head. For a student like her, being beaten to a pulp would not be excessive. Song Yiyuan, you are a criminal investigator. Mind your role. Thus, I refrained from taking action. Song Yiyuan, her intentions were noble, and her blows were not severe. Given her fighting prowess, she could have easily incapacitated him with a mere flick of her finger, which demonstrates her restraint. It would be wise to adopt a more positive attitude towards her, offering encouragement while also guiding her. Should you negate her good intentions and provoke her rebellious spirit, the repercussions will rest squarely on your shoulders. Song Yiyuan, you, a bachelor, speak so authoritatively about education. Why don't I see you stepping in to resolve this matter? Song Yiyuan tapped on his phone screen with fervor, eager to engage in a thorough discussion with Huasi. However, just as he had composed nearly 100 characters, the office door was rapped twice. A parent had arrived. In that fleeting moment, Song Yiyuan's defenses instinctively heightened. For reasons he could not articulate, two individuals entered. One was the parent, and the other a companion. The parent appeared remarkably youthful, possessing an air of cool elegance. Impeccably dressed, slender yet upright, with dark, brooding eyes that exuded a restrained aura of danger. I am Jiangku, the younger uncle of Jiangqi, he stated with measured calmness. Upon hearing this, Song Yiyuan rolled up his sleeves, intending to support Mo Qing, but in the next instant, he found Jiangku leisurely adding, I am also Mo Qing's maternal uncle. In an instant, Song Yiyuan sat up straight, taken aback by this unexpected connection. Good heavens! There was this layer of relationship. It was no easy task for the base to establish an identity for Mo Qing. He could not allow Mo Qing's relatives to harbor any biases that might indirectly threaten the revelation of Mo Qing's identity. Mr. Jiang, Song Yiyuan said with a serious countenance, suppressing any frivolity as he rose to greet him, adopting a teacherly demeanor. I am their homeroom teacher, Song Yiyuan. We have clarified the situation. The incident arose from Jiangqi's harassment of a female student, and Mo Qing acted heroically. Jiangqi interjected. Are you brave enough to elaborate on his tragic plight? Uncle, you must hear my side of the story. He stood up, summoning the courage to defend himself. Jiangke cast a piercing glance, silencing Jiangqi with a succinct command, be quiet. Instantly, Jiangqi fell silent. In light of this, Jiangke glanced at the unscathed Mo Qing before meeting Song Yiyuan's gaze. What disciplinary action does the school intend to impose on Jiangqi? Jiangqi widened his eyes in disbelief. The driver, Peng Zhong, steadied his chin with a hand. Seated, Mo Qing leaned back in her chair, blowing away the steam swirling from her teacup before taking a sip, her peripheral vision drifting toward Jiangke. Chapter 8, number 909, Two Flowers Bloom. Each representing a branch. Song Yiyuan rubbed his hands together, contemplating the situation. He thought to himself that it was under control. As a fellow biased individual, Song Yiyuan effortlessly detected a kinship in Jiangke, instantly feeling a sense of camaraderie. The school deemed that the matter had not caused severe repercussions. As long as Jiangqi demonstrated a good attitude in admitting his mistakes and penned a reflection, that would suffice. Song Yiyuan deliberated before speaking. Jiangke lifted his eyelids slightly, insufficient. Jiangqi, what the heck? This is the ultimate betrayal of family. Song Yiyuan. Excuse me, may I inquire if you, dear parent, are one of us? Mr. Jiang is correct, Song Yiyuan replied with calmness, nodding in agreement. Flirting with female students is a matter of principle. How about this? In addition to the reflection, let us also give him a demerit. What does Mr. Jiang think? Jiangku replied coolly, slightly tilting his head to glance at the quietly observing Mo Qing. In just a few exchanges, they had reached a consensus regarding Jiangqi's punishment, standing united in their decision. However, Mo Qing, the party involved, had observed the entire ordeal without so much as a flutter of her eyelids. Ding dong. Suddenly, Mo Qing's phone on the coffee table lit up with a new message. Huasi, I have heard that you acted heroically at school. What reward do you seek? Jiang Ke's gaze briefly lingered before he paused. Mo Qing picked up his phone with a casual grace. Oh, casting a glance at him, Mo Qing readily agreed, rising to tuck the phone into his pocket. As Jiang Ke stepped outside, Peng Zhong attempted to follow, but the moment he took a step, he caught Jiang Ke's glance. Understanding the unspoken cue, Peng Zhong immediately lowered his head, as if his feet had rooted him to the spot. It was class time, and the corridor was largely deserted, echoing with emptiness. Jiang Ke halted, turning to assess Mo Qing, inquiring, "Are you injured?" With his left hand in his pocket, Mo Qing stood upright, exuding a seemingly relaxed demeanor that nonetheless bore an air of poise and strength. Jiang Ke continued, asking, "Is there anything you find difficult on your first day?" "No. Focus on your studies." Nodding slightly, Jiang Ke recalled her nonchalant elegance when she lit a cigarette, then cautioned her, "Do not smoke." "Oh." Mo Qing narrowed her eyes, a flicker of shadow passing through them. Jiang Ke's kindness struck her as somewhat peculiar. If that person were still alive today, they would be over 100 years old, impossibly youthful. Moreover, as long as that individual remained alive, they would have undoubtedly appeared when she awakened. If it were a reincarnation, could it be possible? After a moment of silence, Jiang Ke pondered the inexplicable impulse that had driven him to this encounter, yet he spoke. "You did a good deed today and deserve commendation. If there is something you desire, feel free to tell me." Polite. Mo Qing calmly accepted this gesture, deciding to keep it in reserve for now. "All right," Jiang Ke said, "leave me your number, and if anything arises, call me." Peng Zhong descended to the ground floor to wait for Jiang Ke. Jiang Qi was deeply hurt by Jiang Ke's astonishing favoritism, leaving his youthful and fragile heart battered by the harsh realities of society. With a swollen face, he gloomily made his way to the infirmary. The office was empty. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yiyuan took out his phone and called Huasi. "Do you know Mo Qing's uncle, Jiang Ke?" Song Yiyuan asked in a hushed tone. "Is he one of our base members?" Huasi replied, "No." "Really?" Song Yiyuan briefly recounted how Jiang Ke had favored Mo Qing and then inquired, "If he is not part of the base, why does he show such favoritism towards Mo Qing? It seems unwarranted." "I don't know," Huasi responded. "This Jiang Ke has an unclear background. It would be wise to keep your distance." "Unclear background." "There are rumors that he belongs to the Jiang family from the imperial city. He currently serves as the head of the Yemo branch in Dongshi City." Huasi's voice remained steady. "When we were searching for a foster family for Mo Qing, we looked into both the Mo and Jiang families, but Jiang Ke's records from the past 20 years are rather vague." "Oh, becoming a head at such a young age is quite impressive," Song Yiyuan remarked, scratching his head. After a moment of contemplation, he asked suspiciously, "Is it normal for him to favor Mo Qing?" "Not at all," Huasi affirmed, then speculated, "Perhaps he has been possessed." Song Yiyuan responded, "I see. Then it's nothing to worry about." After hanging up, he leaned toward the doorway and noticed that Jiang Ke had already left, while Mo Qing approached at a leisurely pace. "Jiang Ke didn't scold you, did he?" Song Yiyuan observed Mo Qing's indifferent expression. "No, that's good." Song Yiyuan sighed in relief. "Come, let me tell you something." He beckoned to Mo Qing. Mo Qing cast him a glance, but continued into the office, her demeanor relaxed as if she were merely visiting a friend's home. Song Yiyuan rubbed his jaw. "You mentioned it. Indeed, the academically gifted student competing with your brother Mo Xuan for the top spot in next year's citywide college entrance examination." Nodding, Song Yiyuan leaned closer to Mo Qing and, with fervor in his voice, said, "Do you know? Today she saved a student who suddenly fell ill and received significant commendation from the school. As fellow transfer students, can we not strive for excellence as well? Let us at least bring some honor to our base, shall we?" Adjusting her backpack zipper, Mo Qing replied coolly, "I also acted heroically. It's no different." "Ah, just because I call you plump, you're getting all defensive. I praised you for your bravery to encourage you to be a better person and steer clear of the wrong path. Can we have a modicum of self-awareness? You assaulted someone. No one will care about your intentions. They will only remember the outcome of your actions." Song Yiyuan lectured her earnestly. "Then write me a letter of commendation. In your dreams." Song Yiyuan thought her mind had turned to mush. "If it weren't for your uncle's misguided affection for you, I would be in trouble alongside you." "Oh." Mo Qing slung her backpack over her shoulder, intrigued. Do you also think his affections are misplaced? Misplaced? It's more than that. He might as well consider you his own child. Song Yuan's train of thought was abruptly derailed by her response. Yet he remained unaware. In a hushed tone, he inquired, have you perhaps caught him in some sort of compromising situation? On the inaugural day of school, the remarkable feats of 2 transfer students swiftly circulated throughout the campus, particularly among the students of Class 7 in the senior year. After all, they had witnessed firsthand the new school tyrant trampling upon the former one. Though both were transfer students, their academic standings and reputations diverged significantly, eliciting a sense of lament. However, throughout the day, none dared to utter a word to Mo Qing. Seated at the back of the classroom, she immersed herself in her studies. While passing classmates discreetly dubbed her the Queen of Intimidation upon glimpsing the titles of her books. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi, having been thoroughly thrashed by the transfer student, not only lost his title as the school bully but also became the subject of widespread ridicule, sporting a face resembling that of a swollen pig. Infuriated, during the break, he was compelled to address the incident, seething with rage as he declared, who would be afraid of her? Let her wait. I will confront her after school. I'll beat her so badly that even her mother won't recognize her. Confront her? Mo Qing leisurely rested her palm at the nape of her neck, slowly rotating her head. After school, on the 3rd floor, Jiang Qi emerged from the boys' restroom and headed towards the communal wash basin. Just as he took a step forward, a chilling sensation crept up his spine from his feet. Startled, he raised his gaze and was taken aback to find Mo Qing leaning against the wall. Her demeanor languid as she regarded him. With a cool tone, she remarked, I heard you wanted to confront me? Jiang Qi stammered, I wasn't. Please, don't come any closer. Chapter 9, Number 404. In search of old treasures, reuniting with an old friend swearing to the heavens. Jiang Qi confessed that when he spoke recklessly about blocking Mo Qing, he merely sought a fleeting moment of bravado, never intending to act upon it. After all, the individual under his uncle's protection was undoubtedly a significant character, as his head was forcefully submerged beneath the faucet, subjected to the relentless cascade of water. He came to a profound realization. He could no longer afford to indulge in reckless words. In this malevolent society, where the hearts of parents and teachers have strayed, fists speak volumes. Jiang Qi opened his mouth, but in the next instant, the hand pressing down on his head sank lower, causing his face to collide with the basin's interior, sealing his lips and rendering him utterly voiceless. Damn it! The once formidable Jiang Qi found himself powerless before a girl for the 2nd time, inciting a turmoil of frustration that resonated through his very being. The timing was rather unfortunate. As the school day concluded, most students and teachers had departed, leaving the corridors and classrooms desolate, with minimal chance of anyone entering the restroom. Just when Jiang Qi thought his life was hanging by a thread, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. However, within 2 seconds, the flicker of hope that had ignited within him was extinguished. The sound emanated from the girls' restroom, likely belonging to a girl who would choose to avoid this scene. At that moment, the girl Jiang Qi had deemed timid, when Ying Xue paused in surprise upon witnessing the scene, yet in the next instant, she calmly approached. She disregarded the boy's predicament beneath the faucet and focused her gaze on Mo Qing. Mo Qing casually leaned against a wall, one hand pressing down on a person's head, submerging them beneath the water for cleansing, while the other hand was cautiously pulled back to avoid splashes. Noticing someone approaching, Mo Qing cast a sidelong glance, locking eyes with the newcomer. Could you please step aside? I wish to wash my hands. When Ying Xue advanced, her demeanor soft and gentle, her voice a tender whisper, imbued with a touch of politeness. Yet, in such a peculiar situation, her desire to wash her hands overshadowed any concern for the well-being of others. The atmosphere was truly bizarre. Mo Qing raised an eyebrow. Wait a moment. When Ying Xue inquired, how long must I wait? Mo Qing narrowed her eyes. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, when Ying Xue's lips curled into a slight smile as she nodded at Mo Qing. My apologies for the disturbance. As her words fell, when Ying Xue abruptly reached out, her delicate fingers seizing Jiang Qi's short hair, yanking his head from Mo Qing's grasp with a force bordering on brutality. Mo Qing, taken aback, loosened her grip. In the next instant, accompanied by a sharp crack, when Ying Xue forcefully swung Jiang Qi's head towards the mirror, the impact shattering the glass with a ferocity that left him stunned and speechless, his shoulders trembling, his face pressed against the mirror, rendering him utterly immobile. Why could he not simply cease to exist in that moment? Are you satisfied now? After executing her actions, Wen Yingxue did not even blink, calmly gazing at Mo Qing, her tone a blend of softness and detachment. If you would, kindly step aside. Casting a glance at Jiang Qi, then back at Wen Yingxue, Mo Qing shrugged and took a step back. Please. Thank you. Wen Yingxue approached, turned the faucet down to a gentler flow, meticulously washed her hands, and then turned off the water. Subsequently, she pulled out a handkerchief, leisurely wiped her fingers clean, discarded the handkerchief into the trash bin, and left without haste. Mo Qing watched as Wen Yingxue's silhouette disappeared. Thereafter, she reached out and grasped Jiang Qi's shoulder, pulling him into view. Upon seeing Jiang Qi's bloodied face, her desire to torment him evaporated. Let's head to the hospital, Mo Qing said, patting Jiang Qi's shoulder, her eyes tinged with compassion. Jiang Qi exclaimed, "Damn it! Why didn't you move sooner? My nose is broken. Who is she?" Jiang Qi's hair was damp, his face smeared with blood, resembling a forsaken puppy, utterly vulnerable. Tears welled in his eyes, and with each word he spoke, a tear fell. Wen Yingxue, he muttered, frustration evident. What happened to the benevolence of a healer? The pride of the affiliated school? Can you transfer students not do anything right? Due to the delay in teaching Jiang Qi a lesson, Mo Qing found that when she left the school, the Mo family's car awaited her, with Mo Swain having been inside for half an hour already. As soon as Mo Qing entered the vehicle, she was met with Mo Swain's disapproving expression. "This is the last time," Mo Swain said coldly. "If you are not here within 10 minutes after school, I will not wait for you again." Mo Qing didn't cast him a glance. Mo Swain shot her a frosty look. "I heard you got into a fight with Jiang Qi, causing your uncle to come to the school?" Mo Qing replied. "I didn't fight." Mo Swain frowned, thinking she was still trying to argue her way out. However, Mo Qing leisurely added, "It was I who unilaterally beat him." Mo Swain's expression momentarily stiffened as he warned, "This is not the vast grasslands. You cannot act recklessly here. Should anything happen while you are out, neither the Mo family nor the Zhang family will come to your aid. Did I give you the illusion that you could rely on our family?" Mo Qing turned her head, her words firm and direct. Mo Swain fell silent. The atmosphere inside the car became tense. The driver seemed to sense the unease and opened the windows, allowing the clamor and evening breeze from outside to sweep in, dissipating the stifling ambience. After a moment, Mo Swain instructed, "Uncle Zhang, please turn on the radio." Yes, the driver complied, and the radio crackled to life, announcing the news. The report detailed a unique set of acupuncture needles crafted from a special material, the composition of which has yet to be identified. The workmanship is exquisite, a true marvel. And this set is the only one of its kind in the world. Legend has it that its previous owner saved countless lives during a war a century ago. Historical records indicate that it was accompanied by a surgical knife made of the same material. Currently, it has surfaced in Dongsha City, China, and will be publicly auctioned at the Collins Hotel at the end of this month. The news elaborated on the acupuncture needles, painting an almost mythical backdrop, yet shrouded in an air of mystery. Mo Qing listened intently, sensing something amiss. As the broadcast transitioned to the next segment, Mo Qing furrowed her brow slightly, took out her phone, and searched for keywords related to the acupuncture needles at the Collins Hotel. Soon, she came across a photograph of the needles. Her eyes narrowed, and a smirk played on her lips. Ah, what a fortuitous opportunity has presented itself. As I emerged from the subway station, the last vestiges of twilight faded into the western horizon, while the streetlights unfurled like a shimmering river, reminiscent of a constellation scattered across the night sky. A gentle evening breeze caressed my skin, carrying a hint of coolness. Following the tendrils of memory, I found my way to a familiar medical hall, Chunwei Pavilion. The well-worn sign hung there, a relic battered by the ravages of time, its paint chipped and its structure aged, evoking a sense of nostalgia as vibrant hues faded into muted tones. Yet it remained. A wave of surprise washed over me. A faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from within, where dim and amber lights flickered, casting shadows upon the antiquated furniture, draping it in the patina of years gone by. As I approached the entrance, I hesitated, peering inside. Behind the reception desk stood a youth, perhaps 16 or 17, clad in the uniform of the first affiliated high school. His slender frame stood tall, with tousled hair falling across his forehead, obscuring his indifferent brow and revealing an unnatural pallor to his skin. He exuded an air of weary disdain for the world. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man sporting a scruffy beard. Do you understand the rules? The youth's voice was calm, devoid of inflection. I do, the middle-aged man replied meekly. In response, the youth placed a wrapped bundle on the counter. Nudging it forward with a finger, the middle-aged man cautiously unveiled the cloth, examining the contents before rewrapping them with care. He then extracted a stack of money from his pocket and slid it across to the youth, who accepted it. The middle-aged man tucked the item into his pocket and turned to leave. At that moment, the youth's gaze flickered towards me, his expression shifting to one of distaste and irritation upon noticing my school uniform. Just sent off too, and now here comes another, he remarked with a hint of condescension. Is it now fashionable to line up and confess one's feelings at home? In a clandestine act of gun-making, Mo Qing disregarded his words and placed an object upon the table, narrowing her eyes as she did so. What she laid before him was unmistakably the item the middle-aged man had just taken. It was a firearm crafted from cardboard, resembling a mere child's toy. Yet, only upon its actual use does one comprehend its lethal potential. The youth momentarily froze, a flicker of surprise crossing his dark eyes, swiftly replaced by a hint of caution. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he casually remarked, "This is a medical clinic. If you wish to investigate, you should contact the police." He distanced himself from the situation with apparent nonchalance. Mo Qing inquired, "Where are your elders?" "Who are you?" Mo Qing, he replied, feigning ignorance. The boy cast a glance at Mo Qing, his tone laced with sarcasm. "You may leave. This eccentric approach does not affect me." With a gentle tap of his fingers on the table, Mo Qing replied leisurely, "Think again." "Humph," the youth scoffed, dismissing her presence. His gaze lingered on the makeshift firearm for a fleeting moment before he turned to fetch medicine. Mo Qing scrutinized his face, which bore a striking resemblance to someone she knew, and pronounced each word deliberately. "Your great-grandmother, Mo Qing." Chapter 10, Number 404, Great-Grandmother above. I bow to you, my great-grandson. The medical clinic was divided into 2 floors. The first floor comprised 3 rooms, a reception area with a resting zone, a front desk, and a medicine cabinet, a consultation room where the doctor attended to patients, and a herbal storage room, ensuring a ready supply of medicinal materials. The second floor served as the living quarters, also featuring 3 rooms, a living room with 2 lounges, accompanied by a kitchen and a restroom. Mo Qing was led upstairs by the youth. "What is your name?" Mo Qing asked. "Min Chong," he replied. "Oh, could he be Jiang Qi's rival in love?" "Perhaps." Min Chong lifted his eyelids and nonchalantly replied, "I don't know him." He pushed open a door, revealing a modestly furnished living room. However, what immediately captured Mo Qing's attention was not the living room, but rather the sound of coughing emanating from the bedroom. Mo Qing raised an eyebrow. From the sound alone, it was evident that the person was gravely ill. Min Chong frowned as he glanced at Mo Qing. Although he doubted her claim of being in antiquity, he had been instilled since childhood with the mission of the Min family heirs to await the arrival of a girl named Mo Qing, despite not understanding why his luck was so unfortunate. As his ancestors had waited a century without success, it was his generation that finally encountered her. Nevertheless, with family rules in place, he could not act recklessly. "Make yourself comfortable. I will inform my grandfather," he said, entering the bedroom. Considering the dire state of the person within, Mo Qing chose to disregard the belongings left in the living room. The living room housed a collection of ancestral tablets, with Min Xianji positioned at the top, followed by his descendants. Mo Qing scanned the area, noticing several family portraits on one side. Through the tablets and photographs, she unraveled the familial connections of Min Xianji's lineage. Min Xianji had 2 sons and a daughter, but now only one son remained among the living, the man in the room. The thinness of the subsequent generations was evident. Now only Min Chang's line persisted. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that Min Chang and his grandfather relied solely on each other, a rather pitiful situation. Moments later, Min Chang re-emerged, his expression inscrutable. His gaze lingered oddly on Mo Qing's face as he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Grandfather wishes for you to enter." "Please." Min Chang resignedly changed his words. Mo Qing walked over. Min Chang held the door, casting a vigilant glance at her, then whispered, "My grandfather is gravely ill. Please, do not let his emotions fluctuate too greatly." Raising her eyes, Mo Qing was yet to respond when an aged voice emerged from within. "Have you gone to fetch the tea?" At once, the light illuminated the bedroom as Mo Qing fully pushed the door open, revealing the elderly man in bed. Approaching 90, He was frail and emaciated, tormented by illness. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, radiating a glimmer of hope. He trembled as he attempted to rise from the bed. "Please lie down." The old man, tears welling in his eyes, hoarsely uttered, "Antimo, you are Min Xianji's son, Min Qinghuai?" Mo Qing inquired. Even she, faced with such a scene, felt an indescribable strangeness. With a blink, she thought that the younger generation had one foot in the grave. "Indeed, I merely passed by to pay a visit," Mo Qing replied nonchalantly. "You need not stand on ceremony." Min Qinghuai took a breath and asked, "Have you come for the acupuncture needles?" Mo Qing remained composed. "Do you know the whereabouts of the acupuncture needles?" Mo Qing was highly skilled in medicine, proficient in both Western and traditional Chinese practices. The Min family was a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine, and during Min Xianji's generation, amidst the chaos of war, their medical hall was destroyed. Min Xianji turned to revolution, encountering Mo Qing on the battlefield. By a twist of fate, Mo Qing accepted Min Xianji as a sworn brother and imparted medical knowledge to him. As the war neared its end, she assisted Min Xianji in establishing a medical hall. Uncertain of her fate, Mo Qing bestowed a set of acupuncture needles upon Min Xianji. Little did she anticipate that he would not only enshrine the needles, but also seek to return them to their rightful owner. A gentle knock echoed twice, and Min Chong approached with a cup of tea. Upon seeing him, Min Qinghuai quickly urged, "Min Chong, please fetch our great-grandmother's acupuncture needles." Min Chong replied, "It is too late." His hands trembled slightly, causing some tea to spill and scald his skin, yet he paid it no mind. Lifting his gaze to meet Mo Qing's composed and knowing eyes, a heaviness settled in his heart. What did she know? This matter would be discussed later. Mo Qing withdrew her gaze and addressed Min Qinghuai. "Both you and Min Chong seem unfazed by my presence. How did you know I would come?" The incident of her awakening remained a mystery even to her. How had the Min family learned of it? "It was my father who spoke of it," Min Qinghuai replied. "He assured me you would certainly arrive. The younger generation of the Min family has been aware of your existence since they could comprehend, which is why your appearance poses no surprise." Min Chong approached, one hand carrying a chair and the other holding the tea. He placed the chair behind Mo Qing and offered her the tea, saying, "Have some tea." Mo Qing narrowed her eyes slightly. A vein throbbed at Min Chang's temple as he inhaled deeply, calming his agitation before rephrasing, "Please enjoy the tea." Mo Qing replied coolly, "You may set it down." Min Chang's jaw tightened as he lowered his gaze and placed the tea on the bedside table. Min Qinghuai observed Min Chang's demeanor with dissatisfaction and scolded him a few times. Min Chong did not dispute Min Qinghuai, standing quietly to the side like a wooden post, eager to observe the unfolding situation. After taking a seat, Mo Qing engaged in a brief conversation with Min Qinghuai to gather information about the descendants of the Min family. As she had anticipated, only this grandfather and grandson remained dependent on each other in the medical hall. However, Min Qinghuai also had a son, Min Chang's father, who was devoid of talent and indulged in debauchery, severing ties with Min Qinghuai long ago. "I shall return another time," Mo Qing remarked lightly, noting Min Qinghuai's increasing frailty. She grasped his emaciated wrist, pausing momentarily as her fingertips traced his pulse before gently placing his hand beneath the covers. Rising, she turned to face Min Chong, who felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and bit his lip. "Come with me," she instructed Min Chong before exiting the bedroom. At that moment, Min Qinghuai coughed twice and cautioned Min Chong. "Min Chong, she is your great-aunt. You must heed her words. Regardless of the circumstances, you must not defy her. This is our family rule." "Understood," Min Chong replied, though he did not take Min Qinghuai's words to heart. He stepped out of the bedroom and closed the door behind him. As he glanced towards the living room, he was momentarily taken aback. Mo Qing sat elegantly on a single sofa, her legs crossed. Although clad in a school uniform, she lacked the innocence and naivety typical of her peers. Her demeanor was one of aloofness and coldness, resembling a lofty flower atop a distant peak, yet intermingled with a rebellious spirit. She bore no resemblance to the benevolent healer described by his ancestors, yet she was undeniably a person who left a lasting impression at first sight. "Prepare a cup of hot tea," she commanded. Mo Qing lazily lifted her eyelids, her commanding tone exuding an undeniable authority. Min Chong paused for a moment, recalling the untouched tea in the bedroom. Without uttering a word, he turned to pour her another cup. As he approached Mo Qing, her cold gaze pierced his forehead, and she commanded with a stern expression, "Kneel and present the tea." Chapter 11. Number 404. Write a commendation letter and post it on the bulletin board. Kneel and present the tea. Mo Qing's voice was neither loud nor soft, but her slightly heavy tone resonated deeply within, imbued with the gravitas of a superior. It was unervingly imposing. He stubbornly fixed his gaze upon Mo Qing. Those not of my kind shall not be treated. Mo Qing languidly crossed her legs, her dangling calves gently swaying, as she spoke with an air of nonchalance. If you wish for your grandfather to have a longer life, then present this cup of tea. Momentarily taken aback, Min Chong swallowed hard, the image of Mo Qing's fingers resting on his grandfather's wrist flashing through his mind. He then recalled his grandfather's praises for Mo Qing's medical skills, along with that set of acupuncture needles. Min Chong inquired, "Can you truly heal my grandfather?" Mo Qing remained silent, withholding her stance, patiently awaiting Min Chong's decision. After a brief moment of hesitation, shadows clouded his eyes. "Great aunt, please allow this junior, Min Chong, to pay my respects." Having made his choice, the gloom in his eyes quickly dissipated. He bent his knee, kneeling before Mo Qing, offering the tea with reverence. "Great aunt, please enjoy this tea." Some individuals possess an innate ability to inspire trust, even upon first meeting. This quality is cultivated over time, suggesting that she must have an unspoken depth of experience behind her. Min Chong was willing to place his faith in her. Her belief stems from generations of ancestors. Mo Qing cast a fleeting glance at him, then leisurely accepted the tea, blowing gently on its surface before taking a delicate sip and placing the cup on the table. "Let us begin," she said, her tone neither warm nor cold, exuding a blend of pride and tranquility that perfectly embodied the demeanor of one in authority. Min Chong regarded her intently, pressing his lips together as he rose to his feet. "My grandfather," Mo Qing interrupted him, inquiring, "What about the acupuncture needles?" Considering the juxtaposition of self-made firearms and acupuncture needles, Mo Qing could ascertain that the Min family had historically adhered to the righteous path. However, it seemed that with Min Chang's generation, they had veered off course. Min Chong hesitated, then candidly admitted they were sold at auction just a week ago. And the reason? He lowered his lashes slightly. To sustain the medical clinic, funds are required. Such a misplacement of priorities, Mo Qing remarked with a slight smirk, her gaze penetrating Min Chang's countenance, as if to impose some unspoken pressure. "Surely that's not all?" Min Chong despised the sensation of being seen through. He replied, "My father mortgaged the clinic and now owes a substantial sum. However, my grandfather wishes for the clinic to endure, so he is striving to keep it operational. Currently, maintaining the clinic demands financial resources, compounded by my grandfather's medical expenses. Rather than await an uncertain moment for an ancestor to reclaim the needles, it is more pragmatic to utilize their value to alleviate immediate concerns." Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Mo Qing inquired, "Is your grandfather unaware?" "Unaware." "Very well." Mo Qing rose, casting a final glance at Min Chong. "Go fetch the ink and brush." In the end, Min Chong managed to locate a ballpoint pen and some scrap paper for Mo Qing to make do with. With a swift stroke, she inscribed a prescription on the paper. Following this formula to prepare the medicine, one must brew it gently for an hour, taking one dose in the morning and another in the evening. Mo Qing pinched the scrap paper between her fingers and handed it to Min Chong, who glanced at it but did not take it. Mo Qing frowned slightly. "Can you type on your phone?" Min Chong suppressed the urge to tear the paper, thinking to himself that with handwriting as poor as hers, it would take 3 or 4 decades in the hospital to write anything legibly. Mo Qing said not a word and kicked Min Chong with her leg. He dodged, but still felt the sting of her toe. The scribbled handwriting was a flaw that Mo Qing had inherited in full measure, yet she had no desire to write him another note. After adding Min Chong on WeChat, she promptly sent him a digital version of the prescription. Having saved the prescription, Min Chong posed a few more inquiries, confirming that results could be expected after a week of medication and that if his grandfather's condition improved, he would be able to move about again, which set his mind at ease. He began to find Mo Qing more agreeable. "Are you currently a student at the first affiliated high school?" Min Chong inquired. "Yes. What year are you in?" "I'm in the 3rd year, class 7. "Oh." Min Chong nodded. "I'm in class 3. Feeling that she had not grasped his underlying message, he clarified, "If you encounter any issues at school, you can seek me out. Aren't you even inferior to Jiangqi?" Mo Qing replied, somewhat baffled. "Who exactly is this Jiangqi?" Clutching half of the information channels in Dongshi City, Min Chong pondered for an extended period, Yet he could not fathom the true identity of Jiang Qi. On the third day of the new semester, in an office at the first affiliated high school, Teacher Song, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, Li, rushed in, her tone fraught with urgency. This is utterly unacceptable. How could you write a letter of commendation for a student like Mo Qing who engages in brawls? And to make it into a poster displayed on the bulletin board, aren't you corrupting the students? At that moment, Song Yiyuan sat leisurely in his chair, legs crossed, cradling a steaming thermos, resembling a carefree retired elder. Upon encountering the flustered Li, Song Yiyuan replied with nonchalance, "Your student acted heroically and will be commended by the entire school next Monday. My student stands up to the strong and supports the weak. What is wrong with writing a letter of commendation? Li, what is wrong? I see you no longer care for your title as a distinguished teacher." Chapter 12. The Mysterious Organization Number 404, Tattoo Design. If the incident of Mo Qing beating Jiang Qi on the first day of school was known only to a handful of gossip-loving students, then the emergence of this letter of commendation from Song Yiyuan made the news spread like wildfire throughout the school. During the break, Mo Qing passed by the bulletin board and caught sight of that large poster, pausing in her tracks. Her feelings were indescribable. "So, are you satisfied?" After receiving a reprimand in the principal's office, Song Yiyuan approached Mo Qing, who lingered before the poster, his expression brimming with pride. What was initially a casual remark from Mo Qing made her question his sanity. "If there are concerns, feel free to voice them. We shall improve next time." Song Yiyuan, ever considerate yet indulgent, expressed that as long as one devoted themselves to diligent study, he would not hesitate to celebrate with firecrackers at the school gate daily. Not just with a letter of commendation. "All right then," Mo Qing replied, adapting readily to the suggestion, "prepare the firecrackers." Song Yiyuan bit his lip, regretting his verbose nature. Steeling himself, he seized the moment and declared, "I have devised a comprehensive and systematic review plan for you. Even if you start from scratch, following my plan will enable you to secure a place in a second-tier university within a year." However, Mo Qing did not heed his words. Her peripheral vision drawn to a certain spot, and she tilted her head to glance. "What are you looking at?" Noticing Mo Qing's distraction, Song Yiyuan interrupted his enthusiastic lecture and lifted his gaze, only to find two individuals standing at the staircase, Huasi and Wen Xue. Huasi was not as stoic as usual. He had subdued his imposing demeanor, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he were imploring Wen Xue about something. Though Wen Xue wore a smile, it did not reach her eyes, which conveyed a sense of arrogance and indifference. "Are they also from your circle?" Mo Qing inquired with a raised eyebrow, her demeanor unruffled. "No," Song Yiyuan replied, treating her as an ally without reservation. Huasi was likely seeking Wen Xue for the sake of his sister. Oh, Mo Qing's interest piqued. Huasi had a half-sister. She previously attended the first affiliated high school, where she overshadowed Mo Xuan during her first year, gaining considerable acclaim. Song Yiyuan sighed, acknowledging her exceptional talent, yet lamenting her tragic fate. "What happened?" Mo Qing prompted. "She did not complete her first year. An unfortunate accident left her in a vegetative state." Song Yiyuan tightened his brow. With her mother long gone, she had been living with relatives who refused to cover her medical expenses after the incident, leading to a confrontation with the Hua family. At that time, Horst had just been reassigned and took over the matter. He could not allow his sister to languish on a hospital bed for the entirety of her life. Thus, for the past year or two, he had been seeking medical help for her. "Is there now a treatment for vegetative states?" "No. We are merely awaiting a medical miracle," Song Yiyuan replied. "However, there is not a complete absence of possibilities within traditional Chinese medicine, so Horst has placed his hopes in that direction." "Oh, the most proficient practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine." Mo Qing maintained a calm demeanor. Wen Xue hailed from a family of physicians and had displayed exceptional talent in both traditional and Western medicine, indicating she possessed considerable skill. Song Yiyuan assessed her with a casual tone, offering no excessive praise, making Horst's interest in her quite understandable. As the conversation progressed, Horst explained the situation to Wen Xue at the staircase. She smiled gently, yet her words lacked warmth. "If I were to assist every individual who sought my treatment, would I not become a living bodhisattva? Perhaps you should seek guidance from someone else." With that, she turned and walked away. Horst watched her in silence, his brows slightly furrowed, yet he did not press the issue further. Afterward, he turned to glance at Mo Qing and Song Yiyuan before stepping forward. "Remember to study diligently," Song Yiyuan admonished. Mo Qing dismissed it as mere background noise, leaning against the corridor railing. Song Yiyuan watched Mo Qing walk away and then turned to Horst with a smile, inquiring, "Did you not inform her of your identity as the second young master of the Horst family?" Horst remained silent for 2 seconds before responding, "I am not in the habit of doing so." Song Yiyuan scoffed, expressing disdain. "A mere sea-level doctor. And she carries herself as if she were celestial. I recall a time when you were even more arrogant than she is." Horst cast a cold glance in his direction, interrupting his critique. "That was based on my own merits." Song Yiyuan lowered his eyelids, his gaze lingering on his wrist for a moment before he pursed his lips and shifted the conversation. "Aren't you looking for me for something?" Haas had come to the first affiliated high school primarily to assign a task to Song Yiyuan, with Wening Shue being a secondary concern. Haas produced a piece of paper and handed it to Song Yiyuan. "Take a look at this pattern." Upon receiving it, Song Yiyuan murmured, "This seems somewhat familiar." Haas, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, "Have you seen it before?" Song Yiyuan unconsciously glanced towards the end of the corridor. At the back door of the classroom, a group of boys dashed out, creating a gust of wind as they rushed past. Mo Qing brushed shoulders with them, her hair tips fluttering backward, her clothing swaying gracefully, accentuating her slender waist. The loose cuffs of her school uniform barely revealed a glimpse of her ankle. "I can't recall," Song Yiyuan admitted, gripping the paper as he scrutinized the blade-like design. "What is this?" Haas explained. "This is the emblem of an organization called the Chongqing Society. All members bear this tattoo. We suspect they are covertly orchestrating some illicit activities, and we intend to investigate." "How do we proceed?" Haas continued. "The base's collection catalog lists an item, numbered 404, which is a set of acupuncture needles reportedly belonging to a legendary healer from a century ago. This set is set to re-emerge soon and will be auctioned at Collins Hotel. The Chongqing Society seems intent on acquiring these needles. Keep an eye on the auction then." "Right." Song Yiyuan pondered momentarily. "Will the base reimburse the auction expenses?" Haas's expression turned grave. "Aim to spend the least amount of funds while accomplishing the most." With grandiloquent words, Song Yiyuan discerned 3 telling characters. No reimbursement. During the midday break, Mo Qing sought out the classroom of the third-year students, gently tapping on the back door. The classroom was sparsely populated, with only a few students present. Upon hearing the knock, several pairs of eyes turned to investigate. A girl seated in the back recognized Mo Qing and curiously inquired, "Are you looking for Mo Swayan?" Mo Qing replied, "I am looking for Min Chong." The girl blinked in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Within the classroom, Mo Swayan occupied a seat by the window, surrounded by a group of boys. When they heard the noise at the back door, they all turned to look, their expressions a mix of amusement and mischief upon seeing Mo Qing. "Mo genius. Your sister has come to see the campus heartthrob," one teased. "Soon, he will be your brother-in-law. Your sister fought with your cousin yesterday. Could it be because of Min Chong? They truly bring you pride." The boys laughed unabashedly at their jests. Mo Swayan's gaze darkened, a tempest brewing beneath the surface. He cast a cold glance at the group, and when they finally took the hint and fell silent, he stood up, his face a mask of frost, and strode directly towards the back door. As he passed Mo Qing, he regarded her with palpable disdain, momentarily halting his pace. "What a disgrace," he muttered in a low voice, warning her to refrain from visiting Class 3 in the future. After pausing for a few seconds, he continued past her, deliberately avoiding her gaze as he left. His expression conveyed a loathing that suggested even a moment's proximity to Mo Qing would tarnish his dignity. Chapter 13, Number 404. The Art of Deception. The reborn divine healer. Once Mo Swayan departed, someone in the classroom jested, "Genius's sister, spare us the theatrics. Our Minakeo sees only wealth and not the opposite sex." Mo Qing chose to ignore the comment. Her gaze swept across the classroom, but she did not spot Min Chong. Turning away, she soon encountered him. Looking for Mo Swayan? The moment Min Chong laid eyes on her, he braced himself, treating her as a formidable adversary. Indeed, he did not regard her as a member of the opposite sex. "I'm looking for you," she stated. A chill ran down Min Chang's spine, yet he steadied himself, asking, "What is it?" Mo tilted her head, her voice calm as she replied, "Follow me." Min Chong obediently trailed behind her. The corridor was relatively empty, yet Mo chose a secluded corner to halt. She then retrieved several folded sheets of paper from her pocket and tossed them to Min Chong. "You have half a month to create this," she instructed. He caught the papers, casting her a puzzled glance before unfolding them. To his astonishment, The documents contained a comprehensive design for an entire set of acupuncture needles, detailing everything from design to materials and styles, a precise replication of the needles once cherished in his home. Acupuncture traditionally employs 9 needles, each tailored to address different ailments. And in modern times, there have been improvements known as the new 9 needles. However, Mo's set was meticulously crafted in strict accordance with the records of the 9 needles from the Huangdi Neijing. The craftsmanship was exquisite, resembling fine art. Yet, after casually handing him the blueprints, Mo dismissed the task as if it posed no technical challenge. After perusing the sheets, Min Chong queried, "I am to make this? Otherwise," she countered, "how do you know I can accomplish it?" Mo remained composed, responding, "Simply based on your skill in crafting homemade firearms." Understanding without voicing it. They would meet again in due time. Suddenly, Min Chong experienced a moment of clarity, connecting the intricate blueprints with the tight deadline, and skeptically inquired, "You cannot possibly be suggesting a switcheroo?" "Indeed," Mo Qing calmly affirmed. Min Chong was taken aback. Regaining his composure, he incredulously remarked, "Are you aware of the stringent security measures at the Collins Hotel?" Mo Qing leisurely retorted, "Do you comprehend why you refer to me as great-great-grandmother?" Min Chong recalled her as a mysterious entity from a century ago and promptly fell silent. Before the commencement of the academic term, there were still students bold enough to speak ill of Mo Qing in person. However, since Mo Qing disciplined Jiang Qi, even the most gossip-prone would whisper about her behind her back. This granted Mo Qing a rare tranquility. In the midst of a physical education class for the 3rd year, their homeroom teacher approached the PE instructor and exchanged a few words before summoning Wen Xue and Mo Suan. What could possibly concern both Wen Xue and Mo Suan? It was rumored that something unfortunate had transpired in Mo Suan's family. Yet, wouldn't it be more logical to call Mo Suan and Mo Qing together? What connection does Wen Xue have to this? Are you not aware? Wen Xue is a doctor, proficient in both traditional and Western medicine. She seems to have been recognized by a prestigious medical institution, qualifying as an international expert. Is she truly that remarkable? Indeed, she simply possesses a humble demeanor and seldom seeks praise. Is this the caliber of individual we can justly refer to as a classmate? Have you noticed? Wen Xue and Mo Suan bear a striking resemblance, almost akin to siblings. Their academic performance and attractiveness are equally matched. Unlike Mo Suan and Mo Qing. Amidst the commotion, a classmate mentioned Mo Qing, only to be pulled back by 2 others, their voices gradually diminishing. They were never truly siblings. After the physical education teacher made the students run 800 meters, he gathered them, acknowledging the time constraints of their senior year. From now on, you may arrange your own activities. Those who wish to exercise may do so, and those who prefer to study may study. Upon uttering the word dismissed, the entire class scattered like wild horses breaking free from their reins. Mo Qing had no desire to engage in sports or study. She merely strolled through the campus. Casting a sideways glance at the statue's head, it appeared quite familiar. The statue depicted a middle-aged man, adorned with a felt hat, glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of refinement. He held a book inscribed with the phrases, "The highest virtue is like water, and great virtue bears great responsibilities," presented in an impressively formal manner. A wretched thing. Mo Qing felt a twitch in her hand. As she approached the statue, Song Yiyuan happened to pass by and promptly inquired, "What are you doing here?" Mo Qing raised an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with a cold light. "Can I smash it?" "What do you intend to do?" Alarm bells rang in Song Yiyuan's mind as he hastily stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the statue. This was the first principal, the very founder of Junda High School, which later became the first affiliated high school. He was an extraordinary figure. "Huh?" Mo Qing scoffed, her tone laced with mockery. Song Yiyuan, quick-witted, grasped the situation. "Did he offend you?" Mo Qing circled around him. "He is dead. Can you not spare him?" Mo Qing offered no response. She pushed her sleeves up slightly, revealing her wrist, which twisted in a seemingly calm manner, yet concealed a different kind of peril. Upon recalling Haas's description of her combat prowess, Song Yiyuan felt as though his scalp might explode. With a resolute heart, he closed his eyes and revealed his trump card. "We possess an observer's journal." Mo Qing tilted her head. Song Yiyuan hesitated, and Mo Qing's voice carried an undercurrent of threat. 3 seconds. "Once we are deemed observers, any interaction with you mandates the recording of your actions, given the circumstances." Song Yiyuan had no choice but to divulge the truth. If your negative reviews accumulate excessively, you could be. He could not bring himself to utter the word destroyed. Gazing at Mo Qing, who stood before him, indistinguishable from a human, he found it impossible to say such a word. Mo Qing maintained an indifferent expression and simply inquired, "What is your evaluation of me?" "I've been preoccupied with drafting you a commendation letter and haven't had the chance to write in the journal," Song Yiyuan lamented, feeling utterly wronged. He quickly raised 3 fingers, promising, "As long as you refrain from assaulting the principal, I shall compose a week's worth of 1,000-word essays in your praise." "Agreed," Mo Qing replied with a surprising ease. As Song Yiyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, Mo Qing contemplated, "I shall return to wreak havoc in a year." A final farewell? That seems unnecessary. When Yingxue possesses certain skills, if she intervenes, survival is not beyond the realm of possibility. "We shall address this after school." Song Yiyuan was utterly astonished. "Aren't you indifferent to academics?" Mo Qing raised her hand, a sliver of brilliance flickering from her fingertips as it darted toward the statue. Simultaneously, she turned and strolled away, languidly declaring, "I have suddenly developed a fondness for this school." "Must you jest?" "It is rather unsettling," he retorted. Song Yiyuan felt a sense of unease as he caught sight of her departing figure. The gesture of her raised hand suddenly sparked a realization within him, prompting him to hastily approach the statue of the first principal for inspection. There, he discovered a slender acupuncture needle embedded in the principal's brow. Half of it sunk into the flesh. Fine lines had formed in the principal's forehead. Song Yiyuan pondered, "What exactly is Mo Qing?" After school, Mo Qing made her way to the 3rd hospital. Outside the ward, 3 figures stood, Wen Yingxue, Madame Mo, and Mo Suan. "Dr. 1, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." "You are indeed a miraculous healer," Madame Mo said, her eyes brimming with tears, her appreciation unmistakably genuine. "Not at all," replied Wen Yingxue, clad in a white coat speckled with blood, yet exuding an ethereal quality untouched by the mundane. "Mo Suan and I are classmates, and Mr. Jiang has sent someone to request my assistance. It would be unreasonable not to help." She retrieved a piece of paper from her pocket. "This is a traditional Chinese medicine prescription. If followed, Uncle Mo's recovery will be expedited." "Dr. Wen understands traditional Chinese medicine?" Madame Mo exclaimed, taking the prescription with astonishment. Her gaze filled with a mix of admiration and reverence. "Thank you." Mo San stood quietly nearby, his demeanor stripped of arrogance and disdain, silently observing Wen Yingxue. "I will go tidy up," she said, nodding to them in farewell. As she brushed past Mo Qing, she maintained a steadfast gaze ahead. At that moment, a family member of a patient hurried by and accidentally collided with Madame Mo's shoulder. The sudden jolt caused her to drop the prescription, which fluttered into the air before gracefully landing at Mo Qing's feet. Chapter 14, Number 404. Mrs. Mo stumbles upon the prescription as Mrs. Mo rushed over in a fluster. Mo Qing bent down first to pick up the prescription. She cast a fleeting glance at it. "What are you staring at?" A hand reached out to snatch the paper away. With a disparaging expression, Mrs. Mo remarked, "As if you can understand it. It's just an ordinary prescription, yet you treat it like a treasure." Mo Qing replied calmly, "This prescription requires adjustments to 2 of the ingredients. Otherwise, its efficacy would be hardly superior to the body's natural healing. What a waste." Mrs. Mo was taken aback. "You understand traditional Chinese medicine?" Mo Qing replied, "I am a disciple of the Qi and Huang lineage." Mrs. Mo, unfamiliar with this term, merely assumed Mo Qing was fabricating stories and felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if her toes wished to burrow into the ground. "If you don't know, then just admit it. Not everyone is as ignorant as a country bumpkin. Speaking nonsense will only bring you shame." With that, Mrs. Mo meticulously folded the prescription and departed. Mo Qing pondered, "Do you even know what Qi and Huang refers to?" Mo Suan remained, casting her a cold glance and sneering. "The art of Qi and Huang, also known as traditional Chinese medicine, is what you are referring to. Learning a new term and then crafting your own sentences. Are you the sole representative of your lineage?" Mo Qing pressed her tongue against her back molars. Although the Qi and Huang lineage had retreated from the world, it once held considerable prestige among the people a century ago. A century later, not even a whisper remains? How disappointing. Faced with someone like Mo Suan, who had never even heard of it, Mo Qing chose not to argue. After all, explaining it would be like playing music to a cow, utterly futile. However, without hearing a sharp retort from Mo Qing Ling, Mo Suan assumed that Mo Qing was feeling guilty after being exposed. After casting a disdainful glance at Mo Qing, he mocked. Your pretense of understanding is reminiscent of a mere jester. Ah, what a character. Mo Qing's fists clenched in anger. Just then, her phone rang, dispelling her naive desire for destruction. She glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Huasi. Have you arrived at the hospital? Huasi inquired. Yes. Will you cry? No. Then, try to appear a bit mournful, Huasi advised. This is your first meeting with Mo Damo. First impressions are crucial. It would be best to exhibit 3 parts vulnerability and 2 parts concern. Bow your head upon meeting and act timidly, like a girl easily bullied. Mo Qing could no longer endure his advice. Is this your sage wisdom? Huasi was momentarily speechless. If I possessed such acting skills, would I need to make you all so vigilant? Mo Qing articulated. True, Huasi conceded, lowering his expectations of her. Then, try to say as little as possible to avoid offending anyone. I will be upstairs. You can reach out if needed. Mo Qing glanced upward and replied, all right. Mo Damo awakened swiftly after the surgery, albeit very weak, lying motionless on the hospital bed. Mo Qing entered the ward. Out of the corner of his eye, Mo Damo noticed her presence and called out, Mo Qing? His voice was hoarse. Yes. Mo Qing preferred not to address him directly and shifted the topic. Is it because of me? Mo Qing cast a sidelong glance at her, remaining silent. Mrs. Mo, under her scrutiny, felt inexplicably exposed, a chill running through her, causing her to lose some of her bravado. The atmosphere in the ward was somewhat tense. Has Uncle Mo awakened? Came the gentle voice of Wen Yingxue at the door. Her smile was warm and gracious, having shed her white coat to don her school uniform. He has awakened, Mrs. Mo responded eagerly, her face alight with joy as she hurried to introduce. Damo, this is your chief surgeon, Wen Yingxue. She is also a classmate of Swan. Mrs. Mo's enthusiasm was palpable. Damo gazed at Wen Yingxue for a moment, his lips parting as he hoarsely uttered a grateful thank you. You're too polite, Wen Yingxue replied. Mo Qing leaned back against the wall, observing the quartet of Wen Yingxue, Mrs. Mo Swan, and Damo, when an unsettling thought crossed her mind. She scrutinized Wen Yingxue's features more carefully, noticing an uncanny resemblance among the 4. The aura they exuded was harmonious. One could easily mistake them for a family. Without a hint of doubt. Could it be? Mo Qing's mind spun with this notion. At that moment, another visitor arrived, knocking twice before the door swung open. The few present turned to see Jiang Ko entering, their expressions instantly shifting. Master Jiang, Mrs. Mo greeted. Mr. Jiang, Wen Yingxue added. Uncle, Mo Swan acknowledged. Jiang Ko's gaze swept the room, settling on Mo Qing, who stood alone in a corner, his brow furrowing. Why are you standing here all by yourself? He inquired. Mo Qing remained silent, merely stating, I'm heading to the restroom. She brushed past Jiang Ko and exited. He cast a fleeting glance at her retreating figure. Was she being neglected by the Mo family? Mo Qing wandered upstairs, contemplating calling Huasi for the room number, when she paused at the entrance of a certain room, only to hear the door creak open. An incident has occurred? Host tightened his grip on the thermos, and a gruesome scene of the Mo family's massacre flashed through his mind. No, Mo Qing replied. I need to discuss something with you. Hose, perplexed, asked, what is it? Mo Qing glanced into the hospital room. Stepping back, Hose urged, come in. The VIP ward was well appointed, and a girl lay on the bed. She was exquisitely beautiful, her skin pale from lack of sunlight, almost translucent, and she lay there peacefully with her eyes closed. Mo Qing examined her and inquired, is she your sister? Yes. Hose replied, reluctant to delve further into the matter. He pressed on, what is it you need? I have some news. Hose paused. I'm currently looking for someone to gather information. Rest assured, even if we find her, we will coordinate everything on our end. Just focus on being the esteemed daughter of the Mo family. Look into Wen Yingxue. Do you suspect her? For a moment, Hose appeared doubtful, then frowned slightly. Her background is rather complicated. Mo Qing, intrigued, asked in what way? I'll tell you after I finish my investigation. Hose was meticulous in his work, never speaking without certainty. He glanced at the girl on the bed and instructed Mo Qing. Keep an eye on her for me while I fetch some hot water. Mo Qing responded. She is not here to be a caregiver. After Hose departed, the room held only 1.5 living beings. Mo Qing wandered around, feeling bored, until he inadvertently caught sight of a book wrapped in a cover on the bedside table. She picked it up casually, opened it, and then froze. The pages had long since yellowed, old and fragile, possessing a delicate quality that suggested they would crumble at the slightest touch. The vertical format captures prescriptions written with a brush, the characters imbued with a sense of familiarity. Miraculous Herbal Formulas, Volume 1. A century ago, Mo Qing penned these notes while engaged in herbal research at the Imperial City University, idly passing the time. The text chronicles various unconventional herbal combinations, often yielding remarkable results. Divided into 2 volumes. The first volume predominantly features bizarre and eccentric formulas, straying from the orthodox path. The second volume, however, is rife with toxic elements, encompassing all 5 poisons. Is this the work of Huasi? Or perhaps? Mo Qing cast a glance at the girl lying quietly. She turned a few pages, and a sudden breeze wafted through the window, lifting a page nestled within the book, causing it to flutter delicately. Mo Qing extended her hand, pinching the paper between her fingers. It was a small sheet, blank on one side and adorned with a design on the other. Upon flipping the paper, she beheld a vivid illustration. Another moment of surprise washed over her. It was a tattoo design she knew all too well. Chapter 15, Number 404, Huasi's Sister. Concealed Mysteries. Mo Qing did not set the book aside. Instead, she retained the paper. Is this hers as well? Yes. Do you know its origin? I am currently investigating. Huasi was perceptive. Do you have any leads? None. Huasi was somewhat skeptical of her response, yet did not press further. He approached, took the book from her, carefully placed the paper within a specific page, closed the book, and set it on the bedside table. The doctor suggested reading to his sister regularly, and Huasi had discovered several books among her belongings, including this one. Little did he expect that this particular volume, meticulously wrapped, would be an ancient text filled with a hodgepodge of writings. Yet, the piece of paper within caught his attention. Coincidentally, he had recently been investigating the Eternal Life Society, and the design bore an uncanny resemblance to its emblem. Horst could not help but question his sister's connection to the society, which led him to harbor doubts regarding the incident involving her. Is school going smoothly? Horst inquired. Yes, aside from the torment of reading comprehension in language class. Everything else is fine. If anything arises at school, seek out Song Yuan. For matters outside, you may contact me, he advised. You should head over to Madamo and present yourself well. The base has been monitoring your movements. Mo Qing, distracted, offered a perfunctory reply, her gaze briefly sweeping over the girl in the hospital bed before she sauntered out. As she descended the staircase, Mo Qing turned a corner and caught sight of a tall figure. It was Jiang Ku, leaning against the wall, wearing a white shirt without a tie, 2 buttons undone, revealing his lean, alluring collarbone, exuding an air of restrained sensuality. In this moment, he tempered his presence, adopting a languid, amiable demeanor, a stark contrast to his usual aloofness and authority. The face was unmistakably familiar, despite his previously composed and distant demeanor. Mo Qing could discern the two were indeed the same individual. However, the sight before her now felt as if she had traversed a century to stand before him. He bore a striking resemblance to the man who had once beckoned to her from amidst a pile of corpses. Care for a drink? Jiang Ke glanced over, lifting an arm to present her with a bottle of yogurt. Yes. What is it? Mo Qing asked, furrowing her brow. After taking a sip of the yogurt, a peculiar flavor danced upon her palate, causing her elongated eyes to widen slightly in a moment of bewilderment. Capturing her subtle expressions, Jiang Ke seemed to sense something and inquired with interest. Is it delicious? Mo Qing silently turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, yet could not resist taking a sip of the yogurt. Jiang Ke's lips curved into a slight smile as he asked, Are you finding it agreeable at the Mo family? It's acceptable, she replied. Both the Mo and Jiang families prioritize familial interests. If one cannot provide benefits, it is inevitable to face some displeasure. Mo Qing shot him a sideways glance. So? Jiang Ke replied nonchalantly. If you encounter difficulties, you may speak to me. Why help me? Mo Qing narrowed her eyes, her gaze shrouded in scrutiny. Because you are pleasing to my eyes. After uttering this light-hearted remark, Jiang Ke straightened his posture, instantly appearing taller, shedding his previous languid demeanor and reverting to an aloofness that suggested he was not to be approached. It was as if he donned a mask. He then descended the stairs and left first. Mo Qing observed his retreating figure, her brows furrowing in slight confusion. Unconsciously, she took another sip of the yogurt, her attention drawn to its flavor, and glanced at the bottle, making a mental note of the packaging. It was rather delightful. Under Huasi's supervision, Mo Qing occasionally visited. However, Due to her reserved nature and lackluster performance, Mo Damo was not particularly fond of her, resulting in her infrequent visits. With 3 days remaining until the Collins Hotel auction, Mo Qing devised a plan to acquire a set of architectural blueprints for the hotel, while at the same time, Min Chong flawlessly replicated a set of acupuncture needles. Preparations were in full swing. At the Chunwei Pavilion, Mo Qing sat at the front desk on the first floor, legs crossed, openly spreading the hotel blueprints before her, studying them with unabashed intent. Upon serving Min Qinghuai, who had taken his medicine, Min Chong descended the stairs and observed Mo Qing's actions, inquiring, "When do you intend to act?" "On the day of the auction." "Do you require assistance?" "None is needed." Mo Qing replied casually, then shifted the conversation, asking, "How is your grandfather?" "Much improved. At times he can even walk a little." Min Chong held a deep respect for Mo Qing's medical skills. "If he knew you were here, he would surely come down." "Unnecessary," Mo Qing said, idly gripping a sketching pencil and marking the paper, lazily adding, "Being addressed as aunt by someone of his generation could lead to nightmares." Min Chong regarded her with a knowing look. It was hardly evident when he had to kneel to serve tea. Mo Qing suddenly raised her head and pointed to the table, there. As Min Chong approached, he noticed a prescription and picked it up, discovering the neat handwriting that exuded a distinct elegance. Indeed, a remarkable script. He was taken aback. "Have you been practicing your calligraphy?" "My handwriting has always been presentable," Mo Qing replied dismissively, then continued, "This prescription is meant to nourish your health. After 4 or 5 years of taking it, even if you do not live to 100, you certainly won't meet an early demise." Min Chong froze momentarily. Min Qinghuai had claimed he would not live past 30. Yet, Mo Qing, with a mere prescription and a casual remark about avoiding an untimely death, seemed effortlessly capable of extending his life. A complex mix of emotions swirled within Min Chong. Clutching the prescription, he lowered his gaze, folded it carefully, and murmured, "Thank you. Go fetch something to drink." Mo Qing instructed, her tone indifferent. "Understood." Min Chong exhibited no trace of irritation in her presence. 2 minutes later, he retrieved 2 bottles of yogurt and placed them on the reception desk, remarking that only these 2 remained. "I will purchase more this evening and bring them to school for you tomorrow," he assured her. Although he was unaware of why Mo Qing had developed a fondness for this particular yogurt, he felt it was his duty to procure it for her, given her preference. Mo Qing twisted open a bottle of yogurt. Min Chong inquired, "Have you devised a plan to enter the auction? Do you have an invitation?" Setting the yogurt down, Mo Qing casually replied, "Why not just steal one?" Min Chang's brow furrowed slightly. "That requires identity verification." Mo Qing, somewhat oblivious to many contemporary regulations, listened intently. Understanding her lack of knowledge in this area, Min Chong proceeded to elucidate the issues surrounding QR code invitations and identity authentication. It was evident that her initial plan would not align with reality. "Oh," Mo Qing mused, unfazed by this revelation. In a society where the average lifespan barely reaches a century, she considered herself the most extraordinary anomaly. Min Chong pressed on, "What do you intend to do?" "Find someone to assist me," Mo Qing replied nonchalantly, flipping her wrist and tapping an empty bottle of yogurt with her sketch pen. "You should go buy it now." Min Chong hesitated for a moment, but upon observing her composed demeanor, he ultimately relented and took out his phone to act as the yogurt supplier. After he left, Mo Qing retrieved her phone, scrolling through her contacts, which included 3 names, Jiang Ku, Huisi, and Song Yi Yuan. After a brief glance, she tapped Jiang Ku's number and dialed. "Mo Qing?" After the phone rang 3 times, Jiang Ku's voice came through. Chapter 16, Auction Site Number 404, Encounter with Jiang Ku. The voice was melodious, low, and gentle, accompanied by the sound of leaves rustling in the breeze. "It's me." Jiang Ku clearly understood the saying. No one visits the 3 Treasures Hall without a reason, and got straight to the point. "What's the matter?" Mo Qing picked up a bottle of yogurt from the table, twisted the cap open, and asked directly, "Are you aware of the Collins Hotel auction?" "I know." "Will you be attending?" Jiang Ku paused for a moment before replying, "No?" Mo Qing found his hesitation intriguing. At that moment, Jiang Ku realized her implication and inquired, "Do you wish to go?" On that day, Jiang Qihui will be taking Mo Suian along. I'll have them bring you with them." Jiang Ku swiftly made arrangements. "Jiang Qihui?" Mo Qing only knew of the paper tiger, Jiang Qi. "Jiang Qihui, your uncle's son, your cousin," Jiang Ku briefly introduced, seemingly indifferent, casually suggesting that she treat him merely as a ticket and not to pay too much heed. Mo Qing took a sip of yogurt and readily responded. That's something I'm quite adept at. Jiangku replied. There's no need to climb the ladder so eagerly. With a single phone call and a few words, the matter was settled. The next day, the weather was pleasant. Sunlight poured through the window onto the desk, casting a line of demarcation between light and shadow. Dust particles in the air danced and twirled, touched by golden light. Suddenly, a backpack was tossed onto the table, disrupting the tranquility of the space. Mo Qing pushed the stool back with her foot, extending her long legs as she took a seat. Suddenly, Jiang Qi leaned in closer. His face had nearly healed, with a band-aid affixed just below his nose, yet he still appeared quite clean and handsome. Mo Qing lifted her gaze, reminding him, mind your tone. Jiang Qi held back his frustration, suppressing his temper, recognizing the strength of her fist. He placed his palm on the table, inhaling deeply, preparing to speak. Instinctively, Jiang Qi rolled up his sleeves. Min Chong approached with unwavering focus. The moment Min Chong removed his backpack, Jiang Qi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. However, Min Chong didn't spare him a glance, simply zipping open the bag and retrieving 2 bottles of yogurt. Here, Min Chong placed the yogurt on Mo Qing's desk. At that moment, everyone in the classroom, aside from the astounded Jiang Qi, bore witness to this scene, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Mo Qing, however, remained unperturbed. I'm leaving now. The universally acknowledged aloof campus heartthrob displayed no pretense in front of her. Mo Qing's expression was calm, almost approving. With that, Min Chong departed. Have you gotten involved with him? Jiang Qi, momentarily taken aback by disbelief, widened his eyes and voiced the collective curiosity. He is so stingy. How could he possibly bring you yogurt? Mo Qing twisted open a bottle of yogurt, pausing for a moment. Do you want me to teach you how to speak properly? No, thank you. Jiang Qi felt a shiver at the thought of being beaten. Yet his curiosity got the better of him as he slid into a seat closer to Mo Qing, whispering with intrigue, have you got something on him? Mo Qing was absorbed in her yogurt. Noticing her silence, Jiang Qi reluctantly shifted the topic. I heard you are attending the auction with Jiang Qihui and Mo Suan? Yes. Jiang Qi scratched his nose and continued, I advise you not to overthink it. Mo Qing glanced at him. To be honest, while I find you displeasing, I find them even more so. Jiang Qi candidly replied. Both of them are so arrogant, each more haughty than the last. Individuals like you, who possess no skills beyond fighting, are the very ones they look down upon. Associating with them will only bring you frustration. Oh, don't doubt me. Despite their polished appearances, Jiang Qihui and Mo Suan are fundamentally petty individuals who thrive on belittling others. There is no need for you to tether yourself to them for the sake of an auction. Mo Qing raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by his perceptiveness. However, under her scrutiny, Jiang Qi interpreted it as skepticism and retorted, believe it or not. Had he not learned of her tragic past, her upbringing as a shepherd at 3, her responsibility for the family at 7, being sold at 13, and her entanglement in a pyramid scheme at 15, he would have had no interest in sharing such words with her. How absurd! Jiang Qi exclaimed in frustration as he walked away. Mo Qing twirled a pen in her hand, appearing contemplative. 2 evenings later, Jiang Qihui drove to the Mo family's villa to pick up Mo Suan and Mo Qing. Before leaving, Mo Suan cast a disdainful glance at Mo Qing and warned, when we arrive, speak little, move less, and observe more. Do not overreact in any situation. On ordinary days, Mo Qing would not refrain from verbal retorts, ensuring that Mo Suan would not have a pleasant time. However, this time, Mo Qing prioritized the greater good, dismissing Mo Suan with a flick to the back of his head, utterly ignoring him. A sleek black car halted at the entrance, and a young man emerged, seemingly in his early 20s, standing tall in a white shirt. His demeanor bore a resemblance to Jiangku, yet there lingered an air of incongruity, as though he had not fully embraced the essence of refinement. Are you Mo Qing? Jiang Qihui asked, glancing sideways at Mo Qing with a detached expression, tinged with disdain and arrogance. This individual exuded an overwhelming sense of superiority. Mo Qing furrowed her brow and then instructed Mo Suan, you sit in the front. Mo Suan nodded, all right. A minute later, Mo Qing claimed the back seat for herself, reveling in the solitude. Jiang Qihui and Mo Suan occupied the front, engrossed in their own conversation, treating Mo Qing as though she were invisible. After approximately half an hour of travel, they arrived at the Collins Hotel. The towering structure was uniquely designed and quite iconic. Mo Qing followed the two into the hotel, making their way to the 11th floor. As the elevator doors opened, a uniformed staff member greeted them, leading them to the registration desk to collect their identification tags. While Mo Swain and Jiang Chihue proceeded to sign in, Mo Qing refrained from following, standing a short distance away, her gaze sweeping over the surroundings, assessing the arrangements. A striking figure in uniform passed by, standing out among the crowd. Mo Qing's peripheral vision caught a glimpse, and she suddenly sensed something. Raising her arm, she blocked the person's path. Jiang, Mo Qing began. But at that moment, a hand grasped her wrist, slender and delicate, with rough fingertips imparting a tangible sensation. Both paused momentarily. Mo Qing arched an eyebrow, glancing at the nameplate on his chest. Chopin. What on earth? Chopin slightly lifted his eyelids, his eyes dark as ink, and a smile rippled through his gaze, enchanting and beguiling. His voice was warm and gentle, yet laced with a hint of insincerity. Is there anything you require, miss? Chapter 17, number 404, stealing acupuncture needles, caught red-handed. Is there anything you require, miss? It was not surprising for a man of noble lineage, wielding wealth and social standing, to appear in such a setting. However, if he were to present himself as a mere staff member, that would be utterly astonishing. Had his mind been commandeered by extraterrestrials? Mo Qing chose not to expose him. Instead, she elegantly raised her leg forward, exuding a noble and aloof demeanor. Polish my shoes. Chopin's gaze casually swept over her tall boots, a smirk playing on his lips. Is my face handsome? Mo Qing regarded him for a moment. Indeed. Chopin nodded in agreement, a faint smile illuminating his eyes as he earnestly declared, this face is certainly not meant for shoe polishing. Is your nature so impoverished? Do the Jiang and Mo families know of this? Chopin slightly inclined his body and stated, I take my leave. Mo Qing watched him depart with keen interest. Shortly after, Mo Swain and Jiang Chihue approached, both exhibiting a shared disdain for Mo Qing. Were you permitted to wander about? Mo Swain questioned sharply. Mo Qing assessed the distance to the check-in point, contemplating that perhaps these two had a vision problem. Nevertheless, they continued their self-conversation, finishing their remarks before turning to enter the auction venue, leaving Mo Qing to gaze wistfully at their retreating figures. It was not her intention to stir trouble. Rather, these two younger individuals were in dire need of a lesson. After a brief pause, Mo Qing silently followed the two individuals and took her seat in the conference hall. The auction had been promoted 2 months in advance, creating an atmosphere of heightened anticipation, and the venue was bustling with a full house. Among the many exquisite items up for bid, the acupuncture needles, lacking substantial historical documentation, were regarded as having a comparatively lower expectation. Suddenly, Mo Qing's phone vibrated twice. She retrieved her device and saw a message from Song Yiyuan. Song Yiyuan, how did you end up at the auction? Song Yiyuan, look to your right. Mo Qing glanced at the message and leaned back slightly, shifting her gaze to the right, where she caught sight of Song Yiyuan sitting diagonally behind her. He waved at her. Mo Qing, I'm not here. You must be mistaken. Song Yiyuan, I can see you playing with your phone. Mo Swain is sitting right next to you. She directly exposed Jiang Ku's identity, yet Jiang Ku managed to maintain her composure while masquerading as a waitress. All Song Yiyuan saw was her profile. Why would she admit to being herself? Diagonally behind her, Song Yiyuan. I saw Mo Qing at the auction and messaged her, and she actually claims I'm mistaken. Song Yiyuan. What? Does she find me embarrassing? Huisi, who knows? In any case, you shouldn't give her any satisfaction. Song Yiyuan had initially sought a bit of solace from Huisi, but instead, Huisi's words felt like a dagger to his heart, causing him to instinctively rub his chest in discomfort, trying to console himself to take it lightly. What did it matter? It was merely the disdain of a student. Song Yiyuan forced a smile, tinged with melancholy. The auction commenced, and the first item on the block was an exquisite oil painting by a renowned contemporary artist. The auctioneer's eloquent praises filled the air, creating an atmosphere of grandeur. The starting bid was set at 100,000. Both Mo Swain and Jiang Chihue appeared rather disinterested. Uncertain if there were any shills among the bidders, the painting was soon called up to 800,000. Gradually, the increments became less fervent, seemingly approaching a ceiling. Mo Swain was taken aback. In the next moment, he heard a languid voice beside him declare, 1 million. Mo Swain's eyelids fluttered, his heart momentarily halting. It was not an illusion. To his surprise, Jiang Qihui, who had never anticipated such a display from Mo Qing, was equally stunned. A fleeting look of bewilderment and confusion crossed his typically proud and aloof visage. However, he quickly regained his composure, snatching the bidding paddle from Mo Qing's hand and warning. "What do you think you are doing? Just playing around?" Mo Qing replied nonchalantly, meeting Jiang Qihui's furious gaze. "I heard the Jiang family is quite affluent. Surely, you possess enough to indulge your sister?" Upon hearing this justification, Jiang Qihui was nearly driven to laughter by his irritation. "Do you think you are worthy?" he retorted, perhaps lacking a bit of self-awareness. Mo Qing's words were light, yet effectively cut off any chance for further mockery. Jiang Qihui, Mo Suian. 1 million once. 1 million twice. 1 million thrice. Sold. The auctioneer struck the gavel, and the painting was officially recorded under Jiang Qihui for the price of 1 million. Jiang Qihui's face turned a shade of green with rage, yet he could not erupt on the spot. Jiang Qihui tightly gripped the number plate, suppressing his rising anger, and addressed Mo Suian in an unfriendly tone. "Keep an eye on your sister." Having been taken aback by Jiang Qihui's abruptness, Mo Suian had no retort and redirected his frustration towards Mo Qing. Was that intentional? Mo Qing leaned back against her chair, her posture relaxed and comfortable. Yet her tone carried an undercurrent of menace. "Can you guess how many times a nimble shepherdess like me could acquire a number plate?" Mo Suian felt a surge of alarm, instinctively straightening his back. Regret coursed through him. He well knew Mo Qing's penchant for seeking attention, her lack of restraint and discernment. Capable of any mischief, yet he had foolishly agreed to accompany her to the auction. He found himself compelled to monitor her actions, fearful she might once again reach for the number plate. While Mo Suian was on edge, like a startled bird, Mo Qing savored the passage of time, refraining from any further indiscretions. Her intention was merely to teach Jiang Qihui and Mo Suian a lesson. Provoking them into an early exit or causing a scene would be detrimental to her plans. As the auction progressed, Mo Qing decided it was time to rise. "Where are you going?" Mo Suian asked warily, his expression sour. He turned his head away. Mo Qing departed silently. The server, Xiaobang, stationed in a corner of the venue, also noticed her, his gaze lingering on her retreating figure, a fleeting hint of puzzlement crossing his eyes. Behind the auction stage lay all the items for the event, each meticulously numbered before being sent to the front for bidding. The auction at the front desk was in full swing, while the staff in the background exhibited a certain lethargy, numbly performing their monotonous tasks. Suddenly, darkness surged like a tidal wave, engulfing all light, rendering the surroundings devoid of any brightness. The power had gone out. After a brief moment of silence, a cacophony of startled exclamations erupted from the auction site, while the backstage personnel immediately snapped to attention, their senses heightened as every nerve became alert. How could the power fail? Keep an eye on the auction items. Do not move recklessly. The voices of several security personnel echoed backstage, prompting everyone to gravitate towards the auction item area, treading softly, holding their breath, and attentively listening to every sound. In stark contrast to the clamor of the auction, the backstage atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. At that moment of extreme tension and silence, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the staff to shiver as a chill crept up their spines. All the windows were closed. Where could the wind possibly come from? In the darkness, a figure stealthily approached a particular auction item. The wind rushed past, and in an instant, that figure darted towards the entrance, moving without a sound. Mo Qing glided near the corridor, inadvertently brushing past someone. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Mo Qing's wrist was seized. The fingers that gripped her were slender yet powerful, exuding an aggressive intensity. Mo Qing's brows furrowed, ready to retaliate, when she suddenly heard the person lower their voice and inquire, "The power is out. Where is the young lady headed?" She paused for a moment. With a click, the corridor's power switch was flipped and light returned. The corridor lights illuminated sequentially, cascading like a brilliant river of light, casting a gentle radiance upon the ground. Mo Qing's gaze lifted slightly, her dark pupils reflecting Jiang Ke's face, sharply defined yet softened by a gentle glow. His lowered brows carried an inscrutable emotion, hinting at both scrutiny and curiosity. Being so close, she could discern his long, thick eyelashes and inhale the faint fragrance of mountain cedar that lingered about him. Mo Qing raised an eyebrow. "The call is coming in. Can you let go?" Jiang Ke smiled wryly, just as he was about to release her. Footsteps echoed through the corridor. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed Mo Swain's figure, causing his grip to tighten instead of loosen. With his other hand, he firmly grasped Mo Qing's shoulder, pressing her against the wall. He leaned in closer. Chapter 18. Allegation number 404. Mo Qing, you lack decorum. Mo Qing distinctly sensed his intent to withdraw, unprepared for his feigned maneuver, leaving her vulnerable as she was easily pinned against the wall. In the next moment, a shadow fell before her. Jiang Ke closed the distance between them, encroaching upon Mo Qing's personal space, his handsome face filling her vision. She could distinctly feel his breath and see the half-shadow cast by his eyelashes. Although the gesture appeared intimate, he maintained a careful restraint, avoiding any overstepping. Noticing something amiss, Mo Qing shifted her gaze and caught sight of Mo Swain, frozen in the corridor, fully comprehending Jiang Ke's actions. Allowing Mo Swain to witness Jiang Ke in such a manner would likely be a mortifying spectacle for him. Do you dare to shout? Mo Qing, unfazed, curled her lips into a subtle smile, her voice low and laced with a hint of threat. He lowered his head, catching a whiff of her delicate fragrance. His palm glided down her shoulder, resting gently at her waist. In an instant, as her gaze turned icy, his hand sought what it desired, pressing softly against it. Mo Qing's movements momentarily stiffened. He chuckled, lacking seriousness. I sense you have some reservations. His palm pressed against Mo Qing's waist, where she had concealed acupuncture needles. Unperturbed by his discovery, Mo Qing released her tension and, after a brief pause, proposed, let us collaborate. Jiang Ke readily acquiesced, I know nothing. Seeing him align with her, Mo Qing replied, neither do I. With their agreement established, conversation ceased, and their eyes locked. The distance between them was palpable, breaths audible, and the warmth exchanged was intimate. In every inhalation and exhalation, one could sense the other's presence, as if the atmosphere had solidified. Jiang Ke then released her, taking a step back to create space. After scrutinizing her for a moment, he cautioned with a weighty undertone, be careful. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, Mo Qing called out to him. She raised her right hand, fingers poised in a delicate grasp, her index finger lightly tapping her own head as she inquired of Jiang Ke. Is there perhaps an issue here? Mo Qing intended to question whether he had a split personality. Yet her gesture and words might be misconstrued as an inquiry into his mental state. Despite the brief power outage, the auction continued without further incident. The only peculiarity was the strange look Mo Swain cast upon her, his eyes harboring disdain and contempt. On the stage, yet another auction item found its owner. And the auctioneer began to introduce the next item, a set of acupuncture needles, reputedly belonging to a renowned healer from a century ago. Mo Qing keenly observed that upon the unveiling of the needles, Jiang Qihui and Song Yiyuan both straightened in their seats, their gazes fixated on the acupuncture set. Neither of these gentlemen had bid on any prior items this evening. Were they solely here for the acupuncture needles? After concluding his introduction, the auctioneer announced the opening bid, 300,000. Jiang Qihui was the first to raise his paddle, 1 million. Upon seeing him bid, Mo Qing instinctively cast a sidelong glance in his direction, only to be momentarily halted by what her eyes beheld. Jiang Qihui raised his right hand, causing the sleeve of his shirt to slip down, revealing a portion of his elbow. On the exposed skin was a tattoo, strikingly similar to one that adorned her own ankle. Was it merely a coincidence, or had someone disseminated her tattoo's image? Why was it that one or two individuals either cherished her tattoo's design or chose to replicate it on their own bodies? A sense of foreboding enveloped Mo Qing. 130 million. 150 million. As the price climbed to around 3 million, the bidding began to slow, with Jiang Qihui still in the lead. At that moment, Song Yiyuan, who had remained silent until now, leisurely crossed his legs and raised his paddle, 8 million. His declaration prompted a moment of silence throughout the room, as all eyes turned to him. The previous bidders, taken aback by this figure, initially reacted with surprise before revealing expressions of displeasure, ultimately opting to withdraw. Unfazed, Song Yiyuan raised his paddle again, 8 million, 9 million, 5 million. Song Yiyuan appeared to have engaged in a stubborn standoff with him. Jiang Qihui took a deep breath and made another offer, 10 million. As the saying goes, third time's the charm. This time, Song Yiyuan merely raised an eyebrow and gestured for him to continue. setting aside the bidding paddle without revealing even a hint of regret or displeasure over losing the acupuncture needles. Mo Qing remained seated in silence, but he discerned the underlying tension. He glanced at the flustered yet restrained Jiang Qihui, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Mo Qing had swindled him out of $1 million, while Song Yiyuan had taken $10 million. It seemed he was simply ill-fated with Class 7 of his senior year. However, was Song Yiyuan also playing the role of a stooge? 10 million once, 10 million twice, 10 million thrice. Deal. Ultimately, the set of acupuncture needles, meticulously crafted and flawlessly replicated by Min Chong, was secured by Jiang Qihui for the sum of 10 million. After the auction concluded, Jiang Qihui completed the handover procedures and exited the hotel with Mo Qing and Mo Qing. Mo Qing was also vexed but chose not to retort. Fine. Only Mo Qing managed to accomplish her task smoothly and was in high spirits. Upon hearing Jiang Qihui's words, she not only remained unperturbed, but promptly made her way to the roadside to hail a cab. Jiang Qihui had no desire to see her off. His intentions had been aimed at Mo Qing, and her indifference only served to frustrate him further. Your sister needs to be kept in check by your parents, otherwise she might stir up significant trouble, Jiang Qihui remarked coldly to Mo Qing. Indeed, Mo Qing replied, bidding farewell to Jiang Qihui before joining Mo Qing in the taxi, his expression frozen as if he were owed a debt by everyone around him. The ride was filled with silence. Upon arriving at the Mo family villa, as Mo Qing stepped into the courtyard, she was abruptly halted by the impatient call of Mo Qing. Stop right there. Mo Qing paused and glanced at him. Mo Qing, do you have no shame? Mo Qing rushed forward, his words laced with scorn, his expression dark and furious, his eyes tinged with anger. He took a deep breath and continued, you went to an auction and seduced a man, engaging in lewd acts in public. You may lack self-respect, but we still have our dignity. A fleeting realization crossed Mo Qing's eyes. At that moment, she had been caught in a compromising situation with Jiang Ku, but he was in a uniform, merely perceived as a staff member. She, however, was easily recognizable, even if Mo Qing could not see her face. Her attire gave her away. Enraged, Mo Qing pointed an accusatory finger at her, berating, I didn't care how promiscuous you were in the past, but now that you belong to the Mo family, engaging in such disgusting behavior is unacceptable. His tirade was abruptly cut short as Mo Qing suddenly pivoted, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, that was not the end. Mo Qing strode over, and, as Mo Qing dazedly regained his bearings, she seized his hair and forcibly plunged his head into the adjacent pool, declaring, with such a foul mouth, let us wash it out. Chapter 19. Lesson 404 for the Mo family. Huasi confronts bubbles erupted relentlessly from the stinking pool. The unexpected assault caught Mo Qing completely off guard. He desperately clawed at the nearby stones, striving to maintain his balance. Struggling to rise, he found himself floundering helplessly, utterly devoid of any strength to resist. This was the first time Mo Qing truly comprehended Mo Qing's brutality. Just as he felt he was on the verge of drowning, Mo Qing suddenly seized his hair and yanked him upwards, freeing his head from the water's grasp, allowing him to gulp in fresh air. Mo Qing felt the urge to curse, his eyes reddened and bloodshot. Gurgling sounds filled the air as he gasped for breath. Yet he could not suppress his urge to hurl insults at Mo Qing. However, in the next instant, his head was once again forced beneath the water. The cycle repeated itself 4 or 5 times, leaving Mo Qing utterly exhausted, unable to utter even a single curse that lingered in his chest. Finally, he was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. As the world spun around him, he took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling. Weakly, he opened his eyes to find Mo Qing's fearless gaze reflecting back at him, which inevitably caused a pang in his heart. He spoke, do you understand the consequences? In a household that ranked people so disparagingly, it was better to leave. Mo Qing nonchalantly pulled out a tissue, methodically wiping his damp fingers, remarking on family and dignity, while expressing fatigue on Swain's behalf. In the depths of the night, the door swung open, and Madame Mo emerged, draped in a shawl, her eyes scanning the courtyard. She quickly spotted the soaked figure of Mo Qing sprawled on the ground, her face filled with shock as she rushed over. Swain. Madame Mo knelt beside him, bending down to assist him. However, he was too heavy for her to lift. After several attempts, she suddenly noticed Mo Qing standing nearby. Mo Qing sat upon a stone by the pond, one leg stretched forward while the other rested upon the rock, a tissue clenched in her hand, and her sleeve visibly dampened. Madame Mo was no fool. She quickly surmised the sequence of events and inquired, Mo Qing, was it you? Indeed it was, came the assertive response, so bold that one might mistake her for the savior who had rescued Mo Swain from the waters. As she spoke, she attempted to push Mo Qing away. Given her meager strength, barely sufficient to slay a chicken, Mo Qing couldn't be bothered to evade her. She merely raised a hand to brush her aside. What was meant to be a casual gesture turned into an unsteady stumble from Madame Mo, who, unable to regain her balance, fell into the pond. Mo Qing observed this with a hint of incredulity. A century ago, women of valor could instill fear in an entire street, compelling even her to tread carefully. How had women of the present become so feeble? The pond was shallow, barely reaching her knees, yet Madame Mo flailed about, swallowing several mouthfuls of water. Unable to watch any longer, Mo Qing clicked her tongue and rescued her from the water, placing her alongside Mo Swain. Her words grew increasingly caustic. Mo Qing, however, remained unperturbed, her demeanor tranquil beneath the moonlight, where shadows danced and the ground lay speckled with light. Standing tall, she cast a long shadow on the ground, her gaze devoid of emotion as she coolly regarded the scene, uttering, Madame Jiang. In an instant, Madame Mo's voice fell silent. Since her marriage into the Mo family, her maiden name had been forgotten. A woman deemed valueless to her family might as well be dead. Mo Qing enunciated each word with clarity. You are well educated. If even you find no fault in this logic, shouldn't that provoke a sense of dread? Having spoken, Mo Qing did not spare a glance at the reactions of Madame Mo and Mo Swain, and simply departed. Clearly, Mo Qing's words had little impact. Madame Mo was furious at Mo Qing's audacity to confront Mo Swain, and upon learning the details, her disbelief only intensified. She immediately rushed to the hospital, embellishing the story as she recounted it to Mo Demo. The long-lost daughter, lacking a proper education, was already a source of shame for the family due to her inappropriate behavior. Now, upon discovering that she conducted herself frivolously in public and, when confronted, had the audacity to lash out at her own brother, this was simply intolerable. In a fit of rage, Mo Demo demanded that Mo Qing visit the hospital. That afternoon, Mo Qing took a taxi to the hospital. Under the scorching sun, the heat enveloped her as she alighted from the vehicle, causing her to frown. Spotting a convenience store by the roadside, she hesitated briefly before purchasing an ice cream. As she entered the inpatient department, she was halfway through her treat when she bumped into Huasi. Huasi was not surprised. His gaze lingered momentarily on her ice cream before he inquired, Are you here to see Mo Demo? Yes, she replied. Huasi nodded, saying, I happen to need to speak with you about something. Please follow me. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs. Since she would eventually meet Mo Demo anyway, Mo Qing said nothing further and followed Huasi up. As they made their way to the 5th floor, Mo Swain had just exited Mo Demo's ward on the 4th floor. She caught sight of the two figures and paused, taken aback, before a look of suspicion crossed her face. Had she only come to the hospital a few times, and already she was flirting with someone? Contemplating this, Mo Swain was consumed by a surge of anger, her expression stern as she followed closely behind. They arrived once more at the VIP hospital room, where Shin-Chi lay in bed clad in a patient gown, reliant on various machines for sustenance, showing no signs of awakening. Beside the bedside table stood a vase adorned with an assortment of flowers. Huasi closed the door. Mo Qing approached the vase, reaching out to touch the lilies. As her fingers grasped the stem, it snapped with a soft crack, the freshly bloomed lily wilting in her grasp. Huasi's expression darkened. What do you want from me? Mo Qing asked, still holding the broken lily, inhaling its fragrance, her brow furrowing as she lifted her hand to discard it into the trash. Mind your hands, Huasi remarked, taking a breath, unable to restrain himself. Mo Qing, momentarily taken aback, snapped another rose, noticing Huasi's deepening scowl. She waved the flower in her hand. Are you referring to this? Huasi remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Consequently, Mo Qing tossed the rose into the trash as well, brushing her hands together. Speak your mind. Recognizing the urgency of the matter at hand, Huasi refrained from dwelling on trivialities and directly inquired, Did you attend the auction last night? I did. With a piercing gaze fixed on Mo Qing, Huasi's tone turned grave, asserting, That set of acupuncture needles is in your possession, isn't it? Chapter 20. Identification unveiled. The true and false heiresses, is that set of acupuncture needles in your possession? Huasi asked bluntly. To his surprise, Mo Qing responded with equal candor, it is. Huasi was momentarily taken aback. Since Jiang Qihue captured the acupuncture needle, Haas has been closely observing his actions. However, according to the inventory manual of the base regarding item number 404, although Jiang Qihue's acupuncture needle bears a striking resemblance, certain peculiarities render it utterly inconsistent. Thus, Haas concludes that the needle is counterfeit. If it is indeed a forgery, there are only two possible explanations. Either the acupuncture needle is inherently fake, or it has been swapped. As per Song Yuan's account, there was a power outage during the auction, coinciding with Mo Qing's absence. Nevertheless, there have been no reports of any disturbances backstage. Coupled with Mo Qing's century-long slumber and her remarkable skills, Haas cannot shake the notion that the acupuncture needle is linked to Mo Qing. Though he posed his inquiry with utmost certainty, it remained merely a conjecture, a means to gauge her reaction. To his surprise, Mo Qing responded with unwavering composure, acknowledging it without a hint of hesitation. Just as Haas was about to inquire further, he suddenly noticed Mo Qing grasping Shenqi's arm, playfully manipulating it. He immediately exclaimed, "Do not move her." Mo Qing continued her antics, stating, "She needs to stretch. Normally, someone assists her in doing so." Haas felt utterly speechless, fixating intently on her actions. "Be gentle. Your grip is too forceful." He feared that Mo Qing might inadvertently harm Shenqi, akin to breaking a delicate flower. If she were to injure a living person, they could still voice their discomfort. But if Shenqi were to be harmed, she would be unable to speak at all. Very well then. Mo Qing released Shenqi's hand, refraining from further contact. Turning around, she cast a glance at Haas and, taking the initiative, inquired, "What prompts your investigation into the acupuncture needle?" "We came here for Jiang Qihue and other matters. The acupuncture needle was merely a fortuitous incident." Haas, unreserved and brows knitted in suspicion, scrutinized Mo Qing. "Yet, it was you. Why would you swap the acupuncture needle? The authentic needle, where is it?" Haas's pupils dilated sharply. In the next moment, Mo Qing delivered a heavy blow, number 404. The usually composed Haas could not help but show a crack in his demeanor, steadying himself. "How do you know?" "Haas, you strike me as the fabled lunatic." Shock and disbelief coursed through his body. Haas could only stare blankly at Mo Qing, weighing the veracity of her words. However, with the limited information at his disposal, he had no means of judgment. Ultimately, Haas chose to set aside the question of truth and falsehood temporarily, focusing instead on the immediate issue at hand. "Hand over the acupuncture needle to me." Mo Qing responded promptly, "No?" Haas's expression momentarily faltered. "Mo Qing, let us make a deal." Mo Qing languidly interrupted him. "What?" With her fingers delicately pinching a rose petal, her tone calm and unhurried. As if victory were assured, "I will ensure your sister awakens unscathed, and you will pretend that the matter of the acupuncture needle never transpired." Haas questioned, "Can you truly accomplish that?" "I cannot." Mo Qing curved two fingers inward, and with a casual flick, when she raised her fingers again, the rose petal had transformed into a silver needle. A gentle breeze stirred the strands of hair cascading down her cheek, and the corners of her lips lifted slightly. "It can. You have been plotting this for a long time." Huasi keenly perceived a glimmer of insight within his mind and analyzed, upon learning of Shenqi's affliction, that he now possessed an advantage. Having seized the acupuncture needle, he discovered it was within his grasp to negotiate. Should he have remained undetected, he might have bartered with other matters, correct? Mo Qing neither affirmed nor denied. With a light-hearted demeanor, she replied, "The decision rests with you." After a prolonged contemplation, Huasi resolved within himself, but inquired. "The manual records that item number 404 possesses remarkable efficacy, capable of addressing the most perplexing ailments of the world. It is not an exaggeration to claim it can revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. Is this true?" Mo Qing, having retrieved the silver needle, responded, "If you can access several unique items mentioned in the manual, you should be able to make your own judgment." Huasi felt a surge of astonishment. She truly possessed knowledge of the collection manual. Even if she were not its author, she must have perused its contents. Allowing Huasi a moment for reflection, Mo Qing inquired, "Have you made your decision?" "I do not favor indecisiveness." His tightly clenched fingers relaxed, and Huasi's gaze flickered, solidifying with determination. He regarded this enigmatic girl and resolved, As long as she could awaken, I need not know the particulars. Mo Qing raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. I have another condition, Huasi stated. I must witness the treatment process. Agreed. When will you administer it, and what preparations are necessary? It can be done immediately. Huasi felt somewhat taken aback by the suddenness of the situation. The treatment would last approximately half an hour, after lying in repose for another 2 or 3 days. She shall awaken. Mo Qing cast a glance at him, as if to inquire whether he required a moment to brace himself psychologically. No need, Huasi replied, fearing that overthinking would lead to regret later on. If he could maintain a vigilant watch over Mo Qing's actions and allow her to attempt a treatment for Xinqi, he would find it acceptable. With a swift lift of her right leg, she set it down and rose to her feet. The breeze lifted the hem of her garment as she turned her gaze towards the slumbering girl in the hospital bed and remarked with keen interest, "Let us commence." In the corridor, Mo Swain's brow was furrowed, his expression grave. Why had they lingered for so long? Surely they weren't engaging in inappropriate conduct within the ward. Upon learning that a patient in the room was in a vegetative state, a torrent of thoughts erupted in Mo Swain's mind, fueling his ire and prompting a desire to sever ties with Mo Qing. Finally, after approximately an hour, the door to the ward swung open. Mo Swain swiftly concealed himself in the utility room, observing discreetly. Whether it was merely his imagination, he noticed Mo Qing glancing in his direction as she exited. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the door to the utility room was forcefully thrust open. Mo Swain emerged, facing the two with a piercing and furious gaze. What are you discussing? Chapter 21, number 404. Expelling Mo Qing from the Mo family. What are you discussing? The sudden inquiry interrupted Huasi's words. He turned his head to regard the young man who had burst forth, momentarily taken aback as he recognized him as Mo Swain, the Mo family's prodigy. You are indeed an imposter, he declared, directing his sharp gaze towards Mo Qing. He uttered vile words, to which I retorted, how could our family produce such a base and repugnant individual like you? Despicable, debauched, and crude, utterly worthless. There is not a trace of the Mo family's lineage within you. Frankly speaking, what ulterior motive do you in this person have in impersonating my sister? After delivering a scathing rebuke, Mo Swain exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief within. However, he had anticipated that unmasking the two would reveal their guilty and anxious expressions. To his surprise, they remained composed and unperturbed. Mo Qing appeared unaffected, while Huasi merely frowned, accepting the reality. As it happens, I intended to discuss this matter with your parents regarding Mo Qing. Stop pretending. Would you have volunteered this information if I hadn't discovered it? Mo Swain scoffed, clearly skeptical of Huasi's claims. Huasi, preferring not to engage with someone in a heightened emotional state, disregarded Mo Swain and addressed Mo Qing directly. Aren't you supposed to meet Mo Damo? I will accompany you, and we shall conveniently address this matter. All right, Mo Qing nodded. Throughout the encounter, she paid no heed to Mo Swain. Despite having exposed their scheme, Mo Swain felt a lump in his throat, unable to express the frustration that swelled within him. Nevertheless, his attention was swiftly diverted by another revelation. His sister was not Mo Qing, but rather Wen Xue. Mo Swain clenched his fists tightly, a flicker of uncontrollable joy illuminating his eyes. Huasi had learned of Wen Xue being the true daughter of the Mo family 2 days prior. He had intended to wait until Mo Damo was discharged before discussing the matter, but with the truth now laid bare, there was no longer a need for concealment. Huasi and Mo Qing descended the stairs together. Mo Swain followed closely behind them, vigilant against any attempt to escape. In front of the hospital room, Hose knocked twice on the door, and shortly after, Mrs. Mo appeared to open it. Officer Hose, upon seeing him, Mrs. Mo was momentarily taken aback, then cast a wary glance at Mo Qing, inquiring, what brings you here? Did Mo Qing say something to you? That vile person, Mo Qing, who has insulted his mother and betrayed his brother, dares to report to Hose. Mother, Mo Qing is an imposter. Wen Xue is truly a member of our family. Mo Swain interjected. He has colluded with Mo Qing and assumed another's identity. What? Overwhelmed by the revelation, Mrs. Mo was left speechless. Madam Mo, I have come regarding the matter of Mo Qing's identity. Hose maintained a calm demeanor, politely asking if Mr. Mo was available. Mrs. Mo, in a daze, allowed them to enter. Mr. Mo Damo was resting at the head of the bed, initially awaiting Mo Qing's arrival, only to receive this shocking news. which left him stunned for a while. "Hello," Mr. Mo Hos calmly presented his officer's credentials, affirming his identity without pretense. "I am Officer Hos, the captain of the Dongshi City Criminal Police Team." Officer Hos, Mo Damo, having encountered the world, quickly regained his composure and nodded. "I have heard of you." Hos was not one for small talk. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Mo Damo, he proceeded directly to the matter at hand. "According to our investigation, we can confirm that Yingxue is indeed your biological daughter. If you have any doubts, you may conduct a paternity test with her." "What about Mo Qing? Is he a fraud?" Mrs. Mo asked impatiently. Her face was alight with joy, and upon witnessing this, Hos felt a slight furrow form on his brow. Perhaps sending Mo Qing to the Mo family was a fundamental error. Indeed, Hos acknowledged this, but he continued, stating that although it was a mistake, Mo Qing's situation was somewhat unique, and they hoped she could remain as the daughter of the Mo family for just 1 year. In return, they would offer the Mo family some form of compensation. "Officer Hos," Mo Damo interjected coldly, interrupting Hos's words. He spoke with gravity. "Do you think the Mo family is merely driven by profit? Would we accept an unrelated individual as our daughter for a mere compensation?" Hos pondered to himself, but is that not precisely the case? Mo Damo's expression remained stern. "I do not understand your insistence on having Mo Qing join the Mo family, nor am I interested. You arrange for an imposter to replace my daughter. I should pursue this matter, yet the misunderstanding has not persisted for long, and we wish to avoid further conflict." The implication was clear. The Mo family was magnanimous. After a pause, Mo Damo resolutely declared his stance. "There is absolutely no possibility of allowing Mo Qing to remain. In fact, given her behavior, even if she were my biological daughter, I would still cast her out." At this juncture, Mo Damo cast a cold, piercing glance at Mo Qing. Leaning against the window, she observed the unfolding drama, and upon meeting his hostile and indifferent gaze, she merely raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. "You might as well cease your futile efforts." Mo swayed and then stepped forward, asserting, "Regardless of the compensation you offer the Mo family, we have no interest. Besides, what is Mo Qing compared to Yingxue? They are like a country hen and a phoenix. Why should we humiliate the phoenix to accommodate a mere country hen?" Hosi's expression darkened, displeased with Mo Swain's belittlement of Mo Qing. "It is absurd to suggest that Mo Qing could ever compare to Yingxue." Mo Madam, regaining her composure, firmly declared her stance. "Am I to neglect my exceptional biological daughter and allow Mo Qing to stay in my house just to vex me? Do you take us for fools?" The three of them shared a unanimous attitude, leaving no room for negotiation. However, their demeanor made Hosi realize that Mo Qing would only suffer while residing with the Mo family, prompting him to reconsider his stance. Even so, there was little left to say. "I wish Mr. Mo a swift recovery," Hosi said coldly. He then turned to Mo Qing, his tone softening considerably. "Let us depart." Mo Qing shrugged, remaining silent as she followed Hosi out. As they passed by Mo Swain, he glared at her, mocking, "Imposter, may you find your own fortune." Mo Qing smirked. The revelation of her being an imposter not only failed to trouble the Mo family, but instead made them wish to celebrate with firecrackers. After all, they were grappling with how to rid themselves of Mo Qing. Now that she was a fraud, it was only natural for her to leave, especially since their true daughter, Yingxue, was an outstanding C-level doctor and an exemplary scholar. Wasn't that a tremendous piece of good fortune? "I must contact Yingxue and arrange for a paternity test." Madame Mo clutched her chest, unable to contain her excitement. "I wondered why I felt such a sense of familiarity upon seeing Yingxue, only to realize she was the one." After regaining her composure, Madame Mo beamed with joy, reflecting, "Damo, there have been quite a few fortunate events lately. You have suddenly secured such a significant project. And we have also found our biological daughter." Mo Sueon was taken aback. "Did Dad's project really come through?" "Indeed," Madame Mo replied, her smile wide. "He went there merely to join the excitement, without any expectations. Yet yesterday we received the notification that the project has been awarded to their company. This is truly a piece of good fortune." A smile danced in Mo Sueon's eyes as well. If the project were to proceed smoothly, the Mo family could firmly establish themselves in Dongshi City. Madame Mo chuckled. "Not just that. The Mo family may very well be on the brink of soaring to great heights." Chapter 22, number 404. On how to support Mo Qing after all. "It is merely the Mo family. You need not worry. We can arrange for you to be placed in a better situation." Huasi's expression was serious as he reassured Mo Qing. He led her to the car and, once she had fastened her seatbelt, said, "I will first take you to the Mo residence to gather your belongings. Then, we will head to the base where I will report your situation." Mo Qing responded with a lackluster, Huasi drove towards the Mo residence. He had anticipated that the Mo family would not act swiftly. He had even prepared several excuses to retrieve Mo Qing's luggage. To his surprise, after he rang the doorbell and identified himself, Yang Ma emerged with a pile of items in hand. As soon as the door opened, Yang Ma tossed the belongings onto the ground, exclaiming, "This is all there is." The belongings of Mo Qing are few, easily contained within a single bag, yet her books are too numerous to fit, carelessly strewn across the ground after being discarded. Ever since the revelation of her identity, Mo Qing has shown no sign of emotional fluctuation, but in this moment, her gaze suddenly turns icy. Yang Ma, with her nose held high, declares, "Madam has said that everything Mo Qing has used must be discarded, and I am currently tidying up. Bedding, teacups, whatever you cherish. I will pack it all for you." Horst's voice is frigid as he responds, "There is no need." Upon learning of Mo Qing's departure, Yang Ma is elated. Continuing to mock, "Don't regret it. Once this opportunity passes, it will be lost forever. The items prepared for her by the Mo family will be beyond her reach in the future. You are merely a servant. How dare you refer to us as the host family?" Horst's words pierce Yang Ma's heart. Her expression shifts slightly, yet she recoils, shooting a resentful glare at Horst before storming inside. Horst anxiously glances at Mo Qing, concerned that she might be displeased by Yang Ma's earlier remarks. However, she remains unbothered and unperturbed. After all, having been a daughter, albeit for just a month, how could the Mo family treat Mo Qing in such a manner? It seems excessively harsh. Since its inception, the headquarters of the 8th base has been established in Dongshi City, and although several branches have opened in various locations, the headquarters has remained steadfast, never relocating. A tall building was erected in the city center, designated for the offices of all departments. This marks Mo Qing's first visit. Since awakening, she has resided within the confines of the collectibles warehouse, a secluded area with stringent access protocols, far more rigorous than entering the headquarters building itself. Horst moves freely within the building. He introduced to Mo Qing that the 8th base employs two types of personnel, one being formal employees with established positions working within the building, and the other being non-staff members, akin to Song Yuan. They have their own respective duties. As for you, Haas is evidently a formal employee, yet he also engages in a role as a criminal investigator outside. We are part of the action team, often holding additional jobs that facilitate our operations. Haas elucidated that certain departments tend to be less busy, allowing employees to take on part-time roles, provided they submit a report for approval. "Oh," Mo Qing replied nonchalantly, her gaze wandering. As one of the founding members of the 8th base, she was not particularly familiar with it. After all, during her slumber, the 8th base was merely a nascent concept, and she had only managed to draft half of the collection manual. At that moment, someone emerged from around the corner. Whistling a greeting upon encountering the two, "Captain Haas, Minister Gu." Haas nodded and introduced Mo Qing, saying he was Goblin, the head of the paranormal department. Mo Qing cast a sidelong glance at the individual. He was quite tall, donned in casual attire, with dyed golden hair. A silver earring adorned his left ear. His fair skin complemented by charming, crescent-shaped eyes that seemed innocuous when they smiled, yet exuded an air of rebelliousness. "New here?" Goblin smiled at Mo Qing, striking a balance between insincerity and propriety. "This is Mo Qing." Haas reiterated her introduction and then inquired of Goblin, "Are you busy?" Goblin opened his mouth to respond, but Haas preemptively interjected, "No, you can't be busy." Goblin's smile faltered. Haas continued, "Please look after her for me. I have some matters to attend to." Goblin pressed his hand against his chest and said, "I am busy. I intend to start a business." "What kind of business?" "I wish to open a small convenience store." Raising an eyebrow, Goblin held up the planning document in his hand and stated with a hint of pride. Horst glanced at this nonsensical bachelor minister for 3 seconds before turning to Mo Qing and saying, "You stay with him for now. I will find you once I finish my matters." "All right," Mo Qing replied nonchalantly. Goblin tapped the rolled-up planning document against his palm and remarked, "Did I agree? Your opinion isn't particularly significant." With that, Horst departed. Goblin. In the action department, in the minister's office, Minister Fan sat in his chair, attentively listening to Horst's account. Approaching 50, he still commanded respect, maintaining a proper physique and boasting thick, glossy hair. Every gesture exuded the aura of his former iron-fisted authority. How did you choose such a family? Minister Fan scolded after listening, furrowing his brow. Given the environment of the Mo family, anyone would rebel. If Mo Qing were to revolt, should we blame the environment or her? It was my oversight, Horst admitted candidly. He too could not fathom how. After a thorough selection process, the system would present the Mo family's option. By their standards, the Mo family should have been among the first to be eliminated. Minister Fan did not linger on this point and subsequently inquired, "Do you have any thoughts on where Mo Qing should go next?" Otherwise, Horst would have no outlet for his grievances. Indeed, Minister Fan concurred. Thus, Hose continued, "In our family, the captain of the second team, the Wen family, as well as Minister Sa and Minister Luo, are all suitable candidates. They are all our own people and will not cause any trouble. Of course, the most suitable is..." Minister Fan, puzzled, interjected, "There is someone more suitable?" Hose glanced at him and replied, "Let Mo Qing be your daughter. You can treat her like a grandmother at home." Hose felt there was no issue with this suggestion. "Don't even think about it." Minister Fan was unwilling to take on such a mess. "As for Mo Qing's destination, you should give her several options to choose from, but do not mention my family." "Fine." Hose did not argue further. "Also, regarding the project for the Mo family, forget it. Those who bully us should not expect to gain anything from us. Let them go." Minister Fan shot him a glare, seemingly disapproving that Hose would even ask about such trivial matters. Hose understood, very well. The two continued their discussion for a while longer. Before leaving, Hose said to Minister Fan, "I would like to submit a self-reflection. Initially, I had preconceived notions about Mo Qing and did not evaluate her correctly and objectively. I need to reflect on this. That may not be necessary. It is human nature." Minister Fan stared wide-eyed, clicking his tongue. "I insist." "Well then, if it makes you happy." As Hose reached the entrance, Minister Fan suddenly remembered something. "You mentioned bringing Mo Qing over. Are you just going to leave her waiting alone?" "I will have Minister Gu take care of her." "Which Minister Gu?" Minister Fan seemed unable to recall such a person at the base. Hose explained, "Minister Gu from the Supernatural Department." "Oh." Minister Fan slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that peculiar young man, the only one in an entire department. That nominal department of paranormal affairs hadn't been disbanded yet? There was no need for such derogation. Meanwhile, Goblin led Mo Qing into the deserted break room, effortlessly retrieving fruits and snacks from the refrigerator, saying, "Help yourself. No need to be polite." Mo Qing had no intention of being polite. She dragged out a chair, sat down, crossed her legs, opened a book, and tossed a cherry tomato into her mouth. "What do you do?" Goblin inquired casually from across the table. "Student." "Which school?" "First high school." "What a coincidence." Suddenly, Goblin slammed the planning document onto the table and stood up abruptly. His unexpected movement caught Mo Qing off guard. Without thinking, she flicked the cherry tomato she had been holding, sending it flying past his ear. With a resounding smack, the tomato splattered against the pristine wall, leaving a crimson smear. Goblin's entire demeanor tensed for a moment, instinctively glancing back at the wall, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Is this something a human can do?" Mo Qing regarded him coldly. "Sit down." "Oh." Still in shock, Goblin offered no protest and obediently took his seat. After that, he remained silent. The 8th base has always been a place of hidden talents. Each individual appears ordinary, yet possesses remarkable skills. One can never fathom the illustrious past of the seemingly mundane cleaning lady in the corridor. Therefore, Goblin, having witnessed Mo Qing's prowess, remained unfazed. When Haas arrived and observed the two in harmonious coexistence, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Have you settled things?" Mo Qing, with her legs crossed and engrossed in a book, swayed her long legs without even lifting her eyelids. "Yes," Haas replied, "I wish to transfer you to a better family. I have compiled several options for you." "I shall not transfer," Mo Qing interjected before he could finish. "I have found a new destination." Haas was taken aback. "Where?" Mo Qing closed her book, leaned back, and inquired, "Do you have Jiangke's address?" Haas felt a sense of foreboding. Chapter 23, Designation 404, Destination Confirmed. Residing at the Jiang family, a black sedan glided into the villa district, which had aged gracefully, offering a tranquil and verdant environment. The sunlight, in its zenith, cast a refreshing shade, making it a delightful community. "Master Jiang," the driver Peng Zhong received a phone call. revealing that the paternity test from the Mo family had been completed. It confirmed that Miss Mo Qing's identity was indeed fabricated, and Wening Xue was the true daughter of the Mo family. After a brief evening rain shower, the ground lay damp, strewn with fallen phoenix tree leaves, scattered beneath the solitary streetlight. The wind carried a coolness from the rain, tousling the strands of hair that brushed against Jiang Ke's forehead as he gazed at the lush branches of the phoenix trees. Wasn't a paternity test conducted? The Mo family alleges that Huisi and Mo Qing conspired, declaring the paternity test to be fraudulent. Peng Zhong struggles to comprehend the underlying logic. However, given the Hua family's background, it seems unlikely they would covet the Mo family's assets. There appears to be an ulterior motive at play. Jiang Ke refrains from commenting. In the villa, the lights are aglow. An aunt typically tends to Jiang Ke's daily needs. She usually greets him upon hearing the sound of an approaching vehicle, yet today, she does not. Jiang Ke pays it no mind, instructing Peng Zhong to steer the car into the garage while he proceeds to the living room. The moment he steps through the door, he senses something amiss. His gaze sharpens, honing in on an unexpected presence in his home. Mo Qing lounges on the sofa, her legs crossed, reclining casually, delicately sipping tea. She is clad in a white camisole and denim shorts, her hair loosely gathered at the back of her head. On her feet, she wears white disposable slippers, her slender, fair legs revealing graceful curves, with a striking tattoo adorning her ankle. Upon noticing Jiang Ke, Mo Qing places her teacup on the coffee table, her demeanor relaxed and unhurried, exuding an air of dominance as if she were the host. Jiang Ke scrutinizes her, realizing her intentions are directed towards him. As Peng Zhong parks the car and enters, he is taken aback to find Mo Qing sitting so boldly in the living room. Exclaiming in shock, "Miss Mo, what brings you here?" His astonishment renders him unable to mask his expression. "There's no need," Jiang Ke replies, his attention fixed on Mo Qing, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. "Come with me." With that, he ascends the stairs. Mo Qing glances at his retreating figure, raises an eyebrow, and follows suit. "Aunt Shun, how did you allow her to enter?" Ping Zicheng furrowed his brows tightly, his mind already conjuring the scene of Ji Ing's icy demeanor. "What's the matter?" Shen So inquired, perplexed. She had arrived just as the torrential rain began. Surely, she couldn't be left standing outside. "I heard her name is Qing. Didn't your brother mention that Qing is Master Ji's niece? Shouldn't family be welcomed?" Ping Zicheng's expression remained impassive. "Not anymore." Shen So was baffled. Can relatives truly be sometimes welcomed, sometimes not? In the study, after Ji Ing entered, he paused to await Qing's arrival, loosening his tie. When she stepped in, he grasped the doorknob and pushed it outward, shutting the door behind her with a simple command to sit. He removed his tie and tossed it aside, turning slightly to unfasten the button of his collar, only to notice Qing standing still, quietly observing him. Narrowing his eyes, he added, "Please?" Qing's gaze traversed his well-defined and attractive collarbone as she replied, "No need for formality." Noticing her scrutiny, Ji Ing glanced down, his tongue pressing against his cheek as he ceased his second action. Qing settled onto the sofa, covered herself with a blanket that accompanied Ji Ing's voice as it was tossed towards her. She caught a corner of the blanket, which gracefully draped down, and observed as Ji Ing moved past her. He opened the floor-to-ceiling window, and the fresh evening breeze after the rain entered, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Standing by the window, he retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and let the wind disperse the white smoke. Turning his head towards Qing, his voice, tinged with a raspy depth, inquired, "Do you wish to stay at my home?" "Indeed." You impersonated the daughter of the Mo family, stealthily pilfering acupuncture needles at the auction. Each step meticulously calculated. Jiang could directly expose this, questioning why he would invite danger into his abode. The wind tousled his tousled hair, and the open collar of his shirt swayed gently. With one hand tucked into his pocket and the other holding a cigarette, his tall frame exuded a relaxed demeanor, his brows and eyes revealing a hint of defiance under the stark white light. He appeared a different person from the one in the living room moments ago. Mo Qing raised her chin slightly, her fingers glinting as they revealed an acupuncture needle. "Do you remember this?" she inquired. Wisps of smoke curled from the cigarette, obscuring her brow and eyes, while Jiang Ke's dark gaze seemed veiled by a thin shroud. A set of acupuncture needles and a surgical knife are considered legendary within the medical community. Mo Qing remarked, "You are the head of the Yemo branch in Dongshi City. You must be aware of this." You concealed your identity to attend the auction, likely with intentions akin to mine. Prior to this encounter, Huasi had divulged Jiang Ke's publicly available background to Mo Qing. Mo, a medical organization of considerable global influence, has established itself as an absolute authority in the field of medicine. It gathers the world's elite, wielding top-tier equipment and technology. Furthermore, it assigns ratings to exceptional surgeons worldwide, ranked from E, D, C, B, A, to S. Merely attaining an E rating represents the lifelong aspiration of a surgeon. Yet, Jiang Ke, despite his youth, is the head of the Mo branch. In Dongshi City, anyone in need of medical treatment must accord him a measure of respect. After all, who does not require medical assistance? Thus, when Mo Qing unveiled her intentions, Jiang Ke was not taken aback. Mo Qing inquired, "Are you familiar with the 8th base?" Jiang Ke furrowed his brow, replying, "I am not." Surprised by this response, Mo Qing masked her emotions and continued, "It is an official institution primarily dealing with some extraordinary matters." Jiang Ke neither affirmed nor dismissed her statement. "The recent investigation pertains to the tattoo on my ankle, reportedly linked to an illegal organization." Mo Qing pulled aside the blanket draped over her knees, crossing her legs and revealing the tattoo. "This organization has set its sights on acupuncture needles, seeking individuals to photograph them." She lifted her gaze. "It is your nephew, Jiang Qihue. He bears a tattoo identical to mine." Her words were truthful, yet her true intentions remained entirely concealed. "What does it have to do with me?" Jiang Ke lightly flicked the ash from his cigarette, the remnants cascading down. He appeared disinterested. "It concerns me." Mo Qing maintained a relaxed demeanor, her elongated dark eyes fixed upon him as she articulated, "Since you are willing to assist me in concealing the matter of the acupuncture needles, I surmise you might harbor a modicum of interest in me." Jiang Ke's eyes reflected her figure. A strand of her neatly tied black hair slipped free, cascading gently to her slender neck, creating a stark contrast of black and white. She exuded composure, her crimson lips subtly curved, her fingers toying with a silver needle, as if everything was well within her grasp. After a prolonged silence, the cigarette burned down, causing a slight sting. Half an hour later, Jiang Ke descended the stairs alongside Mo Qing. She had donned an additional knitted sweater. Jiang Ke fastened the top button of his shirt and meticulously retied his tie. He suppressed all his unruly and carefree demeanor, donning a stern and unsmiling facade. "Master Jiang." Upon seeing Jiang Ke descend the stairs, Peng Zhong hastily approached him. "Have Sister Chun tidy up the guest room," Jiang Ke instructed, adding in a deep voice, "She will reside here from now on." Peng Zhong was taken aback. Mo Qing, shuffling in slippers, passed by Jiang Ke's side, casting a sidelong glance at his affected demeanor. What was he truly pretending for? Chapter 24, The Longevity Society. The entire school gathered to watch the performance, mocking Mo Qing. In the dead of night, the villa was shrouded in profound darkness, with clouds obscuring the moon, leaving no trace of light. Mo Qing stood on the balcony, answering a call from Huasi. Jiang Ke agreed. Huasi's steady tone betrayed a hint of surprise. "Yes." Huasi found Jiang Ke's agreement exceedingly unusual, analyzing. "He knows you are not related by blood, yet he permits you to live in his home. He may harbor ulterior motives. You ought to be cautious." "Oh, this matter has already spread throughout the school, and there are numerous unfavorable remarks about you. Are you truly not transferring?" Mo Qing replied dismissively, "No transfer. It would be a joke to escalate such a trivial matter to the point of changing schools." "Then brace yourself," Huasi reiterated. "If anything arises, seek out Song Yuan." After a brief conversation, Huasi, having grasped the situation, refrained from further commentary and ended the call. She awakened, entered the Mo household, and encountered another version of him. Everything felt like an accident or mere coincidence. One cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of an unseen hand orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Yet, she could not ascertain whether her revelation of Wen Yingxue and her inverted identity, leading her to this juncture, was also part of someone else's design. The following morning, Mo Qing donned her uniform and slipped on her slippers as she descended the stairs, encountering Jiang Ke, who was enjoying breakfast. Jiang Ke was clad in a casual yet impeccably neat shirt, exuding an air of elegance and refinement in every movement, reminiscent of the elite individuals Mo Qing had seen on television. As he noticed her approaching footsteps, Jiang Ke lifted his gaze and, upon seeing her in uniform, inquired, "Still attending school?" Mo Qing replied, "Yes." After a brief pause, Jiang Ke added, I'll have Peng Zhong take you to school shortly. Miss Mo, you are awake. Chen Sa chimed in as she emerged from the kitchen, her smile warm and gentle. Master Zhang instructed me to prepare steamed buns, meat pies, and tofu pudding for you. Please take a seat, and I will bring it to you. Pulling out a chair, Mo Qing sat across from Jiang Ku and asked, "How did you know those were my favorites?" A flicker of doubt crossed Jiang Ku's eyes as he regarded her, his gaze filled with scrutiny and curiosity. "Your favorites?" he echoed. "Yes." Mo Qing glanced at the sandwich and milk before him, letting out a sound of bemusement. "It's quite similar to what I had a century ago." With Jiang Ku's instructions in mind, Peng Zhong selected the most luxurious car from the garage and dutifully escorted Mo Qing to the first affiliated high school, his ostentatious demeanor drawing attention. As the early arriving students watched with curiosity, the door opened to reveal Mo Qing, one of the central figures in the weekend's sensational news regarding the authenticity of a wealthy heiress. The scene was truly spectacular. Those who rushed through their breakfast nearly choked, while others who hastily gulped down water almost suffocated. Riding a balance bike to school, they narrowly escaped falls. "Is that vehicle rented? Wasn't it said that she was herding sheep in the Northwest? The ostentation of this car seems rather excessive. It is rumored that herdsmen who own land and sheep are invisible tycoons, comfortably lounging at home counting their money. However, it seems that Mo Qing, this imposter posing as a wealthy heiress, does not belong to that category." Initially, the news of the true and false heiresses, after a day or two of brewing, had the entire school eagerly anticipating Monday to witness Mo Qing's disheveled, destitute, and pitiful appearance. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Mo Qing appeared resplendent, shattering the students' fantasies and successfully shifting the tide of public opinion. Inevitably, both Mo Qing and Wen Yingxue became the focal point of discussion. As Mo Qing walked towards the classroom, her backpack in tow, she noticed a gathering by the bulletin board, laughter and chatter wafting her way. The art prince is incredible, truly deserving of his status as an art student. This comic strip is remarkably vivid. Isn't it just a depiction of a country chicken and a phoenix? I wonder what Mo Qing is so proud of. Ha ha ha, and this poster. How amusing, let us give it a round of applause. This poster is rather excessive. A girl remarked indignantly. You women are such saints. She has the audacity to impersonate someone else, yet she doesn't allow others to expose her actions? She presents herself as a country chicken while secretly behaving like one. Isn't that the truth? The disparaging remarks were, in fact, directly quoted from Mo Sueon in the group chat. Turned her gaze towards the sound and beheld a comic strip and a large poster affixed to the bulletin board. The comic depicted a comparison between her and Wen Yingxue, featuring a phoenix and a native chicken, with her kneeling in a parody reminiscent of Dong Shi's imitation, rendering her a subject of ridicule. The poster, on the other hand, bore her photograph as a backdrop, plastered with grotesque labels and captions, all rife with insults and disparagement. TSK shifted her neck slightly. Yet, before she could react, a booming voice resonated from behind her. Who did this? The speaker was Jiang Qi. His hair stood on end, his school uniform was worn haphazardly, with his jacket draped over his shoulders and a backpack in one hand. His tall stature and imposing aura commanded attention, drawing all eyes towards him, while the surrounding clamor gradually subsided. Jiang, it's just a joke. Don't be angry. She's just a fool pretending to be your cousin. I thought I was doing you a favor. As he approached the bulletin board, some boys began to shrink back. However, Jiang Qi was not one to be swayed by such trivialities. Damn it, who cares about your so-called favor? With a swift motion, Jiang Qi tossed his backpack aside and seized the collar of the nearest individual, hurling him against the bulletin board. He bore down with an intense glare, his voice brimming with fury. I didn't burn the midnight oil to be the top student at First High School, just to associate with fools like you. The unfortunate soul caught in his grip was the so-called prince of art among their peers, an art student of slender build and a mere 7 meters tall, appearing insignificant next to Jiang Qi. His actions rendered the crowd silent, none daring to intervene. Jiang Qi, a privileged heir, is athletic, academically accomplished, and strikingly handsome, garnering considerable popularity in school. However, he possesses a volatile temper, often embroiled in conflicts, accompanied by a group of loyal friends who command respect wherever they go, leaving no classmate daring to provoke him. The so-called Prince of Art attempted to curry favor with Jiang Qi, along with Wen Yingxue and Mo Sueon. But upon encountering Jiang Qi, he found himself in a precarious situation. My apologies, The Prince of Art whimpered, tearing the poster as a gesture of contrition. Jiang Qi released him, threatening, should this occur again, be prepared for consequences. Jiang Qi, a habitual offender, was indifferent to reprimands. Yet the Prince of Art understood the gravity of the situation when he saw Jiang Qi's seriousness. He hastily nodded in agreement, frantically tearing the poster and comic. Fleeing in disgrace, Jiang Qi bent down to retrieve the backpack and jacket from the ground, brushing off the dust. As he straightened up, he noticed a group of classmates still lingering. Raising an eyebrow in a blend of mockery and menace, he remarked, "Why are you all standing idle? Are you waiting for a show?" Although the others were unaware of Jiang Qi's past altercation with Mo Qing, they were nonetheless intimidated by him. Consequently, they dispersed like startled birds, leaving only Mo Qing behind. Chapter 25. The Chongqing Society upholds Mo Qing. Tracing history naturally, Jiang Qi took note of Mo Qing. "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I simply detest their unscrupulous actions," Jiang Qi declared, his demeanor haughty as he lifted his chin with an air of superiority. After finishing his statement, he cast a sidelong glance at Mo Qing, noticing her calm and indifferent demeanor. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Furthermore, I truly admire your audacity. This encompasses two facets. Firstly, the fact that Mo Qing possesses the courage to impersonate when instilling, brazenly assuming the role of the young lady of the Mo family. And secondly, her audacity to appear in school with her head held high even after the truth was unveiled." "How gracious," Mo Qing replied. "In comparison to the underhanded approach of when instilling, I find your forthrightness far more commendable." Jiang Qi made his stance clear, pausing momentarily to rub his nose with his finger. "Rest assured, I will protect you from now on." Mo Qing shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Are you willing to stake your life for me?" "Damn it," Jiang Qi exclaimed, cursing in frustration. Embarrassed, he nearly jumped in place, his toes digging into the ground. "If you bring this up again, I want to let it slide." After delivering his warning, he rubbed the goosebumps on his arms and fled, disappearing from sight. Mo Qing offered a faint smile. She took her time, entering the classroom 2 minutes later. Upon her arrival, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Some students cast furtive glances her way, yet none dared to mock or ridicule her. After all, Jiang Qi had been heckled when he entered. And he had declared in advance, from now on, anyone who crosses paths with Mo Qing will have to deal with me. Stay out of our family's affairs. Don't seek your own misfortune. As the head teacher of a century-old prestigious school and an editorial staff member of the 8th base, Song Yiyuan had worried for quite some time over Mo Qing's predicament. Upon discovering that students were mocking her and sensing the prevailing public opinion, he initially felt concerned. However, during class, he observed that the students were more focused on their studies and examinations, which eased his worries. They truly deserved their reputation as a century-old prestigious institution. Song Yiyuan was taken aback, approaching to seek validation. "I thought I was teaching a science class, right?" Teacher Zhang glanced at him. "Indeed, you are." Frustration bubbled within Song Yiyuan. "But she doesn't have to study history." Teacher Zhang replied, "Everyone should remember history, otherwise they might think that good fortune simply falls from the sky." Mo Qing nodded in agreement. "Very well." Teacher Zhang swiftly scribbled an email address, tore off the note, and handed it to Mo Qing. "Okay." Mo Qing accepted the note, responding with an unruffled demeanor. Meanwhile, Song Yiyuan, eavesdropping on their conversation, sensed something amiss. He patiently waited for their discussion to conclude before hastily pulling Mo Qing out of the office to a secluded corner. "What are you investigating?" he inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. Mo Qing replied, "A former acquaintance." Mo Qing cast a chilling glance at him. "Why did you skip my class?" Song Yiyuan retorted, feeling a twinge of jealousy. "Can't you inquire about this acquaintance after class? I have no affection for language studies." Song Yiyuan felt a deep sense of imbalance. Muttering to himself, "How has language studies impeded you?" The reading comprehension questions. "What about the reading comprehension questions?" He recalled Mo Qing's response. "You left the entire exam blank, yet accused him of being a scoundrel. If it weren't for your beautiful handwriting, I wouldn't have given you a single point." Song Yiyuan declared, "I adore gossip. Gossip adores me." He feigned seriousness, cleared his throat, and said with gravity, "You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Allow me to treat you, and then let us thoroughly discuss the private life of this scoundrel you mentioned." Mo Qing. Rejuvenation Pavilion. The medical clinic remained deserted, steeped in an air of desolation. A faint scent of medicinal herbs lingered in the lobby. Where every item found its rightful place, exuding an aura of neatness and cleanliness. Min Chong was at the front desk, meticulously organizing the account books. Upon hearing Mo Qing's words, he looked up in surprise. Learning to use a computer? What for? To write emails. After a moment of contemplation, Min Chong replied, "Please wait a moment." He ascended to the upper floor, and when he returned, he held a laptop in his hands. The front desk has a desktop computer, which is rather outdated. You can use this, it's more portable. Mo Qing had no objections. Clearing a space at the front desk, Min Chong set down the laptop, powered it on, and explained each step to Mo Qing, demonstrating the basic operations and the process of composing an email. Got it. Mo Qing adjusted the laptop screen, then sat down before the computer. Her adeptness in registering an email account caught Min Chong off guard. Have you learned this before? Mo Qing glanced at him. Is it difficult? Reflecting on the image of his grandfather pecking away at an old phone one button at a time, Min Chang's expression revealed a hint of peculiarity. However, considering Mo Qing's proficiency with her smartphone, he felt reassured. She had an abundance of curious experiences. One or two more wouldn't make a difference. As Mo Qing immersed herself in the computer, Min Chong continued his meticulous work on the account books. After a while, he suddenly inquired, "Do you have any plans at the moment?" "Yes." "Oh." Min Chong absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, falling silent. Shortly thereafter, he received a phone call. Upon hanging up, he informed Mo Qing, "I'll step out for a bit." "All right." Mo Qing was wholly absorbed in her email. Min Chong had not been gone long when suddenly, a girl entered the room. Dressed in the uniform of the first affiliated high school, she was taken aback upon seeing Mo Qing, and then derisively remarked, "Aren't you the imposter posing as the legitimate daughter? What brings you to Min Chang's medical clinic?" The girl, clad in her school attire and sporting a high ponytail, presented a simple appearance, yet it could not conceal the striking beauty of her face. With her chin slightly raised, she resembled a proud little princess. She scanned the surroundings and inquired, "Where's Min Chong?" "Not here," came the reply. "I am Yao Jiejia, currently pursuing Min Chong." The girl approached the front desk, casting a condescending glance at Mo Qing, clearly hoping for her to recognize the situation. As her fingers paused in their rhythmic tapping on the keyboard, Mo Qing lifted her eyelids, her gaze lingering on the girl's brow and hands, before she spoke lightly. "Here for a consultation?" Yao Jiejia replied emphatically, "Not for a consultation. I'm looking for Min Chong." "What kind of attitude is that?" Yao Jiejia, incensed, raised her hand to push at Mo Qing's shoulder across the desk. In a swift motion, Mo Qing sidestepped and seized Yao Jiejia's wrist, pulling her backward. The slightest tug sent Yao Jiejia sprawling forward, her body crashing onto the front desk with a cry. With a raised leg, Mo Qing stepped onto a nearby chair, adopting a posture of defiance as she observed Yao Jiejia struggling on the table. With a twist of her hand, she intensified her grip on Yao Jiejia's wrist, causing her to writhe in pain. Though a torrent of curses brewed within her, Yao Jiejia ultimately relented, exclaiming, "I'll leave." "Are you leaving?" Mo Qing coldly scoffed. "I'm leaving." Yao Jiejia felt utterly wronged. Mo Qing, satisfied, was about to release her grip, but at that moment, she caught a whiff of an unusual medicinal fragrance. Her nostrils flared as her gaze swept over Yao Jiejia, her eyes darkening as she loosened her hold. "Mo Qing, I want to forget this." Yao Jiejia stepped back, glaring at Mo Qing in anger, rubbing her wrist as she made a threatening remark. "If you see me at school, you'd better keep your distance." Without caring for anything else, she turned and dashed out of the clinic. Mo Qing let out a derisive laugh. Subsequently, she pinched her fingertips, inhaling the lingering scent of the medicine, deep in thought. Wasn't this the gathering essence powder mentioned in the miraculous effects of herbal medicine? It was supposed to promote longevity, yet the proportions were clearly miscalculated. While it produced significant short-term effects, long-term use could be detrimental to one's health. How could a high school student come into contact with this? Since it was her first encounter with Yao Jiejia, Mo Qing didn't pay it much mind, viewing the incident as a mere interlude as she resumed composing her email. The city lights flickered on as night fell. "Where to now?" Mo Qing suddenly spoke, her tone chilling like a brisk spring breeze. Min Chong halted, a shiver running down his spine. "Come here," Mo Qing coldly commanded. There was no escaping it. He steeled himself, turned around, and trudged over with his head bowed. Leaning back, Mo Qing crossed her legs, her gaze precisely landing on his pocket. "Take it out." Min Chong stared at her in silence. Mo Qing raised an eyebrow. He couldn't hold out for long. With a reluctant sigh, He complied and obediently retrieved the items from his pocket. It was an envelope, thick and laden, clearly containing something significant. Mo Qing picked it up, weighing it in her hand, and remarked, "Your business seems quite extensive. What are you selling this time?" She recalled that Min Chong had not brought anything when he left. After a brief pause, Min Chong replied, "Intelligence." Mo Qing was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by this unexpected answer. Just as she was about to inquire further, another pair of familiar faces entered the clinic. She ceased her line of questioning and looked up, only to see Song Yiyuan and Huasi. Huasi, astonished, exclaimed, "Mo Qing?" Song Yiyuan instantly became alert, surveying Min Chong and Mo Qing with the keen eyes of a teacher assessing early romantic inclinations. However, upon receiving a rather foolish glance from Mo Qing, he reluctantly suppressed his curiosity. He cleared his throat and adopted a serious demeanor. "Are you here for a consultation?" Mo Qing inquired. "No." Huasi shook his head, turning his attention to Min Chong. "We are looking for him." Mo Qing glanced at the layout of the clinic, her tongue brushing against her back molars, contemplating that with two individuals lacking any serious business, this shabby clinic would do well to close its doors. Min Chong rested his elbow on the counter, idly toying with a pen, and when he looked up at Huasi and Song Yiyuan, he displayed none of the tension or unease he had shown in Mo Qing's presence. His demeanor exuded a certain pridefulness. "What is it?" he inquired. "We need your assistance in investigating a matter," Huasi stated without contesting his attitude, directly outlining the purpose of their visit and proposing a price. Min Chong replied, "Please, go ahead." Huasi had already observed the surroundings upon entering. Aside from Min Chong and Mo Qing, there was no one else on the first floor, and Mo Qing was not considered a stranger to them, thus he felt no need for discretion. He approached the counter and produced two items from his belongings. It is but a sheet of paper adorned with the tattoo of the Chongqing Society. Similarly, it is wrapped in paper containing a pale white powder. The one responsible for the explanation is Song Yiyuan. The design signifies a tattoo of an organization known as the Chongqing Society, which we are currently investigating. As for the powder, it is a substance recently circulating in the black market, referred to as Jiyuan powder. This Jiyuan powder is reputed to enhance physical strength and prolong life, having gained considerable popularity in clandestine transactions. It is said that the formula for Jiyuan powder is derived from a book that has been passed down for over a century, divided into two volumes. The first volume detailing the art of pharmacology, while the second delves into toxicology. Any hint related to this book incites a frenzy among countless individuals. However, I personally find this a tad exaggerated. The recent interest surrounding Jiyuan powder has attracted significant attention, with many eager to uncover its creator, including the Chongqing Society. After explaining extensively, Song Yiyuan clarified their intent. "We seek to trace the origins of Jiyuan powder, and any information regarding the Chongqing Society would be greatly appreciated." Upon hearing this, Min Chong simply replied, "The rules." Huas took the cue, producing a substantial envelope and placing it on the table. Beneath the envelope lay a sheet of paper, which contained Huas's contact information. Although this was their first collaboration with Min Chong, they had thoroughly familiarized themselves with the protocols. Upon approaching, one must state their purpose, followed by a deposit while awaiting further information. Should Min Chong be unable to provide leads, the deposit would not be refunded. Conversely, if Min Chong were to uncover any clues, each lead would be assigned a price, allowing them to decide whether to invest in the information. Min Chang cast a glance at the envelope and replied nonchalantly, "I will inform you if I have any news." "Very well." Huas nodded, then turned to the standing Mo Qing, who was reaching for some yogurt, and asked with suspicion, "What brings you here?" Min Chong choked slightly. His small clinic could hardly afford such a high-caliber doctor. Huas was about to say something when his gaze fell upon Mo Qing's ankle, and he suddenly halted. Chapter 27. The Underground Market of the Chongqing Society. An encounter with Jiang Ku. Mo Qing was clad in loose-fitting school attire, which typically obscured her ankles. However, as she crossed her legs, a portion of her ankle was revealed, showcasing a tattoo distinctly identical to that of the Chongqing Society. "How is your tattoo exactly like that of the Chongqing Society?" Song Yiyuan also took notice, his reaction somewhat pronounced. Unsurprised by their attention, Mo Qing casually followed their gaze to her ankle and replied in a calm tone, "Did you not examine me when I awoke? Was the tattoo not documented?" Her confidence transformed the tables on them. Song Yiyuan promptly directed his scrutinizing gaze towards Huas. Huas's expression stiffened slightly, suppressing the nascent doubt, and replied, "I did not notice." The physical examination was conducted by specific personnel, and the detailed report should indicate the tattoo. However, they only focused on the most critical aspects, neglecting the rest. Upon reflection, considering Mo Qing had been in the base for a century, if the tattoo had existed prior, it would be difficult to link her to the Chongqing society. "But how is your tattoo identical to that of the Chongqing society?" Song Yiyuan insisted on the point. "Who should I inquire about this?" Song Yiyuan fell silent. After pondering for a while, he queried, "Is it possible that you created it in the past?" Mo Qing's eyes turned icy as she flicked a peanut at Song Yiyuan's right knee, causing him to nearly collapse on the spot. "There should be a limit to even humiliation," Mo Qing said icily. Song Yiyuan, clutching his knee, thought he was truly wronged. Wasn't he just making a reasonable conjecture? How did that become humiliating her? Is being associated with the Evergreen Society such a disgrace? Was he? Showing no sympathy for Song Yiyuan, cautiously inquired of Mo Qing, "What is the significance of your tattoo?" "I commemorated crafting a set of scalpels." Mo Qing tugged up her trouser leg, revealing part of her calf. She rotated her ankle, articulating each word with emphasis. "Every inch of land I tread will sow the seeds of life, and they will flourish like these nascent green leaves, growing robustly and full of vitality." She spoke these words with an air of nonchalant ease, as if discussing trivial matters. Yet all three present were aware that she hailed from a bygone era a century past, leaving them with a complex mixture of emotions. Song Yiyuan took a step forward, intending to press for more clues, but Huasi restrained him, glancing towards Min Chong. Song Yiyuan understood. Huasi scrutinized Mo Qing intently, about to speak, when a sudden phone call interrupted him. He turned away to answer it. "Mr. Hua, Miss Shen has awakened." It was the caregiver tending to Shen Qi who was calling. Her tone filled with surprise and elation. Mo Qing, seemingly anticipating this, met his gaze for a fleeting moment, her lips curving into a smile as she leisurely averted her eyes. Shen Qi had awakened. "Great-grandaunt," Min Chong uttered abruptly after standing in silence for a moment. Min Chong inquired, "What did you do in the past?" Mo Qing paused reflectively. "It's difficult to say." Her difficult to say was genuinely difficult to say. She has engaged in numerous professions and assumed various identities, often compelled by circumstances beyond her control. However, her genuine interests, in an era where everyone is engulfed in anxiety, proved to be utterly futile. Min Chong suspected that she was reluctant to speak about it. After a brief pause, he glanced at her ankle and remarked, "Your tattoo is intentionally exposed for them to see, isn't it?" "Indeed." Lowering her gaze to her ankle, Mo Qing remained noncommittal. A tattoo is difficult to conceal. Rather than allowing them to uncover it after a thorough investigation, leading to unnecessary doubts about her, it would be wiser for her to let them discover it early on, thereby distancing herself from it and turning passivity into proactivity. Mo Qing had no intention of elaborating further and simply gestured with her chin towards Min Chong, saying, "Confess." Min Chong scratched the tip of his nose. He had discerned that Mo Qing was astute. Being forthright with her would likely yield understanding, while any attempts at subterfuge could lead to dire consequences. After a moment's consideration, he opted for honesty. "According to their accounts, I control a significant portion of the information channels in Dongshi City," he began. "Initially, I merely sold goods needed in the black market for profit. But as I encountered more individuals, I developed my own information network. Information can be monetized, and with money, tasks become manageable. Hence the scale of my operations has grown quite substantial. I often receive visitors drawn by my reputation." Min Chong displayed a hint of modesty. Given Mo Qing's extensive experience, she accepted this rather peculiar revelation without a flicker of surprise. She inquired, "How long has this been the case?" "About 5 or 6 years," he replied. "Goodness, you truly are a youthful hero." After finishing the last sip of yogurt, Mo Qing tossed the empty bottle into the trash bin, then rose to her feet and strolled towards the front desk, preparing to continue composing her email. Min Chong observed her, puzzled. "Aren't you going to inquire?" "As long as it's not illegal, it's fine." Mo Qing was rather indifferent. Since Huasi and the others had tacitly acknowledged the existence of Min Chang's dealings and had requests to make, it indicated that Min Chong had not crossed any lines. There was no need for her to intervene. "Miss Mo." As soon as Mo Qing entered the living room, a young man approached her. He bore a striking resemblance to Peng Zhong, with a cheeky grin as he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Master Zhong's assistant, Peng Ren. You can call me Xiao Ren." Shortly after, Peng Zhong followed behind, kicking at Peng Ren, Get lost. Ouch, Peng Ren said, rubbing his half-sore backside as he shuffled away, but continued to point at himself. I Xiaoren. The Ren in resilience. He then pointed at Peng Zhong. He, Xiao Zhong. The Zhong in loyalty. Peng Zhong's expression darkened, seemingly questioning how he could have such a dim-witted brother. Once he managed to compose himself, Peng Zhong nodded at Mo Qing and greeted her. Miss Mo. Where's Jiang Ku? Mo Qing inquired. Master Jiang is in the study and it's not convenient to disturb him, Peng Ren chimed in, moving closer. Miss Mo, have you eaten? Aunt Chen has saved you dinner. It's still warm. All right, Mo Qing replied, picking up her bag and heading towards the dining table. Peng Ren attempted to follow her. Peng Zhong, unable to tolerate it any longer, grasped Peng Ren's shoulder and pulled him back, scowling as he questioned, have you chewed on cowhide candy, shamelessly coming over? Did you not mention that Jiang Ye's attitude towards Mo Qing is rather peculiar, suggesting he fears she may have ulterior motives? Peng Ren, appearing quite innocent, blinked her eyes and thought, how can I gather information if I do not cultivate a good relationship with her? Your words spill like a sieve. Do ensure that you gather some intelligence rather than revealing all your own secrets. Peng Zhong was utterly speechless. Could you not keep quiet? Of course. I can, Peng Ren reluctantly conceded. Mo Qing paid little attention to Peng Ren's presence. Her focus was on dinner. The meal consisted of fragrant crispy duck, crispy meat slices, clay pot soup, and stir-fried vegetables, all of which were her favorites. Mo Qing glanced at the dishes and inquired of Aunt Chen, are these Jiang Ku's preferred dishes? Oh, does Miss Mo have any preferences? None, Mo Qing replied, observing Aunt Chen's hesitation. She added, I'm not picky. Aunt Chen, interpreting her words as mere politeness, decided to wait until their relationship deepened to ask further, so she nodded and refrained from probing further. As Mo Qing relished her meal, her gaze subtly sharpened. Once could be a coincidence. What about twice? This week consisted of 3 days of classes, culminating in 2 consecutive days of monthly exams. On Friday afternoon, Mo Qing submitted her paper 10 minutes early and promptly left school, heading directly to a place known as Ion Alley. Ion Alley boasts the largest underground trading market in Dongshi City, open only on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. To the untrained eye, it appears as a mere ordinary market. But those in the know can find anything they desire. After wandering through the bustling market for half the day, Mo Qing caught a whiff of medicinal herbs and approached a makeshift stall. The stall was merely a piece of cloth laid out with various traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. Mo Qing squatted before the stall, picking up 2 sprigs of buplurum, and then turned her gaze towards the stall owner. He was clad in inexpensive long garments. Lounging lazily on a small stool, his face largely obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. The moment Mo Qing raised her eyes, they met his. He possessed strikingly handsome features. With sharp brows and bright eyes, a visage capable of eclipsing all other vendors at the market. Yet, at that moment, his expression was stern, his eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, as if the words haunted were etched upon his brow. Mo Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Jiang? Chapter 28. The Longevity Society 2 bowls of iced jelly, please, she inquired, hinting at a clue. Mr. Jiang? There was a playful tone woven into her voice. She observed him with amusement for a moment, while Jiang Ku shifted his weight backward, extending his left leg forward, creating distance between them. His eyelids drooped slightly as he replied, 31 Jin, cash only. Is card payment an option? Mo Qing produced the black card Jiang Ku had given her. Jiang Ku's expression remained impassive. We do not offer that service. She did not depart. Instead, she raised her chin slightly, glancing at the cloth bag by Jiang Ku's feet. I wish to purchase the Gathering Essence powder. She was aware of the Gathering Essence powder and knew he possessed it. I can smell it, Mo Qing declared with utmost certainty. A keen nose. Jiang Ku's lips moved as if to respond, but just then, a burly man approached, shouting for people to step aside and pushing Mo Qing aside. The man glared at Jiang Ku, demanding, what do you mean by this? Without a glance at the man, Jiang Ku retrieved another stool, clearing a space. He turned to Mo Qing and said, come here. Upon witnessing the scene, Mo Qing hesitated not for a moment. She clapped her hands and slowly rose, gracefully maneuvering around the stall to position herself beside Jiang Ku. With an air of nonchalance, she settled herself upon the stool. The man, observing this display, mused to himself about the audacity of a mere vendor trying to assert dominance. Yet, burdened with a request, he suppressed his irritation. I want. Jiang Ku interrupted him with a succinct, not for sale. The 2 words ignited the man's fury. You dare to be so bold? He retorted, rolling up his sleeves, only to be halted mid-threat by a glance at Mo Qing's exposed ankle, his gaze faltering. A wave of confusion washed over him. He licked his parched lips, glanced at the pair in silence for a few moments, and then, with a defeated demeanor, turned and departed. Mo Qing sensed the shift in his demeanor, but could not fathom his sudden retreat. Observing his hasty exit, she inquired of Jiangku, "What was wrong with my tattoo?" "He mistook you for someone from the Chongqing Society," Jiangku elucidated with clarity. "He is merely a lackey for the society, tasked with procuring Jiyuan powder in the underground market." Mo Qing recalled having heard from Song Yiyuan about the Chongqing Society's interest in acquiring Jiyuan powder. Given that both the society and the powder were intertwined with her tattoo and secret formula, she realized these were matters she needed to investigate. An elderly man, well over 60, ambled by with a yoke across his shoulders, a conical hat shielding his face. Suspended from the yoke were 2 wooden buckets, and he called out, offering ice powder and tofu pudding. Mo Qing cast a fleeting glance his way. Suddenly, Jiangku interjected, 2 bowls of ice powder, please." "Certainly." The elderly man acquiesced, deftly stopping in front of their stall, swiftly unveiling a wooden barrel, with one hand grasping 2 plastic bowls and the other ladling ice powder and condiments. He soon presented 2 bowls of ice powder. Jiangku retrieved some money from his bag at his feet and accepted the bowls, offering one to Mo Qing. "Would you like to eat?" The scene was remarkably surreal. The dilapidated old street, with its crumbling bricks and mottled walls, was filled with the cacophony of vendors calling out, the bustling life of the marketplace permeating every corner. Jiangku, who should have felt out of place here, donned a worn straw hat fashioned from oiled paper and dressed in simple, inexpensive long robes and trousers, sat on a low stool offering a bowl of ice powder. In him, there was no trace of the aloofness he exhibited during their initial encounter at the Mo residence, nor the restrained indifference he maintained at home. He seemed like a different person altogether, seamlessly blending into the ambience of the street without a hint of incongruity. Mo Qing once again expressed her skepticism. "Are you really?" She hesitated and changed her reply, "Fine." Jiangku offered the ice powder once more. Mo Qing accepted the bowl and took a couple of spoonfuls, finding it sweet and refreshing, quite delightful. She glanced at Jiangku beside her. He lacked the etiquette and grace he displayed at the Jiang family dining table. One leg bent while the other extended forward, casually enjoying his ice powder in a plastic bowl, exuding an air of ease and nonchalance. That sudden wave of familiarity caught Mo Qing off guard once more. "What are you investigating about the Jiyuan powder?" Jiangku tossed the empty bowl into a nearby trash bin. To trace its origins, Mo Qing stirred her ice powder with her spoon. "Where did you acquire it?" Confronted by her audacious demeanor, Jiangku's gaze swept across her face. "You inquire of me?" Mo Qing retorted with a question of her own. "Are you investigating my tattoo through the Jiyuan powder used to probe the Chongqing Society?" Jiangku lightly pressed his tongue against his cheek, his eyes meticulously traversing her features, before finally uttering 3 words. "I am pleased." "You are rather intriguing." Mo Qing leisurely assessed this remark, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and methodically finished the remaining half bowl of ice powder. After she too discarded her empty bowl into the trash, Jiangku abruptly rose, removing his hat and placing it atop her head. Looking down upon her as he inquired, "Shall we go?" The sudden shadow cast by the hat obscured her view, prompting Mo Qing to push against its edge, revealing a delicate portion of her face. "Where to?" "To find the one who sold me the Jiyuan powder." Upon hearing this, Mo Qing appeared somewhat taken aback. Extending her leg forward, she lightly kicked the fabric of the stall with the tip of her shoe, asking, "What about the stall?" "No need to concern yourself. It belongs to someone else, rented for a day." Jiangku bent down to retrieve his backpack, extracting from it a self-sealed bag containing the Jiyuan powder, roughly the size of his palm, which he tossed to Mo Qing. He then carelessly flung the backpack aside. Mo Qing deftly opened the bag with her fingers, dipped her fingertip into the powder, and brought it to her nose for a gentle sniff. She wrinkled her brow, pinched the powder slightly, and then gathered the Jiyuan powder before rising to her feet. In recent years, Dongshi City has embarked on an ambitious urban development project, demolishing numerous old structures to unveil a new urban visage. However, the Western District remains untouched, with its aging houses, low walls, and pervasive moss creating a tapestry of time-worn charm. The narrow alleys, akin to fissures in the ancient edifices, meander without pattern, intricate and convoluted. As one traverses the main street of the marketplace to its conclusion and turns right into Shiyuan Street, the bustling atmosphere dissipates. Flanking the road, shops lined both sides, offering local specialties, souvenirs, and sundries. Mo Qing, still adorned with her conical hat, has her hair tousled, with wisps escaping in disarray. She raises her gaze to the sign of a sundry shop, her slender and graceful neck stretching, as the slanting rays of the sun cast a chiaroscuro on her visage. Her brows and eyes are shrouded in shadow, while her nose, lips, and chin are bathed in a warm glow, accentuating the hue of her delicate lips. Mo Qing languidly inquires, "Is it possible to ask?" "Difficult to say," Jiang Ku answers with profound significance, stepping inside. Those engaged in such clandestine dealings are hardly paragons of virtue. Each one possesses a resolute spirit. Mo Qing follows him into the sundry shop. Upon entering, her eyes catch a bundle of rope hanging on a shelf. She deftly retrieves it, untying it and grasping one end. At that moment, the shopkeeper at the counter, upon spotting Jiang Ku, approaches with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Isn't this Boss Jiang? What brings you here again?" Mo Qing, however, does not allow him to finish his pleasantries. With a flick of her wrist, the rope in her hand hurtles toward the shopkeeper. In the next instant, she lunges forward, giving the shopkeeper's shoulder a push. As he spins, the rope ensnares him several times about the waist. Once he regains his balance, the other end of the rope is seen soaring toward the beam above. In an instant, the shopkeeper realized something and was about to plead for mercy. But it was too late. The rope that circled the beam was caught by Mo Qing. With a swift motion, she stepped aside and yanked the rope forcefully, lifting the shopkeeper off the ground and suspending him in midair. "What is the meaning of this? Heroine, please let me down." The shopkeeper flailed his limbs helplessly in the air, resembling a frog at the mercy of its captor. Mo Qing hooked her leg around the leg of a nearby stool, drawing it closer before leisurely seating herself. She held the rope with one hand, resting her elbow on her knee as she glanced up from beneath her hat at the shopkeeper, who was thrashing about. Unhurriedly, she said, "Do not make a fuss. I merely wish to inquire about something." Chapter 29. The Eternal Life Society. The soul questioned, "How did the examination go?" "Do not make a fuss. I merely wish to inquire about something." The shopkeeper, recognizing the situation, fell silent upon hearing Mo Qing's words. However, his eyes, filled with sorrow, conveyed a sense of grievance, as if to say why she could not simply ask him calmly instead of confronting him in such a manner. "Whatever it is, please feel free to ask." The shopkeeper spoke earnestly, eager to please. "It is about this rope." "This?" Mo Qing tilted her head, loosening her grip on the rope, which immediately slipped from her palm, causing the shopkeeper to plummet, screaming in terror. Just as he was a meter from the ground, Mo Qing tightened her grip, arresting the shopkeeper's rapid descent. "Shall I let go?" Mo Qing raised an eyebrow in inquiry. The shopkeeper, still in shock and nearly losing control of his bladder, quickly replied, "No, please don't let go." "Then I shall not." Mo Qing slowly tugged at the rope, watching as the innkeeper ascended further from the ground, his fear of heights threatening to render him unconscious at any moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Ku, who observed Mo Qing's actions intently, displayed only a fleeting surprise before calmly approaching the tea table, leisurely engaging in the art of tea preparation. "Boss Jiang," the innkeeper implored pitifully. Jiang Ku elegantly raised his teacup in acknowledgement, stating, "Thank you for your hospitality." The innkeeper could only surrender his hopes. Filled with dread and frustration, he queried Mo Qing, "What precisely do you wish to inquire about, miss? Where did your gathering essence powder originate?" Mo Qing inquired. "I truly do not know," the innkeeper stammered. "Is that so?" Mo Qing's tone was languid as she gradually loosened her grip on the rope. "Ah, I will tell you. I will tell you," the innkeeper hurriedly exclaimed. "Oh." Upon raising her gaze, Mo Qing's narrow eyes appeared to smile, yet the depths of her dark irises were chillingly devoid of warmth. Their eyes met, and she discerned the cunning and slyness in the innkeeper's expression, prompting her to let out a soft scoff before abruptly releasing the rope. Just before the innkeeper plummeted to the ground, she yanked the rope back once more. This cycle repeated thrice, leaving the innkeeper terrified, screaming, pallid, and visibly frantic. "I will tell you. I truly will." At this point, the innkeeper's courage was nearly shattered. He dared not entertain any deceit or fabricate lies. Weak in body, he cried out in despair, devoid of spirit. Mo Qing, with her legs crossed, reclined leisurely against the back of her chair, commanding, "Speak." "The person selling the gathering essence powder approached me directly, and there were multiple intermediaries involved. The innkeeper hastily divulged. Beyond that, I genuinely do not know. The shopkeeper licked his parched lips, carefully organizing his thoughts. She was a young woman, certainly not older than 20. She visited once a week, her timing unpredictable, but always in the evening. Each time, she enveloped herself in layers, donning a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, leaving no trace of her identity. It continued. She must be working for someone in the pharmaceutical industry. Yet, she possessed an acute awareness of the underground market, understanding that drugs could be safely transferred to dealers through intermediaries. As far as I know, nearly half of the intermediaries in the market have been approached by her. Mo Qing remained silent. Her intentions did not seem to revolve around profit. The price she offered us intermediaries was remarkably low. The current market price for the medicinal powder had surged only after its efficacy was validated. Mo Qing nodded slightly. The shopkeeper anxiously observed her reaction, beads of sweat rolling down his temples. When he determined that Mo Qing was not satisfied, he gritted his teeth and continued to divulge information. Have you heard of the Longevity Society? He asked tentatively. Mo Qing replied, I have a vague awareness. The shopkeeper, sensing her familiarity, immediately responded, it is a grassroots organization, said to be dedicated to the pursuit of immortality. Ever since the medicinal powder began circulating, the Longevity Society has been actively acquiring it and is also searching for the whereabouts of those in the pharmaceutical field. I truly know nothing more. After staring at him for 3 seconds, Mo Qing curled her lips slightly, finally loosening the long rope and allowing him to descend. At the moment he touched the ground, the shopkeeper felt a profound sense of relief, but the next instant, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor, trembling uncontrollably, purely from fright. Thank you, Mo Qing said, lightly clapping his hands as he walked past the shopkeeper, leaving behind a final remark wishing him prosperous business. The shopkeeper replied with a grateful QAQ. Thank you. At this moment, Jiang Ku, who had been silently observing the scene, rose with satisfaction, preparing to depart. The shopkeeper hesitantly inquired, Boss Jiang, who exactly is this young lady? Jiang Ku lowered his slender eyelids, casting a cool glance in his direction, causing the shopkeeper to falter. I merely came to sit for a while and have not encountered any young lady, Jiang Ku replied. The shopkeeper shrank back, quickly assenting. Mo Qing and Jiang Ku subsequently exited the general store. The evening glow painted the sky in hues of crimson as the sun's last rays cascaded over the ancient architecture, casting a warm glow. The shop owner sat at the entrance, enjoying his meal, while children frolicked down the street and a vendor selling candied hawthorn berries ambled by, balancing a bundle of straw on his shoulder. Shadows stretched long upon the smooth, worn bluestone pavement. I shall visit a few more shops. How about you? Mo Qing inquired of Jiang Ku. Very well, Jiang Ku replied. Mo Qing waved his hand, indicating that Aunt Chen need not prepare any food for him. The two parted ways. Mo Qing expressed he would not require anything, then asked, what about Jiang Ku? At that moment, Aunt Chen remarked, Mr. Jiang should be in his study reading. He instructed me to prepare a light supper. Perhaps you could take it to him and share it. Mo Qing pondered briefly before agreeing. Aunt Chen had prepared chicken soup, which she ladled into 2 bowls and placed onto a tray. As she handed it to Mo Qing, she advised him to drink it while it's hot and to let her know if he had any particular preferences. Mo Qing acknowledged her instructions, carrying the soup upstairs, and knocked on the door of the study. A voice emanated from within, calling her in. Come in. Mo Qing pushed the door open and entered, encountering Jiang Ku, who sat at his desk engrossed in a book. Despite the familiar visage, he appeared transformed, devoid of the aura of the afternoon's business persona. Instead, he exuded a cool detachment, an air of remoteness that suddenly enveloped the room. Have you made any progress on your end? Mo Qing inquired casually as she approached. Jiang Ku, with a grave expression, responded, What did you say? He seemed entirely oblivious to the events of the afternoon. Mo Qing stepped gracefully to the opposite side of the desk, her delicate fingers, reminiscent of slender green onions, pressed gently on the open pages. Leaning forward, her hair cascaded over her shoulder, framing her face. She held a tray aloft, peering intently at Jiang Ku, her eyes glinting with a fierce resolve. Care to guess if this chicken soup will jolt your senses? A faint aroma of medicinal herbs clung to her, a subtle fragrance that was both refreshing and invigorating. Jiang Ku lifted his gaze, surveying her from bottom to top, his eyes tracing the line of her collarbone, neck, jaw, and finally resting upon her delicate features. Locking eyes with her, a gentle breeze stirred, causing her hair to dance and brush against his cheek, a teasing sensation. After a prolonged moment, Jiang-ku inquired calmly, "How did you fare in the monthly exam?" Mo Qing's expression momentarily stiffened. The corners of Jiang-ku's lips curled slightly. "Once the exam results are released, your school will hold a parent-teacher meeting. I shall attend." "For Jiangqi?" Mo Qing furrowed her brow. Jiang-ku replied earnestly, "For you." Mo Qing paused, taken aback. Jiang-ku remarked, "I hope your grades will not disappoint me." Without responding, Mo Qing pushed the books on the table aside, lowered her hand that held the tray, and placed it before Jiang-ku, saying, "Drink the chicken soup." Jiang-ku immediately understood. It seemed her performance was not commendable. The following 2 days were the weekend, and Mo Qing continued to meander through the underground market. Each time she visited, she would glance at the spot where Jiang-ku had previously set up his stall, only to find the same stall but with a different proprietor. For 2 consecutive days, she did not encounter Jiang-ku in the underground market. On Monday, Mo Qing was driven to the first affiliated high school by the driver, Peng Zhong. Upon parking, Peng Zhong cautioned, "Young Master Jiang said the monthly exam results are out. Remember to inform him." Mo Qing pretended not to hear, offered no reply, and got out of the car, shutting the door behind her. She strode away with her backpack in tow. Peng Zhong felt an ominous premonition, sensing that the monthly exam had not gone well for her. With some time before class commenced, Mo Qing tossed her backpack onto her desk, took out her phone, and messaged Min Chong, then headed directly to classroom 3. As she approached the classroom, she was met with a cacophony of voices from within. Mo Qing paused at the back door, raising her gaze to fixate on Min Chong. His position was against the wall, where he was cornered by a girl named Yao Jejia. He stood there, leaning back, hands tucked in his pockets, his brow slightly furrowed, exuding a hint of impatience as he regarded the girl who was persistently blocking his path. "Could you please step aside?" he requested. "Min Chong, you are being ungrateful," Yao Jejia retorted, tilting her head back to meet his gaze with her bright, dark eyes. "I've been pursuing you for a month now. What is wrong with us being together? Am I going to devour you?" The students erupted into a lively commotion. Min Chong, renowned for his striking looks and distinctive aura, was widely recognized within the school. Coupled with his excellent academic performance, amiable demeanor, and low-key nature, he attracted a continuous stream of admirers among the girls who favored his type. Typically, these girls would merely offer love letters or snacks, or seek excuses to draw closer to him. Never had they encountered someone as forthright as Yao Jejia, who boldly approached him early in the morning, demanding a relationship. The onlookers wore expressions of amusement, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Min Chong, with his fingers pressed against his phone in his pocket, pondered the text message sent by Mo Qing. A sense of awareness washed over him as he caught sight of a figure at the back door, causing his eyelids to flutter. "Is she pursuing me?" Without hesitation, Min Chong stepped forward, resting his palm against the table, abruptly narrowing the distance between himself and Yao Jejia. The once assertive Yao Jejia found herself momentarily breathless, her bravado swiftly subdued. Yet, in the next instant, Min Chong sprang from the desk, landing in the aisle. He cast a nonchalant glance at Yao Jejia and uttered 3 words, "Queue up." With that, he walked towards the back door where Mo Qing was waiting. Around the corner of the corridor, Min Chong and Mo Qing evaded the throng. "What brings you here?" Min Chong inquired in a hushed tone. Mo Qing responded, "Yao Jejia." "Who?" Min Chong asked, perplexed. Mo Qing reminded him, "The one who just confessed to you. You know her?" Min Cheng's expression turned oddly inquisitive. "She visited the clinic looking for you." "Oh, what is the matter with her?" Mo Qing replied casually, "You should consider dating her." Min Chong stared at Mo Qing, his face a canvas of confusion, as if to say, "Have you lost your mind?" Of course, Mo Qing was far from insane. She retrieved a folded piece of paper from her pocket, unfolded it, and handed it to Min Chong. It was a sketch depicting a girl with a ponytail, adorned with a hat and mask, revealing only a pair of eyes. Min Chong gazed intently at those eyes, feeling an uncanny familiarity. He inquired, "Who is this? Where did it come from?" She had been wandering in the underground market for 2 or 3 days, naturally yielding some findings. This sketch was one of her discoveries. The eyes bore a resemblance to Yao Jejia's. Min Chong scrutinized the portrait and then asked Mo Qing, "Do you suspect Yao Jejia is this mysterious person?" "Most likely," Mo Qing replied. "Yao Jejia has the scent of gathering essence powder on her hands. Such a residue can only be left by prolonged contact, either by the manufacturer themselves or an assistant." Min Chong furrowed his brow, finding the situation rather absurd. The boisterous girl from earlier, who had strutted about with such arrogance, was a meticulous planner behind the dissemination of gathering essence powder, perhaps even a master in its creation. It seemed ludicrous. If it were indeed her, she would be simultaneously busy spreading gathering essence powder in the underground market to attract the attention of the everlasting society, while also painstakingly pursuing him. Mo Qing suggested, there is something suspicious in this matter. You might consider approaching her to gauge her true intentions. This is not my forte, Min Chong expressed, every fiber of his being resisting the idea. You need not be overtly obvious. If she has ulterior motives, she wouldn't easily relinquish her interest in you. When she next seeks you out, simply adopt a more amicable demeanor. Mo Qing, with keen insight, offered practical advice to Min Chong. I shall do my best. Min Chong replied with difficulty. Having resolved the matter, Mo Qing proceeded to the next topic. How is the investigation into the Chongqing Society progressing? We've uncovered a portion of the information. Shifting to a more serious tone, Min Chong composed himself and stated, in a few days, once we have gathered all the information, I will organize the clues and share them with you. Understood. With that, Mo Qing prepared to depart. Hey, Min Chong called out to her, do you want some yogurt? I brought 2 bottles and was just about to deliver them to you. Sure, Mo Qing replied without hesitation. As Mo Qing and Min Chong made their entrance, they were met with numerous suggestive glances. Nearly everyone seemed to believe that their relationship was anything but ordinary. Min Chong entered the classroom to fetch yogurt for Mo Qing, while she lingered at the doorway, oblivious to the scrutinizing, flirtatious, or even malicious gazes directed at her. During her wait, a few boys from class 3 strolled down the corridor. Mo Qing casually glanced over and caught sight of Mo Swain, surrounded by a throng of admirers, her brows slightly furrowing. Mo Swain, already distracted, visibly soured at the sight of Mo Qing. Just then, someone foolishly shouted, Mo genius, your cheap sister has arrived. This provoked further ire. Mo Swain shoved away the hand resting on his shoulder, his eyes darkening as he glared at Mo Qing, before slowly striding toward her. The onlookers eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. In the school, only 3 individuals held the authority to genuinely assess the situation regarding Mo Qing's impersonation. Jiang Qi had already made his stance clear, seemingly under a spell, while Mo Swain and Wening Xue had not crossed paths with Mo Qing in the past week, leaving students eagerly anticipating the clash when they would finally confront one another. Mo Swain halted at the doorway, casting a cold, disdainful glance at Mo Qing, openly mocking her. I truly cannot fathom how you muster the audacity to come to school. Mo Qing subtly adjusted her wrist. After delivering her scornful remark, Mo Swain turned away, advancing into the classroom. However, just then, Min Chong, approaching from the opposite direction, suddenly extended his leg, tripping Mo Swain. He stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance, and his earlier pretentious demeanor vanished in an instant. Min Chong, holding a carton of yogurt, let out a derisive laugh, tilting his head to meet the furious glare from Mo Swain. With his tousled hair obscuring his brow, he lazily lifted his gaze, shedding his usual reticent and indifferent persona, and spoke with an air of arrogance. What's this? Did I give you face? Chapter 31. The results of the Chongqing Society's monthly examination revealed Mo Qing's downfall. Min Chang's casual utterance shattered Mo Swain's composure. Although they were classmates, Mo Swain and Min Chong belonged to entirely different worlds. He was from a privileged background, excelling academically, while Min Chong was merely a financially struggling student. Typically, they coexisted without interference. To Mo Swain's surprise, Min Chong, who usually kept to himself, was now coming to Mo Qing's defense. With a mocking smile plastered across his face, Mo Swain retorted, You'd actually want someone like her. A worn-out shoe that countless others have tread upon? His eyes glinted with malice as he added, Then again, perhaps you and she belong to the same ilk. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Min Chong abruptly lifted his leg and kicked the hollow of Mo Swain's knee. Mo Swain let out a pained grunt, instinctively collapsing to the ground, kneeling directly before Mo Qing and Min Chong. Min Chong looked down from his elevated position, calmly and condescendingly humiliating him. There is no need for such grand gestures over a mere misstep in speech. Mo Swain, enduring the pain, fiercely raised his head, his palm clenching into a fist. At that moment, Mo Qing unexpectedly stepped forward and placed her foot firmly on the back of Mo Swain's hand. The force was considerable, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet, it did not end there. As she leaned slightly forward, Mo Qing deftly pinched a silver needle between her fingers and swiftly jabbed it into Mo Qing's shoulder, rendering half of his body numb. Mo Qing warned him, "Keep your mouth clean, or beware of retribution." She lifted her foot away. Mo Qing, now devoid of sensation in half of his body, stared wide-eyed in shock. Lost and fearful, utterly indifferent to Mo Qing's words or actions, merely kneeling in a daze. Bystanders exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by his sudden cowardice. Mo Qing turned to Min Chong, extending her hand. "Give it to me." Startled by her audacity, Min Chong speculated about her actions and obediently handed over 2 bottles of yogurt to Mo Qing. She took the yogurt and departed. Mo Qing felt as though he had encountered a ghost. As his body gradually regained feeling, he recalled the lucrative business deal that had just collapsed for the Mo family, along with the embarrassment he had suffered due to Mo Qing and Min Chong's antics. Wishing he could upend the desk in frustration. Little did he anticipate that the results of the upcoming monthly exam would deliver him yet another crushing blow. The results from last week's monthly exam were announced during the morning exercise session. Min Chong ranked first, Wen Yingxue second, and to Mo Qing's dismay, he had plummeted to 10th. Had the top position truly changed hands? Mo Qing was facing a Waterloo. To my surprise, I initially believed that either Mo Qing or Wen Yingxue would secure the top position. Surely, this pair of siblings would dominate the top 2 spots. Yet, Min Chong has unexpectedly emerged victorious. He typically ranks within the top 30 of his grade, consistently achieving commendable results. It seems he must have exerted himself tremendously during the summer break. By the way, what about Mo Qing? Mo Qing was intercepted at the classroom door by Song Yiyuan, who wore an expression of deep sorrow. "Ancestor, is this how you treat me?" Song Yiyuan lamented, brandishing the report card as he confronted Mo Qing. "7th class, dead last. Not a single subject passed. Every single one is at the bottom." "I initially intended to submit a blank paper," Mo Qing remarked with a glance at Song Yiyuan, graciously explaining, "I wrote a little, out of consideration for you." Song Yiyuan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retorting, "Should I then express my gratitude?" "Not at all." Song Yiyuan felt as if he might explode. "I never intended to thank you. Can you not comprehend human speech?" Frustrated, he began pacing in circles, inhaling deeply before tapping the report card with his hand, exclaiming in exasperation, "Do you even care about attending university? Does the observation period impose such demands on me?" Mo Qing inquired coolly. "Even if you don't plan to attend university, you cannot jeopardize our class's average score." Song Yiyuan was beside himself with frustration. After calming himself, he led Mo Qing aside and earnestly advised, "Have you considered what life will be like after the observation period? You will eventually have to lead a normal life. One to you? Self-sufficiency is essential. Integrating into our world requires a proper education. Otherwise, you may find yourself laboring at construction sites. Ancestor, you must plan for the days that follow your newfound freedom." Huasi mentioned that attending university could provide opportunities through connections. S. sharp remark left utterly speechless. He could hardly believe it. This person, how outrageous. Consumed by frustration, disregarding his role as a teacher, erupted with expletives. Is he out of his mind? Is it possible to leverage connections for this? You tell him. In his discontent, felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the wall. What on earth is going on? That scoundrel, in his unrestrained indulgence of, had he ever contemplated the implications for his esteemed title? During a monthly examination, and became the center of attention, soared to become the top of the grade, earning accolades from teachers across the year. Meanwhile, with her singular efforts, dragged the average score of Class 7 down to the very bottom, inciting a collective outcry against her. 1/3 of the students openly cursed. Another third did so behind her back, while the remaining third, like their homeroom teacher, pondered ways to tutor. Alas, remained impervious to their efforts, preferring to read extracurricular books during class. After school, received a call from, expecting him to inquire about the exam results. She was taken aback when he immediately asked, "Are you done for the day? I'm at the school gate." Wishes to express his gratitude in person. "Are you available?" "Available," she replied. Coincidentally, was eager to discover why her book, The Miraculous Effects of Herbal Medicine, Volume 1, bore a striking resemblance to the tattoo on her ankle, now in his possession. Although uncertain if she would receive an immediate answer, she felt it was imperative to engage with. After concluding her conversation with, called, instructing him not to pick her up, complied, understood, found herself at a loss for words. 2 lights flickered as they focused on her academic performance. Is the examination truly of such paramount importance? Jiang Yi had likely never witnessed such dismal results in his lifetime. Peng Zhong attempted to console Mo Qing, assuring her that the impact of her grades on him would be far more significant than on her. Mo Qing, unable to endure any longer, abruptly ended the call. At the third hospital, Huasi parked the car and accompanied Mo Qing into the inpatient building. As they ascended the stairs, Song Yiyuan remarked on her underwhelming performance in the monthly exam. Huasi also broached the subject, eliciting a hint of impatience in Mo Qing's expression. "You are here to acclimate yourself. Your grades are of no consequence," he reassured her, standing firmly in opposition to Song Yiyuan, who was preoccupied with his prestigious title. If he wishes to engage in idle chatter, let it be. Simply disregard it. Mo Qing indeed dismissed Song Yiyuan's words. Their conversation, predominantly led by Huasi, revolved around the insignificance of her academic performance, emphasizing that the institution would sustain her. Eventually, they arrived at Shenqi's VIP ward. Huasi raised his hand to knock. But before his fingers could touch the door, it opened with a slight creak. "Brother Hua, you've arrived. I was just about to fetch some hot water for Shenqi." Yao Jejia, still clad in her school uniform, smiled as she spoke. However, upon noticing Mo Qing standing behind Huasi, her expression darkened instantly, the smile vanishing as if it had never existed. Chapter 32, Chongqing Society. Min Chang's class transfer shocked the entire school. "Mo Qing, what brings you here?" Yao Jejia instinctively positioned herself at the door. At that moment, her demeanor was less indicative of anger or animosity, and more suggestive of vigilance and wariness. "You two are acquainted?" Hoth initiated the conversation, casting a glance at each of them before introducing Yao Jejia to Mo Qing. "She is someone I have invited." "Oh," Yao Jejia responded reluctantly, disliking Mo Qing, yet mindful that she was a guest of Shenqi. Addressing Hoth, she said, "I will fetch some hot water." Hoth then inquired, "Could you also procure some refreshments?" Yao Jejia paused, regarding Mo Qing with suspicion, before nodding earnestly, "Certainly." She departed with the thermos, glaring at Mo Qing as she passed. Unaffected, Mo Qing watched her retreat before questioning Hoth. "What is her relationship with Shenqi?" Hoth elucidated, "She is Shenqi's classmate. They have grown up together since childhood and share a close bond. Since Shenqi's hospitalization, she has visited every weekend. Her visits have become more frequent since Shenqi's awakening." Mo Qing acknowledged with a thoughtful "Oh. Jiyuan powder, effective Chinese herbal medicine recipes. Does this not establish a connection?" Hoth and Mo Qing entered the hospital room one after the other. At that moment, Shenqi was sitting upright in bed, propped against the pillows, with an 4 drip in the back of her hand. As the door opened, she turned her head, her long hair cascading over her shoulder, her complexion ashen, yet her pupils remained dark and luminous. She appeared serene, yet her eyes conveyed a certain vitality, a stark contrast to her dormant state. "Brother." Shenqi greeted Hoth before turning to Mo Qing, her voice gentle. "Hello." "Hello," Mo Qing replied, naturally approached and placed her hand on Shenqi's wrist to take his pulse. After a few seconds, she remarked, "There is nothing amiss. Just take a good rest and focus on rehabilitation." "Thank you." Shenqi expressed his gratitude, then, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "I heard from my brother that you are a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner?" "Sort of," Mo Qing replied vaguely. "Thank you once again." Shenqi reiterated his thanks. Mo Qing, flexing her wrist, casually instructed Huasi, "Please go buy some food." This pretext was no different from what Huasi had concocted. It merely served to send him away. Huasi hesitated for a moment, believing that Mo Qing would not harm Shenqi behind his back, thus granting her a modicum of trust. "I'll just wait in the corridor," he said. "Whatever," Mo Qing replied indifferently. Huasi was not one to linger unnecessarily. Having acquiesced to Mo Qing's request, he did not tarry in the ward. After exchanging a glance with Shenqi, he exited the room. Once the door closed behind Huasi, a profound silence enveloped the ward. Mo Qing did not rush to speak. Instead, she strolled to the window and pushed it open. The absence of the soundproof barrier allowed the cacophony and fresh breeze from outside to surge in, an overwhelming intrusion. Shenqi blinked, seemingly perplexed. After a brief pause, she suddenly recollected. "Are you referring to that book?" "Yes." Mo Qing's eyelids lowered slightly, her gaze subtly appraising. Shenqi met her eyes, and the atmosphere became momentarily tense. "I found the book in the Ion Alley," she said, retracting her gaze and casually adjusting a corner of her blanket, her tone nonchalant, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet it contained an image with a curious design. The response was impeccably seamless, and incidentally, the matter of the tattoo design was also elucidated. Consequently, it lacked credibility. Mo Qing did not expose the truth, but instead inquired with keen interest, "Did you convey the same to Huosi?" Indeed, he had posed the question, and I answered candidly. Shin-Chi maintained a composed demeanor, pausing momentarily before languidly adding, "If you desire the book, I can provide it to you as a token of gratitude." Her attitude towards the book suggested it was of little significance. Thus, Mo Qing chuckled nonchalantly. "You may keep it." Outside, a vehicle passed by, honking its horn twice, the sound jarring against the serene atmosphere. Mo Qing glanced out the window and beheld the flourishing branches of the phoenix tree, partially obscuring pedestrians and cars, with the leaves shimmering in the afterglow of the setting sun. Regarding the matters of the miraculous herbal remedies and the tattoo design, Mo Qing refrained from probing further, concluding the topic after a brief inquiry. There was no rush. As long as the person was awake, answers would eventually surface. Huosi nodded in agreement, as if it were a matter of course. Yao Jiejia, standing nearby, was livid, her face tinged with green fury. The snack she had specially purchased for Shin-Chi and Huosi had gone untouched, only to be half devoured by this brigand, Mo Qing. How shameless could one be? The taste was delightful. Unashamed, Mo Qing took a bite of the roasted potato and mischievously asked Yao Jiejia where she had acquired it. Yao Jiejia, infuriated and on the verge of cursing, was compelled to obediently divulge the location of the shop under the scrutiny of Shin-Chi and Huosi. Satisfied, Mo Qing happily carried the snacks and departed with Huosi, leaving Yao Jiejia seething as she glared at her retreating figure. "Achi, have you and your brother owed her something? Why do you both cater to her whims?" Yao Jiejia discovered a serving of double-skin milk among the remaining food and lamented that her reputation at our school was rather poor. After school, Mo Qing arrived at the hospital without changing her clothes, still clad in her uniform. Upon seeing Mo Qing's attire, Shin-Chi immediately recognized her as a student from the first affiliated high school, though she was certain they had never met before. Someone as uniquely striking in both appearance and demeanor as Mo Qing would certainly leave a lasting impression if Shin-Chi had encountered her at school. Thus, Shin-Chi reasonably speculated, is she a new student or a transfer student? A transfer student. Yao Jiejia settled down beside the bed, holding the double-skin milk in one hand and a spoon in the other. "This is your favorite double-skin milk. Let me feed you a couple of bites." While feeding Shin-Chi, Yao Jiejia also took the opportunity to recount all the incidents involving Mo Qing at school. Shin-Chi, upon hearing this, displayed little reaction, occasionally revealing a glimmer of interest in her eyes. "There's a medicinal scent on your hand. It's from Jiyuan." Shin-Chi detected the medicinal aroma and furrowed her brows, quickly realizing, "Have you tampered with that book?" Yao Jiejia immediately shrank back. "I merely tried to adjust it a bit." Shin-Chi's expression turned serious, her gaze losing its softness. Her calm tone laced with a hint of danger. "Yao Jiejia, I was wrong." Yao Jiejia stammered, unable to maintain her composure for even a second, hastily confessing, "I've always suspected the cause of your accident. I thought it must be that you offended someone, so. Shin-Chi narrowed her eyes. "When I visited you during the summer, I saw that book and the paper tucked inside. Brother Hua said it belonged to you. Coincidentally, the pattern on the paper coincided with the tattoo emblem of an organization known as the Chongqing Society. I pondered whether they had a hand in this matter and sought to uncover the truth." Shin-Chi calmly inquired, "And then?" "This Chongqing Society seems to pursue immortality, attracting various talented individuals. I heard of a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner they invited with a generous offer due to his prescription for longevity. Noticing that your book contained numerous formulas in this domain, I decided to test the Jiyuan powder, and the results were quite promising. Consequently, I disseminated this information in Lazy Alley." At this point, Yao Jiejia sensed Shin-Chi's expression growing increasingly frigid, prompting her to retract her neck slightly. "Now, I have caught the attention of the Chongqing Society. But fear not, I have taken precautions, and since your awakening, I have refrained from returning to Lazy Alley." Shin-Chi remained silent, momentarily torn between chastising Yao Jiejia for her recklessness and feeling relieved that she had woken up in time. Otherwise, she would eventually bring about her own demise. After a lengthy pause, Shin-Chi declared, "It is not the Chongqing Society." "What?" Yao Jiejia blinked, perplexed. Shin-Chi reiterated, "Those who targeted me are not affiliated with the Chongqing Society." "Then do you know who it is?" Yao Jiejia exclaimed as she set down her double-skin milk, preparing to roll up her sleeves. Shin-Chi replied in a calm tone, "I do not know. The flames of Yao Jiajia's indignation, which had flared up moments ago, were extinguished by Shen Qi's 3 words. After a while, Shen Qi instructed her, "Do not venture to Lazy Alley for the time being. If the Chongqing Society approaches you, simply state that the pharmaceutical practitioner is me. I will handle the situation." Oh, Yao Jiajia pressed her lips together, gazing at the frail Shen Qi. Feeling a twinge of regret, Mo Qing recalled Peng Zhong's admonition. She had anticipated that Jiang Ku would enter with a report card to mock her, yet upon her arrival, she found no trace of Jiang Ku. Sister Qin informed her that he was on a business trip. Consequently, Mo Qing spent the night devoid of any psychological burden. The following day, Mo Qing attended school as usual. The students, too, behaved as they typically did, whispering and pointing at her. However, the focus of their gossip had shifted from the impersonation of a fake heiress to the allegation that she had single-handedly dragged down the average score of Class 7. Upon entering the classroom, she was met with derisive remarks. "Oh, we thought someone wouldn't show up for school. But whether she comes or not, it makes no difference. I reckon she ought to formally withdraw an apology to make it somewhat acceptable. What nonsense. She has come to Class 7 seeking revenge. Poor teacher Song, what a calamity. Having diligently accompanied us for 2 years, she is now burdened with a traitor before her mission can be fulfilled." Several students congregated, exchanging jibes, not overtly mocking Mo Qing. Yet their intentions were unmistakably clear. Anyone with ears could discern whom they were discussing. Mo Qing rubbed her ears, but remained unfazed. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the hallway, accompanied by a cacophony of footsteps. Mo Qing stepped back, raising her gaze to see Min Chong carrying a set of desks and chairs, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, approaching with an air of calm. The corridor was packed with curious students peering in. What is happening? Min Chong has transferred classes. Why? Isn't Class 3 good enough? Is he transferring to Class 7? For love, perhaps. Amidst the myriad of discussions, Min Chong entered, moving desks and chairs through the front door. Under the astonished and bewildered gazes of his classmates, he shifted the desk next to Mo Qing back and placed his own set of furniture in its stead. It was evident he intended to become Mo Qing's deskmate. The students of Class 7 were collectively dumbfounded. What does this mean? Can they not enjoy teasing Mo Qing any longer? Chapter 33. The Chongqing Society has noted this down. The 8th base has tarnished my reputation. Min Chang's sudden transfer left his classmates in Class 7 utterly astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. Mo Qing, who had been inadvertently drawn into this scenario, was equally perplexed. Just then, Song Yiyuan emerged from the back door, raising his hand to tap on the classroom door. Capturing considerable attention. "I have something to say," he began, his smile unmistakably brightening his features. "Our newly crowned top student has transferred to our class, and we should express gratitude for his contribution to our collective average. Let us give a warm welcome." With that, a sporadic applause erupted in the classroom. The students of Class 7 appeared ashen, their expressions reflecting a mix of astonishment and disbelief, as if they were witnessing a romance straight out of a novel. Wasn't he early romance discouraged? Indeed. How did you approach me for that heart-to-heart last time? I protest. Min Chong exclaimed, approaching Mo Qing. Are we blind? As Song Yiyuan never assumed a teacher's demeanor, the students of Class 7 had grown accustomed to their casual interactions with him. Now, with the topic brought to light, they began to vociferously complain about the perceived injustice of the situation. Song Yiyuan lightly tapped on the classroom door, feigning seriousness as he remarked, "What are you all discussing?" The bond between Mo Qing and Min Chong embodies the spirit of unity, mutual assistance, and revolutionary friendship, characterized by its purity. Are you joking? A relationship defined by the daily delivery of yogurt? Their revolutionary friendship may be pure, but does that imply my bond with my comrades is any less so? Song Yiyuan was in high spirits, delighted with the joyous occasion, and intended to patiently elucidate his point once their outburst subsided. However, he was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a book slapping against the desk. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze toward Min Chang's seat. He placed his book on the table, surveyed the entire classroom, and, under their collective scrutiny, arrogantly proclaimed, "If you have the capability, try achieving the top rank in our grade." The room fell silent in an instant. Though they felt a sense of indignation, the competition for the top 10 ranks was fierce, akin to celestial beings clashing. For their class to secure even one spot in the top ranks was remarkable, let alone the coveted first place. Nevertheless, the ambiguous relationship between Mo Qing and Min Chong seemed to solidify. Mo Qing shot a cool glare at Song Yiyuan, declaring, "I will remember this." Startled, Song Yiyuan inquired, "What?" "The 8th base tarnished my reputation," Mo Qing whispered, and before Song Yiyuan could process this revelation, she picked up her backpack and headed to her seat. Why is this any of his business? What does the 8th base have to do with it? Wasn't it Min Chong who said that? Song Yiyuan found himself unjustly bearing the brunt of blame. The thought of impending criticism from Haas, and the possibility of having to compose a lengthy self-reflection, soured his mood. He cast a resentful glance at Min Chong, who pretended not to notice. In a bid to elevate Mo Qing's average score, Min Chong caused quite a stir early in the morning, making his intentions known throughout the school. Students marveled at Min Chang's audacity, enviously remarking on Mo Qing's fortuitous circumstances. Consequently, the voices of those criticizing Mo Qing dwindled, while discussions surrounding Min Chong flourished. Min Chong has always been perceived as a singular figure, handsome, academically proficient, yet hailing from a humble background. He typically maintains a low profile, possessing few friends, and his presence is often overshadowed by the girls who harbor secret affections for him. However, ever since Mo Qing's arrival, Min Chong has dramatically altered his demeanor. Not only does he deliver yogurt to Mo Qing daily and confront Mo Swain on her behalf, but he has also transferred to Class 7 for her sake. This has the makings of a legendary romance. Yet, in the corner of Class 7, the atmosphere is far removed from the sweetness imagined by the students. As class commenced, Mo Qing brazenly opened an extracurricular book, resting her chin on one hand, nonchalantly asking Min Chong, "Does Class 3 truly part with you? I wrote to the principal 2 weeks ago, expressing my desire to join Teacher Song's class, contingent upon my achieving the top rank in the grade." Min Chong, absorbed in his exercises, paused at her words. Mo Qing tilted her head, surprised, and inquired, "For Song Yiyuan?" Mo Qing fell silent. 10 seconds later, Min Chang's desk trembled, drawing the attention of the entire class. The students stared in astonishment as Min Chong obediently stacked the fallen books and shifted his desk slightly away from Mo Qing, creating a noticeable gap between them. He appeared as though he had been wronged, yet was too timid to voice his discontent. Class 7 students were left bewildered. What could this mean? How can such a devoted Min Chong not receive Mo Qing's kindness? What enchantment does she possess that captivates hearts so effortlessly? After school, Mo Qing intended to visit Min Qinghai for a follow-up appointment, intending to adjust his prescription according to his current health condition and to gather information about Min Chong. Therefore, she left with Min Chong and headed to the medical hall. The scene of the two departing side by side evoked a sense of envy in onlookers. "Welcome to the Rejuvenation Pavilion, Aunt Mo. You've arrived," Min Qinghai warmly greeted as Mo Qing stepped through the entrance, almost being swept away by his enthusiasm. Observing the aged features of Min Qinghai, she frowned slightly, letting out a silent sigh before casually remarking, "From now on, please refer to me as Mo Qing in public settings." Min Qinghai considered this and promptly agreed, "Of course." Meanwhile, Min Chong, who had been silently observing, couldn't help but think those unaware might mistake her for an inept physician. However, following the acupuncture treatment, Min Qinghai visibly appeared more spirited, consistently demonstrating through his actions that Mo Qing was indeed exceptional. "Aunt, you haven't had a meal yet, have you?" "I've prepared some dishes," Min Qinghai said somewhat awkwardly. At that moment, Min Chong interjected with a frown, "Aren't you supposed to refrain from cooking? Your health has only just begun to improve, and you're busying yourself unnecessarily." "Is it considered unnecessary to cook for my aunt?" Min Qinghai retorted defiantly, then cast an exasperated glance at Min Chong. "If you don't wish to eat, then don't. I didn't prepare the meal for you anyway." Min Chong could only concede in silence, feeling utterly frustrated. "Enough," Mo Qing finally spoke, as there were no other guests still addressing her as aunt. Rising from her chair and stretching her wrists leisurely, she continued, "Since it's already been prepared, let's go ahead and eat." Although the dishes Min Qinghai had personally cooked were merely simple home-cooked meals, they possessed a unique flavor that delighted the palate. Min Qinghai no longer exuded the dullness of their first meeting. Instead, he appeared vibrant and full of spirit. Mo Qing realized that Min Qinghai was like a child at heart, engaging in playful banter with Min Chong. Min Chong, resembling an elder, attempted to manage Min Qinghai's antics. Yet Min Qinghai remained obstinate, often provoking Min Chong to the brink of exasperation with just a few words. Mo Qing, meanwhile, found amusement in their exchange. "I'll see you off," Min Qinghai said, rising quickly. No need, Mo Qing replied. It's merely a matter of going up and down the stairs. You should rest. Min Chong then volunteered, I'll escort her. Very well. Mo Qing's affirmation alleviated Min Qinghuai's stubbornness. In the presence of Min Chong, he was a playful child. Yet in front of Mo Qing, he transformed into a respectful junior, never daring to contradict her. However, he could not have anticipated that Mo Qing and Min Chong would collude to deceive him. After Mo Qing descended the stairs, she did not leave, but instead accompanied Min Chong into the consultation room. Taking a seat on the sofa, she poured herself a cup of tea, savoring a sip before speaking leisurely. Now, tell me about your findings regarding the Chongqing Society and the Jiyuan powder. Chapter 34. Collaborating against the Chongqing Society? Min Chong stood across the coffee table, refraining from taking a seat. He composed himself and stated, the Chongqing Society is an organization that has existed for over a decade, with the goal of achieving immortality, brainwashing a group of wealthy individuals and elites in Dongsha City who are obsessed with this notion. Naturally, there are also some within the society looking to profit from these individuals. Mo Qing raised an intrigued eyebrow, gently blowing on her tea. Immortality? Indeed. Min Chong found the whole matter utterly absurd. Their pursuit of immortality relied not on scientific methods, but on the search for dubious remedies, such as the so-called Jiyuan powder. They gathered a motley crew of charlatans and unscrupulous pharmacists. Furthermore, they were in search of a tome titled The Extraordinary Efficacy of Chinese Herbal Medicine, authored by some quack. As its title alone suggested deception. As soon as Min Chong finished speaking, he felt a sharp impact on his knee. Mo Qing had flicked a peanut at him. Caught off guard, he winced in pain while rubbing his knee, casting a bewildered glance at Mo Qing. In a calm tone, Mo Qing remarked, speak properly. Min Chong, bewildered by his own perceived shortcomings in discourse, felt completely innocent, yet complied with Mo Qing's silent prompt to continue. I have procured a list of the members of the Longevity Society, and indeed, some notable figures from Dongsha City are involved. Who is at the helm? He inquired. An elder named Lu Qingdao, who serves as the spiritual leader of their organization, Min Chong elucidated, pausing briefly before adding. I have yet to uncover the full extent of Lu Qingdao's background. All I know is that he holds significant sway within the Longevity Society, and everyone adheres to his every word. Mo Qing nodded slightly, setting down his teacup before inquiring, what about the Jiyuan powder? The Jiyuan powder is indeed linked to Yao Jiejia. The Longevity Society located her last night, and she has taken a leave of absence from school today. Mo Qing rested his chin on his hand, asking, is she safe? Yes, she has remained at home, Min Chong assured. Min Chong paused briefly. And I looked into Yao Jiejia. She is a descendant of Yao Dishuan, the first principal of the former First Affiliated High School, which was originally Junda High School. Her family has no history of pursuing medicine, casting doubt on her status as a pharmacist. At the mention of Yao Dishuan, Mo Qing's expression flickered for an instant before she concealed her emotions. Dongsha City remained as small as ever, filled with the offspring of familiar faces. Mo Qing poured herself another cup of tea, continuing to listen to Min Chong discuss the matters of the Chongqing Society. As the tea was consumed, Min Chong concluded his discourse. At that moment, someone entered the medical hall. A girl's voice rang out, calling, is anyone here? It sounded somewhat familiar. Mo Qing and Min Chong exchanged glances before leaving the consultation room to enter the main hall. Just as they spoke of the devil, there stood Yao Jiejia, her hair tied in a ponytail, carrying an assortment of gifts, fruits, and medicinal herbs. Upon seeing them, she brightened and called out, Min Chong. However, her smile faltered the moment she laid eyes on Mo Qing, her expression collapsing swiftly. Is there something I can assist you with? Min Chong inquired. Yao Jiejia hesitated, her gaze lingering on Mo Qing for a brief moment before she forced a smile. I came to see you. This is a gift for your grandfather. Consider it a token of my appreciation. Min Chong did not even glance at the offering, responding coldly, there is no need. Mo Qing shot a sidelong glance at Min Chong. With her warning in mind, Min Chong slightly furrowed his brow, his demeanor softening just a touch. If you have something to say, please be direct. Yao Jiejia was nearly distraught. She wished to be straightforward, yet with Mo Qing standing there, how could she find the words? What is the matter? Yao Jiejia smiled radiantly and continued, I heard that your grandfather is unwell, so I came to pay a visit. Managing the clinic alone must be quite strenuous for you. Is there anything I can assist you with? Before Yao Jiejia could finish her sentence, Mo Qing interjected from the side. Yao Jiejia blinked in bewilderment. Did she just speak to me? What kind of chaos is this? Just then, a new batch of medicinal herbs had arrived, yet they remained untransferred to the cabinet. Mo Qing naturally provided a hint. Yao Jiajia comprehended the implication. But she was not pleased. She glared at Mo Qing and retorted, "Don't you have hands?" "Indeed," Mo Qing replied as she took a seat at the front desk, exuding a demeanor that suggested her hands were far too delicate for such labor. Yao Jiajia felt a surge of frustration. At that moment, Min Chang cast a cold glance at Yao Jiajia and stated, "You don't have to move them." Yao Jiajia, seeking a favor, managed to regain her composure upon hearing Min Chang's words. She took a deep breath and, glaring at Mo Qing, gritted her teeth. "I'll move them." The medicinal herbs were a request made by Mo Qing for Min Chang to procure anew. Initially, the clinic had little business, and the herbs merely took up space. So once the supply was gradually depleted, Min Chang ceased restocking. However, Mo Qing could not bear to see the clinic devoid of herbs, insisting that Min Chang replenish the stock. After all, Min Chang had garnered a substantial sum from selling Mo Qing's acupuncture needles to the unsuspecting Jiang Qihui. The expense for these herbs was negligible. Thus, the herbs had just arrived and had yet to be organized. Upon seeing the mountain of medicinal herbs, Yao Jiajia turned pale with dismay. However, given the current circumstances, she could not simply walk away. She gritted her teeth and began to organize the herbs, placing them one by one into the cabinet. Mo Qing sat at the front desk, sipping tea while perusing a book, occasionally directing Yao Jiajia with a few comments, which infuriated her to no end, yet she could not express her irritation. "How do you perceive this?" Min Chang approached with a bottle of yogurt and quietly inquired of Mo Qing. Mo Qing set the book aside, twisted open the yogurt, took a sip, and then asked, "What do you believe you stand to gain?" Min Chang paused for a moment, then replied, "Intelligence." He certainly did not harbor the notion that Yao Jiajia was pursuing him for his sake. The grand pursuit was merely a segment of Yao Jiajia's elaborate scheme. Though he had not adhered to her script, more often than not, he was not far off the mark. Mo Qing reclined casually in her chair, lazily observing the clumsily sorting Yao Jiajia, who was evidently not well versed in medicinal herbs. It was clear that someone was backing Yao Jiajia, and Mo Qing could venture a guess as to who that individual might be. Min Chang scrutinized Yao Jiajia for a moment before asking Mo Qing in a low voice, "What do you intend to do?" "We wait," Mo Qing replied, a slight smile gracing her lips as she picked up her book once more. After approximately 2 hours, Yao Jiajia finally completed her task. "Aren't you different?" Mo Qing countered languidly. How could I be the same as someone like you, who is so consumed by romance?" Yao Jiajia exclaimed, nearly exasperated to the point of collapse. She had intended to speak with Min Chang privately, yet Mo Qing, the persistent presence, had intruded. It was one thing to linger at school, but to remain in someone else's home until such a late hour, was she not embarrassed? Mo Qing cast a dispassionate glance at her and said, "Come here." Yao Jiajia seethed with rage. "Why should I listen to you?" Min Chang was nearby, placing an order for yogurt, and upon hearing her words, he coldly reminded her, "You would do well to heed her." Damn it! Yao Jiajia's mind was already filled with expletives. If it weren't for the intelligence Min Chang possessed, she would never have entangled herself with such a person. What a nuisance! After a moment of contemplation, Yao Jiajia ultimately chose to relent and approached Mo Qing. As she stood at the front desk, she furrowed her brow and said with a firm tone, "What do you want?" Yao Jiajia was extremely displeased. However, Mo Qing's next words extinguished all her emotions. Mo Qing inquired, "Shall we collaborate to deal with the Eternal Life Society?" Chapter 35, The Eternal Life Society, Successful Collaboration. Preparing a plan, shall we collaborate to deal with the Eternal Life Society? Yao Jiajia was taken aback, her mind momentarily paralyzed as if it had crashed. In her mind, aside from Shen Qi and Min Chang, everyone else from the first affiliated high school was merely an ordinary muggle, including the seemingly unremarkable Mo Qing. "How could you?" Yao Jiajia stammered, her anxiety evident, but after uttering a few words, she regained some composure and quickly corrected herself. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Stop pretending." Min Chang bluntly pierced through her facade. "You've made several attempts to get close, all for the Eternal Life Society, haven't you?" Yao Jiajia was rendered speechless. Although she was somewhat naive, she was still clever enough to deceive the Eternal Life Society. She forced herself to calm down and assess the current situation. It was evident that Mo Qing and Min Chang shared a deep connection. It is indeed plausible that Min Chang might share intelligence with Mo Qing. Furthermore, Mo Qing's remarks suggest that they too have set their sights on the Eternal Life Society. After a lengthy pause, Yao Jiejia approached Min Chang directly, her expression grave as she inquired, "How do you wish to collaborate?" Just as Min Chang completed the payment for a yogurt order, he nearly dropped his phone upon hearing Yao Jiejia's question. "What is your intention?" He retorted, "I am merely an intermediary. You should direct your inquiries to her." He gestured towards Mo Qing. Yao Jiejia frowned, candidly stating, "I find it difficult to articulate my thoughts to her." Unfazed, Min Chang replied brusquely, "Then let us not discuss it further. You may leave." Yao Jiejia was taken aback. She had assumed that Mo Qing's approach for collaboration stemmed from Min Chang's initiative, which is why she sought to speak with him directly. However, faced with Min Chang's unwavering demeanor, she found herself at an impasse. After a moment of awkward silence, she reluctantly turned towards Mo Qing. "How shall we proceed?" Yao Jiejia inquired. Mo Qing, unfazed by her minor emotional fluctuations, responded directly, "First, disclose your purpose for seeking Min Chang." A flicker of hesitation crossed Yao Jiejia's eyes. Yet she swiftly chose to be forthright. "I have recently attracted the attention of the Eternal Life Society, and I wish to extricate myself from their grasp. I have heard that Min Chang controls the underground information channels of Dongshi City. Hence, I seek his assistance." Mo Qing then asked, "Who is responsible for the creation of the gathering essence powder?" Taking a deep breath, Yao Jiejia affirmed, "That would be me." "Really?" Mo Qing's brows arched slightly, her tone laced with an undercurrent of authority that sent chills down Yao Jiejia's spine. The latter shivered and hastily defended herself. "It truly is my work." "From where did you acquire the formula?" Mo Qing pressed. Yao Jiejia bit her lip, replying, "The formula was something I stumbled upon by chance." Unfurled the words. "Isn't it from Shinqi?" Yao Jiejia's eyes widened in shock, her mind buzzing, inexplicably seized by a wave of fear. How much does truly know? Meanwhile, Min Chang, who had risen at some point, leaned against the doorframe as a sentinel. Upon hearing Shinqi's name, he involuntarily lifted his head, glancing this way with a hint of surprise. Shinqi, the prodigy who had swept the top honors in various competitions 2 years prior, was known throughout the high schools of Dongshi City. However, since Shinqi's accident, her presence had diminished. Min Chang had been in the same class as her. After a prolonged silence, Yao Jiejia steadied her emotions and inquired of, "How did you know?" Reclined against the back of her chair, her elbows resting on the armrests, fingers idly toying with a pen, her gaze drifting towards Yao Jiejia, as she responded nonchalantly, "If you wish to extricate yourself from the Chongqing Society, I advise you to come clean from the beginning. Consider it well." Granted her ample time, Yao Jiejia swallowed hard, the astonishment within her lingering, leaving her frozen in place as she weighed the proposition. Ultimately, she inhaled deeply and asserted, "This matter has no connection to Shinqi." She began to recount her story. "I suspect the Chongqing Society is linked to Shinqi's accident. Coincidentally, I discovered the formula for the gathering powder from one of Shinqi's books, so I attempted to concoct it, and indeed, I succeeded. Afterward, I allowed it to circulate in Yizhong Alley to attract the attention of the Chongqing Society. My plan was to infiltrate the Chongqing Society, obtain evidence of their being a cult, and ultimately report them. However, acting alone poses considerable risks, which is why I sought Min Chang's assistance. Now, Shinqi has awakened. She asserted that the car accident had no connection to the Chongqing Society, and thus, I have decided to cease my involvement. However, yesterday, the Chongqing Society approached me. They harbored doubts regarding my ability to concoct the gathering essence powder, suspecting that there was a master behind me. They urged me to consult this so-called master about the possibility of joining their ranks. In truth, there is no master behind me. After pondering for an entire day, I found no solution. Aware of Min Chang's extensive connections, I resolved to seek his assistance." Yao Jiejia grew increasingly despondent, her brows knitted tightly. She had little faith that the Chongqing Society would allow her to extricate herself unscathed. With Shinqi recently awakened and still in a fragile state, she refrained from disturbing her and ultimately decided to try her luck with Min Chang. Moments later, Yao Jiejia inquired, "What about you? Why do you wish to confront the Chongqing Society?" Mo Qing replied in a calm tone, "It does not concern you." Yao Jiejia was instantly incensed by Mo Qing's nonchalant remark. Having laid everything bare, what was Mo Qing implying? Did she intend to achieve something without effort? Mo Qing maintained her serene demeanor, speaking slowly. "You should inform the Chongqing Society that your master has consented." Yao Jiejia was baffled. "What master do I have behind me?" Do you not understand human language? A single word from Mo Qing rendered Yao Jiejie speechless. She stared at her in disbelief, as if looking at a mad woman. Have you lost your mind? Yao Jiejie exclaimed in horror. What they seek is a master. A master. Setting aside your appearance and age. What will you do if they demand you to concoct some potion or another? The wise seldom reveal themselves. Should they discover your deception, you would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Do you understand? Furrowed her brow at her incessant chatter and subtly raised her gaze towards. Understanding her unspoken cue, promptly departed from the entrance and approached. Without a moment's hesitation, inquired, How can you assure me? His expression impassive, replied, I am the one seeking you. How could you expect me to guarantee anything? Found herself momentarily speechless, glanced towards the entrance, implying that she was free to leave. Though she felt a sense of frustration, she chose not to dwell on's brusqueness at that moment. After bidding a hasty farewell, she exited. Once she had departed, approached the counter and asked, Will she agree? Yes. Affirmed with certainty. Convinced by her confidence, ceased to harbor doubts and awaited news from. You intend to infiltrate them? Gazed at, utterly astonished. Nodded in affirmation. S eyes widened as she contemplated how to explain to the school and the 8th base should anything go awry. Yet, before she could voice her concerns, preemptively interjected, Let us proceed according to your plan. Please remain rational. She is merely a specimen of the base, not a staff member. Exclaimed, after a moment's reflection. Remarked, if she truly reveals herself, she could single-handedly dismantle the entire. Can you? The pedagogue, after considerable deliberation, ultimately concluded that he indeed could not. The following day Mo Qing was engrossed in studying modern history during mathematics class, a fact to which Yao Jiejie acquiesced. Min Chong, with a subtle movement, tapped lightly on her desk and whispered that she had contacted the Chongqing Society, scheduling a meeting for Friday evening. They would send someone to the school to escort them. Mo Qing lowered her gaze, flipping through the pages, murmuring in acknowledgement. Yet, this seemingly trivial exchange caught the attention of the mathematics teacher at the podium. Chapter 36. The Chongqing Society, Disguised Master. Instant exposure. She responded with unwavering confidence, while Mo Qing's audacity was such that she remained seated. The classroom fell into a hushed silence, occasionally punctuated by the sound of gasps. Did Mo Qing truly dare to provoke this teacher? It seemed she possessed an unusual level of assurance. Adjusting his glasses, the mathematics teacher's expression was unmistakably one of irritation. Not only was she inattentive, but she disrupted her fellow students as well. You need not remain in my class. Step outside and stand there, he commanded. Mo Qing readily complied, saying, Very well. Rather than feeling any embarrassment at being reprimanded, she appeared almost eager, as if she had grown weary of the classroom atmosphere. The rest of the class was taken aback. It was their first encounter with a student who so blatantly disregarded the teacher. Min Chong pondered whether he should challenge the teacher or accompany Mo Qing outside for her punishment. Under the scrutinizing gaze of her classmates, Mo Qing stood up, took the modern history book from her desk, and leisurely exited the classroom to read in the corridor. The mathematics teacher's face darkened ominously. Just as it seemed the teacher was on the verge of an outburst, Jiang Qi raised his hand and interjected, Mr. Liu, there's no need to waste time on her. We are all eager to continue the lesson. After all, this is a classroom, and since the students have voiced their opinions, the teacher naturally ought to continue the lesson. Although the mathematics instructor harbored some resentment, he could only suppress it and allow Mo Qing to daydream in the corridor. It was better to turn a blind eye. Song Yuan casually remarked good, and then dismissed the matter from his mind, uttering not a single word to Mo Qing. The fact that Mo Qing could escape his class to consult the history teacher was already commendable, and now she was merely engrossed in a book, which warranted his praise, didn't it? Classes for the 3rd and 7th grades were held simultaneously. Mo Qing sauntered into the teaching building. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, she heard a familiar voice and looked up. Wening Xue was clutching 2 books, while Jiang Qihue stood in her path, blocking her way. Mr. Jiang, please conduct yourself with dignity. Wening Xue had her back to Mo Qing, obscuring her expression, yet her tone was cold and distant. Xue Jiang Qihue, devoid of the arrogance he usually exhibited in front of Mo Qing, adopted a humble demeanor. Let me speak to you sincerely as an elder brother. Your parents have been concerned about you. They do not wish for you to acknowledge them, only to meet with you. Jiang Qihue's words were earnest and heartfelt. Yet, when Xue remained unmoved, could you please step aside? Apologies. She interrupted him gently before he could finish. Jiang Qihui was taken aback, confused. In the next moment, Wen Yingxue politely declared, "Not everyone deserves to claim kinship with me." Wen Yingxue. Jiang Qihui's facade of civility shattered in an instant, and he erupted in fury, raising a finger to point at her, ready to unleash a tirade of anger. However, just as he inhaled, he felt Wen Yingxue twist two of his fingers, expressionless. And with a sharp crack, the bone snapped under excruciating pain. Jiang Qihui nearly gasped in agony. Calmly, Wen Yingxue remarked, "Please seek medical attention promptly." Jiang Qihui was left in a daze. Upon encountering Wen Yingxue's smiling face, a chill ran down his spine, raising goosebumps all over his body. She nodded at him and gracefully departed with her book in hand. Jiang Qihui, still reeling from the intense pain, eventually looked up through gritted teeth, only to find Mo Qing observing the scene from against the wall. At once, anger surged within him, coupled with an indescribable sense of humiliation and shame. "What are you staring at?" Jiang Qihui bellowed, striding towards Mo Qing. Mo Qing regarded him with a calm demeanor. As Jiang Qihui drew near, he clenched his fist and swung it at Mo Qing, who deftly lifted his leg and landed a precise kick to Jiang Qihui's waist. "Mo Qing, are you seeking death?" Jiang Qihui, with his resilient physique, tumbled to the ground but struggled to rise. He lifted his head, veins bulging, seething with rage. Mo Qing pointed at the camera installed above. The moment Jiang Qihui noticed it, clarity washed over him. He adjusted his collar with reddened eyes and spat out a menacing remark. "Just you wait." He intended to leave, but Mo Qing was quicker, departing before he could finish his sentence. Jiang Qihui muttered in frustration, "What a farce." After school, Mo Qing leisurely made his way to the school gate, where he found the increasingly impatient Yao Jieji waiting for him. Yao Jieji glanced at Mo Qing, then surveyed her surroundings, confirming that Min Chong had not followed. In disbelief, she inquired, "Is it just you?" "Yes," Mo Qing replied. "Can you handle this?" Yao Jieji's eyes widened, filled with skepticism towards Mo Qing. Mo Qing shrugged. "You can still run if you want." Yao Jieji felt as if she might explode with frustration at any moment. Just then, a black sedan came to a halt at the roadside, and a young man stepped out, striding directly toward them. After observing for a moment, he hesitantly confirmed, "Miss Yao, I am here to pick you up. Are you both the ones I'm looking for?" "Just the two of us," Yao Jieji replied, her demeanor akin to a firecracker, glaring fiercely at the young man. "Is there a problem?" The young man recoiled slightly under her fierce gaze. He assessed Mo Qing, noting her school uniform, tall stature, and the nonchalant way she had her hands in her pockets, with a backpack slung over her left shoulder. Her strikingly beautiful yet aloof face suggested she was a high school student, yet her exceptional aura was hard to overlook. After a moment's contemplation, the young man respectfully lowered his gaze and gestured towards the sedan. "Please, after you." "Let us go," Yao Jieji said to Mo Qing, stepping toward the car. Mo Qing followed at a leisurely pace. Once inside the vehicle, Yao Jieji heightened her vigilance, closely monitoring the young man's every move. Observing him send a message, she leaned closer to Mo Qing and whispered, "I told you, you clearly don't look like someone formidable." As soon as he parked, I sensed a group of people would surround us, and at best, we would receive a beating. At worst, we might be imprisoned and sold. Mo Qing, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "In that case, I shall surely escape over your body." Yao Jieji immediately fell silent, ceasing her alarmist rhetoric. After half an hour of driving, the vehicle halted in front of a restaurant. The young man continued to exhibit politeness, inviting them inside and leading them to the third floor, ultimately arriving at a private room. He knocked twice on the door, and upon receiving permission from within, he pushed the door open and said, "Ladies, please." Mo Qing entered the room gracefully, closely followed by Yao Jieji. As they stepped inside, Mo Qing's gaze swept around, only to lock onto a young man seated at the dining table. His fingers were bound with bandages, swollen like radishes, and his face bore an array of bruises, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. It was Jiang Qihui. Chapter 37. The Eternal Life Society. Successful infiltration and initiation ceremony. Yao Jieji unleashed a torrent of furious exclamations, leaving everyone in the room utterly stunned. Mo Qing cast a surprised sidelong glance at her. They were indeed deceivers. Jiang Qihui was so enraged that he seemed on the verge of exploding, pointing an accusatory finger at Mo Qing, exclaiming her. Elder Zhang appeared bewildered. resembling a reed swaying in the wind, and immediately inquired of Mo Qing, "Is this true?" Yao Jiejia took a breath, eager to continue her vehement discourse. But Mo Qing interjected, causing her pent-up frustration to dissipate. What she conveyed was entirely in line with Yao Jiejia's sentiments, yet carried a markedly different weight. Elder Zhang refrained from further explanation and coldly remarked, "Should your actions adversely affect the future of the Eternal Life Society, the consequences shall be yours to bear." Mo Qing then proceeded forward. Jiang Chihue pondered that once her deeds were exposed, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. With a heavy heart, he begrudgingly dragged the chairs for them. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his knee, causing him to collapse awkwardly to the ground. Anger surged within him. Unexpectedly, Mo Qing cast a cold glance in his direction, her voice steady and laced with an unnerving authority. "Stand." Her brows were raised in haughty disdain, regarding Jiang Chihue as nothing more than an insect, exuding an air that suggested he was unworthy of sharing a table with her. Yet, in that moment, no one dared to voice dissent. Clad in a school uniform and youthful in appearance, her presence commanded the attention of the entire assembly. Elder Zhang once again apologized to Mo Qing, introduced himself, and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name?" "Mo Qing," she replied nonchalantly. "I am aware of your ambitions." With an air of a transcendent being, she continued, "This is our shared pursuit. However, I find myself in need of both manpower and funds." Elder Zhang was momentarily dazzled by her exquisite finesse, waves of astonishment washing over him, though he maintained his composure. "What is this?" he asked. "Pure gathering element powder." Mo Qing responded coolly, "A token of our meeting." Yao Jiejia's eyes widened in disbelief. Elder Zhang quickly opened the package of powder, dipped his fingertip into it, inhaled deeply, and then tasted it with his tongue. His excitement was palpable, barely contained. The gathering element powder circulating in Ion Alley was of inferior quality, yet the mere ability to produce such powder was a rarity, prompting them to pay exorbitant sums to find the source. Who would have thought that this extraordinary individual could present them with genuine gathering element powder? Overjoyed, Elder Zhang immediately shed all skepticism and wholeheartedly embraced Mo Qing. Age, gender, and education are trivial matters. True strength is the essence of one's lineage. As the city lights began to twinkle, casually slung her backpack over her left shoulder, her hand resting nonchalantly in her pocket, the school uniform jacket flaring open as the night breeze playfully lifted its hem. Following closely behind her, prattled on incessantly, "I simply cannot comprehend why, with your flawless persona, you couldn't just utter a simple 'The Long Life Society is beneath me' and graciously decline their invitation. Why must you leap into their treacherous pit? I swear, if I ever uncover evidence of this insidious cult, I will be the first to report them." However, paid her no mind as she descended the escalator into the subway. "Why won't you listen?" persisted, her voice a steady stream of concern. "They now regard you as a precious gem, eagerly wishing for you to attend their initiation ceremony the day after tomorrow. But you must realize that while they currently hold you in high esteem, should you expose any weaknesses, they will retaliate with a vengeance." In response, inserted a wireless earbud into her left ear. "Damn it, I'm only looking out for you, and you find me bothersome?" Nearly leapt up in exasperation. After her outburst, cast a sidelong glance at her before placing another earbud into her right ear. All right, I suppose I was overreaching." Frustrated, placed her hands on her hips, contemplating before finally gritting her teeth and declaring, "Fine, I'll accompany you the day after tomorrow." As they exited the escalator, suddenly halted, removing her earbuds and stating, "Though my legs may be thick," puzzled, responded, "What?" Continued with a deliberate pace, "I have no desire to carry someone who would be a hindrance." Yao Jiejia stared wide-eyed. "Mo Qing, if I care about you any further, I shall take your surname." Assistant Peng Run, engrossed in embroidery in the living room, rushed over upon seeing Mo Qing, eagerly exclaiming, "Miss Mo." Mo Qing cast a glance at him. "Have you informed Jiang Yi about your monthly exam results?" Peng Ren asked furtively. "Not yet." Mo Qing raised an eyebrow. "Why haven't you mentioned it?" With a sorrowful expression, Peng Ren lamented, "I have always been the top student throughout my life, never having achieved such dismal results." Peng Zhong, having appeared behind Peng Ren unbeknownst to him, delivered a swift kick to his backside. With a scowl, he commanded, "Go back to your embroidery." Clutching his rear, Peng Ren scurried away. Peng Zhong then glanced at Mo Qing, saying, "Jiang Yi wants you in his study." "Very well." After a moment's contemplation, Mo Qing picked up her backpack and ascended the stairs to the study. Chapter 38, The Longevity Association, a celestial being, Mo Qing ascends. Knock, knock. Mo Qing knocked on the study door, announcing her presence. Come in, came Jiang Ku's voice from within. Mo Qing pushed the door open. He gestured toward the sofa. Sit. Mo Qing was not one to follow orders easily. She strolled over, tossed her backpack onto the sofa, and inquired, What do you need me for? Chen Sa mentioned that the menu you provided her is perfectly to my taste, Jiang Ku replied, his dark eyes harboring an undercurrent of emotion, his tone calm, yet inscrutable. Care to explain? Mo Qing furrowed her brow. Similar? Identical, Jiang Ku indicated towards the desk. Even the order is the same. Upon hearing a sound, Mo Qing approached the desk and discovered 2 menus. As she picked them up and glanced at them, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. One was handwritten by her, which she had just given to Aunt Chen that morning. Upon inspecting the order, she found it to be identical. Such a coincidence was implausible. It was nothing short of a conspiracy, blatant and conspicuous. Do you harbor doubts? Mo Qing raised an eyebrow and turned her gaze towards Jiang Ku. Explain, he said. She offered no explanation. Mo Qing calmly set down the 2 pieces of paper. I suspect you have colluded with Aunt Chen to stage this, hoping to ingratiate yourself with me. Unexpectedly, she turned the tables on him. Jiang Ku was momentarily taken aback, then smirked, a retaliatory bite, Mr. Jiang. Mo Qing took measured strides towards Jiang Ku. The evening breeze was slightly cool, tousling her hair. She halted before him, effortlessly maintaining eye contact. After a brief moment, she raised an eyebrow and leaned in closer, creating an ambiguous distance between them. She tilted her head back, refraining from closing the gap, leaving merely half an inch between them. Her warmth and breath brushed against his skin, a tantalizing tease that was both elusive and gently enticing. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Suddenly, Mo Qing smiled, a fleeting, ethereal smile, as ephemeral as the wind. Parting her soft lips, she inquired, Am I foolish? You are not foolish, Jiang Ku replied, his gaze fixed upon her face. He raised his hand and delicately caught a strand of her hair, the movement reminiscent of a lover's playful tease. Leaning slightly closer, he whispered, But there exists a term. Great wisdom appears foolish. The gentle tug on her hair sent a shiver through her scalp, subtle yet strikingly clear. Mo Qing gazed at the familiar visage, pausing for a few moments before retreating slightly. Then it shall be your decision, she declared. With a graceful sweep of her hand, she brushed back her hair, the strands dancing behind her as she turned to enter. I hope your words are not mere fabrications. We shall not cross paths the day after tomorrow, she stated, shouldering her backpack as she exited. Jiang Ku observed the doorway in silence for a while, contemplating her words, and suddenly furrowed his brow. Could it truly be such a coincidence? On a Sunday afternoon, Mo Qing boarded the exclusive vehicle of the Chongqing Society. After a bumpy journey of 3 to 4 hours, they finally arrived at their destination, Liangyan Township, Pingjing Crossing. The driver halted the car in front of an inn, opened the door, and respectfully invited her to alight. Miss Mo Qing descended from the vehicle, where Elder Zhang and Jiang Qihui awaited her at the entrance. She nodded. Her demeanor radiated aloofness and grandeur, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Qihui before extending her bag towards him. Jiang Qihui had disdained her from the start and had suffered at her hands. He could hardly bear the indignity of serving her, so he remained stiff, preferring to stand like a statue rather than accept it. Jiang Qihui felt a tightness in his chest from anger, yet he had no alternative. With a grim expression, he reluctantly took the bag from her hands. I have heard a whisper or two, he remarked. She resided here for a time a century ago. Mo Qing inquired. What is said? It is rumored that a remarkable individual, skilled in the healing arts and known for her benevolence, achieved enlightenment and ascended at the tender age of 20. Later generations secretly preserved her likeness, which became a sacred relic of the Chongqing Society. Indeed, our society's totem is derived from her. Mo Qing. Indeed. It seems I have recalled something. A century ago, she spent some time at Heiress Crossing, during which she sought treatment at a local clinic. With her exceptional medical skills, it was no exaggeration to call her a miraculous healer. At that time, the area was quite backward and unenlightened. Over time, some unscrupulous individual began to spread rumors that she was a fox spirit. The whispers of the fox spirit instilled panic among the villagers, who began to harbor hatred towards her, slandering her in private and openly berating her. How could she endure such indignity? Before departing, she performed a marvelous trick. further propagating tales of her transcendence and immortality, prompting the villagers to kneel and beg for her forgiveness. In that moment, she felt a sense of satisfaction, choosing not to explain herself and leaving directly. Who could have foreseen? He glanced at Jiang Qihui. Seeking him would suffice. Jiang Qihui's expression darkened as he returned the package to Mo Qing. When Mo Qing pushed open the door, she paused and inquired, "I have heard that there are several distinctive delicacies at Hirai Crossing?" Mo Qing interrupted him. "I want them all." Elder Zhang froze for a moment. "You." Jiang Qihui gritted his teeth, pointing at Mo Qing, but as he noticed his bandaged finger, he recalled when Xiu's earlier strike and felt a sudden twinge of apprehension. Reluctantly lowering his hand, "Jiang Qihui, are you not going yet?" Mo Qing coldly fixed her gaze on Jiang Qihui. After enduring humiliation time and again, Jiang Qihui felt exceedingly vexed. However, he had no choice but to comply, clenching his fists in frustration. He shot a glare at Mo Qing before turning and descending the stairs to procure food. Elder Zhang had chosen a splendid room for Mo Qing. The chamber opened onto a balcony, revealing a breathtaking view. In the distance, undulating mountains cloaked in verdant hues, while closer by, quaint houses nestled among fields of ripening rice. Unlike the towering skyscrapers, this pastoral landscape was one with which Mo Qing was intimately familiar. She lingered on the balcony, taking in the scenery for a while. As she approached the door, she suddenly heard the sliding glass door next door being pushed open. Instinctively, she cast a glance and was momentarily taken aback by the figure that emerged. Simultaneously, the individual on the balcony, sensing her gaze, turned to look in her direction. Their eyes met. Mo Qing discerned the numbness in his eyes. Chapter 39. The Longevity Society. Smoking on the balcony, the two shared an unspoken understanding of this omnipresent coincidence. After a brief silence, Jiang Ke lifted his eyelids and spoke. "Come here." Mo Qing took a few steps closer, leaning against the railing, and casually inquired, "For what?" "Last time, I provided you with a cigarette," Jiang Ke replied. "This time, it's a clue." "I'm not interested," Mo Qing retorted, her expression one of indifference. After silently observing her for a moment, Jiang Ke uttered a single word, "Cigarette." Once again, they were on adjacent balconies, separated by a distance of 2 or 3 meters, a span most would hesitate to cross. At the very moment Jiang Ke's words fell, Mo Qing leapt onto the balcony railing and, like the fluttering wings of a butterfly, gracefully landed on Jiang Ke's balcony. In the next instant, she jumped down and took a step forward, drawing closer to him. Jiang Ke's gaze drifted downward, tracing from her brows to her long neck, then beyond her shoulder, following her slender arms to her delicate fingers. He remained motionless, intently observing her every movement. What identity do we assume this time? Opening the cigarette case, Mo Qing selected a cigarette, pinching it between her fingers and biting down on the filter. He did not hand it to her, but instead brought the lighter to her, flicking open the windproof cover. A flicker of flame leapt forth, igniting the cigarette. In the stillness, a wisp of smoke ascended straight into the air. Mo Qing regarded his youthful visage and smiled. "You certainly planned far ahead," Jiang Ke remarked, a life-preserving persona. Jiang Qihui was also present. Mo Qing gently reminded him. "I am aware." Jiang Ke spoke with a hint of indifference, clearly dismissing Jiang Qihui. He had no desire to linger in this place for too long, especially with Jiang Qihui's impending confinement not far off. As he smoked, a gust of wind suddenly swept through. Mo Qing leaned against the railing, observing the unchanging mountains and waters, basking in the radiant sunlight under the blue sky and white clouds, as if time itself were merely a fleeting dream. For her, it truly felt like a dream. "How did you acquire your tattoo?" Jiang Ke inquired, his gaze shifting to Mo Qing's ankle. Today, she wore long trousers that accentuated her straight and proportionate legs, concealing the tattoo on her ankle. Her feet were adorned with a pair of pristine white sneakers. Mo Qing languidly responded, "I had it done." Jiang Ke replied, "Your words are as captivating as a delicate melody." He then asked, "Who is it?" Mo Qing replied coolly, "He passed away long ago." She sensed Jiang Ke's scrutinizing gaze, as if he doubted her words. However, she remained unconcerned. A century had elapsed, and that individual could not possibly be alive. Yet, given his accomplishments, even if he did not feature in history textbooks, there should be some historical records of his deeds. Yet, why did he leave behind nothing? Jiang Ke picked up a piece of paper from the coffee table and handed it to Mo Qing, saying, "The Chongqing Society has a venerable elder, known as Master Wei. In his youth, he practiced traditional Chinese medicine, and even at nearly 90, he remains in good health, making him the soul of the Chongqing society. The initiation ceremony this evening will be presided over by him. What is this? Mo Qing inquired, shaking the paper in her hand. It bore a floor plan, seemingly outlining the layout of an ancestral hall. Hirai Wataru possesses a shrine, overseen by the Venerable Wei. The Chongqing Society harbors classified documents, concealed within the shrine. Jiang Ke spoke leisurely, hinting at the matter without fully articulating it. Mo Qing understood, reclining on the sofa and crossing her legs, feigning ignorance. So, you possess considerable skills, she remarked. I shall procure the evidence, Mo Qing said, folding the paper with deliberate slowness. And what of you? The one who fears for their life. Jiang Ke felt no shame, responding with nonchalance. I shall devise a strategy for you, while also keeping watch. With a flicker of her gaze, Mo Qing rested her finger on her chin, scrutinizing Jiang Ke for a moment before raising an eyebrow. It's a deal. Do you comprehend? Jiang Ke, who had brought the plan to its conclusion, noticed Mo Qing's thoughts had seemingly wandered elsewhere, prompting him to emphasize his tone slightly. She cast a sidelong glance at him, her mind far from the plan. Jiang Ke bore an uncanny resemblance to him, sharing her tastes as well. Presently, Jiang Ke's habits in recording plans and his modes of thought mirrored his to an extraordinary degree. What could be the reason behind this? Jiang Ke, unaware of how long she had been lost in thought, turned to her but refrained from reiterating. Instead, he pressed the blueprints into her hands, stating, Prepare yourself. 10 minutes later, they convened in an alleyway, proceeding together towards the shrine. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an extraordinary display of fiery clouds graced the sky. The mountaintop to the west ablaze with vivid red hues, radiating warmth and grandeur. The village was bathed in a sanguine glow, leaning against a wall outside the shrine. Jiang Ke lifted his gaze at a certain moment, beholding the breathtaking spectacle. The shrine was nestled in the heart of the mountains, situated in a secluded area with scant human presence, yet offering an expansive view. As he beheld the village and fields connected by the bluestone path, they were enveloped in a vivid crimson glow. At that moment, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as suppressed memories surged forth. A pebble ricocheted off the wall, barely 3 feet above his head, producing a faint sound before it fell to the ground. He lifted his gaze. Hey! The voice called from a slanting position behind him. Mo Qing stood beneath a tree, its shadows draping over her. She carried a bulging bag on her shoulder, tossing a stone rhythmically in her hand. With a raised brow, she signaled to him to come along. The sky blazed with a brilliant luminosity, yet Jiang Ke ventured against the light, making his way toward Mo Qing. Jiang Ke glanced at her backpack. Is everything there? We are missing the sacred artifact. He brushed aside the thought of the painting, to evade the crowd. The two descended the narrow path, passing through a grove of maple trees, where the resplendent evening glow illuminated the fiery red leaves, creating a picturesque scene. Mo Qing stopped midway to find a tree, dropped the bag, covered it with foliage, and then sent a WeChat location to Huasi, snapping a photo for him to collect it. Afterward, they continued along the path until it culminated in a marketplace. Feeling hungry, Mo Qing turned to Jiang Ke and inquired, Do you have any money? Jiang Ke regarded her with a questioning look. Did you not bring any? Mo Qing rummaged through her pocket, producing a black card. Jiang Ke replied. Just as they reached the entrance, Jiang Qi awaited her. Mo Qing cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, Just throw it away. She then stepped into the inn. Jiang Qi, having endured enough, finally erupted in anger, exclaiming, Are you deliberately looking for trouble? To those who harbor resentment towards her, even if the food they proffer contains no poison, one cannot guarantee the absence of other insidious ingredients. From the outset, she had no intention of partaking. The nonchalant tone and unyielding demeanor of Mo Qing incited a furious response from Jiang Qi, whose eyes blazed with rage as he threatened. Mo Qing, do not overstep your bounds. Beware of how you might meet your end. His sentence remained unfinished, as a figure approaching from behind Mo Qing captured Jiang Qi's attention, leaving him utterly speechless. He weakly uttered, Uncle. Chapter 40, The Everlasting Society, the True Face of the Master Uncle. The sight of Jiang Ke instilled an inexplicable sense of guilt within Jiang Qi. He was aware of Jiang Ke's involvement with the Everlasting Society and had even secretly relished the thought that such an exceptional individual could also succumb to cowardice. Nevertheless, he had always admired Jiang Ke, hence he had endeavored to emulate his demeanor. Within the Jiang family, he had consistently been regarded as competent, composed, and appropriate. Yet, the scene of him vehemently berating Mo Qing had been witnessed by Jiang Ku. Jiang Ku lifted his eyelids, his cold gaze settling upon Jiang Qihui. How do you wish her demise to unfold? His tone was frigid. Jiang Qihui trembled, lowering his head, unable to meet Jiang Ku's eyes. Uncle, I was merely caught up in the moment and lost my composure. Jiang Ku's directive was unwavering. Apologize to her. Jiang Qihui was filled with resistance, but she impersonated Wenning Xue. Apologize. Jiang Ku's words were succinct yet imbued with authority. Once again, in such a scenario, Jiang Qihui's eyes burned with fury, yet he found himself compelled to yield to the weight of authority. He, bearing humiliation and burden, once again apologized to Mo Qing, his heart seething with resentment. Why bother? Mo Qing cast a disdainful glance at him, her words dripping with arrogance and contempt. I've grown weary of your incessant apologies. Jiang Qihui clenched his teeth tightly, fearful that uttering a word would unleash a torrent of curses upon her. Yet, Mo Qing seemed intent on provoking him further. I do not accept. What do you truly desire? Jiang Qihui gritted his teeth, demanding an answer. Consume all of that, she replied, gesturing dismissively at the food on the table. Once you finish, we can consider it settled. Jiang Qihui turned to seek assistance from Jiang Ku. Uncle. Jiang Ku glanced at Jiang Qihui, who was ravenously devouring the food, and paused as he passed Mo Qing, advising, have your people deal with him. Once he regains his senses, he will realize that something is amiss between us. He ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Mo Qing remained downstairs, supervising Jiang Qihui while simultaneously messaging Huasi about preemptively controlling him. Jiang Ku's concerns were indeed valid. Although Jiang Qihui appeared somewhat foolish, he possessed a modicum of intelligence. He had long harbored suspicions regarding Mo Qing's ulterior motives, yet he lacked the evidence to confront her, compelling him to endure in silence. Jiang Qihui was also taken aback by Jiang Ku's involvement in the highest echelons of medical technology, as well as his affiliation with the Chongqing Society. However, he labeled Jiang Ku as cowardly and accepted it. If Mo Qing and Jiang Ku had no connection, Jiang Qihui's doubts would remain mere speculation. Yet now, the evident ties between Mo Qing and Jiang Ku would undoubtedly crystallize in Jiang Qihui's mind once clarity returned. When the time comes, as long as he reports to the Chongqing Society, even if there is a slight delay, once the incident of the stolen information is exposed, their plan to apprehend those present will be thwarted. At exactly 7 o'clock, the sky was completely darkened, and the night sky was densely populated with stars. Miss Mo and Mr. Jiang shared a vehicle, with their ultimate destination being the ancestral hall. Upon arrival, they found the entrance to the hall teeming with individuals clad in black robes, their hoods drawn low to conceal their identities. Miss Mo, Mr. Jiang, Elder Jiang approached them, presenting each a black robe adorned with the emblem of the Chongqing Society. Without objection, Mo and Jiang donned the robes. Elder Jiang exchanged a few polite words before calling someone over and inquiring, where has Jiang Qihui gone? He overindulged and went to be sick. He mentioned he would arrive shortly, came the reply. Elder Jiang frowned. Tell him to hurry, lest he miss this initiation ceremony. All routes leading to the ancestral hall had been sealed off, and the attendees numbered over 30, predominantly core members of the Chongqing Society, each possessing either power, wealth, or talent. It was said that the society took great care in welcoming each new member, ensuring their presence unless in exceptional circumstances. Mo sought to infiltrate the Chongqing Society for this very moment. Ultimately, due to the inability to reach Jiang Qihui, he did not arrive, and the society's members in black robes could not afford to wait for him. Thus, the initiation ceremony commenced punctually. Mo, Jiang, and Lord Wei stood upon the platform, hands cradling a tome, their heads held high, exuding a solemn demeanor. In an instant, the figures cloaked in black swiftly parted to either side, creating a path. Mo Qing and Jiang Ku exchanged a glance, then proceeded forward, walking directly toward the high platform along the spacious route. Bring forth the sacred object. Wei Ye's voice rang out, resonant and commanding. Soon, two figures in black bore a long wooden box, placing it upon a long table at the center of the high platform amidst the weighty and solemn atmosphere. This is the sacred relic of our eternal life society, containing the portrait of our saint, Wei Lao remarked, surveying the two from his elevated position. Now, kneel before the saint. To kneel before one's own portrait seemed absurd. Mo Qing and Jiang Ke remained motionless. The wide-brimmed hoods of the black cloaks obscured their faces, shrouding them in shadow, and the dim lighting prevented Wei Lao from discerning Mo Qing's features. However, at that moment, clarity struck him. He stared blankly for a few seconds, muttering to himself, before stumbling forward and suddenly kneeling before Mo Qing, exclaiming, "I pay homage to the saint." Wei Lao's reaction caught everyone off guard, leaving the cloaked figures in a state of confusion. Mo Qing herself was perplexed, subconsciously sensing a connection to the portrait. Yet, if the painting resembled her, why had the others shown no reaction upon seeing her? Was it possible that only Wei Lao had seen the portrait? "Let us take action," Jiang Ke said, observing the chaotic scene. Thus, Mo Qing and Jiang Ke raised their hands in unison, removing their hoods. This was the signal. In that very moment, figures emerged from the surrounding underbrush, rushing toward them. The sudden turn of events sent the cloaked figures into a frantic retreat. Mo Qing and Jiang Ke remained composed and unruffled, observing the scene with an air of intrigue. "Are you collaborating with the police?" Jiang Ke inquired after a moment of contemplation. Mo Qing replied, "Perhaps. Those permitted entry to the 8th base were all individuals of significant stature, each more valuable than the last. It would be unwise to gather so many for merely a Chongqing society event. Thus Huasi had enlisted a group of officers. Ultimately, the Chongqing society would be handed over to the authorities." Mo Qing furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward the wooden box. However, it was too late. A police officer stood beside the box, having already retrieved the painting. In that instant, he loosened the rope and unfurled the scroll, as the canvas gradually revealed its contents. The true visage of the Chongqing society's leader came into view. Those who beheld the image gasped in astonishment. The portrait bore an uncanny resemblance to Mo Qing. "Isn't that you, Mo Qing?" Upon recognizing the likeness, Song Yiyuan felt a chill run down his spine and cast a look of disbelief at Mo Qing. The officers who had come to assist were unaware of Mo Qing's background. A few, upon seeing the portrait and comparing it to Mo Qing's face, approached him directly. One of them produced handcuffs without hesitation. "Wait," Huasi interjected, positioning himself in front of Mo Qing and exchanging a knowing glance with the officers. The policeman shared a silent understanding and nodded, choosing to disregard the situation. Huasi then approached Jiang Ke and handed him a set of car keys. As his view was momentarily obscured, Jiang Ke emerged from a sense of familiarity. His eyes flickered with understanding as he accepted the keys. "Are you aware that Mo Qing is a student?" Jiang Ke uttered a sound and said to Mo Qing, "Let us go." The off-road vehicle traversed the rugged mountain path with an unsettling sway as Jiang Ke drove at a brisk pace. Mo Qing awaited Jiang Ke's inquiries, but after a prolonged silence, she found it peculiar that he showed no inclination to probe further. The interior of the vehicle was illuminated, and Mo Qing turned her head to observe Jiang Ke, who was fixated on the road ahead, his brow furrowed and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Are you feeling unwell?" Mo Qing inquired. Jiang Ke appeared not to hear her. "Jiang Ke," she called out. The impact was substantial. Mo Qing's head collided with the back of the seat, causing her to frown slightly. She turned to see Jiang Ke pressing his hand against his forehead, droplets of sweat cascading down, trickling along his jawline and pooling at his collar. Mo Qing retrieved 2 silver needles. "Do you not need these?" "No need." "Then you must be in pain." Mo Qing raised an eyebrow, choosing not to argue with him. "I'll step out for some fresh air." She pushed open the car door. Jiang Ke cast a glance, catching sight of her silhouette as she exited. Mo Qing breathed in the cool night breeze. The air was crisp on the mountain, and as she gazed at the landscape beneath the night sky, her thoughts were in disarray. Approximately 15 minutes later, the window of the driver's seat descended, and Jiang Ke lit a cigarette, white smoke wafting into the moonlight, appearing ethereal. Mo Qing approached, resting her elbow on the window ledge, leaning down to look at Jiang Ke, her tone tinged with ambiguity. "Why do you get a headache the moment you see my portrait?" Jiang Ke glanced at her sideways. When she smiled, she resembled a mischievous sprite. "Your portrait?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ke grasped the implication. He extended his hand outside the window, tapping the cigarette, and ash danced away in the wind. "What else could it be? By your logic, are you the enlightened sage from a century ago?" Jiang Ke narrowed his eyes, uncertain. Mo Qing curved his lips, speaking in vague terms, as if deceiving a ghost. Even if the clues from this matter ultimately led to the conclusion that Mo Qing was the accomplished individual behind it, Jiang Ke remained skeptical of such mystical notions. He extinguished his cigarette, raised the car window, and tossed out 2 words, "Get in." Mo Qing took the passenger seat, slammed the door shut, and inquired, "Is your headache a frequent affliction, or is this the first time?" "Occasional," Jiang Ku replied. Mo Qing rested his fingers on his chin, his expression contemplative. Huasi and Song Yiyuan toiled until 5 in the morning to unravel the intricacies of the Chongqing society. Exiting the police station, Song Yiyuan remarked, "According to the Chongqing society, Mo Qing is indeed the enlightened master of Pingjing." Dewey clicked his tongue. "Her medical skills are extraordinary, saving lives and aiding the needy. Why do I find that so hard to believe?" Huasi shot him a sideways glance. "You might consider believing it." "Why?" Huasi could not reveal that Mo Qing had saved Shin-Chi. He merely stated, "It's evident she possesses medical expertise." Song Yiyuan retorted, "Brother, is that something one can discern so easily?" Huasi replied, "Freshen up and head to school." "Wait." Song Yiyuan yawned, fatigue threatening to bring tears to his eyes. After a moment, he continued, "Mo Qing has no ties to the Chongqing society, but what is her true background? Can you uncover any information?" "None," Huasi responded gravely. "We suspect her records have been deliberately erased, leaving only a few orally transmitted legends." "Has she said anything?" "She mentioned that there's much to say, yet she is under no obligation to share it with us. I have conversed with her several times and sense that she is not particularly resistant." At this moment, Song Yiyuan suddenly smacked his forehead, and an idea struck him. Seeing his startled reaction, Haas furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it?" "Yao Dixuan," Song Yiyuan exclaimed. "Who?" Haas momentarily failed to grasp the reference. "Our esteemed first principal of the first affiliated high school." Song Yiyuan clarified, "What does he have to do with this?" "He is quite unfortunate. His statue is in dire straits. I have a feeling it will crack within a month." Song Yiyuan expressed his distress. Haas was bewildered by the sudden turn of conversation. As Song Yiyuan spoke in a disjointed manner, Haas requested him to recount the story anew. Song Yiyuan recounted the incident involving Mo Qing's intention to vandalize Yao Dixuan's statue. He asserted with conviction, Mo Qing must harbor a grudge against Yao Dixuan. "We can start our investigation from there. There is quite a bit of documentation available on Yao Dixuan." Although Haas found Song Yiyuan's theory rather absurd, upon further reflection, he deemed it a convoluted yet worthwhile endeavor. Ultimately, Haas replied, "You may proceed with your investigation." "Excellent," Song Yiyuan responded with enthusiasm, only to suddenly realize a discrepancy. "Wait, am I the only one doing this?" Haas shot him a sidelong glance. "Few are acquainted with Mo Qing, and there are no additional hands to assist you." Song Yiyuan fell silent. Early in the morning, Mo Qing arose with a sense of vigor. After enjoying her breakfast, she prepared to take Peng Zhong's car to school. However, she did not see Peng Zhong's figure. "I am attending a parent-teacher meeting today," Jiang Ku approached, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of meticulousness. "You shall accompany me." "Oh," Jiang Ku inquired, "how did you perform?" Mo Qing replied nonchalantly, "Not bad." Jiang Ku, trusting in Mo Qing's intellect due to their prolonged acquaintance, unconsciously interpreted this as modesty from a top student. However, nothing could have prepared him for the true shock that was to come. Soon, a crisis emerged. A group of parents approached, casting a glance at the report card and revealing expressions of pity. "You must be a relative of Mo Qing, right? It's fortunate that you are here. Had it been Mo Qing's parents, they would surely be devastated." Other parents chimed in. "I heard that 2 students transferred to the school this semester. One from class 3, ranked second to last, and another from class 7, holding the last position. There's no hope for their grades. They will only drag down the school's admission rates. How unfortunate, especially that they ended up in class 7. Jiang Ku's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. Chapter 42. Past matters. The Mo family sought trouble, and Jiang Ku stood as their support. Following the arrest of Jiang Qihui, the Jiang family was in a state of turmoil, akin to ants on a hot pan. With no one attending Jiang Qiyi's parent-teacher meeting, the parents from class 7 did not recognize Jiang Ku. They regarded him merely as an ordinary parent and candidly discussed Mo Qing's performance. "Poor grades are a serious issue," one parent remarked, straightforwardly addressing the matter at hand. With little else to say, Parent A suggested, Mo Qing's family. "Have you considered hiring a tutor for her?" "I have a list of names." Jiang Ku replied, "It's unnecessary." Parent B insisted, "You should hire one. Tutoring fees aren't exorbitant. It's an investment in your child's future." Jiang Ku responded, "Supplementary education isn't guaranteed to be beneficial. However, in our household, We can afford to support her indulgently for a lifetime. Parents, you have been deceived. Thank you. In front of outsiders. Jiang Ku did not utter a single word about Mo Qing, demonstrating a constant intention to protect her. The parents suddenly realized. It turns out that Mo Qing's poor grades are entirely a result of being spoiled by her parents. Consequently, they began to disperse. During the parent-teacher meeting, students were free to roam. With your grades, who would dare to hold a parent-teacher conference for you? Min Chong observed from the window, secretly lamenting to Mo Qing. Min Chong curiously inquired, "What did you say to him?" Mo Qing replied, "It was fine." Min Chong was taken aback. Isn't this a form of deception? Let him witness the harsh realities of life. Mo Qing casually finished her statement, placed her hand in her pocket, and prepared to head downstairs. Min Chong followed her. "I heard that the school has opened a new small shop, and it's quite popular. Do you want to check it out?" Min Chong asked. Although Mo Qing did not show it, considering the dignity of her ancestors, Min Chong knew she was filled with curiosity about many things. Whenever something new emerged in school, Min Chong would thoughtfully share it with Mo Qing. "Where is it?" Mo Qing inquired. Min Chong promptly responded, "I will take you there." He appeared devoid of any aloofness typical of a proud youth. Previously, the school had 2 small shops. But after the start of the term, one transferred ownership and remained closed, leaving only one, which took advantage of the situation by selling overpriced and subpar goods, resulting in students avoiding it. Recently, the other shop reopened, offering affordable and high-quality items, and students have been spreading the word. Here it is. Min Chong brought Mo Qing to the front of the small shop. As Mo Qing lifted her gaze, she spotted a red cloth hanging at the entrance, intricately embroidered with the words goblin. This peculiar item struck her as somewhat familiar, akin to the creations recently concocted by Peng Ren. She lifted the curtain and stepped inside. A young man, who was arranging beverages on the shelf, peeked over, but upon seeing Mo Qing, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh, Mo Qing?" Following her entrance, Min Chong expressed his surprise. "Do you know each other?" Mo Qing scrutinized the young man's face and after a few seconds, recognized him by his golden hair and ear stud as Goblin, the head of the 8th Base's supernatural department, a solitary figure within his realm. Goblin rubbed his hands together, grinning broadly. "Surprised?" Mo Qing replied nonchalantly, "Not really. The embroidery at your entrance is far more surprising. What would you like to purchase? Given our colleague status, I'll offer you a 20% discount." Goblin, with his dazzling golden hair, leaned closer, exuding sincerity. Min Chong promptly called him out. "Wasn't it already 20 off last week?" Goblin stammered, "Come on, give me some credit." Mo Qing narrowed her eyes, observing Goblin. He was taken aback and hastily corrected himself. "I misspoke. It's 50. "Oh no, I meant 30. Since it's your first visit, I'll give you 30. Mo Qing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Somehow, Goblin recalled the dread he felt when Mo Qing had effortlessly demonstrated her skills, leading him to relent completely. "Just kidding. Since you're here, it's on the house. Take whatever you like." Pleased, Mo Qing turned to Min Chong and said, "Go ahead and help yourself." Min Chong hurriedly made his way to procure the yogurt that Mo Qing adored. They had not intended to deceive Goblin, yet given their acquaintance and Goblin's mischievous antics, they felt no obligation to be courteous. Min Chong selected a plethora of items, filling his basket to the brim, resulting in 2 fully packed bags at checkout. Naturally, they did not settle the bill, promising to return another time. As Goblin handed over the 2 bags, despair enveloped him. Mo Qing sauntered over, unscrewing a bottle of yogurt, and cast a sidelong glance at him, inquiring, "Are you pleased?" Goblin remained silent. Min Chong, with bags in hand, remarked, "Until next time." Goblin watched them depart, tears welling in his eyes, feeling utterly defeated. The loss was insufferable. His monthly salary was merely 2,000. By sheer coincidence, they encountered Mrs. Mo just as she descended the stairs. Mo Qing halted. Mrs. Mo had descended with her parents, accompanied by several students who likely lavished her with compliments, her demeanor radiating joy. However, her smile waned upon seeing Mo Qing. "Is this Mo Qing?" a parent inquired. "Indeed, it is her," another confirmed. Mrs. Mo, with genuine concern, asked, "How did you fare on your monthly exam? Do you have a place to stay since leaving the Mo household?" Mo Qing remained silent, casting a cold glance at Mrs. Mo, clearly discerning her ulterior motives. "Aunt Mo, your kindness is rather excessive," remarked Student A, unable to contain her disdain. "She has impersonated your daughter. Had it not been for a fortunate mishap, you would have remained oblivious." Student B added, "Her grades are embarrassing." Ranked among the lowest, it's evident she doesn't belong to your family. Classmate C. She has been chauffeured in luxury cars lately. I wonder who is supporting her. A parent chimed in. Mrs. Mo, a child like this surely requires no guidance. A group of individuals indulged in flattery and disparagement, using Mo Qing's vile behavior and poor academic performance to highlight Mrs. Mo's grace and excellence. However, Mrs. Mo has not been faring well recently. The project that was previously negotiated has fallen through. Mo Swayan's grades have plummeted, and Winning Shue has been quite indifferent towards them. Nothing seems to be going smoothly. Yet today, before Mo Qing, Mrs. Mo finally experienced a moment of relief, alleviating some of the pent-up frustration she had harbored for days. Is it true? Mrs. Mo feigned surprise, her face adorned with concern. Mo Qing remained silent. Soon, a classmate interjected, absolutely. Their class's average score has been dragged down. Unfortunately, I managed to raise it again. Min Chong, visibly irritated, could no longer tolerate this ragtag crowd. That classmate. Mrs. Mo scrutinized Min Chong. And who might this be? Min Chong, expressionless, the top of the grade. Traditionally, Mo Swayan has held this position, but this time, Min Chong unexpectedly outperformed not only Mo Swayan, but also Winning Shue. Mrs. Mo was aware of this, so she exchanged a brief greeting with Min Chong before redirecting her attention to Mo Qing, feigning concern as she inquired. Mo Qing, who attended the parent-teacher conference for you today, are you currently residing at Min's house? Those around were poised to ridicule once more. Just then, a cool voice emerged from behind. Chapter 43, Past Grievances and Present Resolutions. The voice, neither too soft nor too loud, possessed a remarkable penetrating quality and high recognition. Many turned their heads in unison. A young man, clad in a white shirt, descended the staircase, radiating an air of noble detachment and striking beauty, captivating every gaze and stirring even the gentle breeze. Master Jiang? Upon seeing Jiang Ku, Madame Mo felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. She resides in my home. Jiang Ku adjusted his cuffs, casting a calm glance at Mo Qing, and with a cool tone addressed Madame Mo. Is there a problem? Madame Mo momentarily gasped for breath, but she is impersonating. Jiang Ku interrupted. Did you not claim to be indifferent to this, solely concerned for her? Madame Mo was rendered speechless. When others criticized Mo Qing, she feigned magnanimity. But now Jiang Ku had seized upon this inconsistency. Any hint of discontent would shatter her carefully crafted persona. Yet, she could not fathom why Jiang Ku would extend his assistance to Mo Qing. Master Jiang, Madame Mo inquired timidly, why do you take Mo Qing in? Before she could finish, Jiang Ku had moved past her to stand before Mo Qing. The parent-teacher meeting has concluded. You performed commendably this time. With ample room for further improvement, Jiang Ku remarked. Min Chong was taken aback. Goodness, he is even more extraordinary than Song Yuan. The crowd was left speechless, their beliefs profoundly challenged. Mo Qing pondered whether Jiang Ku had gone mad from the shock. I will have Peng Ren procure some supplementary books for you. Focus on your studies, Jiang Ku suggested pointedly. You may inform me of any factors affecting your learning at school. All right, Mo Qing readily agreed. Indeed, it was time for class, and both Mo Qing and Min Chong were delayed by Madame Mo's obstruction, wasting considerable time. Mo Qing gave a soft sound of acknowledgement, pulling a bottle of yogurt from the snacks held by Min Chang and handing it to Jiang Ku before ascending the stairs with Min Chong. The yogurt was refreshingly cool, with droplets of water clinging to the bottle. Jiang Ku held it in his hand, taking his time to leave, only glancing back at Madame Mo and the others once Mo Qing and Min Chong had disappeared from sight. I am Jiang Ku, he declared. Typically aloof and disinterested in social interactions, Jiang Ku unexpectedly presented a business card. This is my card. Upon witnessing Jiang Ku's unusual behavior, Madame Mo's expression turned pale. Realizing the implications, Jiang Ku was resolutely determined to protect Mo Qing. But why was that? The thought that with Jiang Ku's backing, Mo Qing could easily overshadow them filled Madame Mo with an overwhelming sense of frustration and rage. Mr. Jiang works at Mo, head of the department? I remember now. You are the distant cousin mentioned by Madame Mo. The parents exchanged the card among themselves, unconsciously expressing their astonishment. As for Mo Qing's trivial matters, they had long been forgotten. Madame Mo was engulfed in irritation. After the parent-teacher meeting concluded, the students returned to their regular classes, now facing a mathematics lesson. As usual, Mo Qing took out her history book. With Jiang giving you such face, aren't you going to stand up for him? Min Chong shot a glance at Mo Qing. unable to suppress his admiration for Jiangku. He had assumed Jiangku would be furious at being let down by Mo Qing, but to his surprise, he was quite accommodating. Mo Qing replied, "I will." On her way back to the classroom, she noticed a parent scolding a girl in the corridor for her poor grades, which had embarrassed the parent, leaving no room for compassion towards the girl. In this matter, Jiangku unconditionally afforded her dignity, which was indeed handled appropriately. Min Chong was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the mathematics teacher before turning his gaze to Mo Qing's history book. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Mo Qing responded, "Do you wish for me to pay attention to the class?" "No." "Do you?" Min Chong hesitated. Mo Qing languidly remarked, "He is unworthy." Min Chong fell silent. Mo Qing continued to peruse her book. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. Mo Qing, the mathematics teacher, unable to contain his fury, erupted with wrath. Taking a deep breath, he slammed the book onto the lectern, commanding, "You will come here immediately." Mo Qing stood up, gathered her book, and walked straight out. The mathematics teacher's eyes bulged with rage, his blood pressure soaring. Though merely in his 30s, he could very well suffer from hypertension due to Mo Qing's provocations. Evidently, Mo Qing was accustomed to being punished with standing during mathematics class. However, as a seasoned individual, she was not likely to remain so compliant after her second episode of reading in the corridor. Thus, as Song Yiyuan was leaving a meeting, he stumbled upon Mo Qing seated on a bench beneath the trees, engrossed in her reading. Startled, Song Yiyuan hurried over. Concerned that Mo Qing was sulking due to potential reprimands from Jiangku regarding her academic performance, Mo Qing lazily lifted her eyelids and replied, "Standing punishment." "Oh." Song Yiyuan felt relieved, yet he was perplexed. "Aren't we on the third floor? How did you end up here?" Mo Qing replied nonchalantly, "The air is better here." After a brief pause, Song Yiyuan, with a hint of exasperation, asked, "What class are you attending?" "I've already spoken with the teacher. They generally do not mind if you read during class." "Mathematics." "Understood." Song Yiyuan, in a moment of comprehension, cast a few scrutinizing glances at Mo Qing, then, as if seeking favor, seated himself beside her, saying, "My dear, may I discuss a matter with you?" "Proceed," she replied. "Your homeroom teacher seems somewhat limited in capability. This individual, I find, is rather difficult to handle," Song Yiyuan remarked in a consulting tone. "How about this? In the last 5 minutes of class, you put on an act? Otherwise, if he chooses to hold a grudge, this situation could become quite challenging to navigate." As a prodigy intent on becoming a distinguished educator, Song Yiyuan had always been adept at assisting Mo Qing with various predicaments. It was the first time Mo Qing witnessed such a demeanor from him. She arched an eyebrow, intrigued, and inquired, "What is his background?" Song Yiyuan posed a question, "Do you know his name?" Mo Qing replied, "I do not." With a sigh, Song Yiyuan continued, "His name is Eljan, a descendant of a renowned railway expert." He paused, then added, "You may not have heard of this expert, but you are certainly familiar with his mentor." "Who might that be?" "Our first principal, Yao Dishuan." He gestured towards the statue of the principal. "Oh." A fleeting glimmer crossed Mo Qing's eyes, and a cold smile escaped her lips as she recalled something. "Don't tell me his illustrious ancestor is Shu." "Indeed, that is correct." Song Yiyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, sensing that everything he had known was unfolding before him. He quickly inquired, "Do you know him? Is there any connection between you two?" Mo Qing let out a derisive laugh and replied, "A slight one." Chapter 44, The Mathematical Modeling Competition. Mo Qing participates. There is a glimmer of hope. Mo Qing has been contemplating unveiling the past of Song Yiyuan and immediately hints, "I do not have the time to hear this." Mo Qing casts a chilling glance at him, taking note of his eager, gossiping demeanor, then closes her book and rises to leave. "Hey," Song Yiyuan calls after her, but Mo Qing pretends not to hear. The grievances of a century ago hold little significance now. Mo Qing's brief lapse during the standing punishment is soon discovered by Eljan. Surprisingly, after class, Eljan does not confront Mo Qing. Aware that addressing Song Yiyuan would be futile, he bypasses him and approaches the director of education to explain the situation. That evening, Mo Qing is summoned to the office after class. She hardly regards Eljan, arriving a bit late. "Mr. Song, what kind of class are you managing?" The director, nearing 40, reprimands Song Yiyuan, pointing at him. "With so many classes under Mr. L's guidance, why is it only your class causing trouble? Aren't you ashamed?" Standing before the desk, Song Yiyuan endures the director's stern lecture, occasionally furrowing his brow but ultimately remaining silent. Eljan observes from the side. As Mo Qing reaches the doorway, she witnesses a scene reminiscent of workplace bullying. She scans the room, somewhat surprised that Song Yiyuan does not retort, but instead listens quietly. Hey, Mo Qing drawls lazily. The three in the office immediately turn to face the door. Mo Qing raises an eyebrow, nonchalantly thrusting her hands into her pockets, and asks, "What do you need from me?" Mo Qing, what is this attitude of yours? The director of education snapped sharply, "Pay attention in class. If you misbehave, you shall stand." What kind of student are you? Hurry and apologize to Teacher Liu. Mo Qing nonchalantly replied, "Is that all?" The director's expression instantly soured. Simultaneously, Lu Zhan shot a frosty glance at Mo Qing and spoke, "No need for an apology." He then turned to the director, declaring, "I cannot teach this student. Nor do I wish to. Henceforth, I will not conduct any classes in Class 7 as long as she is present." The director, alarmed, hastily pleaded, "Teacher Liu, please reconsider this matter." "That would be splendid," Mo Qing interjected leisurely, effectively swallowing the director's words. Song Yiyuan sighed in exasperation, feeling that his scolding had been in vain. "Could you not be a bit more composed?" Just as the situation threatened to descend into a stalemate, a steady cadence of footsteps resonated from the entrance. A familiar fragrance wafted through the air, and Mo Qing turned her head, recognizing Wen Yingxue approaching the doorway. "Knock, knock, knock." She raised her hand to rap on the door. Subsequently, Wen Yingxue disregarded both Song Yiyuan and the director, nodding at Lu Zhan, "Teacher Liu." The originally stern and haughty Lu Zhan's demeanor softened immediately upon seeing Wen Yingxue. His attitude underwent a marked transformation. "Classmate Wen," he said, adjusting his glasses, inquiring pleasantly, "Have you completed the afternoon's exam?" "Yes," Wen Yingxue replied, holding a test paper. "I have a question regarding one of the problems." Lu Zhan nodded, "Please come in." He then addressed the director, saying, "Director Liu, you may handle the matter concerning Mo Qing as you see fit. The decision I have made is resolute and unalterable. Otherwise, Class 7 will inevitably have to change its mathematics teacher. Teacher Liu, please reconsider. It would be unjust to involve the entire class for the sake of a single student." The principal hastily intervened, stating, "You are our most outstanding mathematics instructor. It is due to your efforts that the average mathematics score at our school has improved. The students of Class 7 are entirely innocent." The principal then tugged at Song Yiyuan's sleeve, urging, "Teacher Song, please take a stand." Reluctantly pushed into the limelight, Song Yiyuan could only acquiesce. "I apologize, Teacher Liu. I will address Mo Qing's attitude issue diligently and ensure she reflects on her mistakes, providing you with a satisfactory explanation." Song Yiyuan spoke with sincerity. However, Lu Zhan cast a scornful glance at him and retorted, "Given how Class 7 has turned out under your guidance, you should be the one resigning in disgrace." Song Yiyuan's expression faltered momentarily. After delivering his biting remark, Lu Zhan called upon Wen Yingxue to join him at his desk for a discussion. As for Wen Yingxue, who was merely a bystander to this scene, she did not even bat an eyelid, pretending not to notice. The principal, finding himself powerless against Lu Zhan, redirected his admonishments towards Song Yiyuan, continuing, "Teacher Song." In a hurry, Song Yiyuan interjected, "I will have a thorough discussion with Mo Qing." With that, he rushed towards the exit, dragging the unwilling Mo Qing along, and soon vanished from sight. 15 minutes later, the school had already dismissed its students, leaving only a few for cleaning duties and others who remained to tackle extra exercises. In the corridor, Song Yiyuan and Mo Qing stood side by side, leaning against the railing. Lu Zhan's presence commanded such respect that even the principal would defer to him. Song Yiyuan elucidated to Mo Qing that he was a distinguished PhD graduate from overseas, indeed possessing considerable expertise. The students he had previously mentored in mathematics competitions were predominantly recipients of national awards and were granted direct admissions to prestigious institutions. Song Yiyuan sighed, remarking that teachers of his caliber were highly esteemed by both parents and school administrators. To offend him would be tantamount to offending the parents and the leadership. Mo Qing furrowed her brows, questioning if this was truly the reason for his silence in the face of criticism. "Must you endure it?" she inquired. "Despite his self-importance, I have always found him displeasing." Song Yiyuan shrugged, acknowledging her sentiments. Yet he conceded that the mathematics scores of Class 7 had indeed improved under his guidance. In the Gaokao, a single point can determine the fate of many. I cannot prioritize personal grievances over the future of the students. Song Yiyuan's reasoning held merit. From his individual perspective, he could disregard Eljan's feelings. However, as the homeroom teacher of Class 7, he bore the responsibility for the students. Rest assured, Song Yiyuan reassured her, there is no need for you to express your stance on this matter. I shall simply imitate your handwriting and draft a letter of apology to him tomorrow. Mo Qing remained silent, deep in thought. Shortly thereafter, she observed Eljan and Winning Xue exiting the office and heading towards the staircase. Suddenly, she inquired, is he tutoring Winning Xue in mathematics competitions? Oh, no. Song Yiyuan shook his head. They are preparing for a mathematical modeling competition. Eljan had already conducted summer training for the students, and upon recognizing Winning Xue's exceptional mathematical abilities this semester, he invited her to join. Mo Qing learned that Mo Xuan, Winning Xue, and another student named Xing Qing had formed a competition team. After absorbing this information, Mo Qing inquired nonchalantly, are there any requirements for students wishing to participate? There are none, came the reply. 3 individuals form a team to register for the competition. Song Yiyuan casually remarked that, in our school, participation in mathematical modeling contests is scarce, as we generally focus on various other competitions. This endeavor requires the ability to construct models. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting vibrant hues across the sky, Missouri Qing languidly expressed, I wish to participate. Chapter 45. The legendary social butterfly syndrome. The wind tousled Mo Qing's hair as she lazily reiterated her desire to join. Song Yiyuan was taken aback for a considerable moment. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that, he inquired, a look of confusion adorning his face. Mo Qing glanced at him and patiently repeated, I wish to participate. Song Yiyuan was momentarily speechless again. My hearing must be failing me. Perhaps I misheard. He rubbed his ears and declared, how about this? I'll make a trip to the hospital first. We can discuss it tomorrow. In response, Mo Qing delivered a swift kick to his knee. The impact nearly caused Song Yiyuan to kneel before the approaching Teacher Li. He stumbled but quickly regained his balance, standing upright under Teacher Li's puzzled and scrutinizing gaze as she departed. Once Teacher Li was out of sight, Song Yiyuan turned around swiftly, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, have you lost your mind? You scored only 30 in mathematics on the last exam. How could you dare to sign up for this? I have already committed to this. Mo Qing declared nonchalantly, lifting her eyelids as she instructed, you should prepare yourself. Song Yiyuan clung to the last vestige of his stubbornness. I want tea. Excuse me? Mo Qing's tone rose slightly, her gaze piercing through his brow. Song Yiyuan hesitated to relent, but ultimately urged with earnestness, this is a matter of principle. Cheating in exams may not affect others. Yet if one were to deceive in a competition and inadvertently secure a victory, it would displace another team. Each participating team has invested considerable effort. Mo Qing furrowed her brow. Why would I cheat? You wouldn't compete if you didn't cheat. Song Yiyuan was exasperated. Do you have any idea when Mo Xuan and Sheng Qing began their preparations? Last year, they underwent intensive training during the summer with Lu Zhan, aiming for the national award. As for Winning Xue, she is a transfer from the prestigious First High School of the Imperial City, a frequent contender for national accolades. Mo Qing appeared puzzled. Is that truly remarkable? Song Yiyuan was momentarily taken aback by her nonchalant demeanor. After muttering ignorance is no excuse to himself several times, he conceded. Even if you intend to participate, you must assemble a team, right? Who else is there besides you? Mo Qing had not thought it through initially, but eventually replied, let's consider Min Chong for now. Have you consulted him? Song Yiyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. His opinion is inconsequential, Mo Qing dismissed. Song Yiyuan. In ancient times, you would be akin to an unreasonable bandit. As Mo Qing asserted, Min Chang's opinion was indeed of little significance, for upon learning of the matter, he readily acquiesced without hesitation. On the phone, Min Chong inquired of Mo Qing, what about the last member? Shin Qi. Min Chong paused momentarily. Wasn't she just awakening? She is in recovery. Mo Qing was not concerned about Shin Qi's physical well-being, but rather about the so-called genius capabilities attributed to him. As long as his intelligence was unimpeachable, that sufficed. Min Chong recalled that Shin Qi was not particularly warm-hearted and inquired, would she agree? Yes. She hung up the phone and exited the school gates. Typically, if she had not given prior notice, Peng Zhong would be there to greet her at the entrance. Mo Qing scanned her surroundings and located the car commonly driven by Peng Zhong. But to her surprise, it was not Peng Zhong who awaited her, but rather Peng Ren, accompanied by Gubo Lin. Miss Mo, Peng Ren exclaimed, spotting her and waving enthusiastically, nearly bouncing with excitement. Mo Qing approached them. Upon seeing Mo Qing, Gubo Lin was taken aback and asked Peng Ren, "The person you are here to pick up is Mo Qing?" "Oh." Gubo Lin observed the incongruity between the two individuals, utterly baffled. Mo Qing settled into the car. Soon after, Peng Ren joined her, fastening his seatbelt. And his social exuberance took hold as he inquired about how her day at school had been and whether it had met her expectations. "Do you know Gubo Lin?" Mo Qing's thoughts were elsewhere. Gubo Lin was affiliated with the 8th base, yet Jiang Ke had claimed ignorance of the 8th base. Why then, would Jiang Ke's assistant have an acquaintance with Gubo Lin, and what was the nature of their relationship? A handmade embroidered curtain will also be gifted upon the opening of the convenience store. "Indeed, he is my classmate," Peng Ren explained with a smile. "A university classmate." "Which university?" "Imperial City University." Mo Qing regarded him with skepticism. "You, a high achiever from Imperial City University, are assisting Jiang Ke?" "My brother is a graduate of a top institution abroad, yet he still drives for Jiangyi." As Peng Ren drove, he casually remarked, "From the moment we were born, we have been destined to serve Lord Jiang." "Why? What?" Just as Peng Ren was about to articulate his thoughts, he suddenly caught himself, nearly biting his own tongue. It seemed rather implausible. However, having regained his vigilance, he refrained from further inquiries, and Mo Qing chose not to revisit the topic. Yet, Peng Ren was quite the chatterbox. In previous conversations, Peng Zhong would invariably interject, but without his timely intervention today, Peng Ren's nature could no longer be contained, and he rambled on incessantly. Unable to endure any longer, Mo Qing interjected, "There is a particular skill. I wonder if you possess it." Peng Ren quickly replied, "Miss Mo, please, go ahead." As they approached a red light, he slammed on the brakes and turned to face her, his innocent and curious eyes fixed on Mo Qing, brimming with anticipation. Mo Qing crossed her legs, smirked, and inquired, "Can you keep quiet?" Peng Ren blinked. For a fleeting moment, the smile on his face faltered, the corners of his mouth gradually sinking. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, "Ah, my brother always tells me I talk too much." Mo Qing, surprisingly in agreement with Peng Zhong, responded, "Your brother is right. So should I be quiet?" Peng Ren tentatively asked. "Please do so," Mo Qing sincerely suggested. "Well, all right." Peng Ren expressed his deep regret. This was the first opportunity he had to engage in a meaningful conversation with Mo Qing, yet before he could fully enjoy it, he was silenced, extinguishing his joy. Mo Qing observed that Peng Ren seemed to be enduring quite a struggle throughout this journey. As Peng Ren drove the car into the garage of the Jiang family, he let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had finally accomplished a daunting task. Miss Mo slammed the car door shut. Peng Ren scratched his head, intending to exit the vehicle when a sudden thought struck him. He quickly grabbed a stack of books from the passenger seat, cradling them as he left the car to follow Mo Qing. "Miss Mo, Master Jiang has asked me to assist you with your studies. Here are the carefully selected reference books I've chosen for you. I assure you that with my guidance, you will be able to advance to the next grade." Peng Ren chattered incessantly as he trailed behind Mo Qing into the house. In the foyer, Jiang Ke and Peng Zhong were engaged in conversation. Jiang Ke glanced at Peng Ren and remarked to Peng Zhong, "Tell him to be quiet." "Understood," Peng Zhong replied, striding towards Peng Ren. Peng Ren quickly pleaded for mercy. "I'll be quiet, I promise. I'm your own brother." Clutching the stack of books, he dashed around the hall, evading Peng Zhong's playful kicks. Chapter 46. The Past and the Sparkling Water in the Living Room. Mo Qing sat on the sofa, gazing at the pile of reference books with a look of indifference. Jiang Ke settled into a nearby armchair, while Peng Zhong and Peng Ren stood by. Following a playful scuffle with his older brother, Peng Ren now appeared quite obedient. Jiang Ke calmly inquired about the reasons for refusing to tutor Peng Ren. He showed no signs of dissatisfaction over Mo Qing's reluctance to study. Mo Qing replied, "He talks too much." To this, the disregarded Peng Ren retorted, "Though I may be chatty, I have a sweet tongue that pleases the esteemed elders, you know." Jiang Ke shot a glance at Peng Zhong, who stepped forward with a serious demeanor and declared, "I am capable." Cast a glance at him, disregarding his presence. Reclining back with her legs crossed, leisurely stating, "I intend to participate in the mathematical modeling competition. I have no time for such matters." Jiang Ke inquired, "Is it for high school students?" "Indeed. I am a mathematics major." Peng Ren eagerly raised his hand, and upon noticing the attention of the three upon him, he impatiently pointed to himself with both fingers, exclaiming, "I, a scholarly prodigy from the mathematics department. The awards for mathematical modeling are abundant. The trio simultaneously averted their gazes. Seemingly oblivious to Peng Ren's proclamation, turned to Jiangku and remarked, "The school has teachers." "Very well. That's settled then." And Jiangku decisively chose to disperse the meeting. Completely overlooked, Peng Ren gazed at the retreating figures of and Jiangku as they headed towards the dining hall. Turning to his brother, Peng Zhong, in confusion, "Brother, am I truly so unremarkable as a distinguished student from the Imperial City University? Do not feel too inferior." Peng Zhong took on the role of the elder brother, reassuring him, "As long as Jiang Yi is around, we shall not lose our livelihood." Peng Ren replied, "I feel somewhat comforted, thank you." Sister Chun arrived with meticulously prepared dishes, all of which were items listed on the menu provided by Jiangku, and merely seeing the array of dishes evoked memories of that very menu for the two of them. Picked up a piece of fish, took a bite, and upon tasting the familiar flavor, could not help but ask, "Was that menu composed by you?" "It was my suggestion," Jiangku corrected her with a sidelong glance. "Where did you hire Sister Chen from?" Inquired further. "Just a few minor adjustments," he replied. "Well, that's intriguing," squinted her eyes and said, "This is evidently tailored to my palate." Jiangku cast a cool glance at her, reminding, "You should be more alert." 2 years prior, upon relocating to Dongshi City, Jiangku had employed Aunt Chen. Personal preferences are inherently private. There should not exist any identical tastes. Yet, the sudden emergence of Mo Qing, who insists on sharing her culinary inclinations, raises questions. Is it a sign of madness, or can it be anything else? Do you genuinely believe in such coincidences? Mo Qing raised an eyebrow, expressing disbelief. Jiangku picked up a pair of chopsticks, selecting a portion of bean sprouts, and advised, "So, take care of yourself." Despite the conversation, Jiangku remained convinced that this coincidence was intentionally orchestrated by Mo Qing. Nevertheless, no matter how he analyzed the situation, he could not fathom the purpose behind such clumsy coincidences. In that moment, Mo Qing set down her chopsticks and beckoned Jiangku with a gesture. He remained unresponsive. With a click of her tongue, she leaned slightly forward, resting her elbow on the table. "If you cannot find a suitable explanation, why not listen to my perspective?" she said, a light laugh escaping her lips, her eyelids fluttering slightly, her voice low and laced with a hint of seduction. Her words were like a gentle current, subtly stirring the air around them. "Speak," Jiangku replied, placing his chopsticks down, ready to listen intently. "Firstly, believe that the Holy Master of the Eternal Life Society stands before you at this very moment. This is indeed a rarity." Mo Qing's gaze settled upon him, her demeanor calm and unruffled. "Secondly, we are orchestrating a scheme to draw you into our trap. This explanation seems more plausible." She suddenly smiled. "Which do you believe?" A strand of black hair slipped before her, and she gently tapped her fingertips on the table, speaking with an air of candor and nonchalance, her demeanor exuding an ineffable charm. Jiangku felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. After a moment of silence, he gazed at her with his dark eyes, seemingly calm, yet concealing a myriad of emotions within his depths. Eventually, a subtle smile graced Jiangku's lips as he remarked casually, "I don't believe it." A soft laugh escaped Mo Qing, who appeared unfazed, slightly leaning back as she resumed her use of chopsticks. If he chose not to believe, so be it. Breaking conventional perceptions inevitably required time. The meal passed in silence, with neither Mo Qing nor Jiangku engaging in further conversation. Once they finished, they each ascended the stairs to attend to their respective matters. Huasi pondered briefly before saying, "She is undergoing rehabilitation training. I shall inquire about her." Mo Qing replied after a moment's pause. The cacophony in the background gradually faded, and then Shen Qi's voice resonated through the phone. "Sister Qing, did Huasi speak with you?" Mo Qing leaned against the balcony railing, inquiring. "He did," Shen Qi responded without hesitation, swiftly affirming, "I am more than willing to participate. How is your health?" After a brief pause, Shen Qi added, "Regarding Yao Jiejia, thank you." Mo Qing dismissed the gratitude with a simple, "Just make a note of it." Having never encountered such forthrightness, Shen Qi was taken aback for a moment, but then his tone brightened with apparent delight. "All right." Thus, their trio for the competition was smoothly formed, and Mo Qing sent a message to Song Yiyuan. Upon receiving the news, Song Yiyuan suppressed his anger and turned to Huasi, composing a scathing missive that condemned Huasi for failing to fulfill his responsibilities as an elder brother, allowing the still recovering Shen Qi to leave the hospital and attend school, an act he deemed utterly inhumane. Huasi, however, dismissed him, scarcely glancing at the letter. The following morning, Mo Qing awoke promptly, refreshed after her morning routine, and stepped out of her bedroom. As she exited, a languid voice reached her ears. Turning her head, she spotted Jiang Ke leaning against the wall, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, observing her with a sidelong glance. "Are you attempting to frighten me?" Mo Qing, still groggy, regarded him with a less than welcoming expression. "Scaring someone from a century ago?" Jiang Ke arched an eyebrow at her and handed her a bottle of beverage, casually inquiring. "If it were true, what were you doing 100 years ago?" Mo Qing replied nonchalantly, "Studying." "Studying what?" "Everything that needs to be learned." She twisted open the cap of the bottle and took a sip, only to grimace at the unpleasant taste. "What is this?" Jiang Ke regarded her with mild surprise. "Sparkling water. It tastes dreadful." Mo Qing tightened the cap and tossed the bottle back to Jiang Ke, then turned to head downstairs. Jiang Ke glanced at the sparkling water, then at Mo Qing's retreating figure, a hint of intrigue flickering in his expression. The situation suddenly became rather interesting. If various coincidences failed to convince Jiang Ke, this bottle of sparkling water had ignited a spark of doubt within him. Chapter 47. The events of yesteryear. Mo Qing enrolled, inciting Lzhen's fury. After enjoying breakfast, Mo Qing was escorted to school by Peng Zhong. Jiang Ke provided Peng Ren with a list. He instructed, "You need not go to the office today. Purchase these items and ensure they are installed before nightfall." After perusing the list, Peng Ren, perplexed, inquired, "Jiang Yi, did you not express disdain for these items, deeming them overly extravagant?" Jiang Ke glanced at him, prompting Peng Ren to shiver slightly, and promptly nod, "I will attend to it immediately." In this world, secrets are as fragile as whispers. The news of Mo Qing, Min Chong, and Shun Qi participating in the mathematical modeling competition swiftly spread throughout the school. Upon entering the classroom, Mo Qing was approached by Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi scrutinized Mo Qing and queried, "I heard you intend to involve yourself in the mathematical modeling competition to confront Lzhen?" "Indeed," Mo Qing responded nonchalantly. "Exercise caution," Jiang Qi advised. Mo Qing inquired, "Caution regarding what?" With a meaningful glance, Jiang Qi replied, "The challenge of finding a supervising teacher." At that moment, Min Chong approached with his backpack and fortuitously overheard the conversation, adding, "Why is that?" Typically, due to their previously ambiguous relationship, Jiang Qi would not engage with Min Chong. Yet the matter at hand warranted an exception. "Lzhen will undoubtedly not supervise you," Jiang Qi remarked, and other mathematics teachers would not dare to offend him. As Jiang Qi had indicated, the previous night, Song Yiyuan meticulously imitated Mo Qing's handwriting to compose an apology letter to Lzhen. He waited in the office at dawn for Lzhen's arrival, presenting the letter with earnestness. The letter was sincere in its wording and respectful in its tone, and after reading it, Lzhen's expression softened considerably. Issues like those faced by Mo Qing should only occur once. Lzhen set down the letter of apology, indicating that this matter could be put to rest. Certainly, certainly. Song Yiyuan nodded eagerly, fully aware of her mistake and promising never to repeat it. However, she acknowledged her lack of aptitude for studying and hoped that teacher L might show some understanding. Though Lzhen felt displeased, he chose not to pursue the matter further, simply stating that he would continue teaching class 7. Song Yiyuan promptly expressed her gratitude, showering him with compliments. Yet, after her words, she remained rooted to the spot. Lzhen patiently awaited her to finish, but when he noticed her refusal to leave, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you have something else to discuss?" "It is like this." Song Yiyuan dragged a chair over and seated herself beside Lzhen, adopting an air of intent conversation. Lzhen felt a chill at the nape of his neck. He cautiously asked, "Is it about Mo Qing?" "Indeed, it is her." Song Yiyuan's smile was innocent and sincere. Lzhen had no desire to concern himself with Mo Qing, but now that he was cornered, he could only question with a frosty demeanor, "What about her?" Song Yiyuan suppressed her mirth and quickly responded, "She wishes to participate in the mathematical modeling competition." "What?" Lzhen was taken aback, convinced he had misheard. Thus, Song Yiyuan reiterated her statement slowly and deliberately. "Do not even think about it." Instantly, Lzhen's expression hardened, his face freezing over as he stood to leave. He feared that even a moment more discussing Mo Qing might tarnish his identity as an educator. "Teacher L." Song Yiyuan hurriedly rose to block his path. Lzhen replied coldly, "Teacher Song, you would do well to remember your role. You are the class teacher, not her caretaker. If she wishes to act impulsively, It is your duty to rein her in rather than indulge her folly. Song Yiyuan remarked that students' enthusiastic participation in competitions is indeed a commendable endeavor that should be encouraged by teachers. Yet, even she felt a twinge of guilt when uttering such words. Just glance at her mathematics scores. Does she truly deserve to enroll? Eljan showed no mercy in his response. In a flurry, Song Yiyuan exclaimed, but her teammates are Min Chong and Xin Qi. Upon hearing these names, Eljan paused momentarily, then adjusted his glasses and decisively declared, replace Mo Qing. I will lead this team. Otherwise, I assure you, you won't be able to secure a mentor. Eljan's stance was unwavering. He would not tolerate a student like Mo Qing treating the competition as a mere pastime. After a brief contemplation, Song Yiyuan calmly replied, Teacher L, the mathematical modeling competition does not prohibit students with poor math grades from participating. No matter how you argue, Mo Qing's involvement in this competition remains both reasonable and compliant. Then feel free to register, Eljan retorted coldly, gathering his lesson plans as he prepared to depart. Song Yiyuan wore a pained expression, realizing that persuading Eljan seemed an impossible feat. It was a pity that her eloquence had met its match. Why bother? Li Laoshe, who had been a silent observer throughout, now felt a twinge of sympathy for Song Yiyuan. He advised, with Mo Qing as a liability. No matter how capable Xin Qi and Min Chong may be, they won't secure any awards and will merely squander their time. Teacher Song, I failed to comprehend. Is your leniency towards the students perhaps excessive? Song Yiyuan found herself at a loss for words. Typically, a diligent student would certainly reach out to their parents to collectively address the student's concerns. However, this is Mo Qing we are discussing. Allow me to elaborate further. Teacher Li continued, excluding Mo Qing from consideration. Xin Qi has been inactive for over a year. How could he possibly keep up with his studies? Min Chong is somewhat better off, yet one must be aware of his family's circumstances. He is solely reliant on his grandfather, with little opportunity to learn programming or modeling. The probability of him winning awards in mathematics competitions is far greater than that. Teacher Li shook his head, expressing his disapproval. The student has been led astray, and you are not managing the situation adequately? The ghost he referred to was undoubtedly Mo Qing. After a brief pause, Teacher Li could no longer contain his frustration and lamented, high school seniors are under immense pressure. Min Chong and Xin Qi are such promising talents. All for one Mo Qing. Alas, all for one Mo Qing. If she affects their college entrance examinations, it may not trouble her, but as their homeroom teacher, how can you reconcile your conscience? Suddenly, Song Yiyuan interjected, covering his ears and muttering to himself, Ah, it seems my ears are ringing. I ought to visit the infirmary. Teacher Li responded, This lad has yet to mature, yet he thinks of teaching students. In the morning, aside from attending classes, Song Yiyuan spent the remainder of his time persuading the school's mathematics teachers, hoping that a kind-hearted individual would be willing to mentor Mo Qing. However, upon hearing Mo Qing's name, each mathematics teacher hastily declined, with none willing to accept the responsibility. Left with no other choice, Song Yiyuan approached Mo Qing and Min Chong to convey this unfortunate reality. In truth, he urged them, it would not be a disaster if they chose not to compete. These high school students possess limited abilities. Let us strive diligently to gain admission to a university where competitions abound and skilled individuals are plentiful. Min Chong candidly remarked, If Lu Zhan hears you, it will surely create tension. However, Teacher Lu is magnanimous and would not dwell on such matters. Song Yiyuan raised his voice, scanning the surroundings. But upon realizing no one was present, his expression shifted. It's not the first time tensions have arisen, we need not fear. Min Chong retorted, If only your change of expression wasn't so swift, perhaps I could genuinely trust you for 3 seconds. After a brief pause, he nonchalantly added, No one taught me. I learned on my own. That one do, that is sheer folly, Song Yiyuan immediately countered. How about this? I will find you a teacher. Furthermore, ponder whether you truly wish to participate in the modeling competition out of a moment's impulse. Min Chong was indifferent and tossed the question to Mo Qing. If she participates, I will as well. Song Yiyuan looked at Mo Qing with anticipation. Mo Qing swiftly declared, I may choose not to participate, but the principal statue must be toppled. You. Song Yiyuan ruefully rubbed his nose and quickly adopted a more cordial demeanor. You should participate. Do not overexert yourself. If anything arises, inform the teacher. Min Chong commented, You could endure for 2 more seconds. There is no need to squander time, Song Yiyuan replied. After bidding farewell to Mo Qing and Min Chang, Song Yun sighed and called Huasi for assistance. What is the matter with Mo Qing? Huasi inquired as soon as the call connected. Song Yun succinctly explained the situation and its context. It's quite straightforward, Huasi responded, his tone steady and composed. Song Yun suddenly had a spark of inspiration and eagerly inquired, are you planning to use the authority of base 8 to coerce and entice Eljan into submission? I advise you not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Hose replied, your school's guidance counselor has everything you need. If I already possess what I need, why would I seek your assistance? The proprietor of your school's convenience store, Goblin, is the head of the paranormal department at base 8, Hose explained in detail, adding that he is a distinguished graduate from the mathematics department of Imperial City University. Song Yun was momentarily taken aback. An observer? No, Hose clarified. He is simply bored and looking for a side venture. Song Yun marveled at the revelation, reflecting, how peculiar it is that we have idlers at our base. On the way, Peng Zhong remained silent. Upon returning to Jiang Ke's residence, as Mo Qing entered through the door, she was greeted by Peng Ren. With a smile that conveyed sincerity, he asked, Miss Mo, how did everything go at school? How was your modeling competition? Mo Qing, feeling impatient, frowned and was about to shoo him away when her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a circular robot moving across the floor. She turned her head, observing it for a while before asking, what is that? Peng Ren was momentarily taken aback. He quickly realized what Mo Qing was referring to and hurriedly explained. That is a floor-cleaning robot, specifically designed for sweeping. Oh, Mo Qing lingered for a moment, captivated by the cleaning robot. Master Jiang has prepared some competition materials for you. You should visit the study, Peng Zhong interjected as he entered the room. Mo Qing nodded slightly. She proceeded towards the staircase but found herself distracted once more by the cleaning robot. Her curiosity piqued. I wonder if it can be taken apart for a closer look. As Mo Qing arrived at the study's door, she knocked in her usual manner. Tap, tap, tap. Come in, came Jiang Ke's voice. She pushed the door open, only to be greeted by an enveloping darkness. Chapter 49, a test of Mo Qing, caught in the act. The pitch-black surroundings instantly heightened Mo Qing's alertness. She closed her eyes. Yet, in the next moment, a glimmer of light sliced through the darkness, seeping in. Mo Qing abruptly opened her eyes to see the blackout curtains gradually drawn apart, revealing no silhouette. Without a second thought, she instinctively grasped a silver needle. Simultaneously, her field of vision brightened, and the man seated in the office chair became visible. He lifted his gaze, his eyes landing squarely on Mo Qing with an oddly peculiar expression. Mo Qing frowned, glancing at the now still curtains, but chose to disregard it and inquired of Jiang Ke. What are you doing? Jiang Ke, his eyes wide open, calmly replied, napping. A blatant falsehood. Where are the competition materials? Jiang Ke slowly let his gaze drop, directing it towards a stack of documents on the desk. Mo Qing sheathed the silver needle and approached. The documents were thick, and as she stood before the desk, she perused them briefly, deeming them somewhat useful. She reached out to gather them all, intending to take them with her. The study is for your use. Jiang Ke interjected just in time, and as her suspicious gaze turned toward him, he leisurely added, your room's light is broken. Mo Qing paused, taken aback. Broken? Jiang Ke nodded. Aunt Chen discovered it while cleaning. When will it be repaired? In a couple of days. Oh, Mo Qing sensed something amiss, yet could not quite articulate it. Suppressing the peculiar sensation within her, Mo Qing picked up the stack of documents and turned towards the sofa. She placed the papers on the coffee table, selected one, and settled onto the sofa to peruse it. As the sky darkened, she contemplated turning on the light. Yet, the lamp beside the sofa flickered to life automatically. Concurrently, the overhead spotlight and main light illuminated in succession, flooding the study with brightness. Stunned, she glanced at the lamp, then at the ceiling. Her gaze shifted to Jiang Ke, who was seated with his legs crossed, a book laid open on his lap, absorbed in reading with no extraneous movements. Hey, Mo Qing called, tilting her chin slightly, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Jiang Ke. He turned his head at the sound. What? Jiang Ke appeared perplexed. I initiated it. Oh. Jiang Ke retrieved a mobile phone and placed it on the table, a Bluetooth remote control. Although she had adapted to the lifestyle of contemporary society, Mo Qing had remained focused on the advancements of the past century, only casually familiarizing herself with daily life, without perceiving any issues. However, the automatically drawn curtains and illuminated lights piqued her curiosity. Setting the documents back on the coffee table, She stood and approached Jiangku. How did you do that? Jiangku replied, you can discover it for yourself. As Mo Qing stepped in front of Jiangku, she reached for the phone on the table, but something seemed to shift beneath her feet, colliding with her foot. She stepped back to find a small machine in motion. Unlike a typical vacuum robot, this contraption was designed to resemble a little person. After bumping into Mo Qing, the small machine retreated slightly and uttered, you are in my way. Before long, the little machine began to move forward slowly, once again colliding with Mo Qing's foot. It retreated a bit further and continued. You are blocking my way. Mo Qing stood still, fixated on it. You cannot. The small machine spun beneath the desk. What do you intend to do? I am about to get angry. Mo Qing gave it a gentle kick. The small machine replied, I truly am going to get angry. This little contraption was rather amusing. Mo Qing decided to lift the small machine onto the desk and inquired, what is this? A pet robot. It can move, speak, and comprehend. Mo Qing was intrigued, yet questioned how it was capable of communication. Simple communication. Does it think? No. Jiangku observed her with keen interest. He had not believed her lies from a century ago. However, through that bottle of sparkling water, he began to harbor some suspicions. Realizing she might not have experienced the passage of time, he subtly manipulated Peng Run to test the waters. When the curtains automatically opened, her fleeting vigilance and astonishment were evident. When the lights illuminated, she exhibited profound curiosity, including towards the robot. She did not appear as an ignorant relic from a century past. Rather, everything seemed novel to her. Even if she were indeed a being from 100 years ago, she likely possessed a prescient awareness, anticipating the emergence of such things. However, this premise relied on the assumption that her words were truthful. Jiangku remained skeptical. Oh. Mo Qing spoke in a languid tone, seemingly calling out casually as she stepped forward and seated herself on the office desk. One leg dangled down, resting on the floor, while the other leg swayed slightly, causing her slipper to fall, revealing a delicate, fair foot beneath her pant leg. Her presence was captivating. Lifting her leg, she rested her foot upon Jiangku's knee, leaning in suddenly. An overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from her. With a soft, languorous laugh, she exuded an enticing allure. Effortlessly whispering, are you testing me? Chapter 50. The Guiding Teacher, Little Ji's Madness. The two of them were entangled, one above, the other below. As Mo Qing leaned closer, the distance between her and Jiangku diminished dramatically. Jiangku raised his gaze, his eyes lingering on her face, fair skin, crimson lips, and a pair of eyes that radiated a relaxed charm, concealing something enigmatic within their depths, like a myriad of threads drawing him in. Subsequently, Jiangku's gaze traversed her graceful neck and collarbone, moving past her slender waist and long legs, finally resting upon her feet. Her toes gently tapped against his knee, yet it felt as if they bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Jiangku conceded without hesitation, indeed. Mo Qing, intrigued, inquired, is there a conclusion? None. Jiangku remained skeptical of Mo Qing's assertions. Oh. Mo Qing leaned back slightly, retracting her foot as she descended from the desk. Turning to the little machine dancing before them, she playfully pressed her index finger against its square head, languidly stating, I don't mind. What do you intend to do? I might become angry, she teased. That person. With such beauty, why would you choose to be wicked? The little machine struggled and wailed incessantly. Amused. Mo Qing released her finger and asked Jiangku, may I dismantle it? I shall do so in the dead of night. Mo Qing answered with remarkable candor, utterly unrepentant. Mo Qing suddenly smiled. Are you unable to sit still? Jiangku lowered his gaze, meeting hers, and after a brief pause, he spoke with a hint of significance. Focus on your studies and refrain from distracting thoughts. Mo Qing, feeling bored, averted her gaze and began to fiddle with a small device, which emitted a cacophony of sounds in her hands. Without looking up, she calmly replied, please step aside. You should watch fewer historical dramas. Jiangku, suppressing his emotions, coolly tossed out a remark before departing. Mo Qing noticed the phone on the table and reminded him, your phone. There's no privacy. Pausing at the doorway, Jiangku pulled the door open and stepped outside. The door closed behind him. Releasing the small device, Mo Qing picked up the phone. The screen lit up, revealing no lock screen, and she navigated to the home screen, which was pristine, containing only a control application. Intrigued, she began to examine it. Mo Qing remained in the study until 2 in the morning, having only emerged for dinner. Around 11 o'clock that night, Aunt Chen, noticing the lights still on in the study, felt a pang of sympathy for the diligent Mo Qing, and prepared a late-night snack to deliver. However, upon exiting, Aunt Chin's expression was one of indescribable concern. The following morning, as Jiang Ke passed by the study, he deliberately pushed the door open to take a glance inside. The room was in disarray, with the machine reduced to mere parts. Jiang Ke wore an expression of unsurprised resignation, not wishing to step further inside, and simply closed the door. At the first affiliated high school, Song Yiyuan waved at her. "Over here." Mo Qing hesitated for a moment, but chose not to ignore them, walking toward the two. Upon nearing them, she directly inquired, "What are you doing?" "We found you a mentor." Song Yiyuan's expression was tinged with excitement. Min Chong appeared languid, casually inquiring, "Who is it?" "Just follow me." Song Yiyuan, shrouded in mystery, declared with unwavering conviction, "I assure you, he is among the top talents at our school." Mo Qing and Min Chong exchanged glances, regarding Song Yiyuan's assertion with skepticism. After taking a wrong turn, Min Chong sensed something amiss. "We are not on the right path." "Are we?" Mo Qing exposed the truth. "Ahead lies the goblin's convenience store." After a brief silence, Mo Qing and Min Chong exchanged knowing looks and turned to leave. Wait. I was mistaken." Song Yiyuan quickly grasped their shoulders to halt them. "Allow me to be frank. Your teacher is currently at the convenience store." Mo Qing comprehended. "Goblin?" Song Yiyuan was taken aback. "How did you know?" Mo Qing, disinterested in elaborating, replied, "No need. I have a talkative companion at home. Can you do me a favor and at least assess his abilities?" Song Yiyuan proposed. In the past, Mo Qing would have dismissed such a request. But over the past couple of months, she had observed Song Yiyuan's teaching methods with clarity. Thus, she acquiesced. Song Yiyuan's face brightened instantly as he eagerly led them towards the convenience store. However, their route required passing by the statue of the principal. Mo Qing glanced at it, and, with practiced ease, hurled a silver needle, striking the statue's forehead once more. Min Chong witnessed Mo Qing's action, his eyelids twitching as realization dawned upon him. "I thought something was off about that statue lately. It turns out you have been tampering with it?" "And much more," she replied. Song Yiyuan felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue at the thought of it all. It had become a habit for him to wander here every day, solely to assist Principal Yao. Min Chong found Song Yiyuan's actions utterly perplexing. "Do you know?" "Of course I know." Min Chong was momentarily at a loss for words. "As a teacher, you not only fail to prevent students from vandalizing the statue, but also clean up their mess. Is that reasonable?" Song Yiyuan offered no further explanation, carrying a heavy heart as he led Mo Qing and Min Chong to the small shop. It was lunchtime, and the shop was bustling with students. Gu Bolin was busy collecting money and, upon seeing them, was not surprised. He gestured toward a few chairs by the door and said, "Please have a seat. The helper I called will arrive shortly." The three settled down to wait. Before long, Gu Bolin managed to take a brief respite, emerging with 3 bottles of drink. He tossed one to each of them. Mo Qing, seated with her legs crossed, was engrossed in reading on her phone. When the drink was tossed her way, she did not even blink. She simply raised her hand and caught it effortlessly. Gu Bolin was about to commend her for her skill, but the words caught in his throat. His gaze fell upon Mo Qing's ankle, where he discerned a distinctive tattoo, causing him to feel as though he might lose his composure. Chapter 51. The past resurfaces Pangren. Good, Daddy's here. Gu Bolin stared fixedly at Mo Qing's ankle, instinctively licking his lips in a flustered manner. Just as Mo Qing twisted open the cap of her drink, she caught sight of Gu Bolin's gaze and expression. She playfully wiggled her ankle and provocatively inquired, "What are you looking at?" "Your tattoo." Goblin paused for a moment, suppressing his inner emotions as he intently observed Mo Qing's expression. He tentatively inquired, "Could it be that this was inscribed a century ago?" His voice was neither heavy nor light, but the nearby Song Yiyuan and Min Chong heard him clearly. The two immediately cast him bewildered glances. Mo Qing tilted her head slightly, assessing Goblin from below, and after a brief moment, a playful smile graced her lips as she languidly replied, "Indeed." Her tone and demeanor lacked seriousness. Yet, after a brief internal struggle, Goblin's gaze gradually settled into tranquility. In the next moment, he dashed towards the small shop's entrance, retrieving a gong and mallet. "The shop is closed. The shop is closed." Goblin struck the brass gong, calling out to the patrons inside, "Students, the shop is closing." "Goodness, little Goblin, where did you get that gong?" "What do you mean it's closing? We haven't even finished our selection yet. If it weren't for an urgent matter, could you please keep it down?" The students' complaints echoed in waves. However, Amidst Goblin's relentless clangor of the gong, they gradually surrendered, some hastily lining up to pay, while others simply placed their items down in disappointment and departed. Goblin set aside the gong and mallet, spending a few minutes checking out those in line. Before long, the shop was deserted. He hurried outside and hung a wooden sign indicating today's closure. Minister Gu, Song Yuen called to him, with a look that conveyed a myriad of unspoken thoughts. You should first elucidate your motives for such behavior. Otherwise, I cannot entrust my students to you. Oh. Goblin immediately froze in place. He recalled his slightly neurotic demeanor and, realizing the awkwardness of the situation, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, his gaze flitted over to Mo Qing, leaving him at a loss for words. I need to have a word with Haas about this, Goblin remarked, but first, let me share some insights on the mathematical modeling competition. Mo Qing, Min Chong, and Song Yuen exchanged glances. They were all acquainted with Haas, a man whose reliability was renowned. With Haas mentioned, they set aside their inquiries for the moment. Mo Qing rose, casually swirling a bottle of beverage in hand, and lazily said, "Go ahead." Goblin nodded, suddenly adopting a more courteous demeanor. Mathematical modeling encompasses both theoretical and technical aspects. The theoretical side includes fuzzy mathematics, advanced calculus, and linear algebra, while the technical side involves tools like MATLAB, SPSS, and CC. The breadth of knowledge required is extensive, far exceeding what is typically grasped in college entrance mathematics. He spent half an hour outlining the scope they needed to master and the progressive learning plan. With the competition next month, time is of the essence. I will do my best to highlight the key areas for you. Goblin sketched a map on a piece of paper, then looked up at the trio. What do you think? Song Yuen and Min Chong simultaneously turned their attention to Mo Qing. As the leader of this endeavor, all decisions rested with her. Mo Qing had no objections. That works. Goblin had spent half an hour validating his expertise, and his words were precise, unlike Ping Ren, who spoke incessantly as if he were a machine gun. Suddenly, the door to the convenience store swung open, and the four of them looked up. The sun shone brilliantly outside, and the greenery was lush. Suddenly, a person standing at the doorway exaggeratedly spread his arms and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Gidge, Daddy's here." The four individuals present fell silent. Peng Run waited in vain for a response, scanning the area until his gaze settled on the four gathered around a table. He blinked, his expression gradually turning blank. Observing Peng Ren's dazed face, Mo Qing felt a pang of regret. Indeed, one should not be too hasty in decision-making. Peng Ren was nothing short of a nightmare for her. "Miss Mo, you are here as well." Peng Ren quickly extricated himself from the awkwardness and approached with a cheerful demeanor. "So it was you who sought Gidge's assistance. Why not come to me instead?" Song Yuen, utterly astonished, turned to Mo Qing and inquired, "Who is this person?" Mo Qing denied any acquaintance. Song Yuen then looked to Gubo Lin, who promptly shook his head, claiming ignorance. Next, Song Yuen turned to Min Chong, who appeared equally innocent, and replied, "I don't know him either." Taking a deep breath, Song Yuen enunciated slowly, "Gubo Lin." Gubo Lin immediately stood up, wrapping an arm around Peng Ren's shoulders. With a determined glint in his eye, he bent his elbow, constricting Peng Ren's neck and tugging him outside. "Let us go speak elsewhere." As he walked, he gestured to the other three, indicating the back door. They understood and swiftly tidied up before exiting through the back. Once outside the convenience store, Song Yuen cast a glance back at the two individuals at the entrance and inquired of Mo Qing, "And who is that person?" Given her position as assistant Jiang Ke, Mo Qing found herself at a loss for words. It was quite embarrassing. He certainly had an array of peculiar friends. Song Yuen shook his head, mentioning that the door curtain of the convenience store and that gong were gifts from his friends for opening the shop. Mo Qing, "It's not much, just that one." Chapter 52, Past Events, 12, Supernatural Department. Former Affairs Goblin, after much coaxing, finally managed to send the loquacious Peng Ren away. Just as Goblin was about to close the shop, he heard Peng Ren's voice, causing him to fumble and drop the key. Goblin looked at him in terror. "Why are you here again?" "I remembered something." Peng Ren helped him pick up the key and handed it back, asking, "Why did you close the door? Aren't you open today?" Goblin nonchalantly replied, "Something came up unexpectedly." "I see. What do you need me for?" "I wanted to ask for your assistance." Peng Ren stroked his chin, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Recently, a guest has moved into my boss's house." Goblin interjected, and then, "My boss seems to have transformed into a different person, feeling quite unlike his former self." Peng Ren said mysteriously, "Aren't you a bit of a fortune teller? Could you While my boss is away, visit his home to see if the guest has disturbed the feng shui in any way. Penguin scratched his head. But you have met that guest. It should be fine, right? Goblin, perplexed, asked, who is it? Mo Qing. Goblin's body trembled. Suddenly, he grasped Peng Ren's hand, gazing at him with tender eyes, and softly said, come, let us sit inside for a while and discuss this slowly. Peng Ren suddenly became alert, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. The section chief said you harbored ulterior motives towards me back in university. Is that really true? Goblin. What a ghost you are. Like a merciless butcher, he hurled 2 bags of chips at Peng Ren with ferocity, growling, speak. What is there to say? Peng Ren grasped the chips, utterly bewildered. After a brief hesitation, he responded slowly, I don't know much. Brethren. Goblin squatted beside him, casting aside any pretense, and with a repugnant demeanor declared, I am your little go-go. After a moment of silence, Peng Ren sincerely remarked, to be honest, that's a bit nauseating. Goblin's fist rose once more. Fortunately, although Peng Ren was talkative, he was also forthright. Before long, he recounted in detail how Mo Qing impersonated a wealthy heiress of the Mo family, her involvement with the police officer Huasi, and how Jiang Yi had unusually taken her in. What could have been summarized in a few sentences took Peng Ren half an hour to elaborate. Thank you, Goblin said, turning to leave. After taking a step, he paused, tossed the keys to Peng Ren, and advised, make sure to lock the door behind you. Goblin attempted to call Huasi, but was unable to get through. He hurriedly made his way to Base 8, directly storming into Minister Fan's office. Old Fan, I need to discuss something with you. Minister Fan, engrossed in paperwork, looked up at the young man, incredulous, and asked, what did you just call me? Facing the most esteemed minister in the entire base, Goblin showed no sign of intimidation. Old Fan. Minister Fan furrowed his brows and inquired, which department are you from? The supernatural department, came the reply. Oh, Minister Fan's expression softened as he realized that this was the only representative from the supernatural department, a peer of his. No wonder he exhibited such audacity. Please, take a seat. He gestured towards the chair opposite him, maintaining his composure while addressing him as the Minister of Supernatural Affairs. Goblin, with a serious demeanor, stated, my surname is Go. Minister Fan promptly adjusted his address, Minister Go. He then inquired, what brings you here? Goblin clarified his purpose, Mo Qing. Minister Fan adopted a formal tone, I am unable to disclose any information. Unfazed, Goblin replied, I only seek either an affirmation or a denial. Minister Fan regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, remaining silent. Goblin met the pressure of Minister Fan's intense stare with calm confidence and asked, was she a person who existed a century ago? Minister Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He remained silent, observing Goblin while absent-mindedly tapping a pen against the table. Understanding dawned upon Goblin. He stood up, bidding farewell to Minister Fan, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your time. After taking a moment to appraise Goblin, Minister Fan suddenly asked, how did you come to notice Mo Qing? Goblin departed, yet Minister Fan could not help but ponder. In a department that had seen 100 ministers over a century, what internal matters could be pertinent to Mo Qing? He picked up the phone and dialed Huasi. Chapter 53. Matters of the past. No one can truly empathize with history. After resolving the issue with their supervisor, Mo Qing and Min Chong began their studies methodically, following Goblin's teaching plan. Mo Qing finally set aside her extracurricular reading. At school, she dedicated herself to the study of mathematical modeling, while at home, she indulged in the art of disassembling machines. On a Saturday afternoon, Goblin sat in a rocking chair in front of the small shop, intently browsing the essays of Mo Qing and Min Chong on his tablet, his brow furrowed in concentration. Mo Qing and Min Chong stood beside him. Min Chong, with a hint of impatience, urged, come on, just one sentence. Goblin gestured towards a long bench opposite them, inviting, let us take a seat. Mo Qing cast him a sidelong glance. Instantly, Goblin sprang up, cheerfully offering the rocking chair to Mo Qing. Please, take a seat. With an air of composure, Mo Qing settled into the chair. Goblin and Min Chong occupied the same bench. After placing the tablet on a small table, Goblin looked at Mo Qing, then at Min Chong, and asked, let me confirm, prior to this, you two truly have had no exposure to mathematical modeling? Min Chong, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, no. Just as Mo Qing was about to respond, Goblin pointed at her and shook his head decisively, stating, I know, you have not. Mo Qing thought to herself, this person is acting rather eccentric. To be frank, With your level of understanding, competing at the university level, you could achieve commendable results even with just a week of preparation, let alone a mere high school competition. Rubbing his hands together, Goblin continued, I've heard that your team includes a prodigy. Competing in this contest will be akin to play for you. Min Chong displayed no modesty, affirmatively responding, exactly. Isn't you just accompanying Mo Qing for fun? Mo Qing, crossing her legs and speaking with deliberate calmness, declared her intent to secure the best award. No problem, she asserted. You have all the fundamentals mastered. It mainly depends on experience. The methods of writing papers and related topics. I will organize my thoughts and take some time to discuss them with you. Goblin appears quite relaxed. You too can learn at your leisure. Min Chong reflected on Eljean's tense demeanor, always prepared for action, and then glanced at Goblin's attitude, remarking, Eljean would probably be infuriated to hear that. Goblin, having heard of Eljean, inquired earnestly, why does he not prefer you too? Is it not satisfactory to achieve results with casual instruction? Does he perhaps relish more challenging endeavors? Min Chong sighed, prejudice. A few days later, during physical education class, Mo Qing leaned against a tree. Resting one hand behind her head, a blade of grass held between her lips, gazing into the distance at the statue of the principal, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, someone stepped in front of her, obstructing her view. As they drew closer, they blocked the sunlight. Mo Qing squinted and recognized the displeased face of Yao Jiejia, whose expression was filled with defiance. Yao Jiejia fixed her gaze on Mo Qing and declared, Shen Qi will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Mo Qing chose to ignore her. Yao Jiejia, adopting a supportive stance, added, She has just recovered. Don't you dare bully her. Once again, Mo Qing remained unresponsive. This time, however, Yao Jiejia did not react impulsively. Instead, she shifted over and sat beside Mo Qing. Following Mo Qing's line of sight, she beheld an ancient statue and silently stared at it for a moment before suddenly saying, That statue is my great-grandfather. Is that so? Mo Qing's tone was laced with a hint of mockery. Yao Jiejia detected it and seemed accustomed to it, replying, You transferred in during your senior year. Perhaps you don't even know who he is. Yao Dishuan gazed at the statue with irritation. Do you know? Yao Jiejia seemed somewhat surprised, as many students who had been studying for 3 years only recognized him as the first principal, failing to recall his name. Mo Qing clicked her tongue. Isn't he often an eyesore there? You're the eyesore, Yao Jiejia retorted, albeit soon deflated, acknowledging that indeed, very few were aware. People appeared indifferent, as if the past and history were distant matters. Do you know? Yao Jiejia suddenly leaned closer to Mo Qing, gesturing with her hands, as if they both felt that everything today existed as a matter of course. It was as though it always had been this way. We study history, yet no one truly empathizes with it. Upon hearing her speak of these matters, Mo Qing raised her eyelids, finally regarding her with earnestness, but just for a fleeting moment. Teacher L, the mathematics instructor, Eljean. His grandfather, El Jishu, was a student of my great-grandfather, Yao Jiejia recounted. In the past, El Jishu and my great-grandfather collaborated on a railway engineering project and solved a plateau issue that had perplexed experts for 3 years, thereby establishing El Jishu's prominence in the railway sector. As Mo Qing listened to these familiar tales, her brow furrowed deeply. Since then, our families have maintained a cordial relationship. Yao Jiejia turned to Mo Qing and asserted, Therefore, I will speak with Teacher L, suggesting he become your guiding instructor. Mo Qing replied, There is no need. I am not assisting you, but rather aiding Shen Qi. Rising to her feet, Yao Jiejia protested against compelling Shen Qi to leave the hospital to partake in the competition, fearing ridicule should they fail to secure an award with her presence. Qing remained indifferent to her objections. Shortly thereafter, finding Qing to be rather uninspiring, Yao Jiejia departed. Qing cast a sidelong glance at him. He rushed over, abandoning all pretense of professorial decorum, and plopped down beside Qing, inquiring whether she had once attended Juanda High School. Chapter 54, Matters of Your 14. A visit from the Mo family following an old friend's suicide. Did you attend Juanda High School? Song Yiyuan eagerly posed the question, pointing to a group photograph in the book, taken during the early days of Juanda High School and included as part of the school's historical archives. However, one figure in the photograph had been expunged. Song Yiyuan's intuition told him that the erased individual was undoubtedly Qing. Qing nonchalantly glanced at the photograph, her gaze initially sweeping across it with indifference. However, her eyes lingered momentarily on a girl with braided pigtails before moving on. This brief pause did not escape Song Yiyuan's notice. Song Yiyuan chuckled knowingly. Qing remained silent. Song Yiyuan chuckled again, his expression bordering on the lewd, prompting Qing to glare at him. Are you quite finished? This one here? Song Yiyuan inquired, extending a finger to precisely indicate the girl with the braided pigtails. Qing furrowed her brow. Let me see. Song Yiyuan sought out information about the braided girl. Yao Jiao, never graduated. Both surnamed Yao. Could she be related to Yao Da? Qing, with a languid air, replied, Yao Da's daughter. Is that so? I just flipped through his. Suddenly, Song Yiyuan recalled something. With his first wife? There was a pause as Song Yiyuan fell silent. He had been investigating Mo Qing through Yao Dishuan, and during his research, he had come across some descriptions of Yao Dishuan's first wife's daughter. 16 years old, took her own life. This Yao Jiao, if she were your classmate, would you know the circumstances surrounding her tragic end? Song Yiyuan scrutinized Mo Qing, probing for an answer. Mo Qing stood up. I know. Song Yiyuan rose as well. Then. But Mo Qing ceased to speak, casually slipping her hands into her pockets and sauntering towards the teaching building. Let me pose another question. Song Yiyuan followed her closely. If you were to evaluate Yao Dishuan, how would you describe him? I would refrain from commenting. Why not? He has both merits and faults. Mo Qing replied, unhurried. I share a complicated history with him, making it impossible for me to be fair and objective. Moreover, no matter how I might belittle him, he is already in the ground, unable to rise and argue with me. It holds no interest. And yet, you occasionally. Song Yiyuan made a flamboyant gesture as if throwing needles. You find it amusing to berate a cold, lifeless statue? Too conspicuous. Mo Qing showed no sign of remorse. I refused to stifle myself. Song Yiyuan found himself somewhat persuaded by her words. He was intrigued by the stories that surrounded Mo Qing. Suddenly, Peng Rin darted from the corner like a flash of lightning, eagerly approaching Mo Qing. Miss Mo, what is it? Mo Qing squinted her eyes. Guests have arrived at home, and they are in the reception room. Peng Rin's smile radiates like a blooming flower, and her enthusiasm surpasses that of previous encounters. It may be somewhat inconvenient. Would you prefer to ascend to the second floor? Mo Qing, without a moment's hesitation, declined. No. Peng Rin quickly followed suit, speaking earnestly. You should really avoid this. Why? Peng Rin scratched her head and whispered. The visitors are Madame Mo and Mo Swain. Chapter 55, Matters of the Past. Jiang Ke stirs trouble. While the Mo family fawns over Mo Qing, Peng Rin scratched her head again and softly mentioned, the visitors are Madame Mo and Mo Swain. Mo Qing raised an eyebrow. Before she could inquire further, Peng Zhong, who had followed closely behind, interjected, what is their purpose here? Peng Zhong remarked, they are quite presumptuous. Peng Rin concurred, indeed. The two brothers agreed, while Mo Qing's curiosity was piqued. What is the story behind this? The Wen family? Mo Qing did know of someone with the surname Wen. A Chinese medicine practitioner whose skills were mediocre and whose character left much to be desired. He was someone who sought to appropriate her prescriptions. Setting that aside, Mo Qing continued her inquiry. Why did she transfer schools? Peng Zhong shook his head. That is unclear. Peng Rin's eyes lit up, saying, is Miss Mo interested? I can help you find out. You can? Peng Zhong shot him a cold glance. Peng Rin lowered his head, mumbling, I'm also quite curious, you know. Mo Qing regarded him with a sidelong glance. Then go ahead. Splendid. Peng Rin cheerfully agreed. In the parlor on the first floor, Jiang Ke entertained Madame Mo and Mo Swain. Mo Qing, disinterested in the encounter with Madame Mo and Mo Swain, prepared to ascend to the study on the second floor to continue tinkering with intriguing novelties. Just at that moment, Mo Swain emerged, colliding directly with Mo Qing. Feeling rather disgruntled, Mo Swain's irritation flared upon seeing Mo Qing, and he coldly remarked, I hear you plan to participate in the mathematical modeling competition? Mo Qing cast a glance at him. Do you really believe that by aligning yourself with Min Chong and Xin Qi, you can secure a victory? Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Mo Swain, relying on his presence in Jiang Ke's household, felt no trepidation towards Mo Qing. Neither of them possessed experience, let alone the ability to hastily acquire it. Mo Qing's hands itched with a sudden urge. At that moment, Jiang Ke, with a demeanor of indifference, emerged from the parlor, followed closely by Madame Mo, who wore an expression of subservience. Jiang, just this once, please lend a hand. Madame Mo, having cast aside her pride and dignity, beseeched Jiang Ke in desperation, if things continue this way for the Mo family, we will truly be finished. After all, you are my father's illegitimate. Madame Mo's voice faltered, realizing her slip of the tongue. Mo Qing, initially intent on confronting Mo Swain, was suddenly captivated by this revelation. An illegitimate child? Were they not merely distant relatives? Jiang Ke's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. His gaze lingered on Mo Qing for a moment, his brow relaxing slightly as he inquired, "Do you know who the lead figure behind that major project you mentioned is?" "Who?" Madame Mo was utterly oblivious to this. "Huayan," Jiang Ke replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, emphasizing each word, "the brother of Huasi." Mo Qing coldly fixed his gaze upon Jiang Ke, sensing that this lad was up to no good. Madame Mo recalled a certain individual, but deemed it improbable, thus she inquired, "Which Huasi?" "The Huasi you know." Jiang Ke replied nonchalantly, tilting his head and leisurely casting the question aside, suggesting that this matter could be addressed through Mo Qing. Mo Swain. Madame Mo. Chapter 56. Matters of the past. The unscrupulous are prone to unscrupulous deeds. Suddenly, the air fell silent. Mo Swain and Madame Mo stared in astonishment at Mo Qing, their emotions a tumultuous blend, akin to a kitchen where all the spices had been overturned, rendering every flavor indescribable. Jiang Yi, Madame Mo's voice trembled, akin to balancing on a tightrope. Steadying her emotions, she continued, "This matter has nothing to do with Mo Qing, right? It must not be related. Under no circumstances can it be connected. Anyone else can be sought, but not Mo Qing." Mo Swain and Madame Mo silently pleaded in their hearts. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Mo Swain asked Jiang Ke if that were the case. Would Mo Qing still need to impersonate someone to enter the Mo family? Jiang Ke remained silent, his gaze fixed on Mo Qing, equally curious about the reason. "Indeed, there is no need," Mo Qing replied slowly, casting a cold glance at them. "Aren't we finished here? There should be no entanglement." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Qing abandoned the group in the living room, grabbing his backpack and heading upstairs. His aloof demeanor infuriated Madame Mo, nearly causing her a heart attack. Reluctant to seek Mo Qing's intercession, she turned to Jiang Ke for assistance. "Jiang Yi, this, you all can decide for yourselves," Jiang Ke nonchalantly remarked. He cast a glance at Ping Ren and Ping Zhong. Instantly, they exchanged understanding nods. One approached Mo Swain, while the other made his way to Madame Mo. Words were unnecessary. A mere glance sufficed to convey their intentions. "Well, we shall take our leave," Madame Mo said awkwardly. She attempted to signal Mo Swain with her eyes, hoping he would utter some kind words to ease the tension. However, Mo Swain remained silent, stifling his emotions and failing to comply with Madame Mo's wishes. "Uncle, do be wary. Mo Qing is as cunning as a fox. Do not let her deceive you." Mo Swain's expression stiffened, as if to remind Jiang Ke that we are your true family. Jiang Ke's gaze turned icy. Peng Zhong spoke to Mo Swain in a tone laced with discontent. "Young Master Mo, please, let us go," Madame Mo urged, fearing that Mo Swain might utter something unpleasant. She hastily took hold of Mo Swain and exited, repeatedly bidding farewell to Jiang Ke as they departed from the Jiang residence. "Old Master Jiang," Ping Zhong approached Jiang Ke. Observing the retreating figures of the Mo mother and son, his tone somber. "The rumors about you have spread to the point where even they might start believing them." Jiang Ke replied, "No need to concern ourselves with that." Later that evening, Mo Qing remained alone in her study, tinkering with a small robot. Suddenly, she heard 2 knocks on the door, and when she lifted her gaze, the door had already swung open. Jiang Ke stood at the threshold. A scoundrel is bound to engage in unscrupulous acts. Mo Qing glanced at him, then returned her focus to examining the robot structure. "Your presence is unwelcome. Kindly step aside." Jiang Ke raised his hand, holding a plastic bag that contained several bottles of yogurt. He inquired, "Would you like some?" Mo Qing scrutinized him for a moment before responding. "You may have 5 minutes." Jiang Ke gently pressed her tongue against her cheek, a hint of amusement dancing in her expression. This indeed seemed to be her territory. She stepped into the study, placed a bag upon the coffee table, and retrieved a bottle from within. Twisting off the cap, she approached Mo Qing, who stood by the desk, and offered her the yogurt. Mo Qing accepted it with a smile. Leaning against the desk, Jiang Ke narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Mo Qing. "Why did Huasi go to such lengths to place you in the Mo family?" After taking a sip of the yogurt and licking the residue from her lip, Mo Qing inquired with a smile, "Can't figure it out?" "Indeed," Jiang Ke replied candidly. Mo Qing tilted her head slightly. "And why do you exert such effort to be the illegitimate child of the Jiang family?" Jiang Ke responded, "Fate. Quite a coincidence." Mo Qing retorted, locking eyes with him. This too is fate. In an unseen realm, it seemed as though an invisible net had descended, entangling the movements of each individual until the moment they converged, branching out into new directions. They gazed at one another, silent, yet in this silence, they sensed an inescapable feeling of destiny. They found themselves ensnared in a web, unaware of who was pulling the strings. Just wait, Mo Qing murmured, lowering her head as she continued to play with a small robot, confident that the truth would one day emerge. She activated the switch. The small robot, its casing yet to be attached, moved step by step toward Jiang Ku, emitting an adorable mechanical voice. Commander Jiang, the weather is delightful today. Would you like to bask in the sun with me? Jiang Ku paused, placing her hand against the small robot, her brow furrowed in confusion. She inquired of Mo Qing, did you create this? Mo Qing smirked. What else could it be? Self-taught? Having acquired knowledge independently, Mo Qing tossed a screwdriver to Jiang Ku, shrugged, then picked up several books on programming and machinery from the desk and departed the study. Jiang Ku gazed at her receding figure, then lowered his eyes, clutching the screwdriver in one hand and the small robot in the other, and looking at the adjacent machine shell, resigned himself to assembly. The small robot continued to clamor, Officer Jiang, Officer Jiang. The following day, Mo Qing had barely arrived at the classroom when Song Yiyuan summoned her to the corridor. What's the matter? Mo Qing inquired. Eljan has changed his mind, Song Yiyuan said with slight bewilderment. He wants you, Min Chong, and Shin Qi to go to classroom 3 after school. He dedicates 1 to 2 hours daily to lecturing participating students on problems and methods. Seize this opportunity to learn. Mo Qing responded with disdain, I won't go. Just go once, Song Yiyuan urged. Yesterday, I registered you all. The theme is railway. El Jishu is an expert in railways, and his descendants are all researching in this direction. Eljan has experience. He might even predict the questions. In any case, it won't hurt to go. Min Chong made way for Mo Qing, and after she sat down, he settled in beside her, asking, what were you discussing? Mo Qing replied, going to classroom 3 after school. Did teacher L change his mind? Min Chong immediately understood. Yes. Min Chong intended to inquire further, but noticed a message on his phone, sent by Yao Jejia. Yao Jejia inquired with a hint of pride whether they could follow Lu Zhan to learn, expressing that she had invested considerable effort to persuade him. Why did Yao Jejia feel the need to convince Lu Zhan? Min Chong frowned in contemplation. Mo Qing replied, for Shinqi. Min Chong nodded, speaking of which. ISNT Shinqi. Just as he spoke, Shinqi entered through the front door, her backpack slung over her shoulder, eliciting a wave of excitement from the classroom. Thanks to Mo Qing's initiative to form a team, the classmates were already aware of Shinqi's recovery and her advancement to the 3rd year of high school. Min Chong cast a sidelong glance, puzzled. Doesn't she require a wheelchair? Mo Qing nodded, no. Ever since Shinqi agreed to form a team, I visited her at the hospital for 3 acupuncture sessions, and her recovery has been quite remarkable. She can move about normally now. Shinqi had cut her long hair, now just grazing her shoulders. Her almond-shaped eyes calm, yet piercing. Dressed in the standard school uniform, her exceptional demeanor made her stand out strikingly, under the watchful eyes of her peers. Shinqi walked to the back row, pausing to glance at Mo Qing, greeting her with a simple, Sister Qing. The classmates of Class 7 were left in awe. What merits does Mo Qing possess? Mo Qing sat in the second-to-last row, with an empty seat behind Min Chong, and a boy seated behind her. Shinqi turned to the boy and suggested, let us switch seats. The boy, a carefree second-generation rich kid who relished in defiance, immediately bristled at her statement, retorting, why should I? No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Qi approached, grasping the boy by the head and pulling him away. You're coming with me. Are you looking for trouble? The boy, having a good rapport with Jiang Qi, glared at him in defiance. Are we going or not? Sure. Sure, replied the boy, weary of the constant distractions caused by Mo Qing and Min Chong. He waved his hand dismissively. Help me move the tables and chairs over. I'll move your head instead, Jiang Qi retorted, twisting his neck as he shot a glare at Jiang Qi. Resigned, he began to relocate his desk and chair to Jiang Qi's spot. Soon, Shinqi settled behind Mo Qing, while Jiang Qi took his place behind Min Chong. The 4 of them formed a tight cluster. Jiang Qi glanced from one person to another, intrigued by their trio, and inquired with keen interest, how are you 3 preparing? Min Chong replied, just waiting for the competition. Mo Qing added, waiting to win the prize. Shinqi, slowly rummaging through his bag, produced a copy of Administrative Professional Ability Test, and declared, "It's not worth my time to prepare. Are you all insane?" Jiang Qi was baffled by their overwhelming confidence. But his gaze fell upon Shen Qi's extracurricular book. Astonished, he asked, "What are you looking at that for?" "Preparing for the examination," Shen Qi responded. "You haven't even graduated high school. The civil servant exam is beyond your reach," Jiang Qi exclaimed, his perspective shattered. "I'm not closely related to you," Shen Qi said, flipping the book to the notes section and then scrutinizing Jiang Qi with a frown. "Who are you?" Jiang Qi opened the cover of his Chinese language book, pushing it towards Shen Qi and pointing at his flamboyant name written within. However, Shen Qi merely glanced at it before returning to his work, offering Jiang Qi no acknowledgement whatsoever. Jiang Qi, feeling slightly dejected, touched the tip of his nose. What kind of judgment does Mo Qing have choosing such teammates? On this day, for individuals gathered together, apart from the seemingly unambitious Jiang Qi, who diligently engaged in his studies, Mo Qing, Shen Qi, and Min Chong were all distracted. After school, the trio made their way to Class 3's classroom. Chapter 58, The Events of Yesteryear. The 7th and 3rd classes were situated on the same floor, close to one another. Upon their arrival, only a handful of students occupied the classroom, and their supervising teacher, Lu Zhan, had yet to arrive. The atmosphere within the room was somewhat tense. Mo Xuan was engrossed in solving problems when his group member, Sheng Qing, noticed Mo Qing's arrival. He playfully nudged Mo Xuan's chair with his foot, his voice neither too loud nor too soft. "Hey, your cheap sister." Sheng Qing, sensing the impending reprisal, recoiled slightly, signaling his surrender. Mo Xuan felt a tangle of emotions. The scene from when Huasi had sought their counsel lingered vividly in his mind. However, their entire family had been preoccupied with the cold and heartless Wen Xue, ultimately driving Mo Qing away. In the end, they not only failed to gain any advantage from Wen Xue, but also lost a significant project that had come about due to Mo Qing's presence. Approximately 5 minutes later, the remaining students arrived, freshened up, and Lu Zhan entered, carrying a stack of materials. He surveyed the room and called out, "Wen Xue." "Here," Wen Xue replied, looking up. Lu Zhan placed the materials on the lectern and instructed her, "Please distribute these documents, one for each person." "Understood," Wen Xue responded, rising to approach the podium. She gathered the stack of documents and, working in groups, distributed them accordingly. It was well known that this year's theme for the mathematics simulation competition was railway, following the trend of previous years where topics were aligned with popular themes. This year was no exception. Lu Zhan stood at the podium, cutting straight to the chase. The materials before him contained several questions derived from trending topics. He nodded, stating, "This is the key segment we shall discuss today." Mo Qing leisurely flipped through the documents, scanning Lu Zhan's materials, but upon reaching the first page, his expression shifted slightly. After turning 2 more pages, he found it utterly uninspiring. Mo Qing snapped the materials shut and tossed them onto the desk before rising to leave. Min Chong was taken aback. "Not listening anymore?" "Not listening. It's too simplistic and uninteresting." With that, Mo Qing hoisted his backpack and strode towards the exit. "Mo Qing." Lu Zhan's countenance darkened as he coldly called after him. Mo Qing turned his head, meeting his gaze. Lu Zhan, infuriated, clenched his pen tightly, yet with students present, he could only suppress his emotions. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked, "Do you have any idea how long Yo Jia pleaded with me last night to secure this opportunity for you to attend class?" "You." Lu Zhan was nearly driven to a heart attack by his anger. Unable to counter Mo Qing's audacity, he paused and warned, "You should think this through. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone for good." "Not interested." Mo Qing further fueled Lu Zhan's ire and departed without a glance back. Min Chong, already reluctant to squander time on this, promptly followed Mo Qing out, not bothering to bid farewell to Lu Zhan. Shen Qi also stood up. Lu Zhan was astonished. "You too?" Shen Qi was the only prodigy he acknowledged. During their first year, Shen Qi rarely attended classes and wandered aimlessly, yet consistently achieved top marks. Although Shen Qi was not the most compliant, there was something extraordinary about geniuses, and Lu Zhan had always been lenient towards him. To her surprise, Shen Qi found herself entangled with Mo Qing. It was indeed straightforward. After placing the documents aside, Shen Qi picked up her backpack and, as she exited her seat, couldn't resist hurling a taunt at the group of students behind her, who, given their caliber, would undoubtedly require her assistance. The prodigies murmured in disbelief. "Is this person seeking trouble?" Shen Qi departed, but what she took with her was not only Lu Zhan's ire, but also the collective resentment of all the students. Carrying Mo Qing, Minchang inadvertently subdued his own brilliance, softening his gaze as he followed the two. Mo Qing remarked. Shinchi replied, "Oh." Casting a sidelong glance at Shinchi, Mo Qing inquired, "Is Huasi here to pick you up?" Shinchi shook her head and replied vaguely, "I have some other matters to attend to." Minchang abruptly asked, "Are you preparing for the civil service examination?" "Something like that," Shinchi responded with a sudden smile, seemingly in good spirits. Indeed, Shinchi diligently studied for the exam every day. Meanwhile, due to Mo Qing's audacity in offending Lu Zhan, and considering Lu Zhan's academic bias towards Shinchi and Minchang, he refrained from targeting them in class, opting instead to continually provoke Mo Qing. Mo Qing, possessing a thick skin, remained unfazed. With Song Yiyuan's bias protection over her, Lu Zhan truly could not impose on her. As the competition deadline approached, one day during physical education class, Mo Xuan took the initiative to approach Mo Qing, who was basking in the sun beneath a tree. Hesitating for a moment, Mo Xuan finally mustered the courage to speak, albeit with a stiff expression. "I have something I would like to discuss with you." Chapter 59, Past Events. Mo Qing, there will never be another like me. "I have something to discuss with you." Mo Xuan hesitated, finding it exceedingly difficult to speak. As though he were standing over a grill, each word felt like a trial, causing his heart to ache. Mo Qing did not even lift her eyelids. "No discussion. How ungrateful. How is your preparation for the mathematical modeling competition?" Mo Xuan cursed Mo Qing's ancestors inwardly, but replied, "I participated in the competition last year and won a provincial award. I possess experience. I can assist you. If necessary, I can also join your team." Mo Qing ignored him. Mo Xuan continued, "Shinchi has been unable to keep up with his studies for over a year. Given Min Chang's family background, it's uncertain if they even have a computer, let alone the ability to learn programming and modeling. If you place your hopes on them, you are merely putting on a show. You and Wen Yingxue transferred here together, and many compare the two of you. If I withdraw from Wen Yingxue's group, it will be exceedingly difficult for them to secure a national award." Yet, Mo Qing remained unmoved, her words laced with an undeniable arrogance. Mo Qing, truly irritated by his incessant chatter, lifted her narrow eyes slightly and coldly proclaimed, "Is he worthy? Spare me the theatrics." Mo Xuan burned with fury, struggling to maintain his facade. Previously, he had feigned identity to enter the Mo family, and now he was pleading with her, acting as though he were someone of significance. Mo Xuan adopted a condescending posture. Fortune shift with time. With a languid air tinged with disdain, Mo Qing lifted her eyelids and remarked, "Do I need to beg for your sympathy when I reside in Jiangke's household and have Huasi backing me?" Were she to feign a semblance of humility, Mo Xuan might have had the opportunity to mock her further. However, her unabashed admission incensed Mo Xuan to the point of fury. Taking a deep breath, he retorted angrily, "Look at your smug demeanor as you revel in your small victories." Mo Qing responded nonchalantly, "What of it?" Mo Xuan, unable to contain his wrath, declared, "There will come a day when you will fall hard." Mo Qing interjected, "It will be a lighter fall than that of the Mo family." Narrowing her eyes, Mo Qing pinched a small stone between her fingers and flicked it towards Mo Xuan's left knee. At the moment of impact, his foot, which had been raised, froze mid-air before he crumpled to the ground in pain, clutching his knee. Rising from her seat, Mo Qing brushed off the dust from her uniform and strolled leisurely for a couple of steps. In the next instant, her toe connected with Mo Xuan's abdomen. He let out a pained yelp, curling up on the ground like a shrimp, his back arched in agony. "Rein in your arrogance," Mo Qing said, gazing down at him as one would regard an inconsequential ant, her tone dripping with contempt. "You are not worthy." With that, she departed. Mo Xuan lay on the grass, viciously tugging at the blades, his eyes red as he peered through the gaps, filled with loathing for Mo Qing's retreating figure. The timing for this year's mathematical modeling competition was set after the midterm examinations, to be held at Dongsha University over a span of 3 days. As anticipated, the midterm exams arrived. Similar to the monthly tests, Mo Qing was always the first to exit the examination hall. Unlike others, each answer sheet she submitted was filled to the brim. The following afternoon, after the final examination had concluded, Mo Qing encountered Song Yiyuan, who had just emerged from the library. Upon seeing her, Song Yiyuan's face turned pale. "Why did you submit your paper early again? There are only 4 exams in total, and I've caught you twice already," Song Yiyuan added. "You seem quite proud of it." Mo Qing noticed the thick stack of books in Song Yiyuan's arms and raised an eyebrow. What have you discovered? Upon mentioning this, Song Yiyuan instantly perked up. Yao jiao jiao. Mo Qing narrowed her eyes. It's not something I uncovered. It's merely information I inquired about. Song Yiyuan took a few steps closer, scrutinizing Mo Qing. There are a few centenarians in Lizi Alley, one of whom is a student from Junda High School. Though advanced in age, his mind remains sharp. While he hasn't witnessed the incident involving Yao Jiao Jiao, as a junior, he has heard whispers of it. Mo Qing regarded him silently as Song Yiyuan's expression grew increasingly serious. Gazing into Mo Qing's eyes, he articulated deliberately. He said that Yao Jiao Jiao caught the eye of a local bully, and Yao Dishuan dared not provoke him. So he sent Yao Jiao Jiao away to marry. On her wedding day, she hanged herself. She was driven to death by him, was she not? Mo Qing affirmed. Indeed. That year, she had been sent to Junda High School, where she met Yao Jiao Jiao. At that time, she was filled with defiance, stirring up trouble, causing her classmates to steer clear of her. Only Yao Jiao Jiao, admiring her audacity and yearning for her liberated existence, often chose to accompany her. She danced with life and death, surrounded by comrades, adversaries, and the afflicted, struggling to relate to ordinary individuals. This delicate young lady often receives delicate pastries and books, accompanying her into the library at midnight, imparting the principles of social conduct and the essence of a conventional life. In her eyes, Yao Dishuan exchanged his daughter for tranquility, embodying nothing more than a pitiful coward, unworthy of the esteemed reputation one might aspire to in posterity. How old were you at that time? Song Yiyuan inquired tentatively. Around 14 or 15, I suppose, Mo Qing estimated, her memory somewhat clouded. Song Yiyuan was taken aback by her age, and after a moment of contemplation, he pressed on. What about when you were confined in base 3? Mo Qing replied, 19. Song Yiyuan widened his eyes in astonishment, barely suppressing the urge to utter a curse. He found himself at a loss for words, observing the vibrant students passing by, all around 18 or 19 years old. Mo Qing glanced at them as well, suddenly smiling, and casually remarked, in this era, no one will ever become me. Before her slumber, many promises had been bestowed upon her. At the very least, one of those promises had been fulfilled. Chapter 60, The Events of the Past. Does our current life owe a part to you? In uttering these words, Mo Qing remained composed, devoid of any heaviness or melancholy, and free from resentment or hatred. Unseen, something gripped Song Yiyuan's heart, stirring an indescribable emotion within him. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. In the archives of Base 3, Mo Qing was labeled as a modified individual, deemed dangerous from the outset, thus branded as a threat. Their interactions with Mo Qing often led them to overlook her background, for there was an absence of danger emanating from her. Since his curiosity about Mo Qing's experiences a century ago was piqued, he came to realize that her previous life might have been akin to that of an ordinary person, albeit more extraordinary in certain respects, for she was destined to be remarkable. Yet, he did not dwell on this thought. Now, he perceived history within her. She possessed extraordinary abilities, an unwavering composure, and ideas that transcended her era, qualities exceedingly rare for that time. Thus, she must have been among those riding the crest of the wave of her age. What deeds had she undertaken 100 years prior? If she truly posed a threat, why had she merely succumbed to slumber instead of being utterly annihilated? Might I pose a few more inquiries? Song Yiyuan followed Mo Qing almost obsequiously. Mo Qing cast him a glance, refrained from that distasteful smile. Very well. Instantly, Song Yiyuan suppressed his insincere grin. As they approached the school gate, Mo Qing lazily remarked, only answer with yes or no. Song Yiyuan inquired, were you sealed by the third base due to societal harm? No. Then what was the reason? Song Yiyuan pressed further. Mo Qing glanced at him once more. Quickly, Song Yiyuan shifted his question. Was your transformation voluntary? No. Was the purpose of your transformation for warfare? Yes. Have you participated in warfare? Are those wars documented in historical records? Yes. The two had now reached the school gate. Amidst the unfolding events, Mo Qing presented a silver needle to the statue of Yao Dishuan. However, this time, Song Yiyuan did not even cast a glance. Mo Qing glanced towards the school gate and spoke lazily, the final question. Taking a deep breath, Song Yiyuan posed a query that he felt was rather inappropriate. Yet, he found himself articulating it. Does our current existence bear any contribution from you? Indeed. Song Yiyuan remained rooted in place, observing Mo Qing's silhouette, his expression imbued with a newfound respect. History had not recorded her name, nor was there anyone to confront her. She could easily deceive him. However, at times when she answered, a flicker of joy and pride was unmistakable. He believed she was not lying. Furthermore, the achievements that could invoke such pride in her must be substantial. Thus, what circumstances led to Mo Qing, a figure of merit, being expunged from history and lying dormant in base 3 for a century? This perplexity nagged at Song Yiyuan. Yet, his burgeoning interest in Mo Qing was so profound that he could scarcely fathom it. The following day, at Dongsha University, Mo Qing, Min Chang, and Shin Qi convened beneath a certain building. After a brief wait of 1 or 2 minutes, a vehicle halted at the roadside. Soon, Song Yiyuan emerged from the car, waving to them. Subsequently, 2 more individuals disembarked from the back seat, Jibeling and Pingren. I can comprehend the presence of Jibeling, Min Chang remarked, his tone chilly. But why has that clumsy fool, who can only embroider, also come along? Shin Qi, unfamiliar with Pengren, inquired, is there an issue? This question did not receive a response from Min Chang, but was answered by Pengren himself. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Pengren donned a voluminous, vibrant red coat emblazoned with the auspicious characters Qi Kai de Sheng on the back. He brandished a sunflower in his hand, symbolizing a triumphant victory, and secured a red ribbon around his head inscribed with Ma Dao Chung Gong, 3 individuals. Miss Mo? Pengren was the first to dash towards the trio. Mo Qing cast him a frosty glance, remarking, 10 meters away, Miss Mo, I am here to cheer you on. How do you find my ensemble? As he retreated, he miraculously produced 2 small red flags, exuberantly waving them at the group. A sight not for the faint-hearted. Apart from Shin Qi, who found him somewhat amusing, Min Chang and Mo Qing turned away in unison, unwilling to indulge him further. Due to the vehicle's limited capacity, they ultimately decided that Mo Qing and her companions would enter the school together, while Song Yiyuan remained at the examination building below, awaiting their return. Although Pingren wished to accompany Mo Qing as he bid farewell to Song Yiyuan, Mo Qing abruptly flung open the car door, forcefully shoved Pengren inside, and slammed the door shut. Being in cahoots with Mo Qing, Song Yiyuan wasted no time. He pressed the accelerator, whisking Pengren away before he could seize the opportunity to exit. Min Chang genuinely praised Mo Qing. You are indeed reliable. Mo Qing shot him a sidelong glance, to which Min Chang merely shrugged. Upon entering the school grounds, they strolled for a quarter of an hour before successfully arriving at the building's base. Why were they all carrying luggage? This was Min Chang's first competition, and he found it peculiar that fellow students clad in uniforms were laden with bedding and backpacks. For sleeping on the floor, Goblin explained, we've prepared some for you as well. As soon as the words were spoken, Song Yiyuan and Pengren approached with a multitude of bags in tow, their belongings closely resembling those of the participating students. Goblin cast a glance at them and continued, you will be confined within for 3 days, sleeping on the ground, and all your needs will be met there. Prepare yourselves mentally. Min Chang inquired, where shall we sleep on the ground? Observing the impassive expression of Mo Qing and the evident dissatisfaction of Shin Qi, he suddenly realized that for their group, the most formidable challenge was not the competition itself, but rather the trials of daily life. In Chapter 61, an exam featured a question from a century ago. Shin Qi and Mo Qing remained silent regarding the sleeping arrangements. The 3 entered the examination hall, accompanied by Song Yiyuan, while Goblin and Pengren stayed behind to assist with their luggage. Only Song Yiyuan accompanied the trio into the computer room. Mo Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, but chose not to speak. Pengren's smile remained radiant. Standing behind Pengren, Goblin raised his hand and playfully tapped the back of Pengren's head, saying, everyone's watching. Show her a bit of respect, will you? I was just. Pengren began to retort, but upon glancing around and noticing the multitude of students fixated on him, he immediately faltered, clearing his throat and restraining himself. Song Yiyuan bid them farewell. We shall take our leave now. Rest assured, we will handle the logistics. Pengren declared flamboyantly, only to have Goblin forcibly press his hand down. The examination hall buzzed with activity as the majority of students had gathered, adorned in their respective school uniforms. Occasionally glancing at their rivals, the atmosphere thick with competition. I inquired about our school, and it turns out only the 3 of you are in this examination room. Song Yiyuan assisted them in finding their seats, kindly assuring them, focus on the competition. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Min Chang responded with a simple, oh. Shin Qi then asked, what shall we have for lunch? Just as Song Yiyuan was about to say a few more words, he was nearly choked by their banter. Pengren and Gobolin will bring you lunch. Feel free to tell me what you wish to eat, and I will relay your requests. Thus, while other groups anxiously awaited the announcement of the questions, Mo Qing and Xin Shi were diligently listing their desired dishes, one after another, with rather high expectations. They did not wish to merely take an exam. Rather, they aimed to partake in a casual experience, simply for enjoyment. Song Yuan sighed, rubbing his forehead. At 8 o'clock, the questions were unveiled. Someone shouted, and immediately, the din in the examination room diminished. Each group directed their attention to the questions displayed on the computer screen. After a brief review, the microcomputer room erupted once more. The reason was simple. The questions were exceedingly difficult. The topic directly referenced the construction of the Plateau Railway by L. Jishu a century ago, posing problems based on phenomena present today and requiring students to devise solutions. This was one of the issues currently being researched by railway experts. Although it may be straightforward for professionals, how could a group of high school students possibly solve it? There seemed to be a misunderstanding. This was more akin to university-level challenges. Even the university groups would not face such formidable questions, would they? This year's reform was indeed underway, and the prestige of the awards had escalated. Thus, it was inconceivable that the questions could be simple. The students lamented loudly, and even the accompanying teachers wore expressions of concern. Mo Qing chose to ignore his subsequent remarks, flexing her fingers and stating, "It's quite simple." Her words, neither too harsh nor too gentle, were perfectly heard by the instructor from the adjacent group, who cast her a disapproving glance. Xin Shi remarked, "It poses some difficulty. I shall handle the paper and defer to your expertise." Upon reviewing the topic, Min Chong resigned himself to a state of indifference. The trio's roles were distinctly defined. Mo Qing took charge of modeling. Xin Shi was responsible for programming, while Min Chong focused on the writing. The mathematical acumen was predominantly Mo Qing's domain. Truly, she was the epitome of our academic underachiever. Song Yuan sighed, raising his hand to pat Mo Qing on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Your confidence shines brilliantly." However, Mo Qing brushed his hand away. With a sardonic smile, she retorted, "Such problems were anticipated a century ago. What is so difficult? Just copy the answer." Chapter 62. The Events of the Past. 22. Jiang Ku extends his blessings, wishing for success. Really? Song Yuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Suddenly feeling a pang of guilt, he instinctively glanced around to ensure no one was watching them. Only after confirming their privacy did he discreetly inquire of Mo Qing, "Wait, didn't they say this issue is still under research? Has it truly taken a century without any resolution?" "Not quite," Mo Qing replied, her brow momentarily furrowing in thought. "It has been studied, but the findings remain undisclosed." "What do you mean?" Song Yuan was puzzled at first, yet he quickly sensed something amiss. "Wait, how do you know?" Mo Qing narrowed her eyes, silently signaling for him to cease his inquiries. Yet, Song Yuan's mind raced as he made a sudden connection, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he gazed at Mo Qing. He believed that the enmity between Mo Qing and Yao Dishuan stemmed solely from Yao Jiao. Yet, he overlooked a crucial detail. When he mentioned L. Jishu, Mo Qing instinctively uttered the name, indicating that there existed some connection between them. This implies that Mo Qing was acquainted with L. Jishu. But how did they come to know each other? During the year Mo Qing attended Junda High School, L. Jishu had already graduated many years prior and was engaged in the construction of the Plateau Railway. Due to the harsh plateau climate, he faced obstacles and publicly sought solutions through newspaper advertisements. The following year, L. Jishu collaborated with Yao Dishuan, claiming to have found a resolution, and consequently, he ascended to the position of chief engineer for the railway project. Was Mo Qing somehow linked to this railway endeavor? As a teacher, he felt utterly powerless to assist. Song Yuan, suppressing his curiosity and excitement, proposed to them, "May I now contribute to your logistical support?" Mo Qing barely lifted his eyelids and retorted, "Get lost." Sighing, Song Yuan promptly departed. He exchanged greetings with Jebelin and Peng Ren before making his way straight to the library of Dongsha University. A day passed, and under Mo Qing's guidance, Xin Shi and Min Chong discovered a suitable solution and became engrossed in their work. However, the other competing teams found themselves at a complete loss. That evening, while dining in the corridor, Xin Shi, Min Chong, and Mo Qing observed two teams of students opting to abandon the task altogether, leaving alongside their supervising teachers. "Hey, how are you all faring?" Peng Ren approached and squatted beside them. In the adjacent computer room, another group has succumbed to defeat. Seeing this, Peng Ren shook his head and remarked, "Your luck is rather unfortunate, coinciding with this wave of reform. The competition has become significantly more prestigious, and the difficulty of the questions has escalated." The three remained silent. For them, an increase in difficulty paradoxically diminished the pressure of competition. After peering around for a while, Peng Ren conspiratorially leaned towards Mo Qing, inquiring, "Miss Mo, do you require my assistance?" Mo Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, lifting her chopsticks to point towards the staircase. "Thank you, but please leave." "Understood," Peng Ren replied, promptly retreating. By 10 o'clock that evening, Mo Qing, Min Chong, and Shenxi arrived at the classroom designated for sleeping on the floor. Many were still toiling away in the computer room, engrossed in their work, while only a few had come, none appearing to be peacefully asleep. Goblin and Peng Ren had prepared tents for the three of them, one for each, ensuring their privacy. Upon entering the tent, they discovered a pair of earplugs, presumably to alleviate any disturbances during their slumber. Mo Qing reclined within the confines of her tent, hearing the rustling sounds, conversations, and snoring from outside. After some contemplation, she retrieved the earplugs and donned them. She quickly drifted into sleep. Since awakening to the present, her nights had been almost dreamless, as if her days were spent within a dream, and the nights passed in the blink of an eye. However, that night marked her first foray into dreams, where she revisited the past. In her dream, she encountered the Highland Railway conundrum published in the newspaper, sparking her interest and prompting her to seek a solution. She resolved to rush to the library, intending to spend the entire night there, with Yao Jiao Jiao by her side. After half a month away from school, she learned of Yao Jiao Jiao's tragic demise and subsequently left June to high school. At that time, with nothing to occupy her, she visited the Highland Railway project site at the recommendation of a colleague, where she met the initial project leader, Xiao Yu. Under Xiao Yu's guidance, she engaged in learning, investigation, and research, and through the collective efforts of their team, they finally made a breakthrough in tackling the challenges they faced. However, merely 2 days later, Yadishuan arrived on site. Cunning and shrewd, after exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Yu for half a day, he presented an identical solution to the leadership the following day. Ahead of Xiao Yu, as dawn broke, Mo Qing awoke, gazing at the cramped confines of the tent, remaining still for a moment. Then, she sat up, removed her earplugs, unzipped the tent, and stepped outside. It was early. Min Chong passed by, a toothbrush clenched between his teeth, foam spilling from his mouth. He handed Mo Qing a bag containing breakfast, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, and a cup of warm soy milk. Mo Qing stood quietly, observing the students either just awakening or still lost in slumber, as people moved to and fro amidst the clamor. The classroom was pristine and well lit. Although the conditions were modest, the vibrant colors dispelled the monochrome dreariness of her dreams. Everything unfolded as usual, and the echoes of her dreams seemed to leave no trace behind. Song Yiyuan had yet to make an appearance. At noon, Jiang Ke sent a message to Mo Qing, instructing her to collect lunch on the first floor. Staring at the message for a moment, she then rose, dialing Jiang Ke's number as she exited the computer room. When the call connected, Mo Qing inquired, "Where is Peng Ren?" Jiang Ke succinctly replied, "Peng Ren wanted to personally prepare a celebratory meal for you, but he set the kitchen ablaze and was interrupted by his brother, who broke his leg. They are all at the hospital now." Found herself momentarily at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. After a brief pause, instructed her to take the stairs, originally heading towards the elevator, pivoted at the sound of his voice and made her way to the stairwell. Descending the stairs, she had just reached the third floor when she heard footsteps below. Turning the corner, she spotted a figure approaching, clad in a strikingly familiar, vibrant red garment. Thought to herself that was playing a trick on her, but upon closer inspection, she was taken aback to see that the person bore his visage, with the phrase emblazoned on the back. With a playful whistle, felt a surge of delight. As ascended the steps to stand before her, he expressionlessly handed her 2 bags of lunch, stating simply, "Here." Gazed at him, shaking her head, a smile dancing in her eyes. She reached for her phone, intending to capture the moment, but, noticing her intent, warned coolly, "If you dare take a picture, I can ensure you'll be eating instant noodles for the next 2 days. After a moment of contemplation, relented but, with a playful curve of her lips, inquired, "Why are you wearing that?" Raised an eyebrow, replying, "It's festive." As he exited the vehicle, the image of the injured struggling with the car door filled his mind. With tears glistening in his eyes, had urged him, I've placed thee in the passenger seat. When you meet Miss, make sure to bring it along. It will bring her good fortune." Thus, almost unconsciously, had taken the red garment along with their lunch. So it was decided. Mo Qing stifled a laugh, and after a moment, managed to straighten the corners of her mouth. She had refrained from retrieving her lunch, instead extending 2 fingers to indicate Jiang Ke's pocket, then flipping her palm upward, making a gesture as if to request something. Jiang Ke regarded her silently. After a pause, he extracted a cigarette pack and a lighter from his pocket, placing them into Mo Qing's hand with a remark, "Since you didn't win this time, you might want to find a new address." Mo Qing, with a cigarette poised between her lips, arched an eyebrow at him and replied with a smile, "Don't worry." Her smile was fleeting yet imbued with confidence and bravado. As her words lingered in the air, she flicked the lighter open, the faint blue flame igniting the cigarette, sending a wisp of white smoke curling upwards. Jiang Ke remained unhurried, waiting for her to indulge in the smoke. Leaning against the wall, he obscured the unsightly graffiti, allowing the striking red garment he wore to exude a unique aura of steadiness and restraint. He inquired, "How is the progress?" "Very smooth," she replied. "Assuming that acupuncture needle set truly belongs to you." Jiang Ke scrutinized her, speaking slowly. "A century ago, during the Plateau Railway project on Xuanen Mountain, an outbreak of illness occurred, supposedly controlled by a miraculous doctor wielding acupuncture needles. Was it you?" Mo Qing exhaled a ring of smoke, tilting her head with a teasing glint in her eyes. "You seem quite interested in me. Where did you find that out?" Jiang Ke chose not to respond. "It was me," Mo Qing stated, cigarette pinched between her fingers. "Do you believe it?" Casting her a sidelong glance, Jiang Ke placed the lunch he held into her hands, saying, "Whether you believe it or not, we shall await the results of your competition." Mo Qing raised an eyebrow. Jiang Ke turned and walked away. The words victory emblazoned on his back, imprinting themselves in her memory. As he rounded the corner, the letters vanished, along with his figure. Mo Qing smiled softly. After finishing a cigarette, Mo Qing ascended the stairs with her lunch in hand. Upon reaching the 5th floor, she abruptly heard an enraged voice, "Wening Xue." Instinctively, she looked up and was taken aback to see the figures of Wening Xue and Mo Suean. Wening Xue extended a hand, forcefully pressing Mo Suean's head against the wall. Mo Suean struggled, yet found himself unable to move, half of his face squished against the surface, his gaze inadvertently meeting Mo Qing's. The atmosphere became palpable with tension. Chapter 63. Events of the past. The most formidable strategic commander, Mo Suean, and Mo Qing locked eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, the whites marred with veins, burning furiously with indignation. "If you continue to play your petty tricks and hinder the team, I assure you that both you and your Mo family will find it exceedingly difficult to regain your footing." Even when issuing threats, Wening Xue's voice remained soft and composed. Mo Suean was pinned against the wall, rendered immobile. As Wening Xue exerted more pressure, the intense squeeze caused Mo Suean to gasp sharply in pain. "Did you hear me?" she inquired. "I heard," Mo Suean strained to reply, forcing the words through clenched teeth. With a slight narrowing of her eyes, Wening Xue finally released him. She then turned her head, casting a glance at Mo Qing, who wore an expression of detached amusement, before making her way to the 6th floor. Mo Suean, still reeling from the pain, leaned against the wall, arching his back and deliberately turning away from Mo Qing. He wished fervently to vanish on the spot. He had thoughtlessly chosen Wening Xue over Mo Qing, only to discover that his elder sister, who appeared gentle, was in fact cold-blooded and merciless in her actions. This scene had unfolded with Mo Qing witnessing it all, an embarrassment unparalleled in its magnitude. As ascended the stairs with lunch in hand, each deliberate step resonated like a hammer striking his very being. Stiffened in place, remained motionless. Just as was about to pass him by, he exhaled softly, harboring a flicker of hope. Yet before he could fully release his breath, S voice rang out, theatrical and mocking, akin to a scene where one prefers a phoenix over a mere country chicken. A jolt of indignation coursed through, and a surge of unbridled fury surged forth as he shouted at its retreating figure, "Do not revel in your triumph. There will come a time when you shall weep." Halted, poised on the 2nd step, casting a condescending gaze upon, whose face was flushed with anger. With a sardonic remark, she suggested he first gaze into a mirror. Her words fell lightly but struck with the chill of cold water, dousing the fervor that had boiled within him. Reminded of the humiliation brought upon him by, clenched his teeth, his eyes seething with resentment, while strode away with an air of nonchalance. Following the unfortunate injury of, the responsibilities of procuring and delivering meals fell to. However, efforts lacked the meticulousness of and his choices were whimsically inconsistent with their preferences, earning the disdain of and her companions. After yet another round of complaints, hands on hips like a disgruntled matron, lamented, "You have all become too pampered by their indulgence. I remember when we subsisted solely on instant noodles." No one acknowledged his grievances, spun around in frustration, continuing his tirade, until delivered a swift kick to his leg, forcing him to bend at the waist. Immediately, he fell silent, tears brimming in his eyes as he gazed at the trio. "You eat, take your time." Tears glistened at the corners of Goblin's eyes as he lamented the disappearance of their teacher, Song. "I shall assist you in reviewing your paper," he declared, limping away. Although he sought an excuse to leave, he remained true to his word and proceeded to examine the paper that Min Chong was nearing completion on. After approximately 10 minutes, Goblin emerged, his expression one of astonishment. By then, Mo Qing and the others had finished their meal and were tidying up. Goblin exclaimed, "Did you three truly write this paper?" Min Chong replied, "I authored it." Shin Chi added, "I handled the programming." Mo Qing chimed in, "I developed the model." Goblin felt an urge to curse, but restrained himself at the thought of Mo Qing's swift kick. He scrutinized the trio for a moment before shaking his head. "What are you three still doing in high school? Aren't you a calamity waiting to happen?" Upon hearing this, Mo Qing cast him a glance as she strolled past, saying leisurely, "I truly wish to leave." Min Chong followed suit, stating, "I wish to leave as well." Shin Chi remarked casually, "Just playing around." Goblin reflected on his own illustrious achievements during his years as a top student, which now seemed trivial in comparison to the prowess displayed by the trio. He rubbed his face and then patted it, exhaling deeply to regain his clarity. He was still exceptional. It was merely his social circle that posed a challenge. The competition concluded at 8 on the 4th day, yet the progress of Mo Qing and her companions had been remarkably smooth, with their papers submitted by the afternoon of the 3rd day. With Goblin absent, they sent him a message, requesting he come to gather their belongings and pick them up. "Shall we go for a stroll?" Shin Chi suggested. She was not inherently lively or energetic, yet after 3 consecutive days grappling with a single problem, she felt as though her bones were fusing together, weary of merely waiting in frustration. "Do you play games?" Min Chong inquired, twisting his stiff neck. "What game?" Shin Chi asked. "Commander," Min Chong replied. Mo Qing, having overheard, interjected, "Where do you command?" Her seemingly random question elicited skeptical glances from both Shin Chi and Min Chong, one filled with doubt, the other with exasperation. Fearing that Mo Qing might pose inappropriate inquiries, Min Chong hastily clarified, "It's a computer game, focused on sandbox strategy. The game is based on renowned battles from both ancient and modern times, pitting 2 factions against each other, where players deploy troops in a simulated combat scenario." After lying dormant for over a year, Shin Chi's interest was piqued by the description. "Sounds intriguing," she remarked. Mo Qing frowned. "Who are the opponents?" "Ordinary players like us," Min Chong replied. "That's rather dull," Mo Qing commented. "There are formidable players too," Min Chong said, rubbing his nose thoughtfully. "This game was developed by the official team, aiming to popularize history and sharpen the mind. It truly requires strategic thinking. In essence, one must possess a commander's intellect." This year, the officials organized the inaugural collegiate tournament, taking place over the next few days. "You can simply observe," he added. Shin Chi was eager to attend, prompting her to ask Mo Qing, "Shall we go?" After a moment's reflection, Mo Qing made her decision. "Let us go." With a nod, the matter was settled. There was an internet CAF on campus with lenient ID requirements, and the 3 of them easily secured their spots. Min Chong harbored concerns regarding the ancient ancestor, Mo Qing. He initially intended to provide hands-on guidance to Mo Qing. However, after she requested a demonstration of the registration, login, and live match viewing processes, she adeptly grasped the essentials. Min Chong felt his efforts were in vain. As he was there to witness the competition, it was precisely during the climactic final battle. Both teams comprised highly anticipated newcomers, and the viewer count surged to an impressive 1,000,000 as soon as the event commenced. Like Min Chong, Mo Qing opened the live broadcast, donned her headphones, and observed the 2 factions engaging in a back and forth on the battlefield, which soon induced yawns from her. Tap, tap. Mo Qing's fingers lightly drummed on the table. Min Chong promptly removed his headphones, leaned closer, and inquired, "What's the matter? Is it necessary to form a team to play?" Mo Qing raised an eyebrow, replying, one can play alone. Min Chong elaborated, however, akin to chess. It can be rather tedious, and few partake in it. Typically, players fall into two categories, either skilled experts or complete novices. Mo Qing glanced at the computer. Understanding her cue, Min Chong quickly assisted her with the controls. With her account already registered, he opened the game software, prompted her to log in, and briefly scanned her ID. Father. Min Chong. After a prolonged silence without any action from him, Mo Qing, visibly displeased, furrowed her brow. Min Chong snapped back to attention right away. With a swift maneuver, he located the solo matchmaking option. After clicking to match, he seized the opportunity to explain the rules to Mo Qing. She remained remarkably composed, though it was uncertain whether she absorbed the information. Before long, they successfully matched, and the screen transitioned to the battlefield map interface. Min Chong glanced at his opponent's name, momentarily taken aback, and hesitantly suggested, "Perhaps you should refrain from playing this round." Mo Qing, perplexed, inquired why. "If memory serves me right, your adversary currently holds the top position on the solo leaderboard." Min Chong cast a sidelong glance at Mo Qing, apprehensive that he might sulk after becoming accustomed to the game. "Is that so?" Mo Qing suddenly expressed interest, glancing at Min Chang's hand resting on the mouse, and made way. Chapter 64, Reflections on the Past in the Jiang Residence, on the second floor study. The thoroughly transformed small machine glided freely across the space, incessantly calling out, "Mr. Jiang, Commander Jiang," as it approached within a meter of Jiangku. "Mr. Jiang, Commander Jiang, today is a splendid day." The little machine hummed a cheerful tune while passing by the desk. At the desk, Jiangku was sifting through a stack of documents, utterly vexed by the incessant noise of the small machine. Casting a glance at it, he said, "Be quiet." "Mr. Jiang is quite fierce," the little machine retorted. "I shall take my leave." With a yelp, the small machine powered down. Jiangku, frowning, tapped the small machine again, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. Mo Qing appeared to be quite a serious person. "Knock, knock." The door to the study was tapped twice, followed by the voice of Peng Zhong, "Master Jiang." "Come in." Jiangku replied. Peng Zhong entered, carrying a hefty folder. He placed the folder on the desk, but did not leave, instead reporting, "These are new findings from the experts, all related to the miraculous physician from a century ago, though their authenticity is questionable. There is no record in historical texts. The sources are merely folklore and anecdotal accounts, which are unreliable." Jiang nodded slightly, acknowledging the information. It was said that the renowned physician had left behind a surgical knife and a set of acupuncture needles. Last month, at an auction in the city, a set of acupuncture needles was sold, with much ado surrounding their provenance, ultimately fetching a price of 10 million. Purchased by Jiang Qihui. Peng Zhong, with commendable reliability, remarked that if Master Jiang was interested in the surgical knife and needles, he could procure the latter. "No need." Jiangke replied, "That set is counterfeit." Indeed, Peng Zhong mused, Master Jiang was evidently investigating the legendary physician due to these two items, and he resolved to pay closer attention to such matters in the future. Jiang set aside the documents related to the physician's participation in the Plateau Railway construction project, took up a folder, and inquired, "What are the latest tales?" "This time, they are even more outrageous," Peng Zhong candidly assessed. Jiang cast him a glance, prompting Peng Zhong to continue. "This time, it is said that he served as a military doctor, undertaking various roles from cook to squad leader and communications officer. Having experienced every position, the legends claim he commanded several famous battles, exalted to the point of being omnipotent. Indeed, it is quite absurd," Jiang concluded, deciding to review the material himself. As he turned the pages, his gaze halted at the phrase Battle of Yuani. In an internet CAF, the determined Mo Qing had already begun to strategize. Min Chong excelled in the sciences, yet fell short in the arts. After a brief investigation, he discovered that the battle scenario Mo Qing had randomly encountered was based on the modern historical Battle of Yuani. This conflict proved to be a formidable challenge. After browsing through the materials, Min Chong turned to Mo Qing and remarked, "To conquer 8,000 with 30,000 against you, surrounded on all sides, and with the terrain unfavorable, how will you approach this?" Having arranged his troops meticulously, Mo Qing, at the moment of clicking confirm, coolly replied, "Just watch." Min Chong could only observe. Initially drawn by the allure of the live competition, he had shifted his focus entirely to Mo Qing's match since she began her gaming journey. This was Mo Qing's inaugural contest. If she faced a novice, there might be a chance of victory, Yet her opponent was the top-ranked player. He was eager to witness what strategies Mo Qing would employ. To his surprise, after merely a moment of watching, he found himself deeply engrossed. Closely monitoring every move made by both sides, his nerves taut, and goosebumps prickling his skin. "Here you go," Shinshi approached, carrying 2 containers of instant noodles. However, neither Mo Qing nor Min Chong reacted. Glancing at Mo Qing, who was intently focused on her screen, and then at Min Chong, who was leaning closer to her, she felt a flicker of suspicion and placed the 2 containers beside Min Chang's keyboard before turning away. Shortly after, Shinshi returned with her own container of noodles. Standing behind Mo Qing, simultaneously feeding herself with a plastic fork while peering at the computer screen. Yet, within 2 minutes, she had paused, fork in mouth, utterly captivated by the display before her. The internet CAF buzzed with noise, but in this little bubble, it felt as if they were isolated from the world, enveloped in silence. Half an hour later, the screen flashed the word victory. Mo Qing removed her headphones, flexed her fingers, her expression serene and composed, as if this outcome were the most natural of all. Min Chong gazed at Mo Qing in astonishment. Truly impressed, your study of history in class has not been in vain. Mo Qing refrained from offering an explanation. How did you manage to recreate the Battle of Yuan-Yi so accurately? Finally, Shinshi set down the plastic fork and regarded Mo Qing. Her eyes filled with genuine skepticism and surprise. Min Chong was taken aback and turned to Shinshi. A 1-to-1 recreation? Shinshi replied, you should look it up. She fixed her gaze on Mo Qing. Mo Qing glanced at the bucket of instant noodles in her hand. I'll have a portion. The noodles, now soggy and cold, were inedible. Shinshi remarked to wait a moment before picking up 3 buckets of wasted noodles to rehydrate them for their consumption. Meanwhile, Min Chong, having quickly perused the materials, was struck by a wild thought. Though reluctant to admit it, he felt compelled to confirm with Mo Qing, I have a bold hypothesis. Before Min Chong could finish, Mo Qing interjected, yes. Min Chong delicately phrased his thoughts. You may not know what I am about to say. Mo Qing, with an indifferent demeanor, cast him a sidelong glance and stated, I know. Min Chong was rendered speechless. At the same time, the forum for commanders was inundated with the term father. The top spot on the individual leaderboard was held by a player known as Little Ear, whose legendary achievements in Commander had garnered significant attention. On this day, he happened to be live-streaming, showcasing his battle against Father. The viewership for this match surged to an astounding 300,000. As the competition reached its 1/3 mark, Little Ear anticipated that Father intended to recreate the legendary Battle of Yuan-Yi and voiced his thoughts in the live broadcast, piquing the curiosity of many regarding whether Father could still succeed in his endeavor after raising Little Ear's caution. However, the course of the battle did not bend to Little Ear's will. It unfurled strictly according to Father's script. Little Ear found himself utterly powerless. The moment was one of divine revelation. Father achieved a godlike status in this battle. It was an overwhelming triumph. Not only did he defeat Little Ear, but Father commanded the entire situation with remarkable ease. Were he not a robot, he could undoubtedly bear the title of a genius commander. It was a new account, just for this match. Whose esteemed account could it possibly be? Fascinating indeed. The excitement surpassed even this year's university competitions. Chapter 65. The Events of Yesteryear. 25. 720 Project. The unveiling of truths as the match between Father and Little Ear continued to gain traction online. Mo Qing, Shinshi, and Min Chong departed from the internet CAF, making their way to the examination building to meet Goblin. The temperature had dropped in recent days, and the sky was overcast, with a damp wind swirling ominously. Rain was imminent. Outside the examination building, Goblin spotted them from a distance and waved to signal their approach. The trio walked over. A heavy downpour is about to hit. Thankfully, you arrived just in time, or you might have ended up drenched. Goblin seemed to be afflicted by a loquacious tendency, rambling on. Just then, a vehicle approached and came to a stop by the roadside, its door opening to reveal Lu Zhan stepping down. Outside the examination hall, 3 individuals were spotted. Lu Zhan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Min Chong. Have you all given up? Min Chong replied, we've submitted our papers. Lu Zhan cast a cursory glance at the trio, perceiving little distinction between the 2 states. Acknowledging one's limitations can indeed be a virtue. With a dismissive air, Lu Zhan tossed a remark over his shoulder before striding into the examination building. No one paid him any mind. Goblin opened the car door, beckoning the 3 to enter. Just as another vehicle approached, from which Haas emerged. Captain Haas, what brings you here? Goblin inquired, scrutinizing Haas's impeccably polished appearance. Haas stepped forward. I'm here to pick someone up. Oh, it's Shin-Chi, right? Goblin turned to glance at Shin-Chi. However, Haas, after a brief appraisal of Shin-Chi, directed his attention to Mo Qing. I'm looking for Mo Qing. Huh. Goblin was taken aback for a moment. Although Mo Qing was indeed quite extraordinary, Shin-Chi was your half-sister. Shin-Chi appeared unperturbed. Oh. As soon as Mo Qing settled into Haas's vehicle, a torrential downpour commenced, with large droplets splattering against the car window, diffusing like ink in water, swiftly coalescing into a veritable waterfall. Mo Qing, seated in the back, crossed her legs and regarded the driving Haas, inquiring, "What do you need from me?" "I'm not sure," Haas replied. "Song Yuan sent me to fetch you and to pick him up as well." Mo Qing responded with a nonchalant. Haas maneuvered the car to a halt outside the campus library. No sooner had he parked than a figure burst forth from the library, dashing through the rain and leaping into the car. In mere seconds, the newcomer was drenched like a drowned rat. "Wipe off," Haas said, or seized a packet of tissues and tossed it towards Song Yuan in the back seat. "Let's discuss this later." Song Yuan caught the tissues but did not attend to his own matters. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on Mo Qing. "I've uncovered some information and wish to verify it with you." Mo Qing, who had just been splashed with water, regarded him with a calm expression. Song Yuan immediately replied, "Let me wipe off first." He grabbed a handful of tissues and began to dry his hair and face. His coat was nearly drenched, so he decided to remove it and set it aside, feeling considerably refreshed. As he drove away from the library, he suddenly inquired, "What information did you find?" Song Yuan responded, "It concerns the grievances between Mo Qing and Yao Dishuan, as well as Lu Jishu," or raised his eyebrows in surprise, instinctively glancing at the rearview mirror to observe Mo Qing seated behind him. Mo Qing remained composed and silent. "I meticulously researched the 720 railway project that brought Lu Jishu to prominence, and even consulted a professor from the history department at Dongshi University for verification." Song Yuan turned his gaze towards Mo Qing, his eyes blazing with intensity. The original head of the 720 project was named Xiao Yu, and it was not until a year and a half later that Lu Jishu took over. However, there is scant information regarding Xiao Yu. Mo Qing listened attentively, waiting for Song Yuan to continue. Yet, I managed to unearth a few details. Song Yuan rubbed his hands together, and though unverified, there are rumors suggesting that Lu Jishu appropriated the research achievements of Xiao Yu's team, claiming full credit. 2 months later, he usurped Xiao Yu's position, after which Xiao Yu, having made an error, departed in obscurity, never to be heard from again. "I have a hypothesis." Song Yuan paused, articulating the question that lingered in his mind. "Perhaps you knew Xiao Yu?" Mo Qing finally spoke. Initially, I assumed that your acquaintance with Xiao Yu occurred only after he departed from the project. However, just 2 hours ago, I stumbled upon some information." Song Yuan, overwhelmed with astonishment, spoke haltingly. Mo Qing narrowed her eyes. During the 720 project, a rare infectious disease emerged, claiming numerous lives, leaving both traditional and Western medicine powerless. Coincidentally, a remarkable individual was assigned to the project team, a miracle worker who, utilizing only herbal remedies and acupuncture, managed to heal them. After slowly recounting all of this, Song Yuan took a deep breath and asked, "Connecting this to the legend of the Chongqing Society's leader, may I boldly hypothesize that this miracle worker is you?" No wonder. Mo Qing's thoughts drifted far, recalling Jiang Ku's words from yesterday afternoon. Jiang Ku was investigating her, not through Yao Dishuan or the railway project, but directly in pursuit of the miracle worker. Noticing Mo Qing's silence, Song Yuan's tone grew slightly anxious. "Mo Qing? It is I." Mo Qing stretched her neck and succinctly stated, "I am a member of Xiao Yu's team. Yao Dishuan and L Jishu appropriated Xiao Yu's research achievements and accolades. After Xiao Yu's departure from the project team, he focused on the issues the Plateau Railway will face in its future development, one of which pertains to this year's competition topic." Mo Qing spoke of these matters with nonchalance. Yet the depth of the information contained within left both Huasi and Song Yuan profoundly astonished. They had believed Mo Qing to be a perilous killing machine from a century ago, only to discover that the truth of her past was starkly contrary to their assumptions. Song Yuan inquired, "So, has he made any progress in his research?" "Ah, those documents. Presently, I remain ensnared by those very queries. The information must certainly be unreleased." It was Lu Zhishu who, foreseeing the impending revelations, incinerated it in a blaze. Mo Qing's voice was faint as she recounted that Xiao Yu, while gravely ill, had devoted himself to research, only to have all his findings obliterated, leading to his untimely demise within a fortnight. Silence enveloped the vehicle for an extended period. You seem so adept at solving problems, Song Yiyuan inquired once more. Have you ever perused those documents? Indeed, Mo Qing replied. In truth, after being ousted from the project team, Xiao Yu fell into destitution and despair, with Mo Qing extending her support, becoming his assistant in an effort to aid him. Some ailments were beyond even Mo Qing's healing prowess. Xiao Yu suffered from an incurable disease and was in a race against time, laboring day and night in his studies. Little did he anticipate that Lu Zhishu, fearful of Xiao Yu's potential resurgence through those documents, would once again reduce his life's work to ashes. Tragically, until his last moments, Xiao Yu implored Mo Qing not to take action against Lu Zhishu, asserting that he was a man of talent and that without him, the 720 project would stagnate for at least 2 years. What about you back then? Song Yiyuan swallowed hard. How did you manage to join the project team at the age of 15 or 16? Through connections, Mo Qing replied candidly. You are quite sincere, Song Yiyuan remarked. Taken aback, Mo Qing deftly shifted the conversation. Are there any further inquiries? Song Yiyuan eagerly nodded yes. Mo Qing paused for a moment, then with a wistful tone said, Perhaps it is better not to ask. With a plethora of questions prepared, Song Yiyuan nearly choked on his curiosity, stifled by Mo Qing's abrupt dismissal. Afterward, without consulting Song Yiyuan's intentions, they drove directly to the headquarters of the 8th base. Midway, Song Yiyuan sensed the destination of their journey and hastily declared, I shall not go to the 8th base. The medical department has relocated to the Imperial City. You will encounter few familiar faces there. Haas replied, Regarding Mo Qing and the 720 project, it is necessary for you to report to Minister Fan. Song Yiyuan expressed his discontent. Why must it be me? Because of your recent merits, Haas retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Following this assignment, I will recommend you for next year's formal examination. Once you qualify, you will directly join the action team. Upon hearing this, Song Yiyuan promptly adjusted his demeanor, stating, I shall certainly perform to the best of my abilities. Chapter 66. The events of yesteryear to investigate a person named Jiang Yin. In the office of the action department at the 8th base, Minister Fan sat on the couch, listening attentively as Song Yiyuan recounted the tale of the 720 project and Mo Qing. He nodded slightly, his expression betraying no emotion. Minister Fan then addressed him, Captain Song. Both Song Yiyuan and Haas paused momentarily, recalling that he was no longer Captain Song. Minister Fan corrected himself, Teacher Song. I kindly ask you to draft a report on this matter. It will be useful for the evaluation of Mo Qing. Song Yiyuan's expression stiffened slightly as he nodded in agreement. Understood. Once the discussion concluded, Song Yiyuan showed no intention of lingering and stood to take his leave. Haas attempted to accompany him, but Song Yiyuan halted him. Soon, he departed alone. Minister Fan rose and glanced towards the door, leisurely remarking, I prefer when he storms in with youthful vigor. He was so young then. Haas spoke hurriedly. Minister Fan, detecting a note of defensiveness in Haas's tone, glared, Am I one to hold grudges? Haas fell silent. After a moment, he sat down, and Minister Fan, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, Did he go to the first affiliated school for his brother? Uncertain, Haas paused for a second but refrained from responding. Minister Fan pondered briefly, chose not to press further, and permitted Haas to leave. The incident involving Song Yiyuan was far from glorious for the entirety of Base 8. All they could do was attend to their duties, leaving little to discuss. Jiangku was indeed present. Torrential rain poured outside, casting a gloomy shadow over the surroundings, while the room was illuminated by a bright incandescent light. Seated at his desk, Jiangku faced a stack of documents, the rain cascading outside his window, his demeanor calm and composed, exuding an air of meticulousness with a hint of asceticism. Master Mo, I am your beloved Xiao Jiangjia. The little machine, initially singing a nursery rhyme, turned its head and recognized Mo Qing, rolling toward him on its tracks. Mo Qing kicked it aside. The little machine promptly followed, yelping, Master Mo. Look at your dear Xiao Jiangjia. Jiang could toss a pen in its direction, retorting, What kind of twisted humor is this? Catching the pen deftly, Mo Qing strolled over, stating, I was seeking advice from Xiang Pengren. Jiang Ku replied, No wonder. The results of the midterm exams would be released tomorrow. Mo Qing pinched a French fry and brought it to his mouth, positioning himself beside Jiang Ku, casting a glance at the piles of documents on the desk. Understanding dawning upon him, Jiang Ku recalled the torment of parent-teacher meetings. You need not awaken those unpleasant memories within me. Mo Qing extended the fries in her hand towards Jiang Ku. Glancing at them, Jiang Ku averted his gaze, signaling his lack of interest. It was hardly significant. Mo Qing freed one of her clean hands to sift through the documents. Jiang Ku made no attempt to stop her. After all, it is essential for one to encounter a modicum of setbacks, even if they are imposed by others. Mo Qing leisurely uttered her sardonic remarks. It was Jiang Ku who was attending the parent-teacher meeting, and it was he who would face the embarrassment. Her thick skin rendered her impervious, allowing her to voice anything without hesitation. Jiang Ku let out a hiss, leaning back against the chair, his gaze fixed on her rather than the documents. I hope that while you bring me setbacks, you might occasionally bestow a surprise as well. Mo Qing responded nonchalantly. My very existence is a surprise to you. Her unabashed words left Jiang Ku momentarily speechless. Mo Qing briefly flipped through the materials, a hint of intrigue curling her lips. Folk legends, are they? Indeed, I had not considered approaching it from that angle. Mo Qing pondered thoughtfully. Jiang Ku perceptively sensed something amiss. Mo Qing fixed her gaze upon him, narrowing her eyes slightly, and leisurely continued. You could easily research this, perhaps. Why not look into another individual? Not interested, Jiang Ku replied, remaining seated, his attention drawn once more to Mo Qing's figure. Outside the window, darkness had enveloped the scene. The distant honking of cars was muffled by the curtain of rain. A sudden gust of wind surged, scattering raindrops everywhere, as sheets of rain cascaded onto the balcony, soaking the ground beneath. Someone who might be relevant to you. Mo Qing leaned forward slightly, meeting his gaze and continuing in a deliberate manner. He ought to have been recorded in history, yet he has left no trace behind. The study fell into an abrupt silence. Who? Jiang Ku's expression tightened, the darkness in his eyes seemingly deepening. His inky hair, tousled by the wind, was dampened by the rain, each strand clinging to his face, shrouding Mo Qing's features in a veil of obscurity. She gazed at him, as if peering through him to another being. She spoke deliberately. His name is Jiang Yan. Upon hearing those two syllables, Jiang Ku felt his blood run cold, yet in the next instant, when he sought to grasp the source of the strange sensation, his mind was utterly blank. Lifting his eyelids, he fixed his gaze upon her for a fleeting moment, inquiring, Who are you to him? The corners of Mo Qing's lips twitched, a fleeting expression that vanished so quickly it left one questioning its very existence. She picked up a fry and extended it toward Jiang Ku, her brow arched, eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief, expertly balancing mockery and provocation. Instead of answering, she countered, Shall we investigate? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, carrying with it the chill of the rain, lifting the gauzy curtain and scattering the documents across the table. They both stared, their obsidian eyes reflecting each other's silhouettes. Everything felt as though it had frozen in time. The following morning, Mo Qing, as per her usual routine, took Peng Zhong's car to school. Today marked the announcement of the midterm exam results. Throughout the ride, Peng Zhong attempted several times to prompt Mo Qing for her scores, but recalling her previous month's examination results, he refrained. The car halted at the school gate. Finally, Peng Zhong spoke, Miss Momm. Mo Qing hesitated at the door. After a moment of inner conflict, Peng Zhong looked at her earnestly and said, If the results are unsatisfactory, you need not inform Master Jiang. There will be no parent-teacher meeting this time. After a prolonged silence, Peng Zhong let out a deep sigh. In a certain office at the first affiliated high school, the results of the city-wide examination lay on a desk, yet all the teachers present had gathered around. Forming concentric circles, their eyes fixated on the names of the students listed on the first page, speechless for an extended period. Eventually, Song Yiyuan, bewildered, took a sip of tea and muttered, This is absurd. In Chapter 67, the first in class, the first in school, the first in the city, Song Yiyuan was not alone in his disbelief. All the teachers shared his astonishment. After a considerable pause, L.V. Jean adjusted his glasses and remarked, Unless there was cheating, I cannot fathom any other explanation. Song Yiyuan's gaze sharpened at once, a chill lacing his voice as he responded, Teacher L.V. It is inappropriate to make such assertions before we have reached a conclusion. The tension between the two escalated palpably. Could one truly accept that Mo Qing had outperformed Min Chong, Xin Shi, And when Xue? LV Zhan pressed on aggressively. Song Yiyuan pressed his lips together. Not only the other teachers present, but even he himself found it hard to believe this reality. He felt certain that Mo Qing would not resort to cheating willingly. Yet he could not dismiss the possibility that Huasi had provided her with answers beforehand, allowing her to achieve the top score effortlessly. After all, there was little that Huasi and Mo Qing would shy away from. Noticing Song Yiyuan's silence, LV Zhan scoffed, further casting doubt on the legitimacy of Mo Qing's results. How about this? He suggested. Teacher Li should step forward to voice reason. This matter is of great significance. We should not make this public. Nor should we confront Mo Qing directly. However, this matter is rather straightforward. The examination hall is equipped with surveillance cameras. By merely reviewing the footage from those 2 examination days, one can unequivocally establish Mo Qing's innocence. Teacher Li, Song Yiyuan earnestly grasped Teacher Li's hand, expressing with profound emotion. You truly are my idol. At that moment, Teacher Li was struck by an involuntary shiver, questioning, when did you ever consider me an idol? Just now, replied Song Yiyuan. But then he corrected himself, his gaze sincere as he added, no, along the path of becoming a distinguished educator, you have always been my idol. Laughter erupted among the other teachers, with one teasingly remarking, Song, your obsession with distinguished educators runs deep. Suddenly, one teacher sighed, recalling, we once had a teacher Song who, after 3 years of service, was on the verge of being recognized as a distinguished educator, yet tragically left us. The topic was swiftly brushed aside, yet Song Yiyuan's expression grew grave and serious. Lu Zhan observed the jovial scene of Song Yiyuan's antics, letting out a cold snort, visibly displeased. Typically, the results of joint examinations are released in the morning. However, today, the eager high school seniors awaited anxiously, yet the results did not materialize until midday. Suddenly, the joint examination results were posted on the bulletin board, showcasing the top rank in the class, school, and city, dazzling a multitude of high school seniors. Particularly, when they saw the name Mo Qing, the entire room went into shock. This can't be right. I could perhaps believe it if it were the last place. Mo Qing ranked first, Min Chong second, Xin Qi third, when Xue fourth, and Mo Xuan fifth. What has happened to Mo, the genius? Since the beginning of the 3rd year of high school, he has continuously faced setbacks. He needs to pull himself together. Is Xin Qi toxic? She hasn't attended school for a year and a half, yet she still ranks 3rd. Isn't Mo Qing the most toxic of all? Surely there must be an error in Mo Qing's South 1st place ranking. Someone should ask the teacher. Initially, nearly everyone believed that Mo Qing's 1st place was a mistake. No one could accept it. However, upon seeking confirmation, they learned that the results were indeed accurate and the rankings were genuine. The high school students were immediately stirred. Throughout the afternoon, various classes in the 3rd year buzzed with discussions about Mo Qing. Even the liberal arts class joined in, with Class 7 being particularly animated. From a position diagonally behind, Jiang Qi gazed at Mo Qing for a prolonged moment, then shifted forward to sit beside her, tapping her desk with an air of arrogance. He asked, "Are you pretending to be a fool to catch the tiger?" Mo Qing, engrossed in her book, casually replied, "I genuinely did not grasp your examination rules at first." Jiang Qi was taken aback. At first? At that moment, Xin Qi had just taken her seat, and, upon hearing Mo Qing's remark, cast a curious glance in her direction. The acupuncture needles from a century ago were effortlessly manipulated in her hands. The subsequent developments of railway construction from a century past were handled with ease. The Battle of Yuan Yi from a century ago could be replicated flawlessly, as if she had personally commanded it. Now, to say at first seemed as if someone who had never understood modern examinations had spent 2 months studying the techniques. "Oh, who exactly are you?" Jiang Qi pondered, though not as deeply as Xin Qi. His curiosity was purely innocent. "Your ancestor." Min Chong suddenly approached the desk, tapping his fingers lightly on the surface, addressing Jiang Qi with a request to step aside. Jiang Qi, caught off guard by the abrupt interruption, retorted, "Switch." Min Chong lowered his gaze, his indifferent eyes sweeping over Jiang Qi's scalp, and replied softly, "No switch." A hint of danger lingered in his expression. However, when it reached Xin Qi's ears, it conveyed an entirely different meaning. "Mo Qing, the results are out. Jiang Ku, any improvement?" Mo Qing, first in the city. "Jiang Ku, I'm not so senile that I believe everything you say." Mo Qing clicked her tongue, reflecting on the precarious state of trust between them. Subsequently, She fulfilled Jiang Ke's request by locating a photo of the announcement board within the class group and forwarding it to him. Jiang Ke remained silent for several minutes. As the break came to an end, a new message finally appeared in his chat window. Jiang Ke, when will you hold the next parent-teacher meeting? On that day? Regardless of what Mo Qing was engaged in during class, every teacher overlooked her presence, including Lu Zhan. After school, Mo Qing sought to clarify something with Gabolin and made her way to his convenience store. Upon nearing the vicinity, she spotted 3 individuals standing at the entrance: Lu Zhan, Wening Xue, Mo Suan, and their group member, Sheng Qing. Lu Zhan confidently proclaimed, "I inquired about the examination situations in our province and others. 1/3 opted out, and those who persevered received rather mediocre evaluations. In summary, the overall conditions are disheartening. I am convinced that with the 3 of your papers, securing a national award is well within reach, and you might even strive for the special award." Sheng Qing inquired, "What about the Mo Qing group?" As LV Zhan reflected on the joint examination results of Mo Qing's group, his emotions became somewhat intricate. However, upon further contemplation, he resolutely concluded that they lacked professional guidance and submitted their papers prematurely, making it exceedingly difficult for them to secure any accolades. Chapter 68. The original intent of the establishment, internal confidentiality. LV Zhan pondered over the joint examination results of Mo Qing's group, feeling a mix of emotions. But shifting his thoughts, he affirmed that their absence of expert mentorship and early submission would pose significant challenges in their pursuit of awards. Sheng Qing remarked, "Yet the 3 of them dominated the top 3 positions in this joint examination." Mo Suan, visibly displeased, furrowed his brow and retorted, "Who knows what methods they employed?" At his utterance, a silence enveloped the group. Although the instructors reviewed the surveillance footage and confirmed that Mo Qing had not engaged in any cheating, a faction remained skeptical of her performance, given her historical track record. How could it be that when paired with Min Chong and Shin Qi, her results soared to unprecedented heights? Such a notion seemed implausible. LV Zhan adjusted his glasses and stated solemnly, "It's merely a joint examination result, which proves nothing. The true measure of achievement lies in the college entrance examination scores. The same applies to this modeling competition. All the grandiloquent claims are futile until tangible awards are attained. For that is the true testament of capability." LV Zhan's assertion resonated with Mo Suan, who nodded in agreement. As he turned his head slightly, his peripheral vision caught sight of Mo Qing, prompting him to pause and cast a challenging glance in her direction, for only authentic results signify true prowess. Following Mo Suan's lead, the others also became aware of Mo Qing's presence, and their gazes converged upon her, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Walked calmly towards the convenience store. The 4 onlookers regarded her silhouette with varying expressions, their thoughts intricate and layered. At the checkout counter, Goblin was processing a transaction when he caught sight of and promptly called out, "What brings you here?" "Just a minor matter," replied, standing at the entrance. She raised her hand, delicately pinching a wooden sign that indicated the store was open, then flipped it to reveal the message announcing it was closed for the day. Understanding her intent, Goblin hastened his checkout process, urging the lingering student who was indecisively selecting snacks. The student, visibly displeased, completed their purchase and departed. Once the last customer had exited, Goblin stepped out from behind the counter and inquired, "What's the matter?" Glanced towards the chairs positioned outside. "Come, have a seat," Goblin promptly offered. Before long, the 2 settled into the chairs, with Goblin attentively bringing over a bunch of grapes and some snacks. "How did you know my tattoo is a century old?" asked, furrowing her brow, bypassing any pleasantries to delve directly into the matter at hand. Goblin was momentarily taken aback. It had taken note of this. The various departments within Base 8 did not share information freely. Moreover, the significant event of awakening had been meticulously concealed, with only a select few privy to the truth. Aside from a handful of leaders, observers, and the 10 or so individuals she had interacted with during her awakening month, no one else was aware. Goblin, as the head of the paranormal department, was certainly not informed of such matters. Additionally, given that both and Jiang Yin dismissed the notion of supernatural phenomena, there had been no plans to establish a paranormal department when Base 8 was formed. The origins of this department remained shrouded in mystery. Goblin quickly regained his composure and flashed a nonchalant smile at Mo Qing, remarking that it was a long story. Mo Qing narrowed her eyes and suggested that they keep it brief. This was classified information, only known to members within the supernatural department. Goblin raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Mo Qing laced with a hint of cynicism, stating that entry into the supernatural department was required to obtain such knowledge. With a flick of her fingers, Mo Qing sent a silver needle flying towards Goblin's leg. He swiftly shifted to the side, the needle narrowly grazing past him before embedding itself halfway into the leg of the chair. Goblin glanced down, shivering slightly in response to the close call. However, moments later, he lifted his head, his expression shedding any trace of fear, replaced instead by resolute calmness. "This is classified information, and has been for a century," Goblin asserted, straightening his posture. "As the minister, I cannot make exceptions." He added, "In our base, there is a regulation. External personnel or newcomers may choose any department upon confirmation of their position. However, seasoned employees wishing to switch departments must resign and reapply. I am aware that you are not an employee of Base 8, thus not belonging to any department. Should you wish to join Base 8, our supernatural department is always open to you." Mo Qing paused for a moment and inquired, "Is my tattoo classified information?" Goblin nodded in affirmation, "Indeed. Is there a record of the tattoo's owner within your classified documents?" "Yes," came the reply. "Who left behind this classified information?" "The founder of Base 8. Regarding what can be disclosed, Goblin did not conceal anything, even though none of us knew his true identity. Mo Qing remarked, "Your paranormal department's presence at Base 8 is quite unexpected." Indeed, Goblin did not refute this, yet he held no sense of inferiority. With a solemn expression, he stated, "What I can tell you is that the existence of our paranormal department is solely for the sake of internal confidentiality." Goblin skillfully piqued Mo Qing's curiosity. Soon after, he inquired, "So will you join us?" "No." Mo Qing decisively rejected the proposition, not having contemplated such a leap. She rose to her feet, refraining from further discourse with Goblin, and left with unwavering determination. Goblin sighed, wishing to call her back, but upon reflection, he restrained himself and observed her departure. He felt assured about Mo Qing's potential involvement in the paranormal department. In Dongshi City, the midterm examinations of the first semester for the senior year are a citywide event, greatly esteemed by all teachers, students, and parents. Prior to the announcement of the results, the spotlight fell upon Min Chong, Wening Xue, and Mo Suan from the first affiliated high school. However, when the results were revealed, Mo Qing and Shun Qi emerged as dark horses. Both young women possessed intriguing narratives. And with this remarkable performance, their stories rapidly circulated, elevating their status among the various high schools. Simultaneously, the previously unremarkable mathematical modeling competition received unprecedented attention. Everyone was eager to discover whether the hastily prepared trio of Mo Qing could secure an award and compete with Wening Xue's group. In the city, the senior high school students, amidst their daily studies, shared a common pastime of tearing off calendar pages while eagerly awaiting the results of the mathematical modeling competition. However, before the results were announced, a new incident at the first affiliated school diverted attention from the groups of Mo Qing and Wening Xue to Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan, as the grandson of Lu Zhishu, granted an interview to the national media. Following the release of the interview video, he gained instant fame online due to his handsome appearance and impressive credentials. In just a few days, Lu Zhan became a sensation within the school. Initially, students knew him merely as a descendant of a renowned expert, recognizing his exceptional academic abilities, yet they often found him overly serious, fostering a degree of apprehension among them. With the media extensively detailing Lu Zhishu's illustrious accomplishments and publicizing Lu Zhan's achievements, admiration for him surged on the internet. The youth, naturally inclined to follow trends, viewed Lu Zhan through a lens of admiration. In the school forum, the ranking of the most popular teachers saw Song Yiyuan, who had held the top position, pushed to second place as Lu Zhan's votes soared far ahead. Song Yiyuan felt discontented and privately complained to Mo Qing, "Can't you find a way to expose Lu Zhishu's misdeeds?" To which Mo Qing, maintaining her composure, replied, "It's futile unless the person involved admits it themselves." Song Yiyuan, unwilling to accept defeat, pressed, "Is there truly no other possibility?" Mo Qing shook her head in response, "None." After pacing in despair before her, Song Yiyuan eventually departed. Later, after school, Mo Qing and Shin Qi were on duty, leaving a bit later than usual. Shin Qi, shouldering his bag, inquired, "Shall we walk together?" Mo Qing nodded yes. As I stepped out of the teaching building, a figure approached. Upon closer inspection, I recognized it was Yao Jiajia. Her eyes and nose were red, as if she had been crying, and she clutched a notebook to her chest. She walked up to Shin-Chi and spoke in a muffled voice. Ah Chi, I have something to discuss with you. Shin-Chi paused and glanced at Mo Qing. Mo Qing waved her hand, signaling, I'll take my leave now. Shin-Chi responded with a brief acknowledgement, goodbye. Mo Qing walked away with her backpack in tow. Yao Jiajia observed Mo Qing, then turned to Shin-Chi, her heart tightening with the impending tears. She had just endured an unprecedented blow and was now facing the potential loss of her dear friend. Shin-Chi inquired, what is it? He offered Yao Jiajia a packet of tissues. She accepted the tissues, then handed her notebook to Shin-Chi. It's my great-grandfather's diary from his later years. I only discovered it yesterday in my hometown. It contains many accounts, but there's one matter I am uncertain whether to disclose. Shin-Chi, intrigued, took the notebook into his hands. At Huichun Pavilion, as soon as Mo Qing stepped inside, she spotted Min Qinghuai approaching her, calling her aunt repeatedly, which gave her a headache. Min Chong stood beside him, holding 2 bottles of yogurt, playing the role of a doorman while enjoying the spectacle. As customary, Mo Qing first savored the meal prepared by Min Qinghuai, then proceeded to conduct a follow-up examination, renewing his prescription. Min Qinghuai appeared increasingly invigorated. How did you manage to persevere? Min Chong casually asked as he brought over a plate of sliced fruit. Min Qinghuai replied, because of a benefactor. Min Chong popped a piece of melon into his mouth and queried, who? As Min Qinghuai reached this point in the conversation, a thought seemed to strike him. He turned to Mo Qing and remarked, by the way, he mentioned that he is your aunt's teacher. Min Chong gazed at Mo Qing in astonishment. What grievance could prompt Mo Qing to leave a silver needle each time he passed by the statue of his teacher? Yet, there was some truth in that. Mo Qing swallowed a piece of watermelon and replied leisurely, he has lived quite a long life. With a hint of indifference, Mo Qing inquired, what did he say about us? Min Qinghuai responded, he said he was sorry. Chapter 70. The matters of years passed, and the competition yielded results, a national special award. Sorry, he scoffed. Mo Qing let out a derisive laugh. Did Yao Dishuan indeed commit wrongs against you? Min Qinghuai's expression turned to one of surprise. Mo Qing continued to munch on honeydew, remaining silent. However, it was Min Chong who, after overhearing, skeptically asked, Grandfather, wasn't he traditional Chinese medicine in decline 60 years ago? How could someone like Yao Dishuan not be confined to a hospital, allowing you to become his physician? Did not his descendants thrive in the educational field thanks to his reputation and connections? Min Chong was perplexed. Yes, but Yao Dishuan became a burden in his old age, no longer of use to them. Min Qinghuai shook his head with a sense of melancholy, reflecting on how Yao Dishuan had enjoyed much glory throughout his life, only to end up in such a pitiful state in his twilight years. Mo Qing took another bite of honeydew and coolly remarked, Karma. My aunt was right. Min Qinghuai immediately seized the opportunity to continue the dialogue. Min Chong stuffed his mouth with fruit, preoccupying himself with chewing to avoid the temptation of criticizing Min Qinghuai, lest he be branded with the grave sin of rebellion. A few days later, a sudden drop in temperature heralded the arrival of winter's first snow in Dongsher City. The warmth of the indoor heating enveloped the room, reminiscent of spring. As Jiangku awoke on a crisp morning, he detected a faint rustle in the courtyard. After a moment of contemplation, he rose from his bed and made his way to the balcony. The curtains slowly parted, allowing the gentle morning light to filter in. He opened the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside on the balcony, a blanket of snow lay fresh, and a biting cold wind greeted him. He paused for a moment before stepping onto the balcony, his eyelids slightly lowered, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard, where he spotted a fleeting white figure. Mo Qing was clad in a flowing white robe, billowing in the wind, revealing a pair of bare feet, delicate and pale, tinged with a hint of red. She cradled a snowball the size of a basketball and approached a snowman that stood half her height, crouching down to place the snowball atop the snowman's body as its head. Little Jiang Jiang danced beside her, singing a nursery rhyme in a sweet, melodic tone. An ancient tune. Jiang Ku stood silently watching, motionless. Morning. Having arranged the snowman's features with care, Mo Qing slowly rose and turned her head towards him. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her bright eyes and radiant smile exuded an air of calm indifference, as if she felt no chill at all. Jiang Ku did not greet her. Instead, he inquired, did you jump down? The expansive courtyard, adorned in silver from a night of snowfall, would leave traces with every step taken. However, There were no footprints at the entrance, and the imprints of Mo Qing and little Jiang Jiang appeared as if conjured from thin air. Oh. Mo Qing glanced up at the height of the third floor, responding nonchalantly. Waking up a bit early today, she had seen the snow in the courtyard and felt a whimsical desire to play, so she simply jumped down. As for Xiao Jiang, she happened to be frolicking at her feet and was brought down along with her. Mo Qing did not linger. She bent down and casually picked up the lively Xiao Jiang, her bare feet making contact with the icy snow as she strolled into the house at a leisurely pace. Snowy days always seem to resonate with a certain stillness, as if the sounds that typically drift through the morning air have been absorbed by the accumulating snow. This morning, while having breakfast with Jiang Ku, Mo Qing found the atmosphere particularly serene. After finishing her meal, she ascended to her room to change into her school uniform and descended with her backpack in tow. Passing by the living room, she noticed Jiang Ku seated on the sofa, watching the morning news. He spoke nonchalantly. "Take this with you. It's a hand warmer." Jiang Ku glanced at the hand warmer on the coffee table, implying that a normal person would not tread barefoot in the depths of winter, but would instead seek warmth in various ways. "I'll try my best," Mo Qing replied as she approached and casually took the hand warmer. The hand warmer was encased in a soft, cushioned bag, and nestled within was an instruction manual. With a quick glance, Mo Qing smirked and shook the hand warmer in her hand, declaring, "I'm off." After a night of heavy snowfall, it seemed that everything had grown quieter. The Jiang family villa was tranquil, the city streets hushed, and even the usually bustling school was enveloped in an uncanny silence. A strange calm permeating the atmosphere. Mo Qing keenly sensed an oddity in the air. Upon entering the classroom, she found her classmates had opened their books, appearing to engage in morning reading. Yet in reality, they were either engrossed in their phones or whispering gossip, all centered around the same topic. "Over here." Min Chong waved at Mo Qing. She walked over. Min Chong rose from his seat, allowing Mo Qing to settle into her position before he resumed his own. An incident had transpired the previous night. Min Chong retrieved his phone, presenting it to Mo Qing, which pertained to Yao Dishuan, LG Shu, and Xiao Yu. Mo Qing accepted the device, perusing the information. Min Chong elucidated, last night, someone anonymously disclosed Yao Dishuan's diaries from his later years on a social media platform. Within those pages, he recounted the collusion with LG Shu to usurp Xiao Yu's research achievements, effectively sidelining him from the 720 project. In the concluding entries, he expressed his cowardice in bringing this to light himself, hoping future generations would assist in revealing the truth. He continued, "It seems there has been a concerted effort to amplify this revelation, as the diary has been shared across major platforms. Furthermore, several authoritative media outlets have reported on this matter this morning." At this juncture, Min Chong surveyed the individuals around them before leaning slightly closer to Mo Qing and lowering his voice. "It is highly probable that Yao Jiejia was the one who leaked this information." "Oh." Mo Qing raised an eyebrow, recalling the proud demeanor Yao Jiejia exhibited when discussing Yao Dishuan. However, her thoughts quickly drifted to the recent memory of Yao Jiejia, tear-streaked and seeking comfort from Shinchi. Mo Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking, "You seem to be quite well informed." Min Chong offered no further explanation. As an intelligence operative, he understood that this incident constituted a significant event in Dongshu City. A mere inquiry would unveil the entire narrative. He then inquired, "Do you know Xiao Yu?" Based on Mo Qing's rapid problem-solving during competitions and her connections to both Xiao Yu and Yao Dishuan, Min Chong surmised a relationship existed between Mo Qing and Xiao Yu, entangled with the grievances against Yao Dishuan. However, the diary makes no mention of Mo Qing. Mo Qing perused the comments from netizens. There was only one diary entry, and given that it concerns the interests of many, even if this matter were to resurface, Xiao Yu would not replace LG Shu as the esteemed contributor to 720. Min Chong remarked, yet he would be known to a segment of the current populace, perhaps many years hence, when LG Shu is recalled. Xiao Yu's name might also emerge, sparking debates over the authenticity of the diary. Mo Qing narrowed his eyes, returned the phone to Min Chong, and slowly stated, "Sufficient. A century may pass, leaving no evidence behind, merely a diary, incapable of undermining the achievements left by LG Shu. Yet, in this era, there are finally those who recognize that Xiao Yu once existed. Perhaps some will even come to believe that Xiao Yu genuinely contributed to the 720 project. That is enough. After all, how many individuals will be remembered by history? On this day, Eljan appeared as if he had been struck by frost, lacking the spirited demeanor he typically displayed. During class, his stern expression betrayed him, and several students noticed his moments of distraction. For Eljan, LG Shu represented his pride and honor, yet now, this honor seemed tainted. Eljan felt restless. The teachers and students silently observed, choosing not to disturb him. In the afternoon, while he was in his office grading papers, a teacher burst in, beaming with joy. "It's out. The results of the mathematical modeling competition are in." The teacher's smile was radiant. "You won't believe it. Our school has won a national special award." "Really?" Eljan exclaimed, a surge of joy coursing through him, nearly causing him to snap his pen in excitement. Chapter 71. The esteemed teacher's resounding slap. Jiangku invites for hot pot. "Really?" Eljan suddenly felt a surge of joy, nearly breaking his pen. "Indeed. I heard it from the director of education. He is still downstairs." Chapter 72. The esteemed teacher's grave crisis, threatening with esteemed teacher status. The Ion Alley after nightfall bore an air of desolation and melancholy. The black market remained closed. Pedestrian traffic was sparse, and nearly half of the shops along the street were shuttered, with only a few daring to open. Chapter 73. The esteemed teacher's facade. My fondness for it. Upon discerning the words on the screen, Xinqi and Minchong simultaneously turned their gazes toward Mo Qing. With just a glance from Mo Qing, they could easily ruin the entire live broadcast. Chapter 74. The esteemed teacher's calamity diverted, a perfect conclusion. The notebook you hold, is it the one used during the competition? Why are there two? As Song Yiyuan spoke, both the director of education and Eljan felt a tremor in their hearts. Chapter 75. The esteemed teacher's new mission. Class 7 of the 3rd year at the first affiliated high school. Huasi wore a grim expression. "So, this task system, was it created by you?" Xinqi responded with calm assurance. "It was I," taking a deep breath. Chapter 76. The esteemed teacher's classmate Jingxiu. Folklore. Since Mo Qing secured the top position and the special award, the murmurs of dissent within the school have significantly diminished. With the college entrance examination approaching, students have shifted their focus entirely to their studies. Chapter 77. The esteemed teacher's miraculous prescription, a treasure everyone covets. What folklore? The elderly man did not anticipate that Mo Qing would probe further, momentarily taken aback. However, after scrutinizing Mo Qing, he concluded that the child's curiosity was commendable. Chapter 78. The exceptional teacher and the divine healer of the village, master of traditional Chinese medicine. The following day, Jingsu did not attend school once again. During the recess, Song Yiyuan once more sought out Jiang Qi, and the two engaged in hushed whispers for an extended period, ultimately resulting in song. Chapter 79. The exceptional teacher, Mo Qing's outrageous claims. You are unworthy. After Song Yiyuan had dragged Jiang Qi in search of Jingsu for 3 days, Jingsu finally made his appearance in the classroom, purely out of annoyance from Song Yiyuan. However, Chapter 80. The exceptional teacher, Mo Qing's resilience. Jiang Ku's destruction. With your meager theoretical foundation, you are undeserving. Each word resonated, and a profound silence enveloped the room. The individuals present, initially filled with envy towards Mo Qing. Chapter 81. The exceptional teacher, Jiang Ku, and Mo Qing's quarrel, a fractured bond. Name your price. Give me the piece of parchment left by Song Jiangha. It was when Ingxue. As the wind stirred, a branch swayed, and snowflakes cascaded down. Chapter 82. The exceptional teacher, Song Jiangha and Jingsu. A teacher-student redemption. As the final examinations approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Here in the south, the school lacked heating during winter, relying solely on the dry warmth of air conditioning. Chapter 83. The exceptional teacher, Mo Qing's late-night vigil. Jiang Ku's companionship. The windows let in drafts, and the indoor temperature plummeted below freezing. A single tent, a stove, and a lone figure flickered in the dancing shadows, resembling a fleeting dream amidst the icy tableau. Chapter 84. Exceptional teacher Jiang Ku. How to join the 8th base. Mo Qing sat silently in the car, a meat bun clenched in her mouth, her expression impassive. Peng Ren courteously closed the door for her. Although Mo Qing initially intended to ignore Peng Ren, she found herself unable to do so. Chapter 85. Exceptional teacher. The return of the lost. Is Song Jiangha still alive? A single remark from Jing Su abruptly froze the previously relaxed atmosphere. Song Yiyuan's expression stiffened. Chapter 86. Exceptional teacher injury to Jing Su. Mo Qing takes action an hour prior. He had claimed to have obtained the prescription and was hurrying this way. Mo Qing furrowed her brow. Song Yiyuan quickly connected the dots. Chapter 87. Exceptional teacher. The prescription is destroyed. Mo Qing is punished. Mo Qing exited the third hospital. A clear, crisp whistle pierced the air, and she looked up to see Shun Qi sitting on a motorcycle. She had a head tucked under her arm. Chapter 88. Exceptional teacher. Mo Qing climbs the wall. Caught in the act. What should I do as you suggested? The usually principled Captain Hui Si found himself caught in a moment of favoritism by his superiors, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Chapter 89. Exceptional teacher. Midnight encounter. Do not speak of it. Where have you been? The corridor lights dimmed slightly, casting a soft glow on Jiang Ke's angular face. He appeared less cold than his tone suggested. Chapter 90. The distinguished teacher. Complete. A great fire engulfed the old building. Trouble had arisen. Jingsu's father, that lunatic, declared his intention to perish alongside Jingsu. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Mo Qing paused for a moment, gripping the shoulder strap tightly. Chapter 91. The Miracle Doctor Village. Mo Qing withdrew from school, and Jiang Ke came to fetch her. Song Yiyuan swallowed hard, struggling to comprehend. Are you implying that? Mo Qing seated herself and replied, Today, you ought to maintain a semblance of calm. Chapter 92. The Miracle Doctor Village. Mo Qing teased, and Jiang Ke took the initiative. It appeared rather soft. Jiang Ke raised a finger, blocking the menu that flew towards him, giving it a gentle tap. His eyebrows arched playfully. Would you care to give it a try? Chapter 93. The Miracle Doctor Village. An unexpected turn of events. Relationships turned sour. He turned around, took a few steps, and then hesitated. Chapter 94. The Miracle Doctor Village. Captain of the second team. Old grudges and new enmities. The young man's appearance was quite striking. With a head of vibrant red hair interspersed with strands of black, he was both eye-catching and bold. His jacket was a blend of black and red, and he stood tall, exuding a commanding presence. Chapter 95. The Miracle Doctor Village. On New Year's Eve, Mo Qing came to visit as Mo Qing faced unemployment once more. The new year was fast approaching. By this time, the school had already commenced its winter break. Min Chong spent his days overseeing the medical clinic, caring for his grandfather, and attending to various matters. Chapter 96. The Miracle Doctor Village. Celebrating the new year together. Affections flourish. Mo Qing stood in the courtyard, clad in a black overcoat, one hand holding a bag and the other grasping a mobile phone. She lifted her gaze, her dark eyes shimmering with light as they met his. Chapter 97. The Healer's Village. Do not compete with the dead. In the past, when suffering from a headache, I would endure the discomfort for quite some time. However, this instance proved different. After ingesting the medicine prepared by Mo Qing, the pain dissipated within mere seconds. Chapter 98. The Healer's Village. New mission. Departure to Gu family village. Two snowmen stood like lifelike statues. Their vivid resemblance allowed Jiang Ke to immediately discern that the figure before him was not Jiang Yin, but rather. Chapter 99. The Healer's Village. The versatile Jiang Ke. The artist's identity. Several hours on the road. Chapter 100. The Healer's Village. A mysterious village. Peculiar events abound. The residence of village chief Gu was a self-built, three-story house. Ascending the staircase into the living room, 3 rooms were aligned to the left, while village chief Gu designated the 3 rooms on the right for them. Chapter 101. The Healer's Village. Village chief Gu recognizes Mo Qing. Kneeling in plea for mercy, Mo Qing stood by the window. Chapter 102. The Healer's Village. Collaborative investigation. Upon witnessing village chief Gu in such a pitiable and disoriented state, Jiang Ke felt no fear or compassion, merely a slight frown of disdain. Gubo Lin surmised. Chapter 103. The Healer's Village. Study and depart. Do not return. Upon catching sight of Jiang Ke, her face flushed a deep crimson. Jiang Ke possesses striking handsomeness, exuding an air of nonchalance and elegance, truly a figure of the village. Chapter 104. The Divine Healer Village. Hand in hand, sweetly intertwined. When inquired, village chief Gu mentioned that the medical sage resides within the pocket watch, which rests upon Xia Yuliang. Chapter 105. The Divine Healer Village. Mo Qing seeks revenge, revealing Jiang Ke's true nature. Now I can rest assured, Mo Qing remarked. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. A group of hunters transformed into prey, the once vibrant energy. Chapter 106. The Divine Healer Village. Those with conviction do not succumb to despair. I sensed Jiang Ke's lips curled into a smile, as if a sudden realization dawned upon him. His eyes reflecting joy. You see quite clearly at night, don't you? Chapter 107. The Divine Healer Village. Is your name Mo Qing? Who do you think you're fooling? Jiang, the artist, shall you make an appearance? Jiang Ke cast a sidelong glance at Mo Qing, who raised an eyebrow. Moments later, Jiang Ke's brow also furrowed. Chapter 108. The Divine Healer Village. Human Cloning. The Mystery of Lineage. Is your name Mo Qing? Who do you think you're fooling? A sudden gust of wind rushed towards Mo Qing's nape. Mo Qing's gaze sharpened. He sidestepped while simultaneously raising his hand to grasp. Chapter 109. The Divine Healer Village. All has been realized. Did you witness it? Liang Shuji arrived to escort Wen Xue. The village's rules are stringent. Outsiders must reside in the guest house, while villagers dwell in their own homes. Wen Xue last. Chapter 110. The Divine Doctor Village. Upon encountering Zhang San, Mo Qing was recognized. Did you see it? A gentle voice drifted into the ear. Jiang Ke raised his hand to support. Chapter 111. The Divine Doctor Village. Mo Qing's disciple, the village chief of the Divine Doctor Village. I heard she has been expelled from the village. Zhang San sighed softly upon hearing this. This matter is lengthy. Mo Qing and Jiang Ke watched quietly. Chapter 112. The Divine Doctor Village. Mo Qing forcefully interrupted the apprenticeship scene. It is you two. Have you finished meeting Zhang San? The receptionist approached Mo Qing and Jiang Ke. Jiang Ke discreetly presented the invitation. Chapter 113. The Divine Doctor Village. A reunion with an old friend, immediate recognition. Mo Qing strolled over. A ray of bright sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the courtyard with dazzling brilliance. She was bathed in a layer of light, outlining. Chapter 114. The Divine Doctor Village. A reunion with an old friend, reminiscing about the past. Master. This call echoed after a century. From a mischievous little chubby child to an elderly figure now, crossing. Chapter 115. The Divine Doctor Village. Jiang Ke suffers from amnesia. Mo Qing becomes the village chief. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Ke paused, his expression slightly somber. Earlier, I heard Mo Qing mention that he bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Yan. He also stored. Chapter 116. The Village of Divine Healers. There is a cause and an effect, the newly appointed village chief. A pear tree stood tall, its blossoms blooming one by one, as the wind blew, sending petals soaring into the air like snowflakes. Wen Xue, clad in a flowing white gown, with hair as dark as ink, welcomed the breeze. Chapter 117. The Village of Divine Healers. Mo Qing ascended to his position, while Liang Shuji resorted to thievery. Uncle Zhou, the village chief, summoned us to discuss matters regarding the new village chief. As Liang Shuji approached, he cast a chilling glance at Mo Qing, alongside Gobolin. Chapter 118. The Village of Divine Healers. Expel Liang Shuji from Zhuxi Village. I have awaited your arrival for a long time. Liang Shuji's heart suddenly constricted. He instinctively glanced around, finding the space eerily empty, devoid of any other presence. Chapter 119. Department 101, Imperial City University, vying for Mo Qing. The journey back remained bumpy. After a day of arduous travel, Mo Qing and Gobolin arrived in the city, yet they chose not to rest locally, but instead proceeded directly. Chapter 120. Department 101 enters Base 8, preparing for the assessment. In the living room, Min Chong had just concluded a phone call when he heard a commotion from the bedroom. He looked up and said, "Lunch is ready for you." His words trailed off. Chapter 121. The patients from Department 101 arrive in the Imperial City at that moment. Mo Qing was at the front desk, organizing medicinal herbs. When she glanced up, Chapter 122. The captain of Team 2 from Department 101, quite proud the next day, after ensuring Min Qinghua was settled. Min Chong carried a large suitcase and accompanied Mo Qing to the airport. While collecting tickets, Min Chong inquired of Mo Qing, "Have you ever flown in an airplane?" Chapter 123. Department 101 arrives for treatment, faces cold reception the Gu family. When Banling turned his head, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You are treating that sickly individual?" Chapter 124. Department 101 destroys the antidote. Mo Qing takes revenge. As for the medical skills, it is hard to say. Min Chong lifted his gaze, revealing a hint of arrogance and ruthlessness. There is poison hidden within this blade, passed down from the medical sage. Do you wish to test it? Chapter 125. Department 101 steals equipment. infiltrates EMO in the evening, when Banling exited the bedroom, finding no one in sight. He poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and then glanced around, noticing the tea. Chapter 126. Department 101. Mo Qing and Gu Wanwan conversed in the study for half an hour. Upon hearing their movements, Wen Banling and Min Chong, who were waiting in the living room in utter boredom, were the first. Chapter 127. Department 101 reports for duty, causes a scene. Jiang Ke narrowed her eyes, a stark contrast to her demeanor. Chapter 128. The research team of Department 101. Inexperienced and clumsy. Hey, you fool, can't you lend me a hand? Shouted Changnan. However, Jiang Mo merely stood still, unmoving, engrossed in his thoughts. Chapter 129. The arrival of Jiang Ku at Department 101. Mo Qing's dismay. The top of the instrument split open, gradually widening into a significant opening. Inside lay a hollow space, estimated to accommodate. Chapter 130. Instrument exchange at Department 101. Mo Qing caught by Jiang Ku. Who are you? And how did you get in here? You are not affiliated with our research institute, are you? Jiang Ku raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over him. His expression remained indifferent. Chapter 131. The mystery of identity at Department 101 leads to troubled blood spilled onto the table, momentarily appearing almost alive as it swiftly moved towards 3 needles, gradually being absorbed. The needles glowed with fluorescence. Chapter 132. Jiang Ku's new identity at Department 101. Truly disturbing. Mo Qing stood on the street outside the bank. Before long, a familiar sedan halted before him. The cars interacting in front and behind did not follow. Chapter 133. Jiang Ku's sale of exam papers discovered. Master Gu, please. In the presence of the lucrative Gu Wanwan, when Changchun was exceptionally courteous. Gu Wanwan maintained a high and aloof demeanor. Chapter 134. Department 101. Jiang Ku and Huasi appeared to be in collusion, and the atmosphere turned hostile at a moment's notice. Bystanders swiftly distanced themselves. To Mo Qing's surprise, Jiang Ku indeed possessed some martial prowess. Chapter 135. Department 101. An eye for an eye. There is a piece of news that pertains to you. Shall we dine together this evening? Through his glasses, Mo Qing discerned the tension in his brows and the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Chapter 136. Department 101. Su Zhongyuan made a fool of himself. An unexpected twist in his actions. Did you tamper with his drink? Mo Qing spoke coolly, an eye for an eye. Shinchi could not help but. Chapter 137. Department 101. A commotion erupted at the 9th hospital, and Jiang Ke watched the drama unfold. Quick, think of a way. The people from the 1st hospital are coming. They said they would relocate your research lab this afternoon. Mo Qing paused for half a second. Oh. Chapter 138. Department 101. The rescue operation to steal Gu Wanwan. Amidst the chaos caused by Wen Banling and Gu Wanwan, Mo Qing enjoyed a tranquil afternoon in the research lab, without a single visitor. The leaders from the 1st hospital and Lu Qiong. Chapter 139. Department 101. Gu Wanwan was rescued, and Mo Qing was the esteemed guest. While chaos reigned in the Gu household, Mo Qing sat on the sofa, directing Wen Banling in tasks such as preparing medicinal materials, boiling water, and operating the pest removal device. Chapter 140. The 101 department. The young man encountered by Mo Qing and Min Chong earlier had sustained a wound on his hand inflicted by Min Chong. He harbored animosity towards both Mo Qing and Min Chong, and the current atmosphere was. Chapter 141. The 101 department. As the examination concluded, Mo Qing found herself under scrutiny. By the end of June, on the day of the exam, she received a call from Goblin, who repeatedly urged her to bring her identification and exam admission ticket, emphasizing the importance of these documents. Chapter 142. The 101 department. Jiang Ku. If I disappear, Jiang Yan can be revived. After Jiang Ku's confession, an unexpected silence enveloped the car. Prior to this moment, Mo Qing had sensed an undeniable connection between Jiang Ku and Jiang Yan, yet subsequent encounters. Chapter 143. The 101 department. The establishment of a new department and the unveiling of hidden secrets. In the past, whenever a situation arose, Mo Qing would directly seek out Minister Fan. However, now in her capacity as the head of a department, she bypassed Minister Fan and approached those who directly oversee. Chapter 144. A century-old calamity unveiled. Upon encountering the name Jiang Yan, Mo Qing's fingers hesitated momentarily. Goblin leaned closer. remarking on the peculiarity of having thoroughly examined the base's records. Chapter 145. The commencement of a century-old mission and another encounter with Jiang Ku under Mo Qing's organization. The following day, Goblin and Song Yiyuan prepared to depart for Qiqiao town. However, misfortune seemed to cloud their path. Chapter 146. A century ago, the adaptation of Jiang Yin and Mo Qing. The sky was adorned with a few twinkling stars, and the crescent moon hung delicately like a hook, casting a hazy light over the small town. The night was eerily silent, reminiscent of a forsaken city, clad in black. The figure. Chapter 147. A century ago, truth and deception. Jiang Ku's fury. The three arrived in haste, possessing no prior knowledge of the production crew. En route, Goblin utilized his convenient mobile device to glean a brief understanding of Winter Cicada. Chapter 148. A century ago, Jiang Ku voluntarily assumes the role of a stand-in. The courtyard was bustling with people, including actors and crew members. Upon hearing the thud of a heavy object falling, everyone's attention was drawn, their expressions. Chapter 149. A century ago, Jiang Ku takes action. The screenwriter is bound. Chapter 150. A century ago, the story of that year. New clues. The focus shifted from Jiang Ku to Chao Xinqing. Mo Qing retrieved a dagger, asserting, "Allow me to handle this." The dagger glimmered as it caught the light. Chapter 151. A century ago, Jiang Ku. Please refrain from picking up trash in the future. At the moment, Mo Qing bent down to peer into the plastic wrap. A kerosene lamp flickered to life in the cramped space. Mo Qing squinted, striving to discern the situation within. Chapter 152. A century ago, recounting the past. Mo Qing's heart stirred. As for me, I was rather unfortunate, being among the first batch of investors. Mo Qing spoke with a nonchalant calmness, as if recounting someone else's tale. Chapter 153. A century ago, Mo Qing and Jiang Ku collaborated on a film. What happened afterward? Captain Qi truly vanished? He disappeared without a trace, leaving no evidence of life or death. Since then, the actions of Team 2. Chapter 154. A century ago, Mo Qing dazzled in red, captivating the entire audience. Suddenly, a voice resonated, drawing the attention of several individuals. They raised their hands to look, and there stood a person at the front, of striking stature. Chapter 155. A century ago, the challenge intensified with an S-rank mission. With a glance, Song Yiyuan nudged Goblin. Goblin remained unmoved. Song Yiyuan turned his head to observe. Chapter 156. A century ago, Mo Qing. Do you wish to maintain your distance from me? The original words were, he sought to kill me. Thus, I ought to slay him. He is destined to die, yet it should not be by your hand. However, Jiang Ku interjected, you are the one who holds the power over life and death. Chapter 157. A century ago, Jiang Ku. I am the gift Jiang Yin bestowed upon you. Do you wish to keep your distance from me? Her inquiry was uttered with a nonchalant tone. This woman, akin to a devil, effortlessly ensnared others with mere words. Chapter 158. A century ago, the mysterious second individual, Goblin, underwent distress. Jiang Ku fell silent for a moment and replied, no? The two exchanged a glance both. Chapter 159. A century ago, confirming the truth, Jiang Ku confessed. There was still ample time. Jiang Ku parked his vehicle near the river and accompanied Mo Qing to a breakfast establishment. Despite the early hour, the proprietor was already bustling about. Chapter 160. A century ago, Jiang Ku was earning money, while Mo Qing indulged in extravagant spending. Mo Qing shifted to a sideline position, her garment riding up significantly, revealing a delicate waist that was strikingly visible, her skin fairer than snow, resembling a creamy substance, with soft curves at her waist. Chapter 161. A century ago, Mo Qing. Allow me to witness your worth. Mr. Jiang. Goblin donned an awkward smile and waved at the errand boy, Jiang Ku, then chuckled dryly, saying, you affluent individuals must relish the experience. Chapter 162. A century ago, Mr. Jiang. Your persona is crumbling rather excessively. What is the name of that captain? Houston hesitated before answering. Qi sure. The originally distracted Mo. Chapter 163. A century ago, the past of Minister Qi and Goblin. The four of them entered the vehicle and drove away, leaving the crew at the gate of the mansion in stunned silence, along with the burly bodyguard, who bore a bruised visage. Chapter 164. A century ago, the wayfarer. The new humanity. The sound of the plastic sheet being lifted was peculiar, particularly jarring in the stillness of the night. Jiang Ke bent down to exit, standing tall, as the silvery moonlight cascaded upon him. Chapter 165. A century ago, Chu Yangyang's poisoning. Mo Qing's antidote. What has happened to Miss Chu? Arrow unexpectedly uttered a remark, causing Mo Qing, Jiang Ke, and Song Yiyuan to exchange glances. Moments later, after silently conveying a message to Mo Qing, Song Yiyuan turned his gaze back to Arrow. Huasi remarked, "Do not deprive yourself. I am here to support you." The local police were making steady progress, following the lead of the mineral water. Mo Qing and Song Yiyuan traced back to the individual who delivered the water today. Song Yiyuan, how is it that you have not met your demise? I refuse to be treated by Mo Qing. Do you hear me? Can't we find anyone competent? That wretched creature who is so eager to ascend. What right does she have to treat me? Mo Qing was injured, and it was indeed a delayed response. A low voice from the phone inquired, "Brother Yuan, where are you?" "I have located him." "Where are you?" The enigma surrounding Qi Shi was somewhat perplexing. Mo Qing felt a lack of synergy with him, and, feeling slightly irked, reminded him to open the bag. The mission was interrupted, and they were ordered to return home. As the minister, Mo Qing had spoken, and Song Yiyuan and Go Bolin could only comply. After breakfast, they packed their belongings. Chapter 172. The pharmacist, Miss Mo. Upon departing from Base 8, Mo Qing encountered an individual standing at the roadside, impeccably dressed, with black hair interspersed with strands of white, and a posture that exuded vitality. It was Xia. Chapter 173. The pharmacist, Gu Wanwan, makes her entrance. Min Chong. Min Chong, come out. The air was filled with a cacophony of pounding on doors from various directions. Xia remarked, "I shall go and open the door." Chapter 174. The pharmacist, Gu Wanwan. On what grounds are you the minister? Gu Wanwan hesitated for a brief moment before bending down to retrieve the identification badge from the ground, and she dashed towards Mo Qing, bearing a handful of. Chapter 175. The pharmacist, new member Jiang Ke reports. "And why is it that you are the minister while I am treated like a mere plaything?" Mo Qing retorted with conviction, "You know in your heart." Chapter 176. The pharmacist, newcomer reports in, attempts to extort Mo Qing after a moment of confusion. Mo Qing inquired, "What brings you here?" Jiang Ke replied, "To report in." "Which department?" 101. Chapter 177. The pharmacist, the Jiang family of the imperial city. 13th Master. The shop was bustling with numerous patrons, including students. Nearby was the first affiliated high school, where during the summer break, the school organized remedial classes for incoming seniors, leading to a plethora of students wandering after school. Chapter 178. The pharmacist. Jiang Ke introduces Mo Qing as Aunt. The journey was impeded by traffic, rendering the vehicle's progress sluggish. Feeling somewhat bored, idly played with her phone and engaged in casual conversation with Jiang Ke. Inquired, "Why do you?" Chapter 179. The special admission of the pharmacist. With an air of pride, noted that old Master Jiang preferred simplicity over ostentation. Even for his 70th birthday, he refrained from extravagant celebrations, opting instead for a modest gathering where the younger generation presented their heartfelt wishes and enjoyed a reunion meal together. Chapter 180. The pharmacist Jiang Qi asked, "Could you teach me a thing or two?" She had been specially admitted to the Imperial City University. A single remark from Jiang Ke rendered the atmosphere once again silent, and were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 181. The pharmacist. The family sought trouble, casting aspersions on. Despite presenting higher-grade medicine, none in attendance dared to flatter or discuss it. The reason was clear. They understood that Jiang Ke. Chapter 182. The pharmacist was wrongfully accused. "Hand over the heart-purifying pill," bellowed, pointing at its pocket. It had just fallen to the ground. "How dare you claim you did not steal the heart-purifying pill?" Chapter 183. The pharmacist. The cohabitation life begins. "This is the bottle containing the heart-purifying pill." Glanced at the ceramic bottle, which had been wholesale purchased for 3 coins each from Li Zilane. Chapter 184. The pharmacist. The unavoidable substitute cursed the next day, at 10 o'clock. Sat cross-legged on the sofa, cradling half a watermelon, engrossed in a drama by Xing. Suddenly, her phone rang. Chapter 185. The pharmacist. Our poor Gogo. Do not tell me that my cooking could ever compare to his. Mo Qing replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." Chapter 186. The pharmacist Jiang Ke. I truly sympathize with you. Ultimately, Peng Ren consented to bring Mo Qing along when visiting Goblin. Mo Qing settled into Peng Ren's vehicle, fastening her seatbelt just as Chapter 187. The pharmacist, the precious herbs of the goblin family, Mo Qing, spent 2 hours engrossed in a television drama. Finding the plot rather tedious, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Thus, she switched off the television and poured herself a glass of water. Chapter 188. The pharmacist, witnessing the mightiest commander come. Come, let me teach you. Goblin, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly rolled up his sleeves. His bedroom was quite spacious. With the foot of the bed against the wall, Chapter 189. The pharmacist, Mo Qing. Is Jiang Yi planning to open an internet CAF this time? Aside from Jiang Ku, Gu Wanwan, who was ridiculed for his poor physical abilities, also made his appearance. Goblin placed the takeout on the dining table. You know, right? Chapter 190. The pharmacist, jealousy of Jiang Yi. In the end, Jiang Ku chose to overlook the comment made by the network administrator. As he observed Mo Qing relishing her noodles with great delight, Jiang Ku picked up his sandwich and inquired, why? Chapter 191. The pharmacist. Jiang Ku is a diligent worker. In his social circle, the latest post was from Jiang Qi. Jiang Ku initially glanced over it, but the figure in the photograph captured his attention. Chapter 192. The pharmacist. The disparity between Jiang Ku and Jiang Yan. Mo Qing halted once more. From her pocket, she retrieved an object the size of a thumb and tossed it to Jiang Ku, who reached out to catch it. Chapter 193. The pharmacist. Mo Qing, you are unworthy of judging him. The night was tranquil, with moonlight cascading like water. The two individuals in the study were fixated on the screen, their expressions intense, as their right hands hovered over the mouse, moving with remarkable speed. Chapter 194. The pharmacist. In the midst of a cold war. Gradually, as Mo Qing consumed her porridge, her mind wandered. Peng Run, sitting nearby, suppressed his thoughts, his gaze lingering on Mo Qing. Chapter 195. Jiang Qi, you are the one who ran away from home. We seek to inquire. Goblin, gripping a pair of chopsticks, was entirely focused on Mo Qing. The individual you faced in battle the night before, the one who ended in a tie, you. Chapter 196. The pharmacist. Mo Qing, how did you not suffer a sudden death? 5 young men collapsed, 3 of them falling at once. The other 2, enraged, pointed at Mo Qing and shouted, what are you doing? With a cool, detached gaze, Mo Qing. Chapter 197. The apothecary, 26. Jiang Qi embraced Mo Qing, clinging to her for support. With a single, decisive kick, Mo Qing sent the entire door flying open. Jiang Qi, his eyes fixated, watched the door rebound with a crash, involuntarily swallowing hard. Chapter 198. The apothecary, 27. Jiang Qi, a veritable workaholic, scheduled the door repair for the afternoon. He initially considered hiring a cleaning service, but remembering it wasn't his place, he decided to wait until Wu Tu awoke before making a decision. Chapter 199. The apothecary, 28. Mo Qing paused, lost in thought. It didn't require much deduction to discern who had accepted this batch of tasks. The real question was, what were their motivations for taking on so many assignments? Chapter 200. The apothecary, 29. Wu Tu and Jiang Qi were thick as thieves. Mo Qing remained silent, finishing her noodles. As they exited the noodle shop, Mo Qing inquired of Wu Tu, what's your gaming handle? Chapter 201. The apothecary, 30. Jiang Ku, Dr. Mo, I've come for treatment. Gu Wanwan never actually entered the medical clinic. Mo Qing remained unconcerned with his actions, so long as he stayed out of her sight. Chapter 202. The apothecary, 31. Mo Qing, who is the director here? Dr. Mo Qing paused in her stride. Then, she heard Jiang Ku's emotionless voice. I've come for treatment. Chapter 203. The pharmacist, 32. Jiang Ku, the task collector, choked slightly, her voice cool as she reminded. Do you realize whom you are addressing? Jiang Ku appeared perplexed and humbly inquired. You currently. Chapter 204. The pharmacist, 33. This is my nightmare. It does not belong to you. The phone remained unanswered. Tapped the cancel button on the screen, and the sounds in the bedroom abruptly ceased. After a moment's hesitation, proceeded. Chapter 205. The pharmacist, 34. Yes, you all have begun to waste food now. Jiang Ku awoke from a lengthy slumber while the sky was still dark, greeted by an expanse of blackness. He inhaled deeply, his clothes soaked through with cold sweat, damp and clinging. Chapter 206. The pharmacist, 35. In the next life, I shall not return to this world. The night was profoundly dark, even more so within the confines of the room. Once collapsed, She almost melded with the shadows. Yet, Jiang Ke could faintly discern the outline of her figure. Chapter 207. The Pharmacist, 36. If she truly fell in love, she would choose Jiang Ke. Breaths grew heavier. A thin blanket lay crumpled at the foot of the bed, tangled into a heap. Suddenly, Jiang Ke halted. He nibbled An's earlobe, caught in a whirlwind of chaotic emotions. Chapter 208. The Pharmacist, 37. Regarding the matter of the divine physician's heir, Jiang Ke bit down deeply. Mo Qing's skin was supple and radiant. The sensation of her teeth leaving an imprint was soft, resilient, and silky, yet paradoxically fragile, breaking with the slightest pressure, oozing. Chapter 209. The Pharmacist. Mo Qing personally prepared the medicine. The news of her becoming the heir to the medical sage had indeed stirred some whispers online. However, Yi Wubian kept it under wraps. Most online discussions suggested she was merely engaging in marketing. Chapter 210. The Pharmacist. His thoughts were clear to her at a glance. Upon seeing Jiang Ke, Mo Qing raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead and said, "You have come." Chapter 211. The Pharmacist. Shenqi attacked the base, fully prepared. Jiang Ke twisted open the cap of a bottle and took out 2 candied fruits, eating them. The bitterness in his mouth immediately lessened significantly, and the frown on his brow eased. Chapter 212. The Pharmacist. Prodigal, 2 prodigals. Which university did Shenqi attend? Imperial City University. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ke replied, "Then we shall wait. If those around." Chapter 213. The Pharmacist. 1 year had passed, the final judgment. Mo Qing glanced at the sofa where the fool was meticulously protecting his phone. Pausing, she remarked, "The one who bought this pair of Mandarin stars is Gu Wanwan." Chapter 214. The Pharmacist. Judgment. Mo Qing did not pass the observation period. 8th base, warehouse. Situated in a remote area, hidden amidst deep mountains and dense forests. The surroundings are encircled by a wall. Within, 3 structures stand, yet the internal terrain is intricate and convoluted. Chapter 215. The Pharmacist. The verdict of 2 forces the following day, at base 8. At 10 in the morning, Jiang Ke drove to the base. Passing by Department 101, he encountered someone who had been waiting in the office. Chapter 216. The Pharmacist. Invading the base to rescue Mo Qing. Minister Fan pondered for a long moment before finally speaking in a deep voice. "We will spare no effort." Jiang Ke coldly inquired, "Will it be effective?" Chapter 217. The Pharmacist. The late arrival at base 8. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Ke spoke succinctly. Gu Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. "Where?" "Base 8. All right." Chapter 218. The Pharmacist. To the warehouse. To meet our minister, the young man who stepped down from the car bore an identical face to Qi Shi from 5 years prior. Tall and clad in a black hoodie, his hood was drawn over his head. Chapter 219. The Pharmacist. Breaking into the warehouse. Jiang Ke's back up with several guns pointed at him. Jiang Ke calmly approached the entrance. "Name and purpose," the leader demanded warily. Chapter 220. The Pharmacist. I, Mo Qing, have escaped before Gu Wanwan could comprehend the severity of the warehouse's hidden treasures and the potential years of imprisonment it entailed. Jiang Ke had already struck down with 2 swift blows. He aimed with precision, directed towards. Chapter 221. The Pharmacist. Shi violently raided the warehouse, while Huasi felt as though his heart had turned to ashes. Initially, those targeting Mo Qing were oblivious to the fact that the 2 being pursued were actually coming for Mo Qing. They could not fathom that anyone would come to rescue him. Chapter 222. The Pharmacist. Jiang Ke, I propose a transaction. In this incident, Song Yuan, Gubo Lin, and Huasi were truly innocent. After they boarded Shi's vehicle, he revealed not a single word. Chapter 223. The Pharmacist. The deceased are best remembered by others. The dimly lit room was illuminated by a few lamps, casting a shadowy gloom over everything, enveloped in an air of obscurity. Mo Qing lifted his gaze. Chapter 224. The Pharmacist. The true leader of the base, Jiang Ke. Jing Shi held a knife to Gubo Lin's neck, while Gu Wanwan grasped Huasi's throat with one hand and used the other. Chapter 225. The Pharmacist. The 3 prominent families and the spinach plan. Huang Rongyu's 3 families were familiar to Mo Qing. A century ago, they discovered that unknown metal in the ancient tomb, along with some other incomprehensible artifacts. Chapter 226. The Pharmacist. The Workaholic. I, Jiang Yi. Mo Qing exchanged information with Jiang Ke, integrating the intelligence from both sides. ultimately focusing on the team responsible for the development of the intelligence system. Chapter 227. The Professional Qualification 101 Department relocates to the Imperial City with your extensive qualifications and direct leadership over him. You must be privy to some information, correct? Minister Fan's brow relaxed. He had anticipated a more serious matter. Chapter 228. Professional Qualification leads to clues. Acquaintance Yin Nan, why does Team Chen insist on accompanying you? When Banling. Chapter 229. Professional Qualification Mo Qing. My family needs a gatekeeper. Yin Nan, hailing from a noble family, had been captivated by mathematics since childhood, exhibiting exceptional talent. By the age of 8, he could attend lectures on advanced mathematics at a prestigious academy near his home. Chapter 230. Professional Qualification Taiping Street. Salvation Hall. I possess a 2-story house with a large courtyard near the Imperial City University. Mo Qing stated leisurely. I fear theft. Thus, I require a gatekeeper. Chapter 231. Professional Qualification. The Qi and Huang lineage reemerges. The place is quite bustling. Mo Qing remarked casually as he glanced at the medical clinic sign. Nowadays, people visit clinics for minor ailments and hospitals for serious conditions. Chapter 232. Professional Qualification. Ji Yunxi. Being with you is an insult to me. Ji Yunxi. Do not overstep your bounds. You believe I am unworthy to be in the same clinic as you, yet I find you equally unworthy. After Wen Changchun's powerful shout, it was evident. Chapter 233. Professional Qualification. Huasi, do not be too harsh. Enrollment for the new semester. Chapter 234. Professional Qualification. A conflict arises between Yan Jinji and me. It is needless to say, she cannot be compared to my goddess. Yan Jinji retorted, expressing her annoyance at what she deemed a burden. Mo Qing. No. Chapter 235. Professional Qualification. The love-hate relationship between Mo Qing and Wen Xue. Mo Qing's dormitory is on the 6th floor. Carrying her bedding, she ascended the stairs with ease, eventually locating her dorm. She unlocked the door. Chapter 236. Professional Qualification. Taxi driver Jiang Yi is online. Upon reaching the corridor, Mo Qing walked towards the stairs while answering a call. Have you enrolled? Jiang Ku inquired, his voice crisp and refreshing. Yes. Chapter 237. Professional Qualification. Jiang Ku, I have decided on this driver. There is a shortcut available. Mo Qing lifted her chin slightly, encouraging Jiang Ku to continue. This year, the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association aims to scout for talents in traditional medicine. Chapter 238. Professional Qualification. Traditionally at school, Mo Qing is unbeatable. She slightly bent down, resting her hands on her knees, tilting her head to glance at Jiang Ku's phone. Jiang Ku remained silent. Mo Qing let out a faint sound. Chapter 239. Professional Qualification. The conundrum of the blackboard wall has been resolved. An extraordinary freshman emerges. A quarter of an hour later, Mo Qing exited through the back door of the medical college building. After walking for merely 2 minutes, she discovered a small path. Mo Qing was somewhat surprised as she walked along the narrow path. Chapter 240. Professional Qualification. Mo Qing. My goal is to make the teachers become introverted. Upon seeing Mo Qing, Yan Jinji's eyes instantly turned green with envy. Observing this, Gu Wanwan leaned slightly to the side, approaching Mo Qing with a peculiar expression and inquired, did he see you? Chapter 241. Professional Qualification. The gentle complexities of Mo's affections spread far and wide. Having had minimal interaction yesterday, today while spending time with Shan Yingying, Mo Qing realized that Shan Yingying was quite the chatterbox. Once the conversation began, there was no stopping it. Chapter 242. Professional Qualification. Mo Qing. Testing the proficiency of the students and teachers. To be fair, Mo Qing's performance on the Suona was rather commendable. The issue, however, was that it was indeed a Suona. Gu Wanwan was subjected to a relentless barrage. Chapter 243. Professional Qualification. Gu Wanwan. Is the mysterious person Mo Qing? With the medicine garden being overtaken, Mo Qing opted to retreat and seek solace in a small cabin to read. Gu Wanwan accompanied her, bringing along a laptop and sitting beside her, focused on his. Chapter 244. Professional Qualification. Dean of the Medical School. Grant me an opportunity. I wish to offer you some privileges. Mo Qing arrived at the counselor's office. The door was ajar, and the counselor stood by the desk, facing none other than Ji Yunxi, who was clad in training attire. Chapter 245. Professional Qualification. Gong Guangyao. I hope the one setting the questions is you. Then bring it forth. Upon hearing Mo Qing's words, Gong Guangyao almost immediately rose to his feet. He took 2 steps before realizing. Chapter 246, Professional Qualification, 20, Mo Qing. Not only must I pose questions for you, but I also have to compose the teaching materials. My understanding of the medical arts of the Qi and Huang lineage is merely superficial. Mo Qing began to comprehend. In other words, Chapter 247, Professional Qualification, 21, Swana Competition. I suspect the disturbances in the taxi are related to the one family. Mo Qing marked the chosen dishes. Puzzled by the sound, what do you mean? Chapter 248, Professional Qualification, 22. Let us welcome Wening Xue, who has come to make up the numbers. Surprisingly. Chapter 249, Professional Qualification, 23. Wening Xue. I am here to enliven the atmosphere. What's wrong? Faced with the calm and composed Wening Xue, the senior sister forced a smile and exchanged a few pleasantries before hastily departing. Chapter 250, Professional Qualification, 24. Mo Qing. I am a professional. What's the matter? First update. Under the relentless assault of Wening Xue's enchanting voice, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. The competitors who had initially viewed Wening Xue as a formidable rival now stared wide-eyed. Chapter 251, Professional Qualification, 25. Waiting for opportunities. Second update. As Mo Qing stepped out the door, the sunlight caused her to squint. She searched for Jiang Ku among the crowd. However, a glance revealed a ponytail. Chapter 252, Professional Qualification, 26. Encountering Wening Xue while stealing. It's too sweet. You go ahead and eat. Here we go again. Jiang Ku observed her casual yet natural movements, his gaze deepening as he accepted the tiramisu. Chapter 253, Professional Qualification, Wening Xue. Mo Qing. Are you embracing my waist? On the low wall of the rooftop, Wening Xue, who was brought to the terrace without knowing what had transpired, momentarily lost her focus, then cautiously turned to Mo Qing beside her. Chapter 254, Professional Qualification. Jiang Yi has risen. His face was pale and ghastly, with dark eyes and bloodshot sclerae. He pressed almost against the windshield of the car. His palms reflected on the glass, revealing the intricate patterns of his fingerprints. Chapter 255, Professional Qualification. Jiang Ku. Are we staying here tonight? It's up to you. Chapter 256, Professional Qualification. You truly are something else, quite infuriating. The dormitory is indeed locked. However, there are no curfews at Mo Qing's residence on Taiping Street, allowing free entrance at any hour. Both Jiang Ku and Mo Qing chose. Chapter 257, Professional Qualification. She yearned to reclaim the essence of who she initially aspired to be. A crescent moon hung in the night sky, vast and dark. After showering, Mo Qing passed by the study and noticed a light shining through the crack of the door, pausing momentarily before reaching out to. Chapter 258, Professional Qualification. Decide promptly, for time waits for no one. Do you seem particularly interested in my legs? Jiang Ku swallowed hard. Despite your identity. Chapter 259, Professional Qualification. Isn't one handling dead? A gentle breeze wafted through the afternoon air. The vehicle came to a halt outside the gate, and as pushed open the door, she stepped into the sunlight. The brightness momentarily dazzled her, causing her to squint slightly. Chapter 260, Professional Qualification. Was truly immortal? Hadn't he perished? Froze, astonishment filling her beautiful eyes, but she quickly recoiled. And, Chapter 261, Professional Qualification. When the time comes for me to soar to success, I shall bring you along. This route to school was somewhat shorter. It was her first time traversing it, and unexpectedly, as she passed by, the wall suddenly collapsed. Chapter 262, Professional Qualification. You might as well perish. Are you interested? If I ever rise to prominence, you may be considered for companionship. As final word resonated, tossed the watermelon rind into the room. Chapter 263, Professional Qualification. The miserly remained unperturbed. Chapter 264, Professional Qualification. Does the family have an affinity for provoking trouble? Halted momentarily, his sharp brows arching, his dark eyes shifting to rest upon. She gleaned something from his gaze. Chapter 265, Professional Qualification. The dean has summoned me to invite. Is this excessive penchant for trouble truly necessary? Found himself contemplating her demise. Who could fathom how she possessed such strength? Chapter 266, Professional Qualification. Did you grow up starving? I almost forgot. The dean asked me to invite Mo Qing to discuss matters concerning the professional examination. Counselor. Chapter 267, Professional qualification. 41. Not a single moment of peace. First update. Were you starved since childhood? Mo Qing paused for a fleeting moment before regaining her composure. Unfortunately, Gu Wanwan's keen eyes. Chapter 268. Professional qualification. 42. What on earth are these two? Second update. Just as Gu Wanwan's phone was about to explode from incessant calls, and he was overwhelmed, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Gu Wanwan turned around to see a. Chapter 269. Professional qualification. 43. Mo Qing. I'm from the Special Affairs Office. Be honest. Mo Qing and Jiang Ku were led into the lobby of the villa's first floor. The lobby was sparsely populated, but several individuals lingered near the staircase, with an empty space on the floor revealing a passage leading to. Chapter 270. Professional qualification. 44. He team. What's going on? Don't create obstacles. Second update. Mo Qing, unable to contain herself, shot Jiang Ku an exasperated glance. How did you know that Huasi was his colleague? Mo Qing inquired in a lowered voice. Investigate. Chapter 271. Professional qualification. 45. Teach her to do the right thing. 1/3 of the officers present had engaged in physical altercations with drug users, and 3 of them, now suffering from severe pain and convulsions, collapsed. Chapter 272. Professional qualification. 46. Is Mo Qing truly a miracle healer? Mo Qing fell silent for a few seconds. Jiang Ku said, first, save the person. S. gaze lingered on him for a moment before she descended the stairs with the medicine package. Chapter 273. Professional qualification. Acknowledging her mistake. Noticed the expressions of those around her, astonishment, hope, and a tinge of shame. After all, prior to this, no one believed that truly possessed medical skills. Chapter 274. Professional qualification. I apologize, came a faint voice, yet keen hearing captured it. She cast a sidelong glance at. Chapter 275. Professional qualification. It is a matter of emotional debt. They said. The corridor of the medical building was bustling with activity in the early morning. Teachers and students gathered around the blackboard wall, scrutinizing the myriad of topics, engaged in lively discussions. Chapter 276. Professional qualification. Pondered. When did it become like my mother? Could it be an emotional debt? Indeed. Nodded. S. expression took on an enigmatic quality. Chapter 277. Professional qualification. A potential ally. The person who tormented for a decade, after had dispelled the poison, could finally emerge from her shadow. Who would have thought that this woman? Chapter 278. Professional qualification. Is genuinely concerned for you, they said. Regardless, I shall not call again. Chapter 279. Professional qualification. A chance encounter with turned the classroom into a battleground. A boy provocatively regarded. Do you wish to approach? Through the passage below, Mo Qing raised her gaze, fixing her eyes on the young man, a hint of frost cloaking her brows. Chapter 280. Professional qualification. Mo Qing. Do you wish to live? After Ji Yunxi and Mo Qing agreed to attend a lecture that evening, Wening Xue couldn't help but press her fingers against her temples. Ji Yunxi truly knows how to create chaos. Chapter 281. Professional qualification. The questioner should not be modest. At least Ji Yunxi did not follow them. Mo Qing enjoyed a tranquil dinner, meandering around the campus, contemplating the evening's lecture. Chapter 282. Professional qualification. Let S disrupt the proceedings. It's not the first time. After Liang Shuji ascended the podium, he habitually scanned the classroom. His gaze landed squarely on Mo Qing, the enmity between them long established. Chapter 283. Professional qualification. Gathering the animosity of the entire faculty. Wening Xue was tasked with collecting the examination papers. When Mo Qing handed hers in, she took a deliberate glance, then. Chapter 284. Professional qualification. Familiarity. Familiar faces. Lu Qiong'an observed the ashen faces of his colleagues and thought, I have done my utmost. Indeed, he had, to avoid disheartening his peers. Chapter 285. Professional qualification. Mo Qing. Targeted by someone? How intriguing. At the moment the tea reached his lips, Lu Qiong'an nearly spilled it. Mo Qing slightly lifted her eyelids, her expression tinged with confusion. Subsequently, Lu Qiong'an observed as he steadied his inner astonishment. He composed himself. Mo Qing deliberated for a moment, then inquired, where will you be seated? There. Ji Yunxi gestured towards the seat beside Mo Qing. As the clock approached 9, with only a minute remaining, the examiner who had entered the classroom first began to outline the examination procedures and regulations before assigning the ailing patients to the candidates. Are you here to steal techniques? Just take a casual look. If you wish to survive, you must cooperate fully, Mo Qing remarked nonchalantly, exuding an air of ease. Faced with an unexpected dilemma, Mo Qing extended her assistance. Even Ji Yunqi herself was untroubled, and since Ji Yunqi did not aid Mo Qing in any dishonest manner, Liang Shuji could only watch intently. His gaze fixed on every move Mo Qing made. Mo Qing, a high score would be appreciated. Teacher Shun, in order to ensure that this medication will not harm your body or exacerbate your illness, may I first examine the prescription? Liang Shuji posed this question. Disable one of Liang Shuji's legs. Are you looking for me? The tone was languid and serene, effortlessly captivating those around. Ji Yunqi abruptly lifted her head, only to find Mo Qing standing at the corner of the corridor, hand poised. Chapter 293, Task Number 012, Infiltrate the Imperial City University. Who said that? I did. Mo Qing gazed at Jiang Ku in astonishment. It had been half a month since their last encounter. Had he grown bolder? Jiang Ku. Chapter 294, Task Number 012, Equally Unreliable. Come inside. Ji Yunqi squatted in the vegetable patch, a handful of chives in her grasp. Upon hearing the voice, she pouted in displeasure and retorted, You let. Chapter 295, Task Number 012, Isn't Jiang Ku just a driver? Mo Qing tilted her body. Resting her elbow on the back of the sofa, her wrist delicately lifted as she beckoned Jiang Ku with a finger. Jiang Ku stepped forward, approaching her. Chapter 296, Task Number 012, A Dog's Eye Sees a Lowly Person. Captain Jiao led Mo Qing and Jiang Ku to a room resembling an interrogation chamber. Captain Jiao introduced. This person is quite peculiar. Initially, he was focused on detoxification, spending all day. Chapter 297, Task Number 012, A Master Overwhelms, Team 9 Retreats. Captain Jiao, is this the caliber of your team members? His voice was laced with authority and indifference. Yin Jinji's eyelids twitched slightly, feeling somewhat unsettled. Chapter 298, Task Number 012, The Pioneer, A New World. A heart-wrenching sound reverberated within the interrogation room, echoing for a full 10 minutes. Captain of the 9th team communicated with the recorder several times, hoping for Jiang Ku, and Chapter 299, Case Number 012, Numerous doubts surrounding Chun Zhuang's murder. It is said that the medicine man claims to hail from a new world. Upon hearing Huasi's inquiry, Mo Qing's expression grew slightly tense. Mo Qing remained composed, indeed. Chapter 300, Case Number 012, when Ingxue remarked, You, old man, have turned yourself into this refined scoundrel. What do you intend to do? Jiang Ku cast a glance at her, then raised his hand to. Chapter 301, Case Number 012, One cannot expect ivory from a dog's mouth. It seems to be called Shenzhou. Shenzhou. Mo Qing recalled the volunteer encountered during yesterday's examination. Oh. Chapter 302, Case Number 012, Jiang Ku. Everyone believes I am unworthy of Mo Qing. Mo Qing inquired, Are you planning to go out? Thinking it was time for you to arrive, I came to fetch you. Jiang Ku extended his hand towards Mo Qing. She held on to. Chapter 303, Case Number 012, Mo Qing. At least no one saw you picking up trash by the river. Shan Yingying harbored animosity towards Jiang Ku. He chose not to engage, paying the bill with precision. Just then, a phone call came through, prompting him to step aside to answer it. Shan. Chapter 304, Case Number 012, Jiang Ku's new profession seems rather prestigious. Mo Qing spoke animatedly as they walked along the street. In comparison to the peaceful street of today, she was far more familiar with the one from a century ago. Noisy neighbors and fluttering chickens. Chapter 305, Number 012. This time, it should surely bring you some honor, right? Due to significant changes in the curriculum, Mo Qing often comes to listen. She arrived early. Chapter 306, Number 012. The Privileges of the 8th Special Task Group. Mo Qing leaned back slightly, lifting her chin to gaze at Jiang Ku. She was curious to see how this outsider would present the lesson. However, Chapter 307, Number 012. Mo Qing, why am I the one being exploited? A violent fit of coughing ensued, and once Gu Wanwan caught her breath, Mo Qing and Jiang Ku had already approached. Gu Wanwan exhaled. Chapter 308, Number 012. Mo Qing has grown 2 centimeters taller. As night fell, the living room was shrouded in darkness, with only the glow of the computer screen illuminating the space. Jiangku emerged from Mo Qing's pharmacy, casually turning on the lights. Chapter 309, number 012. Mo Qing, I didn't intend to be so harsh. The rain poured heavily, soaking Ji Yunxi in an instant. The streetlights cast varied shadows, and Ji Yunxi stood in the gloom, lifting her head as raindrops fell into her eyes. Chapter 310, number 012. Confirming the participating teams, heading to Liangshuan Mountain. With her head slightly bowed, Ji Yunxi walked over. This medicine can be applied to the hands and works quickly. Mo Qing tossed a small box of ointment over. Ji Yunxi. Chapter 311, number 012. Liangshuan Mountain, quite the enigma. 8 o'clock sharp. Mo Qing arrived at the school gate precisely on time. Mo Qing, over here. A young woman clad in a sports jacket stood beside a minibus. Chapter 312, the eerie legend of Liangsun Mountain. Liangsun Mountain possesses an unsettling aura. There exists a forbidden area atop the mountain, and every year, there are those who, disbelieving in superstition, venture forth to explore, resulting in several incidents annually. Chapter 313. Do I still need you to eliminate him? Are you also drawn to the forbidden area of Liangsun Mountain? Mo Qing tilted her head and spotted Wen Yingxue approaching. Her thoughts spiraled for a moment. Chapter 314. When Yingxue's counterattack. If one intends to act independently, it is best to give prior notice, especially after ascending the mountain. Otherwise, it will only lead to unnecessary trouble. Tang Ming showed no signs of concealing his thoughts. Chapter 315. The monument of 10,000 commemorations. If you cannot bear the weight, it can only be said that they have poor judgment and their investments have failed. What concern is it of mine? When Yingxue's words drained all color from Mo Swan's face. Chapter 316. 272 tombstones. There stood a monument, 2 meters high and 1 meter long. It bore no inscriptions, only a carved image depicting a group of soldiers, hand in hand, facing death with unwavering resolve. Chapter 317. Jiangku. Mo Qing, I have come to fetch you. After a long pause, Mo Qing tugged at the eager Shen Ying, who was searching for someone on the narrow path. Let us descend the mountain. Descending the mountain? Shan Ying was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 318. Number 012. You are his benefactor, therefore it is only natural. In an instant, the fleeting image caused Mo Qing to question her perception. Instinctively, she directed the flashlight towards it, and that silhouette reappeared in her view. Chapter 319, number 012. Mo Qing, shall we cohabitate? You are his benefactor. Thus it is only natural. Benefactor? Mo Qing found herself perplexed. The master of this estate bears the surname Li. You do not. Chapter 320, number 012. Have you been harboring so many people in your heart? Let us discuss the matter at hand. Furthermore, she picked up the fruit platter from the coffee table and continued to eat. Outside, another rumble of thunder echoed. Chapter 321, number 012. I simply find you displeasing. What of it? Second update. After searching for Zhang Qian and her boyfriend for half an hour, Tang Ming and others, seeing the rain intensifying, wisely opted to descend the mountain before reporting to the authorities. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. Chapter 322. Number 012. The Mo family shall soon come to terms with reality. Mo Qing is already residing in the estate, and with someone to hold the umbrella, should we not be relieved about our accommodation for the night? The others remained silent. Chapter 323, number 012. Those still living shall remember. Mo Qing and Jiangku were engaged in conversation, having finished a meal. In a moment of distraction, she felt slightly overindulgent. Jiangku poured her a cup of water. What plans do we have for tomorrow? Chapter 324, number 012, 32. Liang Xuanshan is perilous, and it may lead to death. The campfire crackled, occasionally spitting sparks as the wood burned. Mo Qing and Jiangku sat nearby, the flickering flames casting shadows upon them. Chapter 325, number 012, 33. Encountering the wayfarers. Concealed pursuit. The forest was enveloped in silence. Jiangku listened intently, with only the chirping of insects and the calls of birds breaking the stillness, creating a vast and tranquil atmosphere. Mo Qing nestled close to him, her body soft against his. Chapter 326, number 012, 34. The soul method. As the evening hues faded, the darkness enveloped them. They had traveled from dawn until dusk. The provisions in Mo Qing's backpack had long been consumed, leaving them to rely solely on wild fruits for sustenance. Chapter 327, number 012, 35. I alone shall annihilate your clan. At the moment the bell rang, Mo Qing acted without hesitation, swiftly drawing a silver needle and plunging it behind Jiang Ke's ears. Jiang Ke faltered momentarily. Chapter 328, number 01236, The Secret of the Mass Grave. Realizing that when Yingxue had been ensnared, Mo Qing hastily administered 2 needle pricks to her. The sharp sensation jolted when Yingxue from her hallucination, allowing for a brief moment of clarity. Chapter 329, number 012, End. This land shall remember you. The sound of Qing Qing left Mo Qing in a daze. Jiang Ke had never addressed her in such a manner. Mo Qing's hand froze for a moment. Gazing at the unresolved matters surrounding the sailing competition that had befallen Mo Qing, the situation continued to unfold. As Qi entered, 3 pairs of eyes fixated upon him. Momentarily taken aback, Mo Qing promptly inquired, upon entering the Jiang family estate for the sailing competition. Jiang Ke pondered the implications of Huasi's desire to glean more information about Lu Ju and the experiment. Is the 13th master avoiding you? Jiang Ke queried midway through their meal. Will you attend the afternoon class? Mo Qing replied in the negative. Her visit today was primarily to observe. Within the Jiang household, the patriarch held ultimate authority. Suddenly, 2 young men approached the entrance. Peng Ren, brother. One of them clutched a basketball, grinning widely upon spotting Peng Ren. Is there an impending assassination attempt on the 13th master? Why is he surrounded by so many bodyguards? Peng Ren was utterly astonished, having rarely encountered the 13th master. Once Jiang Ke vanishes, Jiang Yin will undoubtedly return. Where shall we converse? Jiang Ke's tone was unfriendly, his demeanor brooking no refusal. The 13th master surveyed the spacious room. I have no intention of becoming your grandson, declared the 13th master. Following his remark, he sensed 2 waves of pressure approaching, causing him to startle, perplexed by the sudden shift. Chapter 337, Setting Sail. Will he be alone in the future? Where did you acquire the remnants of Jiyun, and why did you choose to gift it to Jiang Ke? Initially, the 13th master was taken aback. After a while, Chapter 338, Setting Sail. Are you contemplating a power grab? Do you truly have no recollection of being hypnotized? I do not. Jiang Ke pondered for a moment. He resumed peeling. Chapter 339, Setting Sail. His opinion is inconsequential. I hold the final say. When Mo Qing arrived at the herbal garden, the night had deepened significantly. Amidst the storm, Mo Qing sheltered beneath an umbrella, its surface contorted by the wind, with fine rain cascading upon her. Chapter 340, Setting Sail. Yin Jinji's persecution, the collaboration of the Yin and Wen families. Prompted by Mo Qing, Gu Wanwan extricated himself from his fury, beginning to contemplate the logic of the situation. He swiftly set about investigating. Mo Qing sat at the long. Chapter 341, Setting Sail. Mo Qing, are we particularly close? Shui, have you retired for the night? Mo Qing cast a sideways glance at Wen Yingxue. As Wen Yingxue prepared to rise, she glanced at Mo Qing and cautioned, do not. Chapter 342, Setting Sail. A new neighbor, a new Jiang Ke. The atmosphere was inevitably somewhat awkward, as the relationship between Mo Qing and Wen Yingxue was indeed strained. When Changlin assumed that Mo Qing was merely a friend of Wen Yingxue. Chapter 343, Setting Sail. Do not block the light. It's hindering my meal. Is this your home? Mo Qing pointed towards the courtyard with her finger. Afterward, he pointed to the neighboring house, asking, my home? Chapter 344, The Sailing Race. Dreaming of Jiang Yin was akin to a nightmare, Jiang Ke mused. Yet, observing Mo Qing's frail demeanor, Jiang Ke quietly moved aside. Mo Qing, mustering a semblance of vitality, stuffed noodles into his mouth. Chapter 345, The Sailing Race. Having company brought a certain reassurance. Mo Qing ceased conversing with Jiang Ke. Outside, the rain poured heavily. The sound of it striking the window panes was both urgent and fervent. Chapter 346, The Sailing Race. You should wash your neck first. The next day, Jiang Ke rose a bit later. Upon descending the stairs, he found Mo Qing seated at the dining table, having breakfast. It was evident that the meal had come from outside. Chapter 347, The Sailing Race. Your concern is somewhat excessive. Mo Qing's pharmacy had been utterly devastated. However, some remnants could still be salvaged, making the cleanup quite time-consuming. Chapter 348, The Sailing Race. Mo Qing, Jiang Ke, you are 3 years old, correct? Gu Wanwan exchanged glances with Mo Qing for a fleeting 2 seconds, leaving Mo Qing puzzled. Chapter 349, The Sailing Race. You are 3. Shall we celebrate your birthday together? You are indeed 3, aren't you? Jiang pondered for a moment before responding. That statement is not entirely inaccurate. Mo Qing. Chapter 350, The Sailing Race. What do you plan to do for your birthday? What about the other person? This was indeed peculiar. Gu Wanwan furrowed his brow as he spoke. He had only appeared once. However, he had instructed me to post. Chapter 351, The Departure Race. Everything is based on what Haas perceives as justifiable defense. How do you plan to celebrate your birthday? Mo Qi was somewhat surprised. The action of picking up noodles paused as she slightly tilted her head, her gaze colliding with Jiang Ke's. Chapter 352, The Departure Race. Retaliation. What did you just throw at him? Merely some insect repellent, Mo Qing remarked, ignoring the sounds from outside. However, when used against a person, it can be. Chapter 353, The Departure Race. I have heard rumors about your slanderous claims. Jiang Ke was inquiring about how to find precious herbs. Do you know? Mo Qing responded vaguely, her tone. Chapter 354, The Departure Race. Even in death, one can retain a complete corpse. I have heard. Mo Qing chuckled at the thought, recalling how you fabricated stories about Ji Yunqi's poor health, Gu Wanwan's despondency, and how I am merely an imposter in our team. Chapter 355, The Departure Race. Good morning, birthday star. How wonderful it is to have been of service to others, to leave behind a complete corpse after death. Jiang Ke's action of drying her hair unknowingly came to a halt. Perhaps. Chapter 356, The Departure Race. Choose Jiang Ke or Jiang Yan. I asked once, and she said since it had no effect, she would refrain from taking it for the time being. No effect? Jiang Ke inquired. Each time Mo Qing acted. Chapter 357, The Inaugural Race. 28. Her strength surpassed their comprehension. When Banling and the others appear to have encountered misfortune, or so it seems. Mo Qing seized upon the crucial term, indifferently remarking, it hasn't been definitively confirmed, has it? Chapter 358, The Inaugural Race. 29. A performance uniquely Mo Qing's. In the afternoon, the overcast skies dissipated, and the crimson sun hung in the west. The twilight painted a brilliant red. The red beacon on the navigation system drew ever closer. Chapter 359, The Inaugural Race. 30. When Banling. Why am I so formidable? In less than 3 minutes, all those initially lying in ambush were prostrate on the ground. Mo Qing spared their lives, yet her assault was undeniably severe. Chapter 360, The Inaugural Race. 31. Immortality, Combat Prowess Ascendant. So, this is how remarkably powerful I am. Jiang Ke and Mo Qing in the distance. The denizens of the dilapidated Hunter's Lodge. Chapter 361, The Inaugural Race. 32. Delay treatment any longer, and the wounds will heal. Mo Qing and Jiang Ke traversed the jungle, one preceding the other. The surroundings were hushed, the encroaching dusk obscuring their vision, and even the rustling of leaves in the wind seemed amplified. Chapter 362, The Inaugural Race. 33. A Birthday Surprise, Delivery Imperative. Before her departure, Mo Qing extended assistance to the second team. She removed the burdens from everyone's shoulders and administered a few needles to each, temporarily restraining them. Chapter 363, The Departure Race. Xiao and I have grown accustomed to being confronted. The cold wind howled. Upon seeing Mo Qing and Jiang Ke alight from the vehicle, Min Chong tightened his down jacket, revealing a look of relief. Min Chong rose, exhaling. Chapter 364, The Departure Race. Being a substitute is also acceptable. I presumed you were aware. Mo Qing spoke with honesty and directness, reflecting her demeanor. Before visiting the Jiang family, Mo Qing was still immersed in her research. Chapter 365, The Departure Race. Shinzio, Xinyang is my sister. After ending the call with Goblin, Mo Qing continued her breakfast, savoring her favorite dishes. Chapter 366, The Departure Race. Pengren, I suspect Master Jiang has lost his sanity. Mo Qing's home was bustling with activity. Lunch was served outdoors, with a hot pot simmering on the round table, steam rising, accompanied by freshly grilled fish. They had yet to begin their meal. Chapter 367, The Departure Race. A group of interlopers. You have not given up on the competition. Have you found the medicinal herbs for the contest? That infuriating voice was unmistakable. Chapter 368, The Departure Race. A grand entrance. What a spectacle. Upon hearing Lin. Chapter 369, The Departure Race. Has he stolen the spotlight again? The moment Yin Jinji laid eyes on Ji Yunqi, he staggered slightly in surprise, glancing curiously at Gu Wanwan, who remained calm and composed. Chapter 370. Departure Competition. Mo Qing remarked, "I am merely a supporting character. I'm here to assist." Shinchi detected a hint of disdain in Mo Qing's gaze and, with an innocent tone, attempted to clarify. Mo Qing raised an eyebrow. Chapter 371. Departure Competition. Good for nothing. Mo Qing is nothing but a good for nothing. The following day marked the commencement of the first round of the competition. The venue was a microcomputer classroom within the entire building, with each team allocated 3 computers. As the competition began, 2 teams were randomly selected. Chapter 372. Departure Competition. Please speak plainly. Mo Qing's immediate decision to recline starkly contradicted the intentions of those who had spoken on her behalf. Those who disapproved of Mo Qing's lackadaisical attitude were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 373. Departure Competition. Jiangku, you must listen to your girlfriend. Is he truly a rich second generation? Surely he is pretending? Is his family really that affluent? I assumed his family was impoverished, hence his interest in Mo. Chapter 374. Departure Competition. Mo Qing's lack of effort still secured her second place. Did you not meet Shinchi? Jiangku paused before responding. No, he certainly did not. As Gu Wanwan rubbed her hands together. Chapter 375. Departure Competition. Today you bring a pillow, tomorrow will you bring a bed? She waited for merely 3 minutes. As she spoke, Yan Jinnu exuded an air of arrogance, seemingly certain that Ji Yunxi would comply without question. Chapter 376. The departure race. Jiangku dug a pit, and Mo Qing leapt into it. Where to? Mo Qing replied listlessly. Jiangku pressed the accelerator. Chapter 377. The departure race. Let bygones be bygones. The competition on the third day took place in the television studio, with alterations to the rules. The top 100 teams from the previous 2 days were selected to compete. Chapter 378. The departure race. What happened to the promise of taking it easy and being lackadaisical? Observing the gleeful expressions of those around them, Gu Wanwan whispered to Mo Qing, "Look at their faces." "I see them," Mo Qing replied. Chapter 379. The departure race. When Nanxio resorted to cheating, scheming in the shadows. At the moment the rankings fluctuated, when Nanxio's face turned pale. Her fingers clenched into a fist. In her fury, she caught sight of Winning Xue beside her making a subtle gesture. Chapter 380. The departure race. Victory and defeat are certain. Are you jesting? After changing venues, the atmosphere was evidently transformed. Countless cameras were aimed at them. The host directed from the front stage, with an audience filling the seats. Chapter 381. The departure race. Compared to Mo Qing, who isn't merely cannon fodder. What? Ji Yunxi, munching on corn, failed to comprehend what was happening. With Mo Qing in this state, victory was assured. Chapter 382. The departure race. Conclusion. Counterattack. 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 As Mo Qing and Ji Yunxi stepped out of the car, they were immediately surrounded by numerous assailants. Ji Yunxi, do you no longer value your life? When Nanxio gazes coldly. Chapter 383. The Clan of the 100 Poisons, the Immortal Tribe. The location you find yourself in is the residence of Shunzio. I have witnessed it. The question remains, why does Jiao Tian? Chapter 384. The 100 Poisons, they are the descendants of Ni Jin, supplement. I possess fragments of the 9 clouds. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing exhibited no surprise. In truth, when Shunzio came to her door, she and Chapter 385. The 100 Poisons, Song Yuan is in critical condition. Throughout the journey, Mo Qing spoke very little. In the evening, Jiangku brought a late-night snack to seek her company. However, upon entering the courtyard, he found her with Chapter 386. The 100 Poisons, is life more important? Or is it disfigurement? Song Yuan has sustained severe injuries and is currently undergoing emergency treatment at the hospital, having received 2 critical condition notices. In dire circumstances, I wish for you to come and see him. After a long while. Chapter 387. The 100 Poisons, the medical team's report has arrived. After dining with Jiangku, it was already 1 in the morning. Chapter 388. The 100 Poisons, I am the minister, who stands equal to you. The captain of the medical team. A figure flashed through Mo Qing's mind. Xiao Yuchuan? Do you know him? Jiangku expressed surprise. Chapter 389. The 100 Poisons. Song Yuan. It is always I who gets injured. How did he end up alone? Confronted with Mo Qing's piercing gaze, Xiao Yuchuan pondered for a moment. In the solitude, there are not few. Chapter 390. The 100 Poisons collection. inadvertently healed your right hand. Song Yiyuan was deeply wounded. Yet, he did not anticipate that greater injuries lay ahead. Mo Qing and Jiang Ke lingered for but a short while before Ji Yunxi and Gu Wanwan. Chapter 391. The 100 Poisons Collection, relentlessly. Jiang Yi stirs trouble once more. Song Yiyuan was rendered voiceless. Huasi also lost his voice. The ward was filled with a cacophony of voices, while Mo Qing's words were delivered with such nonchalance that both of them. Chapter 392. The 100 Poisons Collection, Jiang Ku performs, Mo Qing fumed. The new assignment was procured from the action department. Their task system indicated that the warehouse treasure numbered 1209, currently in the possession of an individual named Zhang Zixu. Chapter 393. The 100 Poisons Collection, obediently, I am Jiang Yi. Mo Qing emerged from the acupuncture room, yawning. She unexpectedly collided with Wen Yingxue. How is my uncle? Wen Yingxue inquired hastily, her brows knit with concern. Chapter 394. The 100 Poisons Collection, setting a trap. If you find it displeasing, we shall abandon this task. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing paused for a moment, only to react thereafter. A subtle smile graced her lips. Chapter 395. The 100 Poisons Collection, seeking hidden chambers. Seeking external aid. In the girls' dormitory, Xin-Chi sat astride a chair, resting her elbows on the backrest. A lollipop nestled between her lips. She glanced at Mo Qing, seated opposite her. Chapter 396. The 100 Poisons Collection. Have you ever died? Do you hold a grudge against Xiao Yuchuan? Mo Qing sipped her soup and inquired with an air of indifference. Xin-Chi was taken aback. Do you know him? Mo Qing retorted. Chapter 397. The Collection of Poison, reborn from death, approaching the truth. Have you ever died and then come back to life? Mo Qing deliberately lowered her voice, ensuring that only Xiao and I could hear her clearly. Xiao and I was startled. Chapter 398. The Collection of Poison, Ancient Civilizations, Pure Bloodlines. Jiang Ke's conjecture plunged Mo Qing into contemplation. This possibility had crossed her mind before. She even speculated that the Seekers were specifically gathering intelligence about her. Chapter 399. The Collection of Poison, confirming the location, preparing for action. After Huasi finished speaking, he held his breath, waiting for Mo Qing's reaction. He had braced himself for her wrath. After all, if it weren't for them. Chapter 400. The Collection of Poison, setting the secret chamber ablaze. In the narrow passageway, the air was dense and decayed. Mo Qing wielded a flashlight, proceeding along the path ahead. Everything was going smoothly. In Chapter 401. The Collection of Poison, you don't really know him. Snowflakes transformed into a heavy snowfall, gently cascading down, blanketing the earth in pristine white. Few pedestrians wandered at night. Chapter 402. The Collection of Poison, let me think. No one had uttered a word. When Jiang Ke carried Mo Qing into the bedroom, her consciousness was in a state of chaos. She muttered to herself that she was not drunk, when a soft laughter reached her ears, momentarily igniting her irritation. Chapter 403. The Collection of Poisons. She resembled a heartless woman. I am indifferent to your actions. But is Zhang Zixu satisfied? With the person now in custody, he could hardly express dissatisfaction. Gu Wanwan shrugged. Chapter 404. The Collection of Poisons. There was no discussion, merely a notification. Mo Qing drove to the university to pick up Xin-Chi. In the brief moment, while waiting for Xin-Chi to enter the vehicle, she glanced at her phone. Chapter 405. The Collection of Poisons. Are you from a century ago? Although Song Yiyuan had once been Mo Qing's mentor, she now held the position of his direct superior and savior, leaving Song Yiyuan no choice but to comply with her summons. Chapter 406. The Collection of Poisons. Xiao Yuchuan is questionable. Are you from a century ago? The streets were sparsely populated, streetlights illuminated the way, and vehicles whizzed past. The winter wind roared. Chapter 407. The Collection of Poisons, clearing the fog to see the sky. Xiao Yuchuan is indeed suspicious. Is there a flaw? Mo Qing inquired. None, Jiang Ke replied. I removed my makeup in front of him, and he reacted. Chapter 408. The Collection of Poisons, setting traps and encountering crises. In the inpatient department, as night fell, the hallway, once lively, settled into a tranquil silence. The window was not tightly closed, and the cold wind carried snowflakes into the corridor. In Chapter 409, a surgical procedure was performed to extract a miniature bomb. Mo Qing inhaled sharply, realizing that Jiang Ke must have been affected by the explosion. His back was covered in wounds, blood mingling with his clothing, revealing a ghastly sight of flesh. In Chapter 410, the surgery was successful and the crisis was averted. Huasi remained silent on the phone for a moment before stating, "Give me 2 hours." Mo Qing responded affirmatively and hung up. In Chapter 411, everything was unfolding as planned. The heavy snow bent the branches low. Mo Qing stood at the entrance of the courtyard, gazing at the snow and withered trees by the roadside, contemplating the prospect of enjoying hot pot tonight, which would complement the ambience perfectly. In Chapter 412, as the minor festival approached, when Changlin scrutinized Mo Qing and noted that she indeed appeared untroubled and composed. Gradually, he let go of his concerns. After a moment of contemplation, when Changlin spoke. In Chapter 413, Xiao Yuchuan was on the run, feeling too lazy to traverse even a short distance. Mo Qing touched her nose, shifting the topic to the evening's offerings of barbecue and hot pot. In Chapter 414, the gathering was lively, as dining became an event of camaraderie. Despite having ample ingredients prepared, the few diners consumed the grilled and boiled food with the urgency of a battle, devouring it the moment it was ready. In Chapter 415, the snow continued to fall softly outside, creating a serene atmosphere. As night deepened, the snowflakes fell ever more thickly, resembling cotton tufts, drifting in clusters. Jiang Ke sat at his desk, engrossed in his thoughts. Chapter 416, The Compendium of Poisons. He consistently made the right choices. Such tales are not uncommon. Chapter 417, The Compendium of Poisons. Many questions shall remain unanswered. The following day, when Mo Qing awoke, Jiang Ke was nowhere to be found. She dressed and descended the stairs, searching around but finding no trace of him. However, breakfast was laid out on the table. Chapter 418, The Compendium of Poisons. You are alike, yet different. What is the nature of your relationship? Upon hearing a voice, Song Yiyuan involuntarily shivered. Jiang Ke had emerged from the room at some point. Chapter 419, The Compendium of Poisons. It is truly wonderful to see you. The similarities with Jiang Yan were evident in their appearances, dietary preferences, and habits, easily distinguishable. Yet, these observations held no significance. Chapter 420, The Compendium of Poisons. Living in prosperous times, being a good-for-nothing is not so bad. Jiang Ke took Mo Qing away from the cinema, turning a corner to enter the arcade. Chapter 421, The Compendium of Poisons. An anonymous, perilous letter. Delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky. Gu Wanwan, wrapped in a military coat and holding a warming stove, sat beneath the eaves, munching on sunflower seeds. Goblin sat nearby. Chapter 422, The Compendium of Poisons. That letter bore Jiang Yan's handwriting. Mo Qing supported Ping Ren, quickly checking his pulse, her expression darkening. Peng Ren. Goblin hurriedly rushed over. Chapter 423, The Collection of Poisons, and Jiang Yan awakened within him. Mo Qing, lacking writing instruments at home, directly accompanied Jiang Ke to the neighboring room. Upon entering the study, Mo Qing yawned and settled into a chair, feeling. Chapter 424, Westwu Village. Within a single day, the 4 individuals changed various modes of transportation, planes, buses, shuttles, and rickshaws, before finally arriving at a rural inn in the dead of night. As the morning sun bathed the earth, the tranquil town gradually stirred to life, with the distant sounds of firecrackers intermittently echoing, filling the air with the lingering joy of the new year. Xiao Yuchuan realized the moment Mo Qing made her move. By the time the sense of crisis surged within him, he had already been sent flying by Mo Qing. Unable to retaliate, the 4 of them rested in the town for a day. On the 3rd day, they hitched a ride into the mountains, disembarking at a predetermined location and proceeded along a. The fog thickened. A dense, white mist enveloped the forest, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The 2 lanterns and the campfire at the campsite barely illuminated a small area. The fog in the mountains was so dense that one could not see one's own hand. Xiao Yuchuan, having eaten little that night, absent-mindedly approached the tent, intending to review the materials once more before sleep. Xiao Yuchuan's complexion turned ashen, just as Mo Qing had surmised. He had deliberately lured the monster to pursue Song Yiyuan. Unexpectedly, Song Yiyuan was fortunate enough to. The shift change was at 2 in the morning. At 1:30, Mo Qing awoke. She opened her eyes to find the person beside her sitting up, their eyelids fluttering slightly. Upon observing the empty tent, Mo Qing exchanged a glance with Jiang Ke. There were no signs of struggle. Jiang Ke illuminated the surroundings with a flashlight, moving it around. Due to the unexpected disappearance of Shi and Song Yiyuan, their plan to enter Shiwu village was momentarily postponed. They remained in place for a day while also contacting Hua. The moment they heard a sound, Mo Qing and Jiangku instinctively hurried to the neighboring campsite. The adjacent campsite was not far, and they could have seen the lights. Chapter 435, Shiwu Village. Following the path ahead. Chapter 436, Shiwu Village. Humans. Monsters. Those in between. Such a description sent a shiver down Mo Qing's spine, prompting her to glance again at Abu. Chapter 437, Shiwu Village. Previously, when it was mentioned that Abu existed between human and monster, Song Yiyuan merely assumed that Abu had been trained by the villagers, much like a domesticated dog. Chapter 438, Shiwu Village. In Song Yiyuan's view, given Mo Qing's combat prowess, dealing with one or two monsters was a trivial matter. He never worried that Mo Qing would be at a disadvantage. Chapter 439, Shiwu Village. To refer to the area before them as a path was somewhat misaligned with reality. As it has become overgrown with weeds, the one-stone pathway lies hidden. Chapter 440, Zyukin. While Mo Qing remained in a daze, Song Yiyuan swiftly approached like the wind, grasping her wrist and observing the blood-soaked bandage, his handsome face contorting in dismay. Chapter 441, Zyukin. The village shrouded in mist appeared sinister and eerie. Within the white expanse, dilapidated houses emerged and faded, while tall, stately pines stood as towering giants surveying the land. Chapter 442, Zyukin. Although Jiangku was engaged in negotiations with Jing Shi, he never let down his guard. Jing Shi, originally a bodyguard for Jiang Yin, was adept in martial arts, and given his current physical condition. Chapter 443, Zyukin. Known as the Curse of Immortality, Jing Shi remained remarkably composed in response to Song Yiyuan's reaction. Such a response is typical for an ordinary person. Upon discovering this matter, he too was struck with considerable shock. Chapter 444, Zyukin. The Elixir of Life. Silence. A prolonged silence. The race burdened with the curse of immortality, skilled in medicine, concealed within the deep mountains and forests,